was impressive.
It really was Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. That was from Saturday when one Rafi Devers, that was San Francisco Giant, officially became a Giant this weekend, some might say. Joe, as I say good morning to you, he had a home run over there, an Oppo Taco, if you will, and he even spoke after the game to the media. Interesting. Thought he didn't do interviews. We'll have an interview today at some point. I believe Nick Friedel will be joining us. Good morning to Sammy. Good morning to Zach in the back and all you lovely people. Just waking up. Hope you all enjoyed your weekend. What do you want to get into first, Joe? There's a lot that happened, specifically yesterday in the sport of basketball. The offseason is officially underway when it comes to the NBA. Warriors questions. Kevin Durant's on the move again. Tyrese Halliburton, that sucks. The Achilles injuries there halfway through the first quarter as the Oklahoma City Thunder win the title for the very first time. But Giants, finals, what do you want to get into this morning?
Look, the Giants series was a great series. Ramos yesterday with 4 RBIs, 1,000 home runs, it felt like. Unbelievable offense, but that's not where I want to start. I want to start right here. Look, it's 2025, and in 2025, I've never known a world where we didn't have seatbelts, all right? In my life, all the vehicles that I've been in have had a seatbelt, all right? There was a time in the 50s and prior when seatbelts weren't a thing, all right? Why were seatbelts put in place? Well, to save us from ourselves, essentially, right? And for safety. I'm looking at the NBA Finals last night, and to see Tyrese Halliburton go down the way that he did. Now, I understand that individual made a choice to go out there in a Game 6 and in a Game 7 with a strained calf and compete for a chance at a championship. You know, he might never go back there. A young Dan Marino in his second year of being an NFL quarterback thought he was going to get back to the Super Bowl at least one more time, and he never got back there. So there's no guarantee you'll ever get back to that moment. I am not mad at Tyrese Halliburton. If anything, I applaud the man for even trying to do it. But that being said, injuries are a part of the game. We all understand it. Injuries are a part of the game. You can't create any scenario unless you're playing video games and you turn injuries off where injuries aren't an element of it. But you can put safety belts in place, seat belts in place to mitigate, minimize, and try to optimize the product on the floor. And where I'm going at with this is that, you know, we have a rash of injuries that's going on right now in the NBA. And you can't tell me it's not season, playoffs, schedule, and training related. Think of the Major League Baseball right now, Joe. We've talked about it ad nauseum. So few pitchers are pitching deep into games. So few pitchers in baseball right now are doing the 32 to 35 starts per year. That's what makes Logan Webb so unique. In an era where so many guys just can't do what they did a generation prior, this one guy can do it, but not everyone else. We're on pitch limits, you know, and why are we doing that? We are trying to, as best we can, mitigate serious arm injuries. Well, the Tommy John is everywhere. My 18-year-old cousin who was in the MLB Combine had Tommy John at 15 years old, for crying out loud. Why is that? Because all these kids are pitching all year round, 130, 140 pitches at 11 years old, playing for 9, 10, 11 months out of the year with very little rest, and the human body can only take so much. Now I go to the NBA, and I say to myself, Tyrese Halliburton, a guy who made it, all right? A guy who made it. How many basketball games do you think this young man has played? How many training hours do you think this man has played since, let's just say, 8, 9 years old? Okay?
Thousands.
All right? So all these people, well, back in the day, Jordan played 81 and 82 games a year. Yeah, okay, Jordan played rec league basketball as a youth player. All right? I did the math, just the abbreviated math. All right? My niece, who has played high-level basketball up and down the state and across the country. Let's say you play in 12 tournaments a year between the ages of 8 and 15, 16 before you even get into high school. All right? You're looking at a 50-game schedule without rec league, just travel basketball, okay? 50 games. That's 5 years of what we used to grow up playing if we played a 10-game season, right? So by the time Tyrese Halliburton even gets to high school, the amount of wear and tear on this man's body, and then to make it and to persevere and push through. And he was not one of these highly touted, could have came out at 18 years old players. So I look at him and I say to myself, God, we're putting unnecessary strain before these guys even get to the league. Then when they get to the league, we know training is through the roof. And you have this rigorous season. The human body can't hold up. The Warriors played 40 games in 82 nights. 40 games in 82 nights to end the year. And you wonder why Steph Curry got hurt. And you wonder why Aaron Gordon got hurt. And you wonder now, as the league goes with no Jason Tatum for a full year, with no Dame Lillard for a full year, and now no Tyrese Halliburton, a budding superstar for an entire year. I'm not here to say that injuries can't happen. What I'm saying is that clearly we've got a problem here. And I understand that he knew the risks. He knew what he was going up against. There were countless other injuries throughout the year. You can't watch the playoffs and follow this league on a day-to-day basis without discussing the schedule. The schedule is too rigorous. Something's got to give.
That's well said, and we want your participation today. And shout out to those watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan apply online, or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 103-91 the final. Game 7, Oklahoma City wins their first ever NBA championship. I'm not going to say franchise, because in the franchise, the Supersonics prior to that, so you just say in the history of the Oklahoma City Thunder. So congratulations to them. They were the best team all season long. So like no one, like this whole thing, like, oh, well, this is going to be tainted because Halliburton got hurt. No, I'm not going to say that, because they were the best team all season long. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander literally just had one of the greatest seasons we've ever seen individually. Finals MVP, league MVP, Western Conference MVP. He did it all, man. And he was incredible. He didn't even shoot the ball well yesterday. What was he? I got it right here. He was 8 of 27. It was like Kobe back in 2010 in that Game 7, right? He couldn't do anything. The biggest shot was Ron Artest saving him, right?
I always think of Ron Artest.
Right. When he kisses the crowd, it was all time.
It does suck. Like, as a consumer, right? And as someone who loves the product, I was watching the game with the little guy downstairs. I got him a new hoop because he broke his other hoop.
Damn, he's balling that hard, huh?
Yeah, well, we used a real basketball on the plastic hoop and snapped the rim. But, like, look, you and I, it's Game 7. These don't come around often.
Real quick, did it feel like a Game 7?
Well, not after the Tyrese Halliburton injury.
Prior to that.
No, I mean, I was getting the
feels.
I'm
not trying to be a hater, and there's this whole...
I enjoyed it. No, I was getting the feels.
Okay.
I disagree.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's fine. You could feel like that. I've been trying so hard to get into this series, and I hear all the people...
Well, that's a different discussion.
Yeah, I know.
That's a different discussion.
But I'm just leading to the game, my whole thought process in watching the game. I was trying so hard to get pumped up for it, just get into it. Oklahoma City, I saw Rick Carlisle. He's trying to like motivate his team any way he can. I can't believe I saw Oklahoma City getting their buses ready for the parade. I was like, yeah, crazy thing is, Rick, they have like championship jerseys for you and the Thunder and t-shirts that you're not going to get. They're going to go to like Africa and third world countries because, they produce these things prior to it. But he was even trying to get his team pumped up. And I don't know. I was trying to find myself like the motivation to get into that game, which sounds insane. First off, my job is to talk about sports. I should already be fired up to watch this. It's a championship level. It's Game 7. That's all you need to say. Zaza Pachulia on line 1. Game 7, baby. Let's go. But I just, for the life of me, could not wrap my mind and my heart around this series. And then, in Game 7, halfway through the first quarter, the best player, or second best player in the series, I should say, Tyrese Halliburton goes down. And at first, when I saw the play, Joe, I thought he just slipped. That's what it looked like. It looked like he just slipped, and then they go in, they zoom in on him, he's banging the ground, he's clearly in a lot of pain, and we all just knew it right there. We didn't want to say it, but we all knew. He is dealing with a calf strain. What happens after his calf strain? Yes. It changed. Like, we're talking about Dre Greenlaw in the Super Bowl just a year ago.
Yeah.
Same thing, a freak thing, just running onto the field. Achilles, gone. Kevin Durant. I mean, everyone went to Kevin Durant because that was the most recent example of a finals injury like that. 2019. I mean, KD's still searching to get back to that point as he goes to another team yesterday, his 4th NBA team in the last 6 years, Joe. He is now a member of the Houston Rockets.
The thing that you're going to hear from everybody today, and I know everyone's going to say this, look, it's the easiest thing to say. The owners will never reduce the amount of games. They'll never go backwards. And I would just say this, look, I acknowledge that it's going to be an unbelievable uphill battle for you to convince all of these owners to take less on when it comes to the gate revenue and things like that. But the gate revenue is a drop in the bucket on the television deal. And this thing about, well, the TV companies want more games. No, what they want are more important games. They don't need your regular season. That's not what you're paying for. Why did the NBA Cup get developed? The NBA Cup got developed because the regular season literally wasn't drawing audiences. People are paying for something different. I'm talking about the Apples and the Amazon Primes and the NBC. The Jordan brand has made more money than almost any other brand out there in the last 30 years. Not because they flood you with products, because of scarcity. They pick and choose the amount of inventory that they release, and they create a fervor for it. You can still be wildly profitable and wildly successful if you just taper back a little. I think when you have too much, baseball has the same problem. I think we're going to have the same conversation come NFL season when we go to 18 games. You're going to say, Joe, no one's arguing for less sports. Well, in this circumstance, I actually am. I am going to. And believe me, I am a consumer too. I'm looking for things to watch. I get it. I understand where we're going. The season is too long. And if you're going to compromise the careers of the product, which is the players and budding superstars for an entire region, like you have to at least look at this. And either it's the schedule needs to be reduced, we need to spread things out, we need to find a way to mitigate these. No one is saying that you're going to eradicate all injuries. But again, similar to the seatbelt, which has not eliminated car accidents, has it? No. It has made it slightly safer to be able to drive in your car. You have to be able to look at something like the schedule and how they pace these things out, and you've got to find a happy medium to appease all of these masters, the television companies that have signed on, the streamers that have signed on, and the owners that are expecting certain gates. All I'm saying here is this. In this circumstance, less actually is more.
We would love your participation on this. 888-957-9570. Excuse me. Does the NBA have a problem when it comes to the wear and tear on these athletes and the grind of a regular season on top of the playoffs? Like, was that your main takeaway throughout this whole postseason run, Joe? Was it the injuries? Like, because that's what you don't want as a league. It's what you want is to us to be focusing on the champion. Like, even if it's a blowout, right? The overarching theme of the Super Bowl was what? Wow, the Eagles are really freaking good, right? And I haven't seen Mahomes and the Chiefs get humbled like that since, the Buccaneers game a few years ago, right? Like, that was what we were talking about, the game itself in the season. And now we're talking about everything else, and that's what the NBA does not want. And to your point, Adam Silver, as the commissioners always do before the finals started, he spoke and he asked questions. He was asked questions about it, and he responded to a question that you're basically asking is like, is there too many games right now? And he said in the regular season, and he said, hey, quote, I'm not sure it's a function of the regular season in regards to the injuries. There is a certain cadence to the playoffs. If anything, there's more space in the playoff games than when you and I grew up in the NBA. We used to frequently play playoff games back to back on the weekends. Having said that, we, of course, look at it very closely. We have a competition committee meeting up next week. Again, this was a couple weeks ago. And then another one in July in Las Vegas. So they're going to be looking at it.
How old is your son?
Young Benjamin, he's 5 years old, going on 6 in a couple months.
Okay, and he just picked up basketball?
He's been doing it like off and on last couple of years. Yeah, but he's doing it at the Y in Oakland.
Okay. Yeah. There were no basketball leagues when I was 5 years old. I'm just saying, or even practices. Yeah. I played a little bit in the backyard, right? And I guess I would say to Adam Silver, this isn't just about looking at the NBA. It's about all of the mileage leading into the NBA for all of these players. Again, I will use Tyrese Halliburton as an example. How many actual minutes on a court do you think this man has accumulated in his life?
God, thousands and hundreds of thousands. I don't even know.
To get to the NBA, just to get to the NBA, right? All of the different weekends that he spent in how many different states showcasing himself. The years at college, when he went to Iowa State, for example, right. The years of college grind. Like, this is not the 1980s, everybody, all right? Just look around youth sports in general, whether it's baseball, soccer, whether we're talking about golf, whether we're talking about basketball. The amount of mileage these children are logging on their bodies before they even get into high school is just unlike anything it was in prior generations. So, look, you could point to all of the data from the 1980s when it comes to the NBA players, and I would say to you, you're only looking at the tip of the iceberg. You got to peel this thing back, and you got to look at all the mileage that they're accumulating leading up to it. Jonathan Kuminga has been ousted from the playoffs for how many months? Month and a half, 2 months?
Yep.
Okay. Where do you think he's been the last 2 months since getting ousted in the playoffs?
Probably trying to work on his craft.
I've seen nothing but videos and pictures and images of him in the gym 24/7, 365, right? And again, this is somebody who's already in the league and established. He hasn't played a game in months. So, look, I understand that this is going to be a minority opinion, and a lot of people are going to say that I'm being a whiner and this, that, and the other, but it sucks. I think it sucks for Indiana. I think it sucks for Oklahoma City that this is even a topic the day after they built what I would argue, Joe, to be a Philadelphia Eagle-like roster, okay, which was it's like suffocated the entire Western Conference defensively.
I think it's a great point, and I don't think you're in a minority here. I think that was the overarching theme of what I looked at in social media yesterday. It wasn't this, team that's going to go on this dynastic run in Oklahoma City, and they might, sure, we'll see. The Celtics obviously are going to be without Tatum next year. Now Halliburton's going to be out for the Pacers next year. Like, the East is wide open. So the Knicks, they just made their coaching change. Maybe they feel good about it. We'll see if another team tries to take up. Maybe the Magic, who got Desmond Bain. But that, like, we're not even talking about all of that. We're talking about injuries right now in one of the faces of the league. Yeah, Tyrese Halliburton made himself one of the faces during this playoff run. The whole theme of it was this guy was voted the most overrated player by that GM poll / player poll a couple months ago from The Athletic. And man, he was playing like the most underrated player for all of it. And we were all enjoying watching it. And he was the story of the finals. And the fact that he does get hurt, yeah, I'm with you, because I wasn't prior to it. Like, I honestly was like, you know what? It's a long season. Maybe we're just unlucky to see all these players get hurt. And it's just one of those years. That sucks. That happens. We've been doing this for 2+ decades. But no, there is something to be said about the wear and tear of these players from a young age. And it's like football. I think they're slowly getting it when it comes to that sport. I'm seeing a lot more parents wait until high school.
Yes.
They're not even doing Pee-wee.
Yes.
They're not doing like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
They're doing flag
football, which is okay.
Much
it's not
better.
the wear and tear is
Yeah.
much different, right? What happened to just playing a lot of sports too? Like we have the Dr. Nirav Pandya on
Well,
with us
you
all
want
the
to
time.
play balanced. Yeah.
Exactly. You
I
want to work
agree.
out all those different mechanics and all those
give
different muscles.
the rest to the other muscles that you're using when you're specializing
Hell,
in sports.
wintertime, basketball, right? Spring, you're playing baseball. I don't even know. The months are all mixed up now in California. You can play whatever you want at any time. But you know what I'm saying?
No, I do.
Yeah.
But, Joe, think about this. Like, Kawhi Leonard on one leg went through that entire playoff and he was injured prior to this, but during that Toronto Raptor run.
Yeah.
All right? I feel like he's still feeling the effects of that.
Yeah.
His career will never be the same. Now, it ended up being one of his crowning achievements and crowning moments, but, it sucks because he's never even closely resembled for long stretches that same player.
You go back to that series, like the amount of wear and tear that was on Klay Thompson.
Kevin Durant.
Like the amount of finals and playoff minutes and rest that those guys were not allowed to have in the offseason, it all culminated in there. It sucks. And yeah, it might have been a freak thing. People get mad at Danny
injuries
Green.
are going to happen.
But that's what's going to happen.
I go back to, you don't eradicate car accidents because you put on a seatbelt. Car accidents still happen. It's about minimizing them. Joe, one last guy. You know who else is going to be out for the full season next year or close to it? Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
Guess where he was the year prior? In the finals.
Yeah.
Right? In the finals with a very long season. Now, again, I'm not here saying that we need to cry a river for every professional athlete. What I'm saying is if I was spending top dollar to support my team, whether that's through all the packages of television that I have to be able to watch, or whether that's season tickets or whatever, I want the best players as best I can. I want them to be on the floor. I want to enjoy them as much as we can. And it just sucks that we got robbed of this. And I feel really bad for Oklahoma City. I really do, because they built an unbelievable roster. They went through a lot of legends in the playoffs. We should be talking about how great that team was today. And I'm stuck with this everlasting image of Halliburton on the floor, writhing in pain.
Well, on the other side, let's touch on Oklahoma City, because they are in the Western Conference, Joe, and I don't think they're going away anytime soon. And I do want to talk about this from a Warriors fan's perspective, because a lot happened yesterday. The Rockets, the team you asked in the first round, they got better. You know why? They got a scorer. Oh, and not just any scorer. One of the greatest scorers in the history of the sport is now joining them for a team that desperately needed it. So they got better. You know, the Oklahoma City Thunder are there. There are teams that are trying to get better all around you. Can the Warriors do anything to get better this offseason? I do want to talk about that. We'll discuss that with Nick Friedel at 8 o'clock, our Odyssey NBA Insider. And it's going to be brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food. Why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
in pain, so emotional. It's the right calf right away. He knew he was in trouble. Oh, you get in a situation like this, you just sick to your stomach for the young man.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
Mike Breen's pretty cool. That was him on the call. ABC. Did you hear that in the back? Was that that Halliburton just groaning in pain?
That's awful.
That's
God. Like awful.
You don't hear it when it's on TV right there. Maybe I isolated in my headphones. Man, 7 minutes. That's all he lasted in Game 7. And he was on fire. 3 straight 3-pointers, like 9 points. Like, okay, Halliburton's just going to go night-night here in Game 7 in Oklahoma City. He's dealing with the calf strain, and unfortunately, as we know, Dre Greenlaw, Kevin Durant, it's just not the injury you can mess with. And I don't fault the guy for trying to push through it and wanted to play. Like, this might be his only opportunity to ever play in this.
I
like,
know.
He might never get back to NBA Finals. And historically, with that franchise, the odds are stacked against you. This was only their second ever Finals appearance, Joe. So that sucks. And then he was like one of the most exciting players of the series, of the playoffs, quite frankly. He made the incredible shot in Game 1. We all thought, like, man, can the Pacers actually win this series? Got close, but no cigar. Oklahoma City, 103-91 the final, and they win their first ever NBA championship. And could they now start a quote-unquote dynastic run? And I think a lot of people were comparing this squad to that Warriors squad back in 2014-15 when they won their first title. But again, let's see it first and foremost, because this is the 7th straight season now, or 6th or 7th straight season where we have a different NBA champion. It's kind of crazy. The parity's at an all-time high, so I'm going to be very curious to see which one of these teams can finally break that chain.
I mean, heading into the year, I thought it was the Celtics to lose.
I think everyone did.
And now I'm like, well, I think the Celtics are done. Like, it's just, like I don't even know what else to say. Like, you're not going to have Tatum for the whole year. Who knows what player he'll be, a year and a half from now.
I'm crossing out the Celtics and the Pacers in the East next year. I just am. They lost their 2 best players.
I don't think you're wrong. You know what I mean? I don't think you're wrong. But the day started like with explosion. And another player who was out for quite some time, Kevin Durant, who has now been on how many teams since leaving the Warriors?
4th team in the last 6 years.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, it's insane. I mean, Gaylord Perry is like impressed with how many teams this guy's played with.
So 2019, so going back 6 years. Warriors, then Nets, then Suns, and now Rockets. Pretty crazy.
It's really remarkable, isn't it?
It really is.
I mean, like, Gary Sheffield had a point in time where I believe he was on like 5 or 6 different teams and in a row or something like that. That's what this feels like.
Well, it's an all-time player, and you just don't see that anymore. Although, like, it's kind of crazy, that trio of players that was the last iteration, the last high watermark in Oklahoma City's franchise prior to this was Harden, was Russell Westbrook, and was Kevin Durant. All 3 of them won MVPs, and only one of those guys has an NBA title. It's Kevin Durant, because he chose Steph Curry, chose Draymond Green, he chose Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr, he chose us here in the Bay Area. Harden and Russ, they're still searching, man. I don't know if they'll ever get it. And now just Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is he now the greatest Oklahoma City Thunder? Which kind of sounds crazy after just
probably
a couple seasons, but I think he is, right?
I mean, he won the MVP and he won the championship, so probably.
Right.
But as I pivot back to Durant, I saw everyone losing their mind that I can't believe the NBA would actually allow a trade on this day. What I immediately thought of was like, wow, number one, I mean, KD, since leaving Steph, you've just been wandering the desert. Wandering the desert, and every time that you see a mirage, you think it's an oasis, and you start sipping from the water only to find out that it's filled with sand. That's number one. Number two is, I think about this like, wow, the Warriors barely got past the Houston Rockets, and then they traded a guy who only really had 1.5 good games against them in that series in Jalen Green. Yep. And Dylan Brooks, who I think Dylan was much better than people thought in that series.
I think he might have been their 2nd or 3rd best player in that whole series.
Right?
He was at least most consistent outside of Şengün.
But they basically trade those two and some picks for Kevin Durant. What does this mean to the Warriors? Are the Rockets now better than the Warriors? Are the Warriors now, are they in a better spot? I don't know. But that's the first big domino to fall in what Shams Charania called the biggest, offseason in NBA history.
Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks. That was per Shams Charania of ESPN yesterday. And yeah, you mentioned that, like, the amount of people was like, oh, NFL would never allow this to happen on a Super Bowl day, a big trade like that. Like, who cares when it happens? Like, that happened in the early morning. Is the game happening at 10 in the morning or 8 in the morning, whenever this happened? No. It's at 5 o'clock at night, West Coast time anyways. Everyone take a step back and relax.
Well, there is a conversation regarding just the sadness that the transaction is more important than the action. I do acknowledge that.
I think we've all acknowledged that the offseason in the NBA is sometimes more exciting than the actual season sometimes because we love the drama. We do.
I know, but...
And is that a problem? Maybe for the league, but also, like, we love this stuff. We're so excited. And let's call it what it is, people. You saw Oklahoma City versus Indiana. You were checked out. You were checked out for the last couple weeks of this. And yeah, you were dying for a big trade, and you got one. So yes, that's why. Like, it's not the NFL. It's not, Chiefs versus Eagles, or hell, if it was Buccaneers versus, I don't know, the Jaguars. Like, the NBA, it matters who's playing each other. The Nuggets and Heat a couple of years ago, too. Kind of a snoozer. But, hey, Jokic, fun story. Jamal Murray, Jimmy Butler, can you do it again?
I don't think that's exclusive to the NBA, though. I think Major League Baseball has a similar problem.
Exactly. I think everyone outside of the NFL, quite frankly, has this problem.
I would agree. I would agree, right? I would agree on that. And so, I'm just going to go television with you. Like, once, what's that show? Was a video game, The Last of Us? I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
I'm watching
Pedro
it
Pascal
on Max, and like once they offed one of the characters, I'm like, yeah, I'm not as like into this show as I thought I would be.
Right. And there's ways to tote that line, right? Because Game of Thrones famously did that. Spoiler alert. But
they got away with it.
Well, they did because they had so many characters you cared about.
It was very unique.
And you know what? That's kind of what, the NFL is.
Yes.
There's so many teams and characters I'm emotionally invested in or I hate, right? That's the Dallas Cowboys, right? The Eagles, the Niners, right? Just in the NFC alone, you got the Rams. Like, you could craft a narrative around basically every team. I think we famously did this, again, a couple weeks ago. Like, if it was the Jaguars and the Panthers, because I'm just doing the equivalent of what the Oklahoma City versus the Pacers was. Trevor Lawrence. Wow. The guy that started out with Urban Meyer, absolute dumpster fire in his rookie season. Everyone was touting him as the next greatest quarterback prospect of all time. Fell flat in his face, got paid, hasn't lived up to it. Now all of a sudden is back in the Super Bowl. Wow. Oh, he's going up against Bryce Young, Heisman Trophy winner. The guy everyone like laughed off. He was too small. He got benched for Andy Dalton, and now he's like, see, I'm crafting narratives here. That's amazing. I'm like, we'll be locked in. It's
also just that sport, because it's a one-off and because it's football, it's just nothing compares.
And you've been following Trevor Lawrence for how long?
Yeah, because of college football,
and
the second
Bryce Young, same.
Popular sport in basically America. If you go off television ratings,
exactly same. Like I wasn't watching Tyrese Halliburton at Iowa State.
No,
I don't think a lot of people were.
Most people aren't watching even the tournament like we used to.
No, and that says all you need to know, right? As Oklahoma City wins the title yesterday, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, an afterthought in what was supposed to be a huge trade for who? The Clippers way back once upon a time.
Does this KD trade to the Rockets, okay, right now, before the Warriors do anything, does that put them above the Warriors?
It's a great question. The Warriors were up 3-1 on them. Like, I do want to have some perspective here. Yes, it did go to a Game 7.
Let's not forget that the Rockets were the better regular season team.
They were a better regular season team, but I don't think a lot of us thought that they were the better playoff team.
Okay, the margins were thin.
It was, but at one point the Warriors were up 3-1. I think they let their foot off the gas a little bit. I'm still going to say the Warriors are a better team, but I wonder how many people agree with me on that at 888-957-9570. With the Rockets now acquiring Kevin Durant, are the Warriors behind them in the Western Conference? 888-957-9570. What do you think?
I think the Warriors got to make some moves this offseason. I'm seeing a lot of this guy might come back and that guy might come back. I'm talking about GP2 and Kevon Looney.
Real quick, though. That move, Kevin Durant is now a Rocket that gave up Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. Just on paper, are you still taking the Warriors over them in the West?
I think that Rocket team is going to be a year better. I think they're very close. I might lean Houston is better than the Warriors right now.
888-957-9570. Do you agree with Joe Shasky on that?
And this is why, like, look, we all love Kevon Looney and GP2, and I understand. But, like, bringing them back, I think that means we're staying stagnant or getting worse. Like, I don't think that's upgrading. I just don't. And so when I see these rumors that both those guys might return, I'm like, oh, man, come on, man. We got to push forward.
Wait, what's wrong with GP2 and Kevon? They're not getting, like, that many minutes.
The coach will always look down at the end of the bench and go to those two players over younger players or different players. He's just always going to. It's the Mike Yastrzemski effect. Just good enough to stymie a young player.
What's out there for the Warriors right now as the offseason officially begins? I do want to dive into that, what the Warriors can potentially do, what will they do, and we'll talk about that at 8 o'clock with Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga is going to be a big part of that, but Kevin Durant is on the Houston Rockets. It went Warriors, Nets, Suns, Rockets now for KD. Man, it's pretty wild, actually.
And it's the offseason.
It is.
Let's go.
Brought to you by Valvoline. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
KD, since leaving Steph, you've just been wandering the desert. Wandering the desert, and every time that you see a mirage, you think it's an oasis, and you start sipping from the water only to find out that it's filled with sand.
Now back to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You really are. And that voice you heard was Joe Shasky last segment talking about Kevin Durant now being a Houston Rocket as that trade came to fruition yesterday. Shams Charania on ESPN. Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick, and 5 second-round picks back to the Suns, who desperately need all the draft capital they can get. I don't know what you're going to get with 5 second-round picks, Joe, but they'll take it, and they'll take Jalen Green. But it is pretty wild how much they fumbled the bag. Like Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, now Kevin Durant, and you're basically going to be left with Jalen Green as the guy with Devin Booker. Like, that's not a winning combination. By the way, with Devin Booker, like, if I'm D-Book, I kind of want to D-Book it out of there at this point. Why the hell would I want to stay in Phoenix,
Well,
right?
he's the guy that the Warriors should be targeting. A bigger two-guard that can defend opposite Steph Curry and be a catch-and-shoot guy who can also put the ball on the floor.
I mean, with the trade yesterday from KD to Houston, how much more pressure, I guess, does that put on this Warriors front office in this offseason to get a big deal done? Do the Warriors need to make a big deal? Do they need to make a big splash this summer, Joe? Do you believe that?
Let's throw the KD thing to the side.
Yeah.
I talked myself into the Warriors being very, very close, right? I did, as the season went on.
But they were. They were a Western Conference semifinals team.
They were, but what were some of the things that was going to do them in? Their Achilles heel. They couldn't guard any bigs.
Yeah, their
right?
lack of size.
Right, I look at it right now, and not just could they not guard any bigs, they were also on the perimeter very limited defensively. The two guard is a huge hole for them right now. Just a huge hole. As a defender, as a catch and shoot guy, like they don't have enough shooting and they couldn't defend. So as I look at like who is good right now in the West and who's going to be rolling it back, and like OKC's going nowhere. And I'm not sure you have any answers against them, okay? I talked myself into the Warriors have a chance. I'm going to walk that back. No. Like the games might have been exciting. That doesn't mean that they were going to beat them. I might be a little delusional in thinking they had a better chance.
I'm not sure. Had they matched up against the Thunder, and again, if Steph is healthy in that Timberwolves series, what does it go? Does it go 6 games? Does it go 7 games still? How much pound of flesh are you getting taken away from you going up against a very young Thunder team? I would have liked to see it, but again, we'll never know.
They'll all be a year older.
Yes.
Jalen is a problem. SGA is a problem. Who are you defending on the perimeter with those two? Secondarily, they have Hartenstein, who can get all the rebounds that you failed to get. I mean, if Steven Adams, who was a role player off the bench for Houston and not a starter like Hartenstein, playing heavy minutes, like if that guy's destroying them, you don't think Hartenstein would destroy them?
Well, yes, but
who's
also
guarding Chet?
Well, again, I saw moments in these playoffs from that Thunder team where they looked like the young, inexperienced team at times.
Sure, but they're now a year older with a championship under their belt.
Sure. I'm saying, again, that hindsight's always 20/20. We'll never know. But had the Warriors advanced to the Western Conference Finals, I loved as strong. I would have liked their chances against them because I do think that inexperience and that lemon booty that Bonte likes to talk about would have been there for the Thunder against the likes of Stephen Curry, Draymond, and Jimmy Butler. Like, the fact that they kind of just went through the T-Wolves like a hot knife through butter, no one really challenged them except for who? The Denver Nuggets in the second round, and then they were shot because who was hurt in Game 7? One of their most important players, Aaron Gordon.
But they're young.
I know. I know. Age matters.
Ascending,
I know.
You know, and they're dynamic, and their bench defends. They're one of the better defensive teams of the last decade.
Listen, I'm not here to tell you the Warriors can get younger. They can't. There's no magical elixir. No matter what people want to try to sell you at 4 a.m, there's not some serum.
Yeah.
The Nugenics isn't going to be there for Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond to reverse all this stuff. They are going to get older. How do you get better around those guys? Or do you have to move off of a Jimmy or a Draymond? Or are they even going to contemplate doing something like that? I'm just looking around the West, as you just said. The Kevin Durant move is interesting to me. I still think the Warriors are slightly ahead of them, and I think they are in that muddled second tier of the Western Conference. There's tier 1,
sure,
which is OKC right now. That is tier 1. Outside of that, I'm putting the Rockets, the Nuggets, Clippers, T-Wolves, Warriors, and Lakers all in the same bucket.
Joe, they have the same issues today that they've had for a couple years, but I know they went on a winning streak with Jimmy, and now we've had time to kind of like take a deep breath, relax. I want to be a little less emotional because I know how emotional I can get in the moment, and I get real biased. I freely admit these things. Let's step back, right? They weren't going to guard Anthony Edwards or SGA. They had no one on the perimeter. So you're going to roll back GP2, got cooked by Anthony Edwards. What's that going to do? All right? We love Potts. It's great seeing him sideline, cheering on the Valkyries. He ain't guarding a trash can. All right? He might get a couple of charges here and there.
He can get better.
Is he all of a sudden become laterally quicker?
No, well, we'll see. We'll work on his defense.
All right. And then, they failed for 2 months, even during the win streak, to defend any athletic big. I could go through the list of guys who just tormented them and destroyed them. And so as I look around the West, I say to myself, they're two Achilles heel. And I have, that's defensively, by the way, haven't even addressed the shooting. They're two Achilles heels defensively. If you roll back a similar roster, meaning you re-sign Kevon, you re-sign GP2, you retain Jonathan Kuminga for the time being, those flaws aren't going away. All right? Then, now I go to offense, and I say to myself, boy, you really lack shooting. I mean, you lack shooting so much, you were dying for Buddy Hield to be one of your second-best perimeter scorers. That's a recipe for a giant migraine. And so I'm sitting here, and I've taken a deep breath. I've watched the dust settle from the West, and I say to myself, they need a big swing. The Jimmy move was great. I was all in. If there's a bigger move that involves Jimmy, I'm open to it. But I don't think rolling back Kevon, rolling back GP2, bringing back Jonathan Kuminga, that is not good enough. And if the ultimate goal is to win a championship and beat that Oklahoma City team or upend that Minnesota Timberwolves team that knocked you out, yeah, you're going to need to do some heavy lifting. I don't think this roster is good enough.
Well stated.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Nick Friedel joining us at 8 o'clock, our Odyssey NBA insider. You know cousin Nick Friedel, former host here at the station as well. Thank you. And we'll be sure to play his open this time. I felt so bad when we played his open last time. That was flag on me. But we'll ask Nick about where he has the Warriors stacked up right now in regards to the West, because I do think it's kind of like how I viewed the East this past year. One injury changed everything. Right when Tatum went down, it was all hands on deck. Who the hell is going to take this thing? Is it going to be the Knicks? Is it going to be the Pacers? Who's it going to be? And it ended up being the Pacers outlasting the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Thunder being the team in the West, it doesn't have that fear factor like the Warriors a decade ago for me. I don't feel the same way about this Thunder team. Because people are talking about it, Joe, this team reminds me a lot about the Golden State Warriors. And I was like,
Shea's 26.
Shea's way older than, yeah, exactly. But he's older. He's a little bit older now.
No, but he's 26.
Yeah, I know that. I know. I'm saying, this team is a veteran-laden team. I'm not comparing
They're
it to
battle-tested for how young they are.
But they just got blown out in Game 6.
You just don't believe.
I just don't believe. I don't.
I think we need to give them
the Warriors
credit today.
Oh no, they're the champs. They were the best. I'm not going into next season saying they're head and shoulders better than everyone else. I don't view them like that. I do think if the Warriors play them in a series next year, they could beat them. Okay, it's not it's not David versus Goliath.
Going through this, who's guarding SGA?
We'll see.
Okay, and then now who's guarding
Is Kuminga going to be there?
But this is what you have when you're building a team to beat and knock off that team, right? You have to assemble a roster that can slow them down a little. And right now I say to myself, well, are you going to outscore them? Probably not, right? You don't have the shooting that they have or the ISO scores that they have. Or are you going to defend against them and make them, make their job a little more difficult right now? I don't think you have the personnel. You have no one to guard SGA, and I'm not even bringing up Jalen. You really don't have anyone to guard, Chet Holmgren currently. They've got multiple guys that come off the bench, whether it's Wallace or whomever, who are going to defend and be athletic and can knock down shots from the perimeter. So it's not an either or, meaning I got to get better on offense, I got to get better or on defense. No, it's literally you have to get better on both ends of the floor.
888-957-9570 is the number. How and what do the Warriors do this offseason to get them back into, hell, the Western Conference Finals? Can they even get there first? I think that is going to be the goal of this offseason. Can I get to the Western Conference Finals? But when you're relying on three older guys, as you're saying, Joe, it's going to be very difficult. And again, this goes back to the conversation, the regular season, all the games, all the injuries, all that baked into it. What are their options this offseason outside of Jonathan Kuminga? And that's going to be the main key, right? Like, their best move might just be bringing back JK. That might be the best move of the offseason. I don't think that's sexy for a lot of people, but it might be the best move for both parties involved.
I'm open to it, but when you say that, like, let's just play this out, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's just, again, let's say they're in a 7-game series with OKC, all right? JK's back. I just have a hard time believing JK is going to get the nod with this head coach over a GP2.
Well, at this point, you can't be playing like Gary Payton or Jonathan Kuminga. Steve Kerr said in his end-of-season presser, like, no, Jonathan, if he comes back next year, is probably going to be starting, and he's going to have to be playing.
Then why didn't he start him in the closeout game? Like, your actions always will speak louder than your words. Kerr could say whatever he wants.
Kerr was given a whole new template once Jimmy Butler came in, and he had to, do things on the fly.
And Kuminga still came off the bench.
Okay, because listen, it was a Rubik's Cube puzzle that they had to solve. And let's be honest, in the regular season, it was working. Whatever Kerr was doing was working. It was working all the way up until you got to the Western Conference semis and Steph got hurt. And then we wanted to crush the guy. Listen, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out this offseason if JK does stay. They'll have to. He's going to have more time with Jimmy Butler, with Steph, with Draymond, and they're going to be on the court. Like, there has not been enough time for those guys to be together on the court for me to have like a definitive,
I would agree,
like opinion on if it's going to work or not.
Yeah, but
can we give them time? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I've also watched this coach for a decade, and I'm not knocking him. This is the way he is. Like, he's won a lot of games this way. He's always going to go back to his guys. Like, he very rarely is going to allow somebody to, break the mold of what he thinks they are. GP2 and Kevon Looney are always going to get the benefit of the doubt over, and I'm just going to use these guys as examples, over Trace Jackson Davis and JK. Are they not?
Well, I'll see next year, right? Gary Payton.
I've said that for 3 straight years.
But the expectations this past season are going to be different than what they are going into this season. Last season, what were the expectations for the Warriors heading into the year? Meaningful basketball games, I think.
Yeah.
Can you be a playoff team instead of a play-in team? Well, they ended up being a play-in team. They had an opportunity to be a playoff team. Hell, they had an opportunity to have home court advantage towards the end of the season. They didn't get it done, but ultimately they did get past the first round. I think most Warriors would have taken that at the bare minimum if I told you that heading into last season. Heading into this season, like, what are your expectations now?
Well,
after watching the Oklahoma City Thunder win, after watching the news break yesterday, Kevin Durant's a Houston Rocket, have your expectations shifted at all about the Dubs?
Look, the goal with Steph Curry is to be in the Western Conference Finals or better, right? Is it not?
Yes. Well,
right.
Steph would just tell you meaningful basketball, but the goal always is to win a championship.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a couple of years left, and so I just, I love JK. I do. I'm a huge JK fan, but I also understand that their path to getting better might include JK not being on the roster, and I also understand that the coach sees JK a certain way and is always going to revert back to other guys that don't make critical mistakes that JK does. And although they might be more limited than what JK can bring to the table, he really likes their veteran presence. I'm not even knocking Kerr. I'm just saying, like, you have to understand his tendencies, and his tendencies are always going to lean in the direction of playing his guys.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We will touch on the San Francisco Giants today. Don't you worry. Huge series win. They desperately again, I know the Red Sox, Devers, all of that. They just need a series win, Joe, because they were coming off 2 losses in a row when it came to the Dodgers, when it came to the Cleveland Guardians. So stopping the bleeding there. Nice to see. Devers goes Oppo Taco, gets the home run, and we'll break down that entire series and going forward there, because I guess there is an injury to one Rafi Devers, which leads to why he hasn't really been taking any first-base reps in games so far. So we'll discuss that as well. But first, let's go to Nick in Berkeley. He's been hanging on tight. Thank you for your patience, Nick. Good morning. Do you want to talk NBA Finals? You want to talk Warriors offseason? What do you want to talk about, Nicky? Nick?
Hey,
There
good
you
morning.
are. Gotcha.
So I just want to say, I just want to say, man, that the Giants are rolling. But aside from that, we got to come to grips with the Warriors, getting old, man. There's a lot of players in the NBA that are about to age out, and some of our players are about to age out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like one of the video games when you go into career mode and your player's doing great, and all of a sudden he gets to a certain number, and then his stats go downhill, and you're trying to why is he making the shots or doing what he's doing used to do? Because he's old. He's getting hurt. Who knows if Curry can even last a season? Durant hasn't made it through one season, full season, in I don't know how many years. You know what I mean? So it's too old. So, I mean, I don't think the Rockets are better than the Warriors. You know what I'm saying? Durant, he's not the factor that he used to be, and he was complimented by the Warriors. What I'm trying to say is, man, is that there's a lot of tall condors in the league now flying around, man, covering ground, shooting threes, all that. We need tall, athletic cats. We got to match them with what the other teams are doing. We don't have to match it like player for player, but we have to have answers for a lot of things they're doing. We're giving up too many points, and we're relying on Steph too much, and we need to get some shooters out there. And I don't know what the Warriors are going to do, but there are probably some diamonds in the rough overseas or in the G League, B League, whatever. And I'm just like, man, make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Dunleavy got his work cut out. That's why he's a GM, so he better be doing his homework. And as far as with NBA teams trying to play their players too much, I mean, you got to protect the players from themselves. I think the Warriors learned a valuable lesson after Dre got hurt, and they weren't letting players rush back. And I think they, as much as we wanted Steph to come back on the court, we could have ruined him. And I think with Halliburton, when did he first start getting the calf? They got to change the protocol in which they address these calf issues, man.
Game 5, he got hurt, and then Game 6, he suited up.
Thanks,
but
Nick.
You also have to understand, if the player wants to play,
exactly,
they're gonna play. I understand that. But his point about Steph Curry and him not coming back into that series, 100% agree. Anybody out there that was even frustrated, angry, ticked, pissed that Steph didn't try to battle it out with that quad injury, whatever that was. It was quad, hamstring, whatever the specific
soft tissue.
Yeah. In retrospect, thank God he didn't come back. Because what if he would have tore his hamstring right off the bone? Where would we be today?
Oh, well, we'd be talking about, is he going to be there at the start of the regular season?
No, Joe, it would have been is this the end of Steph Curry?
Well, I mean, that's a little.
No, that's
again,
what those conversations would have happened.
Again, Achilles is different than all those other ones. I hear you. Torn hamstring, that's brutal. Yes. Achilles is the worst injury I think an athlete can have.
No doubt. But I'm saying any serious injury when you're 37, 38 years old could be the end of your career.
Real quick, do you think the Pacers could have done more to, say, no, we're holding you out for your own good?
If the athlete wants to play,
you out.
If the athlete wants to play. Now, Carlisle could have not played him or whatever, but if the athlete wants to play, you play him.
Again, it's a hindsight thing, but we've just seen it here in the Bay with Dre Greenlaw, with Kevin Durant.
I mean, we were lucky this didn't happen to CMC.
Well,
now knowing what we know.
Well, why do you think I'm so scared of that injury, Joe? They can tell me all they want. He's as healthy as he's ever been. That thing could flare up, and then he's on ice for the rest of the season. You just can't mess. It's bilateral. It's both Achilles. It's not just one.
Dude,
God,
I'm never gonna crush Halliburton for wanting to play. It's just that's his choice. He's trying to,
I'm not crushing him. I'm saying the organization, should they have done more to prevent him from even having the decision? Just take it out of his hands and say, no, I'm ruling you out. You can't play.
Joe, a move like that, you could alienate the player for the rest of his life with you. He could say, how dare you do that? It's my career. It's easy to say that. I get where you're coming from, but then play it out. And he's sitting there in the locker room and he's saying, I want to play. I want to play. And everybody in that locker room is seeing him do that with the trainer. I think it's a lot easier said than done.
Let's hear from the head coach.
That's not how professional sports
Let's
works.
hear from the head coach, a guy that has won a title in the past, obviously the Dallas Mavericks, current head coach of the Pacers, Rick Carlisle, I should say, talking about the injury. Oh, Sam, can you turn my board, please?
Of our players. I'm so proud of our organization. Our fans showed up big time tonight. It was really moving. What happened with Tyrese is just all of our hearts dropped. But he will be back. I don't have any medical information about what may or may not have happened, but he'll be back in time, and I believe he'll make a full recovery. So he authored one of the great individual playoff runs in the history of the NBA with dramatic play after dramatic play. It was just something that no one's ever seen, and did it as one of 17. That's the beautiful thing about him. As great a player as he is, it's always a team thing. And so our hearts go out to him, but so proud of everyone.
It's devastating. You can hear the pain in his voice there. But like Joe, so let's play this out for a second. Let's say, Halliburton does not play. The team is the one that holds him back, right? Like that. That's going to be discussed in Indiana sports, whether it's the internet, whether it's the radio, whether it's the television, whether it's in print, forever.
Let me tell you this.
Game 7?
Would you rather have a Game 7 loss or a Game 6 loss and you got Halliburton next year? So Game 7 loss, no Halliburton next year, or Game 6 loss,
and
you lost the finals anyway. Of course,
any scenario where you could, in retrospect, know that you have the player for the year, you're gonna lean in that direction. But Joe, like
their season's over next year. They're not gonna win. They're not gonna compete for a title.
But look, the guy wanted to play. What are they supposed to do?
Tell him no. Tell him no. The calf strains are a very dangerous thing, and I am concerned about your future in the league. If you get hurt, you might not play next year, and then you might not be the same player going forward. Tyrese.
Steven Strasburg had the same thing happen to him when he was early in his career, where the Washington Nationals said, "We are not going to pitch you in the playoffs." Okay, and he ended up like he was bitter, and then he ended up getting a contract with them, but they went years before he finally had his moment in the playoffs, and then his arm ended up falling off anyway after that playoff.
Thank God the Nationals saved him from himself, because maybe he wouldn't have gotten to that point later on when they beat the Houston Astros in the playoffs.
Who's to say they don't win the World Series the year that he should have pitched in the playoffs and didn't?
Maybe.
All I'm saying is this: if the athlete comes to you and says, "This is my career, this is my body, I want to play," I think you have to side with them. You cannot. I get what you're saying, and I get what you mean. Like, hey, you are bigger than this one individual game, but you got to let them play.
I mean, who's to blame more? Is it the league with the wear and tear? Is it the Pacers? Is there anyone to blame in this situation? At 888-957-9570. I just know the guy had a calf strain. It was basically a ticking time bomb, and now we're looking back like, oh, this is, it's the league's fault, or it's Tyrese's fault. It's also sports, man, as I go guru.
No,
it's also sports.
It's
it
not
sucks.
It's not just sports. It's, again, like the wear and tear on the kids' bodies before they even get to high school in every single sport. Joe, you're going to figure it out. Like,
I know.
You can go down to Santa Clara, go to Twin Creeks, go anywhere in America right now, whether there's soccer, basketball, baseball. You are going to see kids playing youth sports every weekend for, let's say, 30 weekends out of the year before they even get to high school. Right, and then tack on all the practices and the individual trainings and everything. So like, this isn't just a professional discussion that we're having regarding the schedules and the wear and tear for professionals. I'm talking about the youth levels. I mean, we are draining these kids' bodies before they even get into high school.
We're going to continue to talk about the fallout from Game 7 as the Thunder are now your new NBA champions. Just how far off are the Warriors from the Thunder's level? I do want to ask that. And can the Warriors do anything this offseason to get onto their level? 888-957-9570. Plus, we'll recap the Giants series against the Boston Red Sox. A lot of Red Sox. I saw a lot of red in the stands. Shasky's at the game on Friday. I want to pick his brain about that. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
This is still a sick song. Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's not their best song when it comes to Nirvana, but it's their most famous, most popular.
It's one of the songs that I think of when I think of MTV.
Right. The music video.
Of the video being so popular for so long.
Music videos used to be a thing. Remember that? It used to be popular.
I do remember. I grew up with them.
You definitely remember, right? Yeah. But now it feels like it's just, like, I can't even remember the last music video like I actually wanted to watch. It used to be a thing you wanted to watch a music video, whether it was on YouTube, VH1, MTV. Now it's like, music video, what? You're still making those?
There's this Instagram account that I follow online. We'll get right into the Giants in a second here, but it's basically states with unconventional rappers. And there's this rapper that's coming out of Wyoming, and the music video is him in two different cars just rapping. I swear it's a banger.
Okay, I
sent it to Carter to put on the board, not knowing that Carter wouldn't be here today.
What's up, Carter?
Classic Carter.
Yeah, where's Carter at, huh? What's he doing?
Parts unknown.
Parts unknown?
Parts unknown.
Well, who's that
Yoda?
Wait. Who's that, like, really tall, like, gangly rapper from, like, Minnesota? Young Gravy. You ever heard of Young Gravy? Yeah, no, seriously.
You're making something.
No, that's a person.
That's a made-up rapper.
No,
Young
it's
Gravy
real.
and the mashed potatoes.
And they spell Young, Y-U-N-G, Young Gravy.
That's just how they spell it in Minnesota.
Apparently. Shout out to Twinnies, man, the Twinkies. By the way, we'll get into the Giants in a second because the Giants did have a huge series against the Sox over the weekend. We got Nick Friedel coming up in 40 minutes to talk some NBA Finals. A lot happening this weekend in the sporting world. And I kind of asked Sam here in the back, if, like, I was to rank the three events that took place yesterday in order of importance: Halliburton injury, Thunder winning the finals, Kevin Durant to the Rockets. Rank those three for me, Joe, real quick. If you could just rank those level of importance.
What do you mean rank them?
I'm ranking for you of what you care about with those three things right there.
In relation to the Warriors?
In relation to anything. Just rank them.
OKC winning the championship. Obviously, that's the games. The games that, that's number one. Number two, the Halliburton injury. I mean, that just sucks for the league, right? Kevin Durant, I don't know. Like, I've seen him bounce around a million teams. Like, that's number three for me. Not that it's not going to have major ramifications, and I'll walk this back 6 months from now, but as of right now, I would go OKC wins it all, Halliburton injury, which is just devastating, and then KD 3.
Yeah, I'm going Halliburton injury, then I'm going KD, and then I'm going Thunder winning the title.
Really?
Level of importance for me. Yeah, that's what I cared about heading out of yesterday. I did just not resonating at all. I don't even know what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander sounds like still. I know he spoke a bunch yesterday. I don't even know who the guy is.
It was a great championship, eh?
Yeah, thank you for the Canadian accent.
It was very Sam Presti, similar, who's the GM for Oklahoma City, similar to Philadelphia's
Howie Roseman.
Yeah, the GM in Philly. I thought that this was a very big, like, hey, this is how you build a team in the modern day with the salary caps being what they are and how restrictive it is. You need to get a plethora of picks. You need to hit on some young guys. And, yeah, I thought that the Oklahoma City built the best team. They had the best record this year. They went out and did it. It was shaky and rocky at times. But I think a lot of teams, if you want to win multiple championships, a lot of the young teams, that first championship tends to be way more difficult than it should be.
Presti has been doing that and been with that franchise going back to Seattle, dude, for 18 years.
He's been pretty good.
He was hired when he was 29 to be the GM.
He's made a lot of great trades. He's drafted a lot of great players. I think that he's done a very, very good job.
Yes, no, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that he's been able to stick there so long and have all those iterations. The guy went through a move from Seattle to Oklahoma City.
I know.
Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, your boy Nick Collison, right? I just had to throw him in there. And then getting the Shea. Like, listen, this team was a dumpster fire for so long. So long, they were awful. And, I'm feeling some type of way also because if you're a Warriors fan, I know this is a different team, but I still feel some type of way about all those OKC fans calling him Cupcake from back all the way in 2017, that whole first iteration there. And then you go there and blow him out. They're calling him Cupcake, and Russell Westbrook is talking his mess. I don't know. I'm still feeling some type of way about the fans over in Oklahoma City. Maybe that's just me. is what it is. But I want to talk to Steve in San Francisco before we pivot to the Giants, Joey, because Steve wants to talk about the Warriors offseason. 888-957-9570. Offseason has officially started. It kind of unofficially started yesterday, too, with the Kevin Durant news. Steve, good morning. What do you want to talk about, man?
Guys, what's up, guys? A couple things. First, I want to disagree with you. I thought it was a thoroughly entertaining series. Obviously, blows that Hallie went down with the Achilles, but overall, I thought they were two high-quality level plays compared to last year. You got two big brands, Dallas and Boston, which blew. So I thought this was competitive. It just blew the way the Game 7 went. As far as the Achilles injuries, the thing I want to disagree with you guys about is I just think it's just the way the sport is played, just the contortion of their bodies, the movement, the quality compared to every other sport. Most guys, and I played in, I was the D2 level player. It's just most guys are not going to suffer that type of injury. It's just, I think the AAU is more wear and tear than the actual pro game because most majority guys are not going to suffer an Achilles injury. And luckily Halliburton's young enough to recover. We have two example guys, former Warriors, who recovered fine, and they were older. Clay and Durant.
You think Clay recovered fine?
They came back. Yeah, he did. He was still a 20-plus point scorer after he came back in 21, and he was critical to help him win that title in 22 against Boston. KD is still an elite level player. It's just he's an older guy now.
Let me pause you right here, Steve. Let me pause you here.
Those are two of the greatest players.
You've called in with 50 different names. That's number one because I've listened to your voice.
No, I didn't.
No, I'm saying over the years. Number one. Number two, from 91 to 2022, there were 45 Achilles injuries in the NBA. All right?
Right.
All right? And in that period. All right, that's 20 years. There literally have been 3 go down in 6 months.
I understand that, but they addressed that by changing the schedule around. No more back-to-backs, no more 4 games in 5 nights. They spread it out. In the playoffs, you have multiple days in between games. So I think Silver and the league office addressed that. It's just a matter of bad luck. And like I said, most guys are not going to suffer it. But finally, in terms of the offseason, I think Dunleavy has shown he's going to be aggressive, and I expect him to make some moves. You're not going to get a big superstar, but I think there's going to be quality role players, as you've seen with all these teams like Oklahoma City and Indiana, which are going to be critical to helping you win. So I still think that they're better than Houston slightly, but I think Houston improved drastically. I think overall Dunleavy has shown he's going to be guys. So I expect them to make some multiple signings this offseason. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Steve. You thought he was...
well, he's called in on a lot of different
You're
names.
saying he's Pitbull, he's Mr. Worldwide?
I thought that was Tiago for a second.
Tiago? He's back?
No.
Tiago?
I mean, look, the whole point of what we were talking about in the first hour and a half regarding like the NBA is they have to acknowledge that just for a lot of these guys to get into the NBA, they're going to go through the AAU circuit. And what is the AAU circuit? Playing way too much unnecessary basketball and unnecessary training and stuff to get recognized, to get seen, to get put in. Like, it's not what it was in the 90s. It's just not. And so look at any of the kids that you have right now. Anybody who's got a 10-year-old who's playing basketball in a rec league and on an AAU team, like the amount of games they play in one calendar year is what we all played over like a 5-year period, right? And so before you even get into the NBA, I just think that it's similar to pitching in baseball. We put on unnecessary amounts of innings and training on a body that is just not ready for it. So by the time you get into the NBA, you know, whatever your age is, let's say Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 26. I mean, really, he's put on the wear and tear of a 40-year-old.
The problem is, and I think what you're getting at is that Adam Silver doesn't even acknowledge that there is a problem. He says, quote, again, this was going back prior to the NBA Finals when he does his league announcement, talking to whatever the hell you want to call it, meetings. Quote, we're going to continue to look at it. I don't think there are any magic bullets here. In fact, injuries are considered down this playoffs for what has been historically. I think it's our second lowest in 10 years. So we have pretty healthy teams coming into the finals now. And obviously it's kind of, in hindsight, it's, you know, kind of jinxed the whole thing there because coming out of it, Tyrese Halliburton's out for the year. This question comes up a lot. I think I don't want to make a change just to make a change. We'll continue to look at it.
That's the reason I get pissed.
So in the 90s for baseball, we didn't do pitch counts for kids. It was like, does he look like he's worn down? You know, is he throwing a little less hard than he was?
Hell, that's still a conversation today, though, right? Like
What?
with college, like when it comes to these players.
Joe, pitch counts are everywhere. But like I'm saying, the leagues now have mandated specific pitch counts for kids in the youth level. And even then, like I have a lot of, there's a lot of nuance. Like the way your son might be able to throw 65 pitches, that might actually put more stress on another kid throwing 65
How
pitches.
you throw it, the body,
Exactly.
all
Are
of
they
it,
all?
yeah.
Are they from the stretch? Are they from the windup? Are you throwing sliders? Are you a max effort thrower? Like there needs to be some specific, I would say, restrictions regarding the amount of time you're on a hardwood. Leading up to getting into high school and getting into college, and before your body's fully developed, and you need to take some time away. And this is a bigger than the NBA conversation, but the NBA, as they map out their season, needs to have this as part of the discussion with the players union and recognizing, like, here's something that I thought about. Halliburton played in the Olympics this summer.
Not a lot, but yeah, he played. He didn't really no, he didn't. Like, I don't think he had a lot of minutes in the Olympics run.
Okay, but you don't think he was training leading up to
No,
it?
he absolutely was.
Okay,
yes.
That's all I'm saying, right? Like, who else was? Steph Curry, LeBron James, right? All those guys went down. Luka, Jokic, Jason Tatum,
Wow.
right? No, but like you can't scoff
Did he
at
play?
it. You can't scoff at it. I just think that like it's not just what you did in AAU. It's not just what you're doing in the NBA. It's what you're doing overall for your body, and then just the maintenance and the training now and the regimen is through the roof.
So what you're telling me is, Joe, Luka Doncic actually does it best. Chilling in the offseason, having a couple beers, hanging out with the boys. Might not be the worst thing for the body. Huh? Or is there a balance? I'm kidding kind of with this, but also not. Like, maybe there is something to just, Jokic going out to Serbia and hanging out with his horses and just chilling for a little bit.
Joe, you're
right?
always going to have injuries in sports. I don't care what you do to mitigate it. I don't care what restrictions you put in. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there does need to be a look at, like, how can we do the best we can to minimize these? Well, you can't be without Tatum and Lillard and Halliburton for a full season, and then Kyrie to start the year. That's a lot of guys.
I hear you, but I just don't think it starts at reducing the number of games, because I just don't think they're going to do that.
I don't think that's what. I don't think it's just about reducing the amount of games. I think it's about how you space them out. It's about discussion points at the lower levels and things that you implement at the bigs and then trickle on down. I think it's all those things.
Let's go to Chris in San Francisco. He wants to join in this conversation. We got a couple people calling in. I want to talk about it. 888-957-9570.
Like when I tune in with LJ, right? When I tune in on television with LJ, I want to see the best.
Yeah, well, we all do.
Yeah,
yes,
right?
absolutely.
If I'm Apple or if I'm NBC and I spend all this money to have these games, I want to see the best of the best. And I use the Jordan brand analogy, and I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. The Jordan brand only releases so many shoes when they have these releases, and part of the scarcity drives up the demand, and they could charge whatever they want, and simultaneously there's still of like a coolness factor that's associated with it. Now, could they sell more shoes if they released more? I bet they could, right? But there's a fine line, and I think that there's a fine line when it comes to these NBA schedules, the amount of games, how we space them out, whatever. I watched the Golden State Warriors, and again, they had to play through the play-in. They played 41 games in 83 nights. That's too many. That's just too many.
Well, they also dug themselves a hole. You're talking about the second half.
No, I agree.
They dug themselves their own hole there and their own fate. And some of these teams do that, where they start pressing towards the end. And unfortunately, injuries are a part of the game. You're not saying they're going to go away.
No, you're never going to get rid of them completely.
You're not. And that's why, and honestly, it's pretty crazy that this is the first significant injury come playoff time, like soft tissue that is, for Steph. The guy's 37 years old. And this is the first time we're kind of seeing it, which is insane. It just credit to him and how he's taking care of his body. Same with LeBron, right? He was playing through an injury in that first round. What those guys are able to do, those are unicorns. And I hate when there's people that call in. I'm not crushing the guy that's Steve, who just called in. Yeah. He's like, oh, well, people have recovered from, Achilles fine. Klay Thompson. Well, first off, Klay did not recover completely. He was a diminished player.
He
had two major injuries.
Kawhi hasn't been the same.
Kevin Durant hasn't gone back to the place that he once was.
No.
He's still really good scorer.
Still great.
And his body helps with that.
Not what he was.
Exactly. He's not. The explosiveness isn't what it used to be. And that's what's going to happen. So
Jamal Murray got hurt in their playoff run. He's never really been the same.
No. So just to say that Tyrese Halliburton's going to be fine after this, that honestly, that's kind of disrespectful to just a lot of the players that were never able to get back to that point, as far as I'm concerned. I'm rooting for it to happen. I hope it happens, but the data would suggest you're going to be a diminished player after an Achilles injury. You're just star. Like the Adrian Petersons of the world, they don't grow on trees. Sorry. Like those guys, that just doesn't happen.
And look, are there always going to be, like, for example, like, I'll use a guy in the current league. I was going to go yesteryear, but like Joel Embiid. There will always be guys like Zion and Joel Embiid.
Just get hurt.
Exactly. Guys just get hurt. Yeah. Like, we all know this in any walk of life. Yep. That's going to be in any sport. There's going to be guys that get injured. I call it like the safety belt, right? There are car accidents still to this day, right? But what do we have in the vehicle? We have safety belts to try to minimize the injury of an accident.
Not only that.
Not that you're eliminating accidents. You're never going to eliminate accidents.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like, now that we're talking about that, like, now we have cars that stop themselves. Like, if you're not paying attention, but you have that built in. Because,
even then, we still have accidents.
No, absolutely.
We're going to have accidents.
We're always trying to evolve, is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
And try to take it out of our hands, if you will.
Exactly. And just minimize. Right. Minimize the amount of times this could happen.
Chris, San Francisco, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, Joe. Finally, you guys' show. I played AAU ball back in like mid-'90s, so I played with, I played in the Central Valley, so I played around the time when Deshaun Stevenson was coming up. I don't know if you guys remember him. The Boozer Boys. So when I played, we played like all summer. So I know you were saying, back, the guys are playing too much now. No, right after school, after, the season, we play summer league ball, we play AAU ball, we play traveling ball, we play street ball. I mean, we played. So, going back and trying to say we should minimize the league to, bring it down from 82 games. No, I think it's the same games, same amount of games they played back then to play now.
I disagree. Right? Let me stop you. I want to have this conversation. So I want to stop you. One second. You're talking about playing at the park. That is different. Like my niece right now, who just graduated, who was a senior, she had an individual coach. She practiced 6 days a week. They played, or at least, when they weren't practicing, they had games. She traveled, I believe, 25 or 30 weekends out of the year that were non-league schedule. I don't think your regiment was that, in the 90s, was that same way. Like, you would at least acknowledge the training aspects have gotten way more rigorous.
We had 2 a days. Sometimes 3 days. We had strength and conditioning training. And
they still have all that.
Strength and conditioning. No, when you see like guys like Halliburton and what's his name go down, it's because they're not. It's not strength. They're not getting enough strength and conditioning. It's like back in the day when Michael Jordan was weak when he came to the league. He got bigger. He got stronger. And how many times did he go down after he did that? Before that, he was getting hurt. After that, he hardly got hurt. Guys are too weak these days. I'm sorry. It's not because they're weak, because the game is more structured differently. But it doesn't mean they can't still focus on those strength and conditioning training. They do, but they don't do it as hard as they should. I mean, free weights, not bands, not this weird band stuff. Get in there, do some squats, what do you call it? Lift some weights, get stronger, because those things that you're ripping is because your muscle isn't strong enough to sustain when you're going through the
Christian McCaffrey, who trains harder than anyone, isn't training hard, and that's why he hurt his Achilles.
Well, you heard him. He has to do more free weights. He's got to do those dumbbells, brother.
Look,
stay away from those dumb bands.
That's right. Come on, man.
Look, we all used
bands
to play.
Won't make you dance.
We used to play in the yard, and we used to play at the park, and I get all that. But what I'm talking about, like the rigorous trainings that all these teenagers are doing now, I think you're a little unaware of exactly how rigorous it is at the youth level right now. I think we're lacking a little bit of perspective. If you think today's good, go watch a fourth grade game. I have fourth grade videos, VHSs from when we played, and you go watch a fourth grade game now, and you cannot tell me that the skill level today for the youth player is through the roof compared to what it used to be.
Sorry, and all this strain on bodies that more or less are still building and developing as well as they're going through this.
Sam, it's crazy. It's crazy. My kid's 1.5. He's hitting off of a tee like hundreds of swings every day. Now, he loves to do it, but I don't think I grabbed a bat until I was 4 or 5 years old.
So our guy, Dr. Narapangia, UCSF Health, God knows his stuff, R95.7 The Game Injury Insider, he touched on this last night, and he tweeted it at Dr. Narapangia. Between the 1990 to 91, all the way through 2022-2023 seasons in the NBA, there were 45 Achilles injuries.
That's over 35 years.
Yes. These NBA playoffs saw 3 stars go down with Achilles injuries, with an additional 2 players tearing their Achilles during the regular season. That's 5, right? Just in this season alone. Soft tissue injuries define these NBA playoffs. 3 Achilles tears in the playoffs is not normal. Warriors losing due to Curry's hamstring injury, with Denver being impacted by Aaron Gordon's hamstring as well. The NBA has to look at making some changes. That's a doctor, people. It's a guy that's gone to school for a decade plus. He knows the human body. He knows the anatomy. He knows sports injuries better than anyone else. The Chris's, the Joe Shaskys, the Joe Schmoes, the Sam Lubba. The guy knows his stuff. He's saying there's a problem. Okay? I tend to listen to the scientists and the guy that know their stuff. I know in an era where we don't actually listen to the doctors in our country that have actually done the work and gone to school. No, I listen to Dr. Narav Pandya when he says there's a problem.
And Joe, like, this thing, and I know the caller, like, we can agree and disagree on certain
dumbbells,
things.
do some push-ups, right?
I mean,
do some jumping jacks.
If you don't think the modern athlete, for the most part, the modern athlete is training through the roof, I just, wow. I mean, have you seen the transformation Steph Curry has made to his body?
Right? Like, there's always those people that'll go, like, your grandpas of the world. Well, in World War II, we didn't have the luxury to be training all that. We had some jumping jacks. We did some push-ups. We ran up some hills. That's all we needed to do. I was like, sure, that's true. And that was great for what you needed to do.
And I have tremendous respect for you.
Absolutely.
Joe, who has more respect for yesteryear when it comes to being...
You do.
Me.
I crush all the old guys, I'll be honest.
I love the old
crush
school.
them all.
I love the old school.
It's different
I do.
now.
I absolutely love the old school. But I also, again, I've been at the youth level now for over 20 years coaching. And I've just seen the amount of dedication and the leagues and the individual trainers and everything that goes into it. And I'm not even talking about the elite Halliburton level athletes. I'm talking about the kid that's trying to make his freshman team. We're talking about someone who's maybe going to stop playing sports once high school's over.
Hell,
right?
Benny's playing sports right now, literally just like, first and foremost, because it's summertime, the kid needs to do something. He also needs to build social skills.
Exactly.
It's actually funny because I was listening to Evan and Steiny, I think it was Friday, they were talking about this very thing when it comes to like parents watching practices. I thought it was a very like interesting conversation because you are a coach. I kind of wanted to pick your brain about this. Like, you know, you're going to watch these practices and watching these kids do things like most of it is just running back and forth, trying to do some fun exercises, passing in basketball. Hell, they were practicing layups on Saturday at Benny's camp. It was the funniest thing ever. God love the kid. He did make it twice. Didn't even hit the backboard. He just flipped into the rim twice. I was like, all right, nothing but net for Benny. Good job. But like, they're starting to do this, and then it's going to be a camp out. For some of these kids, it's going to be another camp, and another camp after this, and another, and another. Yeah. For Benny, it's probably what he's going to do the entire summer is this, for a couple weeks, and then he's going to be good. And then I think he's going to start T-ball for the first time, you know, in the fall.
Joe, if you wanted to, for little Benny, you could play in a tournament every single weekend for the next 10 years. I'm not even making this
up. Which is
up.
insane as a 5-year-old.
No, you could find them.
I know, that's crazy.
Right now, let's say your son likes baseball. You can go on the NCS website right now, and I guarantee you can find within 100 miles a tournament every single weekend for the next year. So if you wanted to search out that competition, you could. And a lot of parents, I'm not even mad at them. They don't understand sports. They don't understand the body. They're like, well, my child loves soccer, so I'm just going to put her or him in as many soccer tournaments as possible. And I would just say to everyone, like, all right, this is why. Pump the brakes a little. Little Johnny, little Timmy, little Mary needs to be a kid, too. It's summertime. Let them swim.
Right. Exactly. And that's why you balance golf with young Benjamins. That's the one I want to lean in on, first and foremost. Benny, just telling you, kid, you could have the longevity, 20, 25 years, hit the senior tour, just be chilling for the rest of your life. But again, golf at a young age also has its own wear and tear. You know, think of it as a physically taxing sport. The torque, the swinging, the body, all of that. There's so many guys that have wrist injuries they never gotten over from a young age.
The back injuries in golf because they're swinging harder than ever.
Exactly. Dave is in San Francisco. He wants to join. Actually, he has a question for you, Joe.
Okay.
Dave, what's your question for Jasky?
I hope I can answer it.
Hey, this is hey, good morning, fellas. It's a good conversation, but I kind of have to shut it down because you guys are kind of grilling the NBA about what's going on before they even reach the NBA. The AAU level, the lower youth level, has nothing to do with NBA. These are all parents allowing their kids to play these games to get to where they're at. Halliburton, Lillard, 3-star recruits went to smaller colleges because They had to put in the work to get there.
I agree.
You can't. There's nothing that you can do to say like, oh, we're getting Halliburton. He's already age 40 in terms of all the games that he's played coming into the NBA already. He can't. The NBA has nothing to do with that. Now I agree the NBA needs to stop back to back, but you can't stop a kid from playing. You can't. It goes back down all the way to the parents if you want to go down to that rabbit hole. But AAU, anything below that, or even high school, you can't stop it.
So here's what I guess maybe I didn't. I'll cut you off. I want to hear your thoughts after I say this. What I'm saying is that I think knowing what type of player is coming into your league and knowing the amount of wear and tear required to make it right through a Division II or a lower level Division I program and the amount of wear and tear, I think that's where the NBA needs to acknowledge, like, oh, well, you know, the guys that we're getting into this league that are going to make it into this league are already coming into the league with unbelievable wear and tear. We need to adjust what product we're putting there. I'm not blaming the NBA. I'm explaining the problem that exists, and they're going to have to find a way around it. Similar to the NFL basically saying, yeah, we need to eliminate the amount of hard hitting at practice because these guys that are coming into the league, like we're getting guys from Alabama that are hitting way too much. They come into our league and we've got to limit the amount of head-to-head collisions in practice.
Yeah,
you know?
Too, yeah.
And so like that's why all the guys are wearing guardian caps, for example, and that's why we've eliminated two-a-days in the NFL. So I think there needs to be a happy medium. No one is blaming the NBA solely. What I'm saying is they need to recognize people coming into their league already have wear and tear on them, and they've got to find a way to maximize these guys' career because they're the product.
Okay, can I have a rebuttal question?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. So let me ask you this. You have a recruit coming in. You have two recruits. Talent level is, one is really great, but he has a lot of wear and tear. And the other one is a tier below. As an NBA team, would you pass on that guy?
No one is saying that. No one's saying that. No one's saying that. Well,
actually, in the NFL, and thank you, Dave, like that is a legitimate conversation when it comes to certain positions.
That I agree with.
Like running backs that have a lot of wear and tear in college.
That's a good point,
I'm very interested in how Ashton Genty translates this year. The guy's had a lot of touches.
Good point.
And we'll see. Maybe he'll flame out. Like maybe he'll start off really good, but maybe he's 28 and he's clearly diminished at that point. Hell, Todd Gurley, a guy that came out, was amazing.
This is
clearly he had degenerative knees.
This is a conversation for baseball pitchers. You're going to have the MLB Combine coming up. And if you don't think that they're going to look at the wear and tear on a kid's shoulder, you're tripping. The medical is real.
You will have the medicals for all these guys are going to be known.
Yeah, I think he's been a little naive on that one.
We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk righteously brewed in San Francisco. We're kind of just talking about the aftermath of yesterday in sports. Obviously, the Giants took care of business against the Red Sox. They took 2 out of 3. We're going to continue to talk about the NBA Finals and the Warriors offseason because the offseason officially starts today. Nick Friedel joining us in about 15 minutes. Cousin Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA insider. He was locked in on this Finals. I'm going to get his thoughts on Tyrese Halliburton. If the league truly does have a problem, I mean, 5 players having Achilles injuries. The worst injury in sports. That's the one. And you made the comp to the Tommy John, which I thought it was great. And I think Guru tweeted yesterday, it's the check engine light now. It's like, yeah, you got to get that in. You got to take that to the mechanic as soon as possible. And blame is strong. No. For me, I said, I'm blaming the coaching staff for not taking it out of Tyrese's hands because the player's always going to want to play. It's rare that you have the player that says, I'm going to sit out. And then what do we do as a society? We crush the player. Oh, he doesn't care enough. Oh, he doesn't. Like, it had Tyrese Halliburton, said,
so unfair.
It's so unfair.
It's so unfair.
Right? Because that
unfair.
can happen.
I know.
So we put a pressure on these guys as society, said, wow, look at him. Look at him gutting it out. Yeah, he tore his Achilles, but hey, he tried his best. Yeah, he tore his Achilles. He'll never be the same player again. So it's easy enough for us to say. So that's why I actually like when the coaches take it out of the players' hands. They may hate the coach for the rest of their lives. It may be something, but you know what? As a coach, you're going to have to live with that.
But here's where the hard part is, is that these legacies are defined in the playoffs. So I think of someone like LaDainian Tomlinson sitting on the sideline with his helmet on and a coat over him, and he wouldn't go into the game. And we didn't know if the coaching staff told him to not go into the game or if he just didn't have the explosion or whatever.
Jay Cutler, another one, right?
Yeah, Jay Cutler's another one, right? Yeah. And look, I don't think it's fair, but what did all the fans do? They crushed him.
They've never looked at Jay Cutler again the same after that.
It's just, it sucks, man. It sucks. It really does suck. And I look, this whole thing about like, what's the league going to do? They're never going to taper back. Like, well, then they need to figure out they have to figure out ways to tinker the schedule, whether that means a slight reduction in games, whether that means spreading it out. Do we really need to start in October? Do we really need to go? Like, think about this. Like, it's June. We're about to be July. July, August, September. That's 3 months off. And then we're going to start up again in October. And these guys are all, what is JK doing right now? His season's been over for like 2 months. He's been in the gym the entire summer. To be a pro athlete, these guys are year round.
It is kind of crazy.
It's crazy.
It is. Like, when it comes to the NFL,
year round.
The NFL does it the best, right? I mean, obviously you play in the Super Bowl, but that's the second week.
You can't,
the second week of February. Then you got the entire rest of that month. You got March, April, and again, I'm not really counting like those mini camps. Sure, there's the rarities where something like crazy happens. Teddy Bridgewater on line one, right?
They're not even wearing pads.
They're not even wearing pads. They're not doing it. They're just going through the motions. Because you know why? Because they know they don't need to be going 100% all the time.
Football's very unique, though, Joe. You can't play pickup football.
I know you
in
can.
The NFL, like
flag football, but yeah, it's not the same. It's not
like for example, Clay hurt himself playing pickup basketball.
I know.
Right now, I'm not mad at Clay for doing that at all.
No.
But I'm saying like that. Like you run the risk every time you're out there.
Oh, what was it? DeMarcus Cousins, similarly, same thing.
Yeah.
Right? He's going through a scrimmage or whatever.
I mean, his quad exploded in the finals.
Right? Paul George.
God, that was the worst.
That was for Team USA, right? Paul George. Like, these things happen.
Here's the reality is this, is that we are never going to eliminate injuries in sports. They're always going to be there. And this is where I worry about the NFL. 17 games, yeah, I think it's one too many. 18, that's two too many. 16 is probably too many for the human body.
Right.
And yet we keep going more and more. And yeah, I'm going to be the one guy saying, nah, in this in particular instance, I think less is better.
I do think the MLB has they've been trying to thread the needle with this when it comes to the pitching for a long time. And I do think we're at a point where, and listen, people might disagree with me. I think they've gotten it right for the most part when it comes to trying to help these pitchers out. Now, some people are like, you can't let him go 100. It's like there's a happy medium, right? For who was my guy? Kevin Cash out in Tampa, pulling Blake Snell in the World Series. Mm-hmm. It's like, the analytics, the data tells us third time through the order or whatever, he's at this pitch count. We got to take him out. Now, there's times where it's like you can push that to a side. The guy's balling. Just let him keep going, right? Until they finally start hitting him up, and then you take him out, right? I think for the most part, the whole analytics, and it comes to the wear and tear and the Tommy Johns, all of it, we've done a pretty good job.
We've gotten better.
We've gotten a lot better.
Because they're aware of what's going on at the youth level now more than ever, and they're worried about, like Kyle Harrison. I can lose my mind about Kyle Harrison in the minors only throwing 3 innings at a time. Why did they do that? Because they're legitimately deathly scared of this guy blowing his shoulder off at 23 years old.
It's an investment, right?
Exactly.
They want to keep their investment for the future intact. Again, Red Sox might have said the same thing. He's like, let's option this guy down right now. He doesn't need the wear and tear, the mental grind right now of being in the big leagues. Let's see what we got here. We'll evaluate him. And then push comes to shove later on. Maybe it'll be a September call-up, and we'll see where he's at then. 888-957-9570 is the number. But another big storyline yesterday, Joe, was Kevin Durant getting traded to the Houston Rockets. We all saw it. Jalen Green, bye-bye. Dylan Brooks, bye-bye. You get to go to Phoenix, Arizona, have fun there. Devin Booker, I don't know if he's happy about that. It is kind of funny, though, with Dylan Brooks. He was one of the best players in that series, Dylan the villain. Now he's gone to exile in Phoenix. It's like, hey, Dylan, thanks for helping change the culture and being one of the leaders of our team. Now kick rocks because we got Kevin Durant.
So we're going to go downhill from there.
Exactly. So how's that starting five going to look? KD, Amen Thompson, Şengün, right? Fred VanVleet?
Yeah.
Yeah? And then who else is going to be there?
Jabari
Smith?
I don't know.
That's a perfect player to learn from, by the way, for Jabari Smith is KD, right? Yeah. Same build, basically, right? A guy that can score, get his own shot. I didn't think they used Jabari Smith enough in that series.
I agree.
And again, a team in the West getting better around you. You got to think the Clippers are going to do something, right? The Lakers always do something, right? They're going to try to obviously pay Luka first and foremost this offseason. They just made a big not trade in their own right, kind of. Mark Walters, now their owner after the Buss family sold. So what are they going to do? What is Oklahoma City? Are they going to stand pat and just run it back? I mean, God, they're kind of set up to do that if they wanted to. What's going to go on in the Eastern Conference, right? You've already seen some of the Eastern Conference team poaching the West. Desmond Bane going. What's going on with JJJ now? Jaren Jackson Jr.
I would love to get there in Jackson.
That's the guy. Like, is Memphis trying to blow it up? Devin Booker. I mean, is there a player better suited to be a Golden State Warrior than Devin freaking Booker at this point?
He'd be really nice for the Warriors. Right? He's the 2 guard you have desperately needed who can ball handle. Oh, Steve Kerr really befriended in the Olympics. And obviously just really complements Steph Curry in the backcourt.
Right. Let's go to Ryan in San Jose before we hit the injury report. Ryan, good morning. You're on Spadoni and Shasta.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
So, 30 years of coaching, I've watched kids from, the early 90s all the way through.
What sport?
Nowadays, volleyball.
Okay, cool.
So I coached for 30-plus years, and I've never seen kids now. Now my daughter's playing, and the size of these kids, they're in adult bodies. And I'm watching them. And I still train with kids on the side. They're so athletic, and they're so tall at such young ages. And I think, Shasky, you talk about the wear and tear and, the AAUs. Well, we're training them like they're pro athletes at such a young age because they are so physical. I mean, you walk into an AAU, gym, and nothing against the guy who talked about his AAUs in the 90s. We weren't built like that back then. There weren't kids who are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7" at age, 15 with, the size of these kids out there playing, it's ridiculous. And so, I'm with you on the wear and tear because, again, I do private lessons, and these kids are coming in, and they want more and more, and it's like, and then they go to their camps, and it's like they overtrain a little bit. And so now the Halliburtons of the world, you're going to see the injuries because there are not a lot of coaches like you, Shasky, or people who actually train to be smart with about like pitch counts. Like when I coached volleyball, we had jump counts, we had swing counts. We thought about how many times they were jumping in a tournament, and then we had to, the next practice, we didn't have that kid jump a lot, right? Because we had to think about injuries.
Yeah.
And I was lucky to work with some really good coaches, but it now is like train. And so when they do get to the pros, they do get to college, they're worn out. Their bodies are beat up because they're so physical nowadays.
It's such a great call. I had a kid.
Thanks, Ryan.
I don't want to say it, but like he catches a lot, and I'm like, dude, you should not be in the hot sun for 6 hours on Saturday and Sunday catching like inning upon inning upon inning. You're literally in the squat at 13, 12 years old, and you're ruining your hips and your knees and your ankles. And like, so to me, it's almost like a running back. Like this kid can't move as well. And he's like 13, 14 years old because for the last 5 years, every weekend, he's catching hours upon hours in the hot sun getting beat up.
His hips, his knees, his hands. His hands are going to be like looking like Brian Baldinger's all different ways and getting hit.
But he loves it. He loves it. And I know, I understand you want to fuel that. And if your child loves it, you want to, hey, I want to give you these opportunities to play. But you also have to go swimming and be a kid and ride bicycles and you know what I mean? And do all that stuff. And his point about we are literally training a lot of these kids as kids. They're kids, but we're training them like they're adults. He's right.
This leads us perfectly into what? The injury report. And it's who we've been talking about all morning long. Tyrese Halliburton left in the first quarter of last night's Game 7 between the Pacers and Thunder. Halliburton was quickly ruled out with a lower leg injury before his father confirmed later on the news we had all feared, which is that Halliburton did indeed suffer an Achilles tendon injury to his right foot. Isn't that calf foot? I don't know. Halliburton had been dealing with a calf strain since Game 5, but when asked if the injury would keep him from playing, said, quote, "If I can walk, I can play," end quote. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Cousin Nick Friedel, Odyssey, NBA Insider. The offseason is officially upon us. And what is in the future for Golden State this offseason? What can they do? What will they potentially do? And who does it start with? It starts with Nicky Friedel on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Imagine you drive your nice car, you park it outside the ballpark, and it gets bipped.
Oh, I hope that didn't happen over the weekend as the Giants take 2 out of 3 out of the Sox. And our guy Jermaine Wiggins is probably upset about that. Rafi Devers going yard over the weekend. Big story, though, probably for most people nationally. Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champs. They win Game 7, 103-91. Unfortunately, a big takeaway from that is not Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's amazing season, although you could talk about that. It's, unfortunately, Tyrese Halliburton apparently tearing his Achilles. What it looks like hasn't been confirmed, but they're just calling it an Achilles injury as he missed basically the entire game after leaving the first quarter. Pacers are their best player and thus lose the series there. We're going to be joined by Nick Friedel here in just a moment, our Odyssey NBA insiders. I say good morning to Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, Zach, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. It is a beautiful day here in the Bay. And also, Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket. So a lot to discuss this weekend, Joe. Good morning to you, sir.
Yeah, KD going to the Rockets, there's so many things. Like the KD Warrior angle will just never go away from me. For me, for others, they might be over.
You still want him, don't you? You'll always, I can't quit you.
Yeah. I'll always want him to, find a way to finish his career here. But there's the other element of dude, should have never left. I understand why he did. Believe me, I understand his prerogatives and his perspectives are vastly different from my own, but should have never left. And it sucks to see an all-time great bounce around the way that he has. Yeah. That definitely, I don't know. You think of a career a certain way, and a lot of the old-timer, careers, like they stayed with one team for 15 years, or maybe they split time between 2 teams or whatever. He's been on a zillion teams.
Well, hell, if you go back to the Supersonics as a separate entity, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 technically teams he would have played for if he does suit up. 6. It's pretty crazy for a guy of his caliber.
6.
It doesn't happen.
For Kyrie?
Well, let's go through it. Cleveland.
Yep.
Boston.
Uh-huh.
Brooklyn.
And then Dallas, right?
Yeah, 4.
Only 4. Wow.
Only, but that's a lot.
For now.
No, I know. And then James Harden has been on a bunch. It's just wild. It really is.
Speaking about a guy who's bounced around, but we'd love to have him back here as well in a not a Golden State Warriors uniform, but a 95-7 The Game uniform. It's one Nick Friedel who joins us now. Some call him Kelly Oubre or Kyrie Irving's favorite media member. We just call him a friend of the family here. Nick Friedel joins us now on the River Islands guest line. He's our Odyssey NBA insider. And insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. That open always puts a smile on my face. Good morning to Nick Friedel. And Nick, I'm going to ask you this point blank right here. What was the biggest takeaway for you yesterday? I'm going to give you 3 options to choose from. Was it the Thunder winning the NBA Finals? Was it Kevin Durant heading to the Houston Rockets? Or was it Tyrese Halliburton's injury? Good morning. Wow, I stumped him. There he is. Oh, Nick, we got you now. Rewind it. Go again.
Hit the button, baby. Let's go. Spadone, Mr. Shasky, how we doing?
What's up, buddy?
I would say, as far as the ramifications for next season, I actually would probably lean towards the KD trade. And Spadone, as you guys were going through everything that Kevin has done and all the different places he's bounced around, specific to the question, what's interesting to me is, can you imagine being Kevin yesterday in that he gets traded, at least at the news breaks while he's up at that festival in New York City, and it's happening live and in front of everybody, and then you fast forward 6-7 hours and he's watching Halliburton deal with the exact same thing injury-wise that he dealt with in the finals from a few years back in Toronto. And then to cap it all off, the Thunder, the team that he's most known for being with all those years, they finally win their first title. So it's always an interesting day around KD in that orbit, but I think yesterday would have been right at the top of any day we've seen because of all the different ways in which the events hit him. But as far as that deal goes, I think the Rockets got a lot better. They got the guy they needed to go to late in games. And I know the conversation around Kevin, especially after the Phoenix trade and their inability to play with any consistency, has kind of shifted, and people think, can he really make that big of a difference at this age? I still think he can. I think people are way too down on him given where his talent level is still at. And if you put him around a group of younger guys who are trying to find their way, I think it's a really solid addition, because I think it will only revitalize him day to day in playing not only at the same high level he always does, but in being the kind of difference maker that he still can be for a really good team.
Okay, so they make that move, and in some way you've got KD, Şengün, Thompson. It's a heck of a trio. And then you look at what OKC pulled off, having an unbelievable regular season, going through the gauntlet in the West, and now they're the champs. Where does that leave the Golden State Warriors as you look at those two teams? And you have to assume there's going to be other movement. But today, how do you view the Warriors, and what do you think they need to do here?
Joe, I think they're really good if they can stay healthy, as we know. Who knows at this point with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy at the ages and the wear and tear they've dealt with through all those extra playoff years on their body. The Warriors are going to make another move, another couple moves, of course, and it remains to be seen exactly who those guys are, what happens with Kuminga, all the storylines you guys go through day to day. But where I am hesitant to make any definitive call on the Warriors right now is because I know Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob, once that trade deadline rolls around in the middle of next year, we're going to be sitting here talking about, all right, well, what happens? And is there a star, one more star that they can acquire to kind of piece together with what they've got now? I still think they have a puncher's chance to win one more, because I still believe in Steph at the level that he's playing at right now. I still believe in Jimmy being able to show something different than what he did at the end of that Minnesota series, because, guys, I think we'd all agree, after he took that fall in Houston, he just wasn't the same. Mm-hmm. His body just wasn't moving the way that we're used to seeing him. So in my mind, as I look at the Warriors, you take OKC certainly ahead of them, and maybe Denver, depending on what they do around Jokic. But I still think they have a chance. And that was the whole reason to make that Jimmy move, to give yourself one more chance. But I think this is the year coming. This is the moment. If they don't do it this year, then the door is probably shut.
Ooh, so you got them down to this year. All right, so this offseason, are any of these likely? Are any of these scenarios like Giannis, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker? Is that where they should be shopping right now? Or is that just completely unrealistic?
I think there's always some semblance of a chance, Mr. Shasky, when you have Steph. He is the ultimate magnet of guys who you're always going to say, oh, I'd love to play with Steph. So in that regard, I don't think you can ever just shut it all down and say, oh, I don't think there's any chance whatsoever. I think a lot of it is very unlikely, and I'm cracking up thinking of the idea that here we go again talking about Bradley Beal 5-6 years later, because he was the guy that we talked about for all those years. Oh, can they get Bradley Beal? Is he the difference maker? I don't think he's the same player he was when we were having those conversations originally. But with any of those guys, if you have the chance to play with Steph Curry, that's always something that's going to kind of sit in your mind. And if you're the Warriors, do I think it's realistic with Giannis? I don't. But if you're Giannis down the line and you're saying, hey, I've loved Milwaukee, but I want to win, do you say to the Bucks, do whatever it takes to make this happen? I think the Warriors are going to look a lot like the Warriors we saw at the end of last year. That's what happens when you trade for Jimmy and you give him that extension, and the money is where the money is. But the idea that they shouldn't even think about adding somebody of that tier on that level, I don't think that's the way they should go, because they still have Steph Curry, and Steph is still playing at an incredibly high level. I don't know how much longer that level can stay the way that it is, because he's at the age that he's at, but anybody in the league wants to play with him, because you know that you're not only playing with a superstar for the ages, you're playing in an organization that will pay what it takes to try and win year after year.
Talking with Nick Friedel here on the Morning Roast, as Insider Calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first and everything else second. Nick Friedel, our Odyssey NBA Sports Insider. And Nick, is there a team we're not talking about right now when it comes to like who's going to be wheeling and dealing this offseason? I didn't see the Orlando Magic making that deal for Desmond Bane. Like, that was kind of crazy. Like, I understood it from their perspective. They needed a young player, a guy who could score, a ball handler. I actually love the deal. Maybe they gave up a lot in hindsight, but you know what? They're going for it at least. And now in an East with Halliburton's injury, that kind of looks wide open with Celtics, with Tatum's injury. So they're going for it. Is there a team we're not talking about that could be wheeling and dealing this offseason?
I mean, Spadone, I would have said the Magic prior to the Bane deal, and now it looks like they're moving in. I mean, I know the Timberwolves have some assets that they could turn around. I go back to what is going to happen in Denver, because they were supposed to be the team a couple years ago after they won. I mean, that's always kind of what happens, guys. Oh, man, how long can this go? Oh, the Nuggets have Jokic and they have Murray. Oh, how many titles can they win? Oh, the Celtics finally won. Well, Tatum and Brown in that core, they can win and win and win. Now today we're talking about the Thunder. Oh, my gosh, SGA, Sam Presti has all those picks. We'll see. But I go back to Denver, and I think Jokic, to me, is still the very best player in the game. If you have the right pieces around him and you get not only your coach and your front office settled, but you put the pieces around that group that already knows that it has not only the ability to do it, but the confidence of having done it. That's the team I still keep an eye on, because I think Jokic, because he's so quiet and he doesn't want the media attention, people just kind of forget. That dude is incredible. I mean, they almost beat the Thunder with everything else going on in that organization this year. So I don't know how many moves that they're going to make in the next few weeks, but Joe, as I look at where they're at, I sit there and go, everybody better keep an eye on that team, because if you find the right piece that keeps everything moving, and Jokic is still the player that he has shown to be these last few years, everything looks pretty wide open there. But I'm with you on a broader note about the East, because I can't remember a time where it has been this wide open going into a new year.
Speaking of wheeling and dealing, there are reports. They're all like internet reports, so I don't know how real they are, but the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga could settle on some sort of a multi-year $30 million a year deal. somewhere in the $60 to $90 million range. If you had to guess today, is Jonathan Kuminga on this team come November 1st? And are they better if he's on this team, or are they worse if he's on this team?
If I had to guess, I would guess that he would be on the team somehow. I say that, Joe, because we've been talking about Kuminga for the last few years, and it's always like, well, what about this deal? What about this deal? What about including him for this? And the Warriors have shown time and again that they're going to stick with him, and it's very clear that Joe Lacob really likes him. And when you have that kind of backing, well, it's tough to move on from if you've got a young player that you believe is going to get a lot better. Are they better or worse if they keep him moving forward? I mean, it's all in the eye of the beholder. As I watch Kuminga from a distance, just don't think he fits in the structure. It's what you guys discuss on a daily basis. But when I watch the style of the way the Warriors want to play, and I think, all right, are they going to be able to bring the best out of him? And is he going to be able to bring the best out of them and Steph and the rest of that group? I really don't see the fit. It's why consistently for the last couple of years I've been saying I would have moved Kuminga and gotten back other pieces to either push with towards trying to win a new title or getting somebody else in place of whatever you got back asset-wise. But because of the contract, because of what could happen here in the next few months, it makes it a lot more intriguing. I just don't believe that Kuminga and the Warriors are ever going to get the most out of what each other wants in the relationship. And that's why, if it were me, if I were Mike Dunleavy, I would probably make that move this summer. But it's easy to say that. It's a lot harder to actually make a deal that works where you think you're getting the value you want for a young asset that is clearly valued in different spots around the league.
Talking with Nick Fidel here on the Morning Roast, our Odyssey NBA Sports Insider. One more for you, Nick. We appreciate the time. What did you make of the Halliburton injury, playing through the calf strain? A lot's been made about all the Achilles injuries that have happened this season, playoffs and regular season combined. 5 players now with devastating Achilles injuries. Does the NBA have a workload problem, or was this just an unfortunate season when it came to stars getting hurt?
I think they have to go back and really look at the numbers, Spadone, because if it's happening over and over and over again, and it is just way too much now, there is some kind of issue. Are guys not getting the rest they need? Are they not playing the same minutes that they might have played in years past prior to all this rest and load management stuff that has become prevalent around the league? As I watched Halliburton last night, though, what made me sad on top of his short-term future is immediately you go from talking about a Pacers team that was the talk of the NBA, and they had earned so much respect for the way they played, and then all of a sudden, boom, the window's gone. It's over. And the Warriors lived it with KD. There are plenty of other teams. The Celtics obviously are living it with Tatum right now. That is a very difficult injury to come back from. You can. I think modern medicine has allowed and shown that guys can do it. But when you're that young and you suffer that kind of injury, it is a real struggle not only for the player himself, but the organization. And that's why I don't know what the answer is. The NBA doesn't have the answer either, but they have got to find a way for their best players to be out there on the floor. And for as much credit as Halliburton will get till the end of time for trying to be out there, the much larger issue is how much it can change everything, not only for the team, but for the league in the blink of an eye. So nobody has the clear-cut answer, but if you're the NBA, you've got to study different ways to find a way to make sure that guys do not suffer these kind of catastrophic injuries, because there's no way there's not some sort of correlation because of how many different times it's happened now in the last couple seasons.
Nick, I actually lied. I have one more question for you.
Hit me.
So now that the Pacers probably not going to win a title without their best player next year, Celtics, no Tatum, probably not going to win a title next year. Like, if Giannis is the big guy this offseason, like, if I'm him, I'm looking at the East all of a sudden like, maybe I should just stay here, right? Why would I want to go to a Western Conference team? Is that looking too much into it?
I don't think it's looking too much into it, Spadone, because if I'm Giannis, I'm thinking the same thing. The problem, though, is, and this ties into everything we're talking about, Lillard's hurt. The Bucks' chances, they're done. They're just not going to win. Somebody has to come out of the East. And as we saw, the Raptors-Warriors series is a perfect example of that from a few years ago. KD gets hurt, Clay gets hurt. The Raptors find a way with Kawhi, and they win. And when you win forever. And that's what everybody will remember. But specific to Giannis, he has to decide this summer. Is it really about winning and trying to add more titles, or is it about staying in one place? If it's about staying in one place, great, more power to them. But the Bucks are not good enough to get close to another title anytime soon. The money is where it is. Lillard's injury factors into all of it. And on top of the fact that Giannis is getting older, like everybody does. So if I'm him and I want to win 100%, I stay in the East because the East is wide open. And if you put Giannis on one of those East teams, immediately they become a favorite because he's still that good. But as usual in the NBA, the much larger issue is actually trying to find a deal that works for everybody involved. My much larger issue, guys, as we close it down here, is like all we're talking about in the league always is who's going to move to the next team and what's going to happen that's going to create some kind of runway for another team to get to a different place. And the focus is just never on the games anymore. And we're talking about injuries and what does the league have to look at so that these injuries don't continue to pop up the way they do. They've got to find some way to put the focus back on the games night to night. In San Francisco and in the Bay, people are into the games because of Steph. Same thing, LeBron in LA with the Lakers. But night to night across the league, people just don't care about the average regular season game anymore. And I think that is a huge problem that they've got to put under some kind of control and get an answer to, because all we talk about in the discourse around the NBA is where is the next star going to play the next time they get a chance to move somewhere. And that takes away from still how good of a level these games can be night to night.
Hey, Nick, great stuff. We greatly appreciate it. And he says, folks, puncher's chance for the Dubs next year. Would it be the double bonus title? Is that what we're dubbing it, Nick?
The 1-1, and they made the first free throw. Absolutely. I like it.
1-1. I love that. Nick, good stuff. We'll do it again sometime soon, man. Thank you.
See you, buddy.
All right, you got it, guys. Have a good one.
There he goes. Yep. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first and everything else second. Learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Biggest takeaway real quick before we hit the break, Joe, from Nick Friedel.
He's 100% correct. In this market, we discuss games, right? But in most of the other markets that have the NBA, they don't discuss the games, and it's about the transactions. And I thought that it was almost sadly poetic that the day that OKC finally wins the championship, Halliburton goes down and KD's traded. Two things that don't have anything to do with the games.
And star power matters, as we found out over the weekend in San Francisco, because the Giants' new star had his first home run. Rafi Devers against his... You couldn't have drawn it up any better. Rafi Devers goes yard against his old team that he won a World Series with. Oh, that's what dreams are made of. Let's discuss it on the other side, because you were at the game on Friday.
Something happened while I was going to the game Friday night, and I'm excited to explain it on the other side.
Ooh, and that's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Come on, man. You got Larry Jr. in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
What's up, Larry June? What's up, Anakin Skywalker? I'm with Anakin. You know, that drop came to fruition, yes, from Attack of the Clones, episode 2 from Star Wars, but also from This or That a few weeks ago. And what is This or That? Well, it's just the greatest segment in the history of sports talk radio. It's an hour from now at 9:30, and it's, as it says, this or that. So from that drop, I was like, I'm more of a pool guy than a beach guy because I hate sand. So there you go. This or that. Could be sports related, could be non-sports related. An hour from now, we will divulge what it is. Sam Lubman, Zach, Crackstaff in the back, they're getting on it. It's huge. I wonder what it's going to be. Joe, is it going to be Giants related as they take 2 out of 3 against the Boston Red Sox? We were calling it a revenge series of sorts for Rafi Devers. Obviously, just within a week's time of being a Giant, he's facing off against his former team. A lot of toxicity there. It was well documented. We had, I feel like, every single Boston media personality on our airwaves last week. We had this guy calling from their Fox Channel affiliate. What was his name? Butch Stearns. Butch Stearns, not Butcher Boy, but Butch Stearns joined Bonte and I, and really good stuff. And he was talking about it. And I guess Rafi Devers speaks better English than we all think. And
he absolutely does.
Yeah. Okay. So Sam tells us that now too. Kind of has that Ichiro thing going on. Doesn't want to be lost in translation. Still speaks through a translator, which is fine. But you were at the game Friday, Joe, and I just want to ask, what was the vibe like of that? I know Red Sox fans. I saw it all weekend on the telecast. They took over. I saw a lot of red in that outfield. What were the vibes like in that game on Friday night?
Immaculate.
Yeah.
Going into the game, just traffic in every direction was completely jam-packed. But seeing the city just so vibrant around the stadium, I really got pre-COVID feels about the city being alive. Now, does the city still have some things going on regarding homelessness, affordable living, cost of living? Like, we've got a lot of negative things. I'm not here to say that every situation has been solved.
Real quick, I'll let you continue that. That's going to be going on for the rest of our lives, people, in every major city. That's just always going to be it. There's always going to be something happening. Continue.
Sure.
Yeah.
We're far from perfect, but the vibe around the city was unbelievable. It was a windy night, and there were people from all over the place. The place was absolutely packed. Absolutely packed. And it was a great night. And yes, the Red Sox and their fans came out in full force. There were tons of them. But there's one thing that came through to me, definitely was very clear Friday night. Rafael Devers is not Barry Bonds. That's not what I'm saying. He's not even Buster Posey yet in terms of how the fan base reacts to him. But in terms of, oh my God, he hit the on-deck circle, I better finish drinking whatever I'm drinking, eating whatever I'm eating, buying whatever I'm buying, and I better be in front of my seat or in the club level. I have to turn around. The second Rafi Devers comes out of that dugout and gets into that on-deck circle, you're like, I can't miss his at-bat. I can't remember a player like that since Bonds. Now, at times, Posey gave you some of those feels, but this is different. This guy's trying to go yard on every single swing. And I would say to him, Rafi, take a little off the swing, doggy. Take a little off. Be a little more selective. And I think he will as time goes on. I'm sure similar to like a wedding day, you say this to people when they're getting married, hey, it's a blur. It's a blur to you. You know, you're never even going to be able to fully process your wedding day because so many things are happening so fast. When you get traded to the Giants and have to go from the East Coast to the West Coast, and you get thrust right into a game, and you play a 3-game set against the team from the Central, and then, boom, all of a sudden the team that you were on for the last 8 years is now playing you in the new ballpark, it's a complete blur. Right. So he gets a day off. He gets to kind of take a deep breath, and I think that's very important for him because I thought that during this weekend he was in blackout mode. He was swinging at everything. He was trying to like earn the whole 8-year contract all in one swing. He was trying to shove it to the Red Sox. There were so many elements happening all at once, but he's a ball player. Yeah. And this guy is a force with the bat in his hands. There's no doubt about it. He hit a ball on Friday night that I thought could have been a home run if it weren't for the swirling winds that were going on Friday night at the, what's the guy, Rafaela, made a hell of a catch at the fence. They clearly, the Red Sox, scouted our entire pitching staff for whatever trade they were consummating between the Giants and the Red Sox, because they were on Birdsong like no other team I've seen. They were waiting on the junk, and then they were hitting everything hard the other way. They were pulling balls. Rafael was dynamic Friday night. They were on our entire staff all weekend long. But Devers is a beast, and that was a great weekend for the Giants to kind of bounce back because they should have taken advantage Friday night.
What's funny was I immediately thought of that home run. Had it been in Boston, that's what, a double? Hell, if it hit, it might be like a long single. You never know with the way he's running. Sure. And by the way, with the way he's running because of a groin injury that we've learned about over the weekend, he's been dealing with the last couple weeks. So they're taking their time, Joe, when it comes to Devers at first base. A lot of people were wondering last week, is he going to make his debut at first base over the weekend? Well, they're taking it very slow because he is dealing with a groin injury. And yeah, let's start him in a whole new position with an injury. Now, let's take a step back here. Play DH for right now. Keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, he is pressing a little bit. He is swinging for the fences every single time out there. I think, obviously, a little more juice in this series in particular because it is his former team and he wanted to stick it to more
juice?
No, it's a lot more. Yes, he wanted to stick it to his team the entire weekend. And that home run, I felt like, and for a lot of Giants fans, they felt the same way. And I want to ask you, he officially became a giant, if you will, against his former team, right?
I was hoping that he would go yard off Chapman in the 9th inning on Friday night. And then Chapman talking smack.
Who are you, dude?
Wilmer Flores. Well, he's a very good player. He was also an awful human being off the field.
This is like his first year as a Red Sox, bro. Like, you've been here for a couple months.
I don't
You're
know
a
what
Yankee.
happened, but of all the people to yell at, Wilmer Flores, bizarre.
Very odd.
It was bizarre. Anyway, the Giants have a second base problem. I mean, there's just no other way around it. They also have a center field problem. Like right now, Jung-Hoo Lee, when you go to the games, and for anyone that's been to a bunch of games this year, you've probably seen it more than me. They play the third baseman at the shortstop position, and the shortstop plays almost directly behind second base when Jung-Hoo Lee is batting. They are daring Jung-Hoo Lee to hit anything on the ground down the third base line. Just a little chopper. Could be a bunt, could be anything. He's got to put the ball down the other way. Jung-Hoo Lee is driving me nuts right now. Absolutely driving me nuts right now. And I'm of the belief right now the Giants have 3 positions that are up for grabs, whether that means internally or externally. Catcher, second base, center field. Now, I know don't even do that. Don't even do that.
Maybe he needs that.
Defensively, he's been
good.
Defensively, he's been good, Jung-Hoo Lee. Offensively, he has been scuffling. And to me, it's how the at-bats look. Swinging to try to pull everything, like lunging forward while he's swinging. Like, we have a legitimate Jung-Hoo Lee issue. Simultaneously, second base is a huge hole right now. And whether it's Casey Schmidt, who's on fire at third base, someone's got to have to take that spot.
As you just mentioned, Casey Schmidt, real quick, 4 hits yesterday, 3 runs scored, an RBI,
batting
Jack.
400 in the last week and a half.
That's just been incredible.
I'm really happy for him.
It's really good to see, right? And he's getting his opportunity and making the most of it, and could potentially, as you're talking about second base, when Chapman comes back, could second base be in his future, staying there? That's kind of in a perfect scenario, right? That would be the guy to take over.
So you guys want to hear what Casey Schmidt had to say about playing second base?
I certainly would, Sam.
I mean, I played a lot of second. I played a lot of all over throughout my time here. So I mean, I'm just focused on, I'm focused on Tuesday. I'm not focused on, anything else. Just focused on going out Tuesday and getting ready to win.
His swing looks so good.
I loved how confident he sounded. I was almost like mimicking how I thought he was looking. I was like, yeah, dude, I can play anywhere you want me to. But that's the confidence of a guy that has a great glove who truly believes I can play over there. I don't see any confident second baseman on this team right now. That's what you need, is that confidence.
Friday night. Okay. Christian Koss. So,
you take the little guy, by the way, or no?
No, it was just me and JP Money. Great seats.
Nice. Where were we at?
Club level 205.
Excuse me.
First row.
That's right. Nice.
I mean, row A, there's so much leg room. It's incredible.
I was worried about your shoulder because obviously we had to do the pitching change.
Yeah.
We had Bonte to take over for you. You okay? You good?
I'm great.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then I had whatever the Mexican food place is up top, where they do nachos with a helmet.
Oh, love a nacho helmet.
I had the carne asada. It was the mission style burrito or whatever. It was unbelievable.
You got the guac on there, the jalapenos, the sour cream, all of it.
I ate a whole thing of Cracker Jacks. I enjoyed
Cracker Jacks. Wow, what are you, 10 years old?
Cracker Jacks are excellent. What are we talking
I've had
about?
a Cracker Jack since I was like 10. Did you get a ring in there too? What'd you get?
Well,
Little
no, there's
foil?
like a sticker or something.
Oh,
but
okay.
The prizes aren't that great in the Cracker Jack
not
bag.
anymore. Your fingers get very
sticky.
Yeah, so you
gotta have the wet wipes.
Yeah,
Here you go.
exactly.
That's the dad
Thank
in you,
you.
Joe.
Wipe
Come
me
on.
down.
Please. Yeah, save that.
A little
Thank you.
boozy.
Yeah, thank you. Young gravy.
So no, but like I go to the game and they get bases loaded, nobody out, and I'm saying, all right, hit the ball hard somewhere. And Koss did hit it hard somewhere, right to the second baseman for a double play.
He did.
Then they score a run. I don't even know. Is it you don't get an RBI for that when you ground into a double
Correct.
play?
Yeah, it's
That's
run
kind of
scores,
weak.
no
though.
RBI.
That's
What
kind
do
of
you
weak.
mean it's kind of weak?
Like, I brought him
ruined the whole
over.
inning.
I brought him over. Give me the RBI.
You swung the bat, and swinging that bat led to a run coming in. That run was batted in. Sure, it was batted in at the result of 2 outs that completely killed the momentum of the inning and all of our joy, but there's still a run that was batted in.
Like if I'm a fantasy player, that pisses me off. That could have been the difference between me winning this week and me losing.
If you're playing Christian Koss in fantasy, you're not good.
Listen, there's a lot of struggles right now.
Though.
All right, there's a lot of struggles right now. I'm saying.
So then he comes up again, bases loaded, and does the same thing, but I think to the shortstop, and then
third base.
Oh, was it third base? It was service. Okay. Then later on, there's a play at second base, and he just whiffs it. Just whiffs it. Look, Christian, you might be a great guy. You are right now unplayable. No, I'm dead serious. And Fitzgerald's not much better right now.
Well,
they've got a second base problem.
Well, I'm scared all of a sudden, Joe, as the Giants win this series. Like you're telling me, like 3 positions are up for grabs. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence heading into the rest of the year,
but it's
though.
baseball. So at any given time, you're going to have 2 or 3 guys scuffling. Like you're not all humming all at once. You're just not. It's a game of failure,
yes.
right? So if the greatest players of all time were 300 average, that means you're out 7 out of 10 times.
I know. Yes, thank you.
So you're at any given time, you're going to have 2 or 3 guys that just ain't hitting right now. And right now, it's catcher, and then like, oh my gosh. Jung-Hoo airmails the throw coming home. Wilmer is supposed to be the cutoff. He's nowhere to be found. Bailey comes flying up the first base line, and then he just throws the ball into center field. I mean, Friday night they should have won that game. I thought defensively, and then those situational at-bats with the bases loaded and no outs cost them Friday night's game. They should have swept this series.
They could have. They could have also just lost the series. Absolutely. 3-2 the final on Saturday. It was a close one, and obviously you were alluding to
Duvall made it closer than it needed to be on Saturday.
Absolutely. And Aroldis Chapman going at Wilmer Flores over the weekend. That whole thing was very odd. And you mentioned it earlier. Here was Wilmer Flores talking about that little back and forth.
Was it maybe with the pitch clock correlation or something like that?
I guess. I don't know.
But the umpire called it. You didn't call it violation.
No, he didn't.
No, that's an umpire's call. What kind of beef would he have with you?
I don't know. That's why I try to ask. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I try to ask him if he said something, because I don't know.
Do you think he said something to you while you were at play or while you were running?
While I was running the double set, yeah.
And he sounded angry.
I did?
You know he did. Did he?
Yeah, that's why I asked what was going on. I tried to ask him and let me know. See what happened.
Hey, glad we could clear that up.
So that was Wilmer Flores on Friday. Obviously, Aroldis Chapman was assessed a pitch clock violation. And I guess that happens because the pitcher couldn't make eye contact with Wilmer.
The whole thing was bizarre.
The whole thing was very weird to me. Right?
When you're at the game, you don't know what's going on. And so, yeah, it was
I didn't know what was going on. I was watching on the TV kind of. I was like, what is happening right now?
The other thing I would say, and I say the same thing to the NBA, and I say the same thing to the NFL, show us the replays.
Yeah.
Like, no, I'm if you're going to charge people to go to games and you're going to make the in-game experience something so expensive and you got to be there, you've got to make it equal and show us the replays. I don't care if the officials on the field are a little insecure that their call might be wrong. It's the big leagues, all right? If I'm paying big money to spend money to park and spend money to eat and spend money to go to the game, show me the replays. Show me the replays. You've got to make the in-game experience on par with the on-the-couch experience at home. I have to see the replays. I have to know what's going on.
So Cora talked about Alex Cora, manager of the Boston Red Sox, saying, quote, the rule says you have to be in the box and alert. You have to make eye contact with the pitcher. Chappie was ready, and it seemed like Wilmer had his head down, and at one, his head was down with 5 seconds remaining on the pitch clock, and then he goes into this whole diatribe. I don't need to recap the entire thing, but it was just an odd thing. Wanted to clear that up because a lot of people, like myself and yourself being at the game, was very confused about that whole thing. The only loss of the weekend, though, was that Friday night loss. Of course, the one you go to, Joe. Come on, dude. What are you now? What's your record at Oracle Park this year for the Giants?
What is it? 1-2?
Oh boy.
I don't know. 1-2. 1-2.
What's your record, Sam? You've been to a lot of them.
I need a minute to kind of tell.
Oh boy. All right.
Or maybe I'm 2-2.
In the meantime,
2-2.
The biggest story of this weekend, we talked about it all week, was Rafael Devers playing against his former team. I want to hear from the opposition. I want to hear from Bob Melvin. I want to hear from everyone who had sound this weekend. Shout out Sam Lubman for being there. Steven Risotto. They were 95.7 was well represented.
Sam didn't even hit me up Friday night.
Did you want him to?
Yeah, well, I told him, come on by.
Did he?
I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I did have a lot of running around. I had to do pregame between the Giants clubhouse, Bob, Cora, Red Sox clubhouse. So unfortunately, I had to do reporter stuff.
You couldn't come by during the game and
locked in.
Is all this sound courtesy of you on my board?
It is.
Courtesy of
Wow. Slamming Sammy Lubman.
I was getting you sound ready for your show, Joe. Unfortunately, I couldn't come hang out with you.
Well, I heard you over the weekend, by the way. Great job with Dan Devone, Orange and Black
rubbing
Weekend
elbows
Wrap.
with Boston Red Sox media.
Well, or with Alex Cora, manager of the Red Sox, who talked about it with Sam Lubman this past weekend on Facing Devers. Let's take a listen.
No, it's awkward. This happened 5 days ago. And the guy, what he did since 2017 when he got called up all the way to the last game against New York, he produced, and he's you look at the list of, homers in the franchise, 500 extra base hits, the World Series ring. There's a lot of stuff that Rafi did for us that we're going to miss, and we're very proud of him. So to face him here, it's going to be different. From my end, it's a night game, it's a day game, and we get out, and he's going to keep doing his thing over here. This is a tough division with a lot of ex-teammates, right? So somebody has to win. But from my end, I appreciate everything he did for us, everything he did for me. And but like I always said, this is a weekend, we have to get him out. We're prepared for that, and he's prepared for that, obviously, to do the opposite.
Awkward. I love that first thing he said. It's awkward. Like, it just is.
Well, I noticed that the fan base, when he made an out in that game, the Red Sox fans went crazy.
Oh, they loved it.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Friday night, they were going crazy when he made an out.
And I thought they joined in the ovation when he came up to the plate in the first inning.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
But then when he made an out, they
loved it in the ninth inning. That was the loudest they were all night long.
100%. And the other aspect that I noticed is that the Red Sox fans, there's no love loss whatsoever. He is a hated man from here on out for the remainder of his life.
Of his life
yes.
or career?
No. It's like baseball life. You know what I mean?
Okay, thank you. I was going to say.
Yeah, Well, I want to ask you about like the media, the Boston media going at Devers, Sam. Are they more aggressive than our media when it comes to like the direct questions?
I didn't notice anything too overly direct. Unfortunately, I didn't get to the presser that he had with them on Friday. I didn't even know that was happening until after.
Gotcha.
But as far as what I saw up close, I can't really say that they were that much more aggressive than other media.
One thing that I did notice with the Red Sox, and they're supposed to be very analytically driven, very like what the Giants were, during the Kapler era. There's two guys that stand on the end of the dugout the entire game when they're on defense, and two different guys are like sending out signals on where to position yourself, literally pitch to pitch. What?
Like a defensive coordinator almost?
Yeah, but like almost pitch to pitch. Like I was kind of blown away how much movement there was in between pitches for their entire defensive rotations. Almost like they knew locations and types of pitches that they were going to go to. I thought it was a little much. And I think if I was an old school like player, like I get it, but back off me a little.
Right, and Craig Breslow now, the head honcho over there, the president of baseball operations for Boston. Who did he learn under? Theo Epstein, a guy that was, the second coming of one Billy Bean, right? But a guy that had more money, and that was kind of the conversation last week from a lot of Boston people that were pissed. It's like, man, you just did a Moneyball move, but you're the Boston Red Sox. You're not the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
So you got rid of all that money for Kyle Harrison, Tibbs, Jordan Hicks, really? So I thought that was just a huge win a series win for the Giants when they desperately needed one, and to do it against that squad for your guy now, who's your future star for the next 5, 6, 7 years, however long you want him, and Rafi Devers. All things considered, Joe, I do think that was the most important series win of the season. Like, that was, they needed to stop the bleeding. They did that. They needed to step up for their guy. He's their guy now. Like, he's officially a Giant. That is your guy. You need to step up for him this weekend. And listen, he didn't have a great series. He had the home run, but I think overall he was he 0 for 5 on Friday with you? He wasn't very good. Looked like he was pressing, right? Clearly, there's a lot of emotions heading into it. It's awkward, as his former manager, Alex Cora, said. But for them to pick him up, for the Casey Schmitts of the world, for the Elliot Ramoses of the world, for them to do that, thought it was huge. Thought it was massive. Well, for the culture of this team going forward, too.
No question, the culture and galvanizing around Devers, I think, is extremely important early on in his like Giants infancy. Mike Yastrzemski's on fire right now.
He is.
No, like he's playing really good baseball right now
against his grandpa's former team.
Yeah.
Right? There's something there. Another home run, 3 home runs in total against the Red Sox in his career. It's pretty cool.
And then they need Chapman back in the worst way. They really do. And it's not necessarily about third base production. It's about like moving Schmidt over to second while he's hot and getting Chapman back in the lineup. Ramos is an adventure defensively. I mean, my God, this guy made an unbelievable diving catch over the weekend and then made one of the worst plays that I've ever seen yesterday. You want to talk about pendulum? I mean, that guy is from one end of the spectrum, like makes an elite defensive play, and then in the very next game, just an unbelievably atrocious play off the glove, like fourth grade type stuff.
Was that the first inning too, right? Yeah, that. Yeah.
I think it was a Roman Anthony play. Was that the Roman Anthony like line drive? I mean, he's got to catch that. There's no way around it.
Bailey had a bad throw.
Went all Rube Baker out
Bailey
there.
had multiple bad throws. Like, right, again, I'm going to keep saying it. Right now, like, second base is a spot that's up for grabs. I think catcher is up for grabs. Like, I really do. I think it's Bailey by default right now, but I think they could be searching the waiver wire. They could be searching the trade deadline acquisition. I mean, I think they're going to draft 3 of them. I really do. I think they're going to draft 3 guys here coming up, 3 separate catchers.
More catchers. Sorry, I just have to laugh at the absurdity of investing all this into catchers, the Joey Bars, the Patrick Baileys, and they still can't find that guy. When you had one of the greatest catchers of your generation, obviously in the front office now, one Buster Posey. It's crazy, right?
Joe,
it just
is real. And
I know.
Center field,
look at Cal Raleigh. Why not?
I'm also open to having a discussion about center field. Jung-Hoo Lee has got to step it up. Offensively, defensively, he's fine. He's fine defensively. But offensively, you look at that contract, it's going to start to balloon. I just wonder if he's a Buster guy long term. Like, is Buster married to him? I wonder.
Well, because, again, as you alluded to, it was a Farhan signing, right? And we see this all the time in what?
Every sport.
Well, any NFL for sure.
Yeah,
you get the new people, and it's like, I don't care. I'm going to cut this guy. Like, Sean Payton had a year of Russ. He's like, I'm not married to him. You brought me in to fix this stuff, right?
I agree.
See ya. Deuces. Again, he's already made his imprint on this organization, Buster Posey, in a big way with the Devers trade. And yeah, this offseason, there's going to be even more things to point to Buster Posey because, as we have learned, he wants his imprint and he wants his fingerprints all over this organization. And 888-957-9570, what was the biggest takeaway overall this series for you? Was it just them winning the series? Was it Devers finally becoming a Giant for you? Did he finally become a Giant in your eyes?
Look, this is not going to be...
Finally. I mean, he's been there for a week. It sounds like he's been here for months. So let me calm down there for a
This is going to sound like a non-sportsy, it's all about winning and losing take. Okay, so just bear with me on this one. My biggest takeaway was that Giants fandom is back. And the connection to the community is back. That stadium over the weekend was popping. And you can say, oh, it's the Red Sox. It's been that way for a couple of weeks now.
Honestly, Joe, that was the first time watching that series this weekend where I kind of had FOMO.
Oh, you wanted to go?
I was like,
really?
I'm kind of upset I'm not there right now.
When was the last time you felt that way?
Years, right? No, seriously, back to like 2016
Joe,
probably.
Saturday watching, went up to the cabin, and Saturday I'm watching on the couch, and I'm like, I should have went to today's game. Like, that's how I felt. Then yesterday was beautiful. We had a party that we had to go to. It was beautiful, and I'm like, they're scoring runs. Guys are sliding into home. We're throwing guys out over the weekend, and they like if that was any other week, well, they would have lost that game. But they bailed out Robbie Ray, who didn't have his best stuff.
Are you
yesterday?
That's a conversation too. Robbie Ray's kind of the last few starts here, those last 3 in particular.
I'll get to the sports part.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just saying, the Giants fans as a whole feel like they're really embracing this team. And I do feel like there's a movement going on right now. And some are late to the party. Some have yet to jump on. Some are already there. Like, loving the team and the connection to the team and feeling optimistic about just saying the name. Giants baseball. I think it's the most optimistic Q rating I can remember, approval rating, in 5 or 6 years.
888-957-9570. I would love to hear from the people that went to the game over the weekend. Who was there? The vibes, were they immaculate, as Shasky puts them?
They were.
I felt it through the TV that, like, Giants baseball is officially back.
Right?
That's what it felt like over the weekend. No, like, that was the opponent, Devers, all of it, the weather. There was like 50 kayaks in McCovey Cove yesterday. Did you see that? The splash hit? It's like 50 of them.
I know.
When was the last time you saw that? Seriously. Like,
The other thing I saw, speaking of which, at the game Friday night, I seen little babies with no socks on.
Oh, no.
You know how cold and windy it was out there?
You got to put the socks on.
I wanted to go buy these people some socks for the kid.
That's rookie parent behavior. You need to check that.
They get hypothermia. It was so windy.
Head, and you'll learn this, Sam. Head and the feet. The feet
have got to be
covered up at all times.
If you're going to bring a baby to the stadium, bring a blankie, buy a blankie. I'll buy you one.
It's not even the kid. Like 5, 6, 7-year-olds. I got like the 3 and the 5-year-old. Like, no, they need to be beanies at all these things. Whether it was at Coliseum games, whether it's over here or like. You need to have the headgear, right? That's my PSA. That's my one thing.
There were grown adults on Friday night walking around with like shorts and a t-shirt. It's just what the heck is wrong with you, dude?
They're crazy. Just absolutely insane.
Now, I am one of those guys that wears the flip-flops and shorts during wintertime, so I'm not going to fully back off.
You were that kid in middle school?
Well, you guys saw me with the old building.
Such a SoCal.
Well, when we had the old building, when we were excommunicated from the rest of the salespeople, we could wear whatever we wanted. We also didn't have air conditioning in our studio, so that was part of it. I would wear the Hawaiian shirts and flip-flops and shorts. Would I not, Joe? Every single day. I would. It was a vibe.
Look at your puppies every day. It was awful.
Speaking of vibes.
I keep my feet manicured.
The Jung-Hoo Lee, because like in Friday night, I was like, whoa. I drove by. I parked at 3032, whatever that, right next to Reds. And I'm saying to myself, like, wow, the amount of people on the street right now, this is pre-COVID. I don't even remember the Dodgers. I was at all 3 of the Dodger series games in 2021. They weren't as crazy around the stadium as what it was Friday. I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. I'm being dead serious because we were still coming out of COVID. It was insane Friday night. But yesterday, I saw the lines for the Jung-Hoo Lee sweatshirt. Oh my goodness. It was unreal.
Did they give away? Hold on. This is the most important thing because everyone's mad at the Hello Kitty thing because they didn't have enough.
I'm with everybody on this. You got to give out 45,000 of them. You can't just give out 20.
How many was it yesterday?
I think it was the first 15,000.
Oh,
that's ridiculous.
No, and it's
that's stupid.
I'm walking to the ballpark because they make us media park in Lot A, so I'm walking from Lot A over, and I see a line that goes across the left O'Doul Bridge. It's kind of curving around onto that little port walk there on the other side of the cove.
Right.
And I was like, oh, this is clearly like the left O'Doul gate entrance, right? There's a little person holding a sign saying, no, this is the Willie Mays gate entrance. So you're all the way across the cove, got to go over the bridge, past the ballpark, past the dugout store to Willie Mays Plaza just to get in. The left O'Doul gate was all the way down the arcade, down to the Seals gate. Like, it was absolutely nuts how many people and how long those people were standing in line to possibly not even get a jersey. There are people who were standing in line the whole time, and they were fan number 15,001.
I shouldn't have to, real quick, I bought my ticket to a game specifically, if some people do this, to go get the prize or whatever it is, the giveaway. I should automatically be able to get that.
And let me defend
come on, man.
Let me defend people. Like on Friday night, for example.
I have kids and stuff. You want them standing around
That's what
forever?
I was going to go. So like Friday night, traffic was awful. There was an accident on the bridge, and traffic was at a standstill.
They had Metallica. They had that game.
30 minutes to go one block.
There was a lot happening, yeah.
So let's just say like you're coming in from somewhere out of town, right? And you don't live in I live in the city, and it still took me forever.
There's plenty of people from Boston that probably made the trip.
100. Oh, they were everywhere.
Yeah.
And like, it's me and my cousin. We're in our 40s, so we can walk past a lot of the families that have kids. But if you have kids and you're going to the game to go get a Jung-Hoo Lee jersey for your kid, like that's weak. I'm sorry. Like, the Giants have enough wherewithal. Figure it out.
And it was warm.
40,000.
If the Dodgers can do it, like every single one of their giveaways, the Giants can do
with you.
Yeah.
And it was really warm yesterday too.
Well, it was
if
hot.
you were standing in that line with your little kid with the weather said 68. That was the warmest 68 I've been in the city for a long time. So if you're standing out there with your kid with the sun beating on you for 2-3 hours to maybe get a jersey, like You cannot let your fans go through that.
The microclimates inside of Oracle Park are unreal. I was on the first base side in club level. I took my jacket off Friday night. Then in the 9th inning to like get out like on time, we walked down around. Hey, let's watch from the cable car, which is dead center field. Sure. Right. So we go down to dead center field to watch the 9th inning. Me and my cousin. It was like I was in Antarctica. It was so cold and so frozen. So depending on where you are in that stadium, it can be 20, 25 degree difference.
Right. That's just the Bay Area in general, too. I think that's a perfect synopsis of what it is.
It was a wind tunnel.
I work here in San Francisco. I go to Oakland, always dressed in layers in the Bay. Everyone knows that. Always bring a sweatshirt, bring the shirts. You'll be fine. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. By the way, shout out to Valkyries. Big win yesterday over the Connecticut Sun.
The Valks are a big.
They're balling right now.
At my cousin's party for his 4-year-old yesterday, the boys, my Liam and Nolan were going to the Valkyries game. Everybody's talking about the Valks right now.
They should be. They're balling.
It really is. One thing I will say about Oracle, it's been 25 years at AT&T, a.k.a. Oracle, Pac Bell Park, whatever the heck you want to call it. I got to give the Giants a lot of credit. The stadium's beautiful. It's amazing. No doubt about it. But they add all these nuances. So like center field is totally different today than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They've restructured the Coors Light landing area. The cable car's back a little from where it used to be. There's that 415 section. The bleachers were rocking on Friday night and all weekend long. And the way that they've subtly made additions and subtractions and altered various parts of the stadium, I got to give the Giants a lot of credit because every time I go there, I feel like I see something new. And I've been to, like I said, 3 or 4 games this year already. And it's just, they do a great job. Even when the game stinks, the environment's fun.
And the environment was popping on Saturday after this happened.
It's one high and deep to left and out of here. I don't care what Rafael Devers says after the game. That meant a lot.
Well, who he hit it for and who he hit it against had meaning on both sides of the swing. And that was impressive.
So it's funny is like AT&T during the day plays totally different than it does at night. It really is like 3 different parks at times, depending on how the wind, because Friday night the wind was swirly. It wasn't like a blowout or blow in. It was swirly.
And your sea level, that sun, it hits you at certain parts too in day games, right? And the swirling winds, it's very difficult to play there.
It really is.
Yeah.
And I think he has this like go the other way left center field approach. I think it'll change over time. One thing I noticed is that depending on who he's going up against, he really changes his swing. He's not I swing one way every time, no matter what kind of a player. I'm learning a lot about Rafi. The number one thing is I would tell him is like, hey, dude, relax. You don't need to justify being a Giant in one swing. Like, we're here for the long haul. Just settle in, be a little more selective.
All right, and I appreciate him doing that and being a little bit more aggressive, he's pressing a little bit, but because he feels it. Like, and that's an important thing. He feels the importance and the significance of that series. He's trying to ingratiate himself into a new community of fans, too. Like, it's very different. Boston fans, San Francisco fans, they're very different. But just in all you care about, and this is what we care about in sports in general. I don't care if you're a Red Sox fan. I don't care if you're a Tampa Bay Rays fan. I don't care if you're a Seattle Mariners fan, Giants fan. Just produce. We'll love the hell out of you. That is what I've learned in society. Produce, and we do not care what else is happening. For better or for worse.
100%. The guy that we're not talking about right now, which I'm glad, and I just think, look, it's going to be up and down. I don't know if there's a way that he can go on a tear this year to salvage the batting average and all that stuff. Willard Dibs is playing his best ball like right now, the second you got Devers. I feel like the at-bats, the results may not be as comprehensive as we would like, but he's batting .280 this week. He had 7 hits.
Got a home run.
All right. He just looks better. He looks more comfortable. Now he's not the new guy. He's not the guy with the biggest contract. They've moved him around in the lineup. I saw him bat 6th over the weekend. I seen him bat 2. Like, they've kind of bounced around. And I think that the lineup is going to be a work in progress with Rafi now. But I think if anything, like bringing in Rafi has definitely given better pitch selection for Adames to see.
It's really a trickle-down effect, right? When you take the pressure off one of those guys, your other highest-paid player
Yes.
of the franchise, at one point, the highest-paid player in the history of the franchise, who was clearly pressing as well, now he can relax. Now you're hoping the Jung-Hoo Lee's, like Bob's trying to figure it out, right? Bomel. He's clearly a lot of pressure on Jung-Hoo Lee when he's the leadoff guy. Keep moving him down the order, keep moving him down the order, and then maybe at one point you'll have to do what you did with Willard Dibs. All right, here's a day off. Here's another. I know you like to play every day, but maybe just for your own mental health, if we have like a scheduled day off, you kind of double that, try to get him 2 days off in a row. I don't know what the answer is right now, but the league is adjusting Jung-Hoo Lee. He's still an infant when it comes to Major League Baseball, though. He's still, same with Tyler Fitzgerald. These guys are learning on the fly. The problem is, if your other big boys are struggling, that's when it's magnified.
Right now, if you look up, Marco Luciano's actually looking pretty good in AAA, like relative to what he's looked like prior.
Lucy?
Yeah, and I heard an interview with the hitting coach, the new hitting coach for the River Cats, and he's basically saying, like, hey, look, actually, he's hitting better than what the numbers look like. His results just haven't been great. He's hit the ball right at people. So I just wonder if they're going to maybe bring up Marco Luciano, try him in the outfield somewhere, and then move Yaz over to center for a day or two for Jung-Hoo Lee. I'm just throwing out scenarios.
If you want to do it now, now's the time to get fat and happy when you're going against the Marlins and the White Sox these next two series, right? So teams that you need to, at the very least, take the series from.
I just wonder where Buster is with Jung-Hoo Lee. As you're bringing up, like, like this is where you get fat and happy. Is he a Buster guy long term? Because the crowd loves him. Like when you go to the game, Jung-Hoo Lee, Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, no, the crowd really does like him. Like he is a player people will gravitate.
I mean, you could just tell by the lines outside the ballpark yesterday for his jersey. Like the obsession with him is off the charts.
No, I agree, and he does play a good defensive center field. That's one thing that I've been pleasantly surprised with this year. That last year, it was only 37 games, but last year I was like, whoa.
You had a question mark.
Is he even that good? Now, he made a throw up the line on a play at home. Wilmer's got to come over because the first baseman's you're cut off from center and right field on a throw home when a guy's at second. They threw the ball around way too much this weekend.
I think that is still a work in progress, is the defense of this club. I get it. When you have Matt Chapman at third base, it shadows a lot when you have one of the best at his position. We know what Devers is going to be at first. It's going to be a work in progress because he never played that position before. Schmidt, I think we could count on. Willie Adames,
I like Dom Smith defensively at first.
Yeah.
I don't love Wilmer.
No, I hate Wilmer at first defensively.
I get why they're doing it.
You can be nice about it. I hate it.
Well, the other thing is when you watch him hold guys on, he's so slow-footed, he actually doesn't hold them on the traditional way. He has to hold them on a different way, and so you're not holding on anybody in that situation.
He looks like he's the oldest player on the roster.
Yeah.
Let's just call it what it is, because he is.
Well, I don't know how much. So we were talking to Bob about this yesterday, and he was kind of talking about the defense at first base, and this was more when it came to working Devers into first base, but I think it applies to Wilmer too. He pretty much said up front, like, we're going to have some yikes games at first base going forward as we work these guys in. Devers especially, but I do think that applies to Wilmer too, because they're going to keep Wilmer at first base because he's right now one of your most dependable hitters on this team.
No doubt. But defensively, how many plays this year? I feel like the first 3 months I've seen more this year than at any year prior. Have there been choppers? And I call it the Bermuda Triangle, meaning between pitcher's mound, first base, and second, where the pitcher has to cover, and you've had to make that toss where you lead the guy to first. How many times have they botched that play this year?
A lot. More than I can count and more than I care to count, because that's the one problem with this team right now. Chapman, come back, save us for the love of God. But it's not like he's at one position. He can't save everyone, right?
No.
It's like the same thing in football. It's great. I can get Nick Bosa back. There's still a secondary there, too, that needs to step up.
But this is the conundrum they're in. Like, you need Schmidt to move over to second while his bat's hot.
Trickle down.
And
exactly.
then you want to play Dom Smith at first because defensively he's your best defensive first baseman. But you got to play Wilmer because you got to get his bat in there if Devers is going to DH.
Absolutely. We can pick this up on the other side while also talking about this or that. Do we tease it here, Sammy? Are you going to give it to us right now?
Yeah, you guys want the question now?
Yeah, sure. Give it to us so we can marinate on it.
Today's question is, because, Rafi Devers being on the Red Sox, he's got us smiling or cheesing, so to speak, as some people like to say. And so as we're cheesing, as we're smiling, it's got me thinking about cheese. And so my question today is, for the rest of your life, everything you eat will have cheese on it or never have cheese ever again.
Wow.
Cheese on everything you eat.
Easiest answer ever.
Or never have cheese ever again for the rest of your life.
All right. We're going to tease that, this or that. The other side, start lining them up. 888-957-9570. That's the number. 888-957-9570. call or text. This segment is about you, the people, this or that. Cheese on every meal or no cheese for the rest of your life. And it's going to be brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Traveling in 2025, start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport with the most nonstop flights.
Into a good hitter's count. And he smashes that one to left with some top spin. It's over Duran's head, and it's gone! Into the bleachers, Casey Schmidt. And man, did he smoke that thing.
And then how much is a stretch like this, like how helpful has this been just for your confidence overall at the plate this season?
Good. I think starting off, I felt like I was putting together good at-bats but just not really any results. But I just kind of been sticking with it and just hoping the results would come and just being confident in myself.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Chasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
Oh, we're hitting it. This is such a sick beat. C Murda. Down for my ninjas. That's what it said, right? That's what it is. Why are you covering your face? That's what it's called. I was listening to C Murda way too young, by the way, when I was like 7 or 8, because my brother Sam, who's your age, was always playing him. He was so invested in his trial way back once upon a time too. Yeah, there you go. C Murda. There you go. As Casey Schmidt murdered that baseball. What?
4.
Thank you. What? Why you go? You like C Murda? Don't lie.
I love Life or Death. Great album. Mac, Mystical, and C Murder. Like 3 of my favorite No Limit Soldiers.
Oh, so good. It's just great beats, right? Y'all ain't ever heard of me. That's another one. What is that? Is that what the name of that song was? I forget. It's a great, just all-time beat.
I was born to be a soldier.
Casey Schmidt. All of a sudden, Schmidt happens, and it's happened over this weekend. Hey. Start with that Dodgers series when he had that grand slam to set the tone. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Casey Schmidt as Tyler Fitzgerald is fading, as Jung-Hoo Lee is fading. And again, up and down. We know how these series go. We know how seasons go. Ramos is going to have his ups and downs. Devers is going to have his ups and downs. It's about having enough of those people hitting at the same time to keep you afloat when Chapman comes back. And when Chapman comes back, hell, he's probably going to struggle more likely than not. So having these guys, having these reps right now, and being able to stick around, especially Casey Schmidt, I would like to see an infield at the end of the season, hopefully heading into the playoffs, consist of Chapman, Devers, Adames, and Schmidt. I think that's what you want, right? Because that tells me Casey's hitting, and he's got a good glove. I got Chapman. He's a platinum glover. And if Devers is sticking around there, it means he's been serviceable enough to stick at first base, and he's been healthy enough.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They need to find a way to get their best defensive infield in there as many days as possible. And if that includes Schmidt at second base because his bat sticks, then that would be huge for them. They got to get Chapman back. Like they really miss, I think he misses bat in the lineup because he does draw a lot of walks. And they miss his glove in the field. There's no doubt about it. But the other part of this is catching spot. He's got to be better. Bailey?
It's been awful. You can't get any worse. It's just been atrocious, dude. Like the catching position, I get it. It's down in baseball.
League-wide it is.
But it feels like this is the worst you're getting in the league offensively.
And you've got to think that Posey, this is why I keep coming back to the draft.
No, he's a catcher first and foremost. This has got to be painful to watch.
It's got to drive him nuts. So I honestly, I know this is going to sound absurd. I truly believe they're going to draft 3 catchers in this upcoming draft. I don't know where, but I really do think they will.
You're just going like kind of what the Niners did this offseason, right?
They have
the
no
draft,
catchers.
You just seem to go all defense. Just defense, catching, right? Got to hit somewhere. I mean, Joey Bart, I get it. Like he's not rushing the baseball for the Pirates, but him batting .220 this year might as well be .300 on this Giants team, right?
If Bailey was your backup catcher, you'd be golden.
Great, exactly. But he's not.
As a starter, he just leaves a lot to be desired.
You're getting a bunch of production from what would feel like backup catching. That's all you're getting offensively, which sucks. By the way, this or that coming up in 9 minutes.
I know I can't get my mind off of ricotta cheese.
Or that. This is it. Because Sam, how did you even get to this? Because you saw Rafi Devers cheesing.
No, because Rafi Devers has Giants fans smiling or cheesing, as we like to say. And one thing leads to another.
And Randy Rodriguez throws the high cheese.
Exactly, right. Stuff like that. You know, guys, we're talking about Patrick Bailey. I just put this out here. Dave Fleming, we had him on a few weeks ago, talked about how Bailey does kind of what Buster Posey wants him to do the most. I'm curious. I'll play it right here for you. If you think, in the weeks since we've heard that, if that still applies, unless you want me to hold for a second.
Well, just hold on. I just wanted to throw out the number, 888-957-9570, this or that. Do you want cheese on every meal for the rest of your life? Or no cheese at all? It's one or the other. Either you get cheese for every meal the rest of your life, or you can't eat cheese at all. 888-957-9570. That's in 8 minutes. Continue, Sam.
Yeah, so Dave said this on May 27th, so about a month ago. Here's what he had to say about how Bailey's doing, what the Giants want, and I'm curious if you guys still feel like this applies for him.
Buster said it publicly at the start of spring training. He said it to Patrick individually, and he said it to everybody. The number one job of the catcher is to be the leader, the captain of the pitching staff. And the Giants have arguably the best pitching staff in the game, and Patrick is doing more than his fair share in that regard. And that is the number one job. And in some ways, it's up to everybody else to pick up the offense. Like in some ways, what the Giants' all-time greatest catcher has said is, let that spot be dedicated to what Bailey does best. And would we be talking about his offensive struggles as much if Lamont Wade were hitting and Willie Adames were hitting and Mike Yastrzemski hadn't fallen into a slump? We wouldn't be, probably. So I think the Giants internally are still focused on the great stuff that Patrick Bailey brings.
Let me ask you guys, while Bailey was out, did you notice a huge drop-off in terms of pitch selection from behind the plate for the bullpen and the starters when Kisner? I'm not pretending like we all should be, drilled in on what all the pitchers look like, but did we notice this huge drop-off behind the plate and for the pitching staff when it comes to like how the catcher is calling balls and strikes? Calling pitches.
Not really.
I didn't notice it.
Well, I'll say this. I'll ask a question in response to your question, Joe. How many times were we watching a Giants game like, oh, man, if Patrick Bailey's back there? Whereas at times at third base, we see plays where it's just like, man, if you had Chapman there, that's different.
That's a
How
great
many times were you thinking, wow, if Patrick Bailey's back there, what's going on? I
haven't thought that once.
Yeah.
Maybe one backhand where you go, because what's his face does the one knee down.
Yeah.
Not Kisner, the other guy. Porter,
yeah.
Yeah, and he let one go by him. But actually, Porter's made a couple of good plays at the plate on some tags, or did. I guess he got sent back down.
Yeah, he got sent back down when Bailey came back from his neck injury. But yeah, it was like, maybe there was a moment like, oh, Bailey turns that ball into a strike with his pitch framing or something like that. But I don't recall ever being like, oh, man, really would have liked to have Patrick Bailey back there for that.
And let's be fair here. I'm not trying to crush Bailey. I'm rooting for the guy. Like, a switch-hitting catcher, like who's 5 or whatever.
And how many guys has he gotten on those back picks, too? You don't see those when Bailey's not behind the plate.
He's got a good arm. He's got a very good arm. He's got a very quick release. I think he's a very good defensive catcher. But I think there's a happy medium in what Dave said, meaning like, oh, we don't care at all about his bat. I do, because how many times has one flyout helped knock in a run to win a game for the Giants?
I'm sorry. Maybe this is an unfair comparison because he's having a historic year. But yeah, I feel some type of way when I see the catcher doing his thing up in Seattle, Cal Raleigh, just destroying baseballs. Jacks. Can you think of just polar opposite production from the catching position than what's going on in Seattle compared to San Francisco? It's night and day. So when I see that happening, sure, everyone wants Cal Raleigh on their team right now. I get that. It's an unfair comparison, but that's what I look at if I'm watching highlights and highlights and highlights. I was like, can I get just one highlight from Patrick Bailey at all? I'm not asking for 30 home runs. Can I get 10?
Well, this goes back to if Jung-Hoo Lee was hitting and second base showed any life offensively over the last month, I don't think the pressure on Bailey would be even as close to as big as it is now.
No, there's a lot of pressure on the guy right now because honestly, it's not the Michael Jordan, it's not the Stephen Curry, but the standard has been set at the catching position from Buster Posey. It was him, Yadier Molina, and Joe Mauer. 3 of the greatest catchers, and we've seen them the last 2 decades, and they set the bar very high.
And Salvador Perez, he's still
going.
I mean, like, I don't think he's the same generation, but
yeah,
he's still around.
He's still around, and you know what? He was part of that, kind of at the middle or tail end of Posey, not tail end, but Posey and Yachty is kind of jammed in there as a rookie. But yeah, again, we've had a great run on catchers at that position, and it's kind of, magnified the position in a way. It's like, damn, how many good catchers are there in the major? Seriously, like, what are the really good catchers? Can you name 5 catchers right now off the top of your head?
JT Realmuto.
Okay.
Will Smith.
Okay.
Obviously Bailey, Salvador Perez.
No, not even Bailey, like good catchers.
Oh, like, good. Well, I mean, like JT Realmuto, who's gonna obviously, I think he's like 35 or 36. He's older. Like he's sneaky older than you think.
Yeah.
Will Smith, obviously,
yes, really good for the Dodgers.
There was the young guy for the Arizona Diamondbacks whose name I always mispronounced. He won the Rookie of the Year, the year that Bailey was up. Or he won the Gold Glove the year.
Maldonado?
No, Maldonado's in San Diego.
Oh,
He's
is
the
it
backup.
Gabriel Moreno?
What? Moreno.
Moreno.
Yes,
There you
thank
go.
you, Moreno. What's his first name? How do you pronounce it?
I think it's Gabriel. Moreno.
Is it Gabriel?
Yeah,
I thought
I
it
believe
was
so.
something else.
Let me fact check that really quick.
Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of them, Joe.
There's not. That's what I'm getting at here. It's a very
There's not a
niche.
lot of them.
It's turning kind of like a niche position where it's hard to find them. Let's go to Adam in San Francisco. He has some positives he wants to take away from this weekend.
Before you go to Adam, there was a lot of rhetoric about Will Smith, who I bring up. He's batting 328 this year.
He's so good. He's so good. I remember
328.
I think Bonte triggered people last year because he dared compare him to like Buster Posey. He's like, he kind of gives me Buster Posey vibes. I was like, hey, he's won a couple World Series now. He's like their number one guy. Like, and what makes Will Smith? Yeah, I know. I'm not making your point for you, Bonte. But what makes him really freaking good is he has to work with a revolving door of starting pitchers constantly there.
Yeah.
They're always hurt in Dodger land.
But then there's a lot of guys like Sean Murphy who wouldn't come to the front of your mind regarding like they're elite. Like I don't think he's elite. He's solid though. I'd love to have him.
Listen, he's batting 220, but
I would
220
take Sean Murphy.
220 with 9 home runs, 21 RBIs. Yeah, I'll take that.
That's what I'm.
He'll
that's
give
what
me
I'm
some
saying.
pop at least.
If you ask the question, how many good catchers? There's not a lot of great
Not a
catchers,
lot.
right?
Not a lot.
But again, one of them in your division is batting 328 right now.
Well, you know,
He's a great defensive.
Some people ask how many great podcasts there are out there right now. Well, there's a really good one here called Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. And you can catch new episodes daily or every week at the very least. Sam
Easy on the
Lubman.
daily.
Easy on the occasionally. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, and Once Upon a Time, Joe Shasky bring you the. Do you mean to do this? Or does it autocorrect? It says eBay Giants Talk on the whole planet.
Oh, that might just be a typo on my end.
That's exactly because this has been there for a while now. I was like, is there like a play
I
on
should probably
words
fix
there?
that then.
You're trying to sell the podcast? Like, I don't know what you're doing there.
And
Trying
it
to
is for sale.
Okay. This week on the pod, Sam was in need. This is good. Sam was in need of a co-host, which is why Dan Dibley will be joining him on the show later this week. I messed up the uptick there, but there you go. Dan Dibber Claus here joining Sam Lubman. That'll be very good. Yeah. Sorry. What?
No. It's just like I know we want to get into this or that here coming up. It's just the problem with Bailey right now is that he's throwing the ball around a little. Now he's made some plays. I could live with like a 180 average if you had like 7 or 8 jacks.
Exactly.
What's he got? 1 jack this year?
Yeah. 1 jack. You don't know jack.
Like, so the batting average has got to come up a little. The OBP has got to come up a little. It just has to.
Well, it can't be any. That's what I'm saying. Can it be worse than what you're getting right now? It can't be any worse. Like we were saying that with Willie Adames.
Well, it could be Tom Murphy.
Well, he's hurt.
Could always be worse.
He's hurt.
Could always be worse.
If you're comparing him to a hurt player, that's where we are.
Could always be worse.
Obviously, as we see Cal Raleigh on our TV screens right now, 31 home runs, 659 slugging.
I mean, it's unreal.
Oh my God, 383
He's
RBIs.
got better offensive numbers in a lot of categories than Aaron Judge.
I know. Well, the Yankees fans are so spoiled right now. Oh, it's Aaron Judge. It's Aaron Judge.
Oh, I hate them.
Shut up. When you know what I'm thinking about Aaron Judge? His misplay in the outfield in the World Series. Work on that, Aaron. Adam, San Francisco. What's up, buddy?
Guys, all this talk about the catchers, I'm like, I would take Eli Whiteside right now compared to what we have going behind the plate.
I'll take him right now. How old is he? Like 50? Just take him right now, too. See what he's up to.
He looked 50 when he was in his prime, but you know what? That man came in with some clutch hits. No, we need to do something about the catcher, guys. I mean, glad that we won the series. Just a couple positives from that, but it's like, no, we do not have a guy at the the catcher position that can hit right now, and it's just like, man, like just someone even just remotely serviceable would be good. I mean, these batting averages for them are not good. But I'll take your answer off about this off air. But Casey Schmidt, guys, man, when Chapman comes back, he is swinging a hot bat right now. Went from 226 to 286 since the injury. He's seeing the ball well. Can he please play second? We'll see. I want to know your thoughts, but. Told Lubman this on Friday when I got to see him at the game, at the Red Sox game, but wanted to do a what's up?
You got to see Lubman and I didn't on Friday? So he made his way to go see you.
I guess he likes me more than you. What can I say?
Oh, shots fired.
Hang up
Get
on this
owned,
guy.
bro.
No, I'll sign off with this. I just wanted to say I told him I was going to do this on Friday, but we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
There you go. I heard a Nick Punto in there. Is that what he was referencing to?
I think that was a rejoin that he just did right there.
Oh, that's fine. That's great. He's doing the bilingual version. I think Adam is dating a woman that is Latina, so he's trying. I think that's actually what he's really trying to do. No, he's trying to get bonus points with the chica sociable, and I appreciate that.
Hell
all right?
yeah.
I appreciate that. You know what else I appreciate? This or that.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
What's up, Joe, bro?
All right, it's this or that.
Hey, I'm Ludman.
No, you have to play the whole thing.
The JJ Redick just.
Hey, I'm Ludman. I'm going to be at Freedman's Implied this Saturday with Mark Grant.
Wow! But he's not. But maybe you could catch him just randomly there. You just hang out at Friedman's, Sam, sometimes?
Grandy sometimes does.
Okay. Yeah,
I went to the Friedman's in Santa Rosa just the other day.
Really? What did you need?
I was looking for door handles. I was in need of door handles.
Squirt. You need to get the air fryer, bro. I'm telling you. Friedman's will hook it up. The air fryer. You need one. They're great.
Air fryer timed out, bro.
I used one yesterday. Used one yesterday for some air fried zucchini. It was very good with a little Cajun seasoning.
Timed out,
it was
bro.
great.
Give it to me one more time. Your JJ is really good.
I got my air fryer timed out, bro.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
That's LJ. When LJ's going to get older, he's talking about him being a baby with Joe. He's like, dude, I had my naps timed out.
I had my naps timed out,
There
bro.
you go.
Dude, we had a couple of long car rides, and he fell asleep in the car ride. It was great.
Those are some elite naps right
I
there.
actually miss that. Like, if you go back as being a kid, we'll get to this or that in a second. Being able just to fall asleep in the car, like at a young age, and then automatically you'd wake up and you'd be, whether you're driving to like LA or San Diego, it's like you fell asleep for like 4 or 5 hours. It's like, I miss that. I can't fall asleep on anything.
No, me
I just
neither.
can't. A plane, train, automobile, doesn't matter.
Well, at least you keep your shoes on, unlike Monte, who takes his shoes off.
Yeah,
in the
that's a no for me, dog. You
and
can't be doing
socks.
that.
He's like cuddled up.
Yeah, you can't be doing
It's just
that.
such a
the
no.
worst
In first class.
The worst thing in an airplane is to be stuck behind someone that clearly didn't put on any deodorant.
Oh, don't even start.
It's the worst.
What's the this or that again?
Well, since we were all cheesing this weekend, the cheese question today
Wait, what
is...
does cheesing mean?
Cheesing means smiling.
Okay, for the people
Don't
that
get confused
know.
with the South Park episode.
Well, we have different. Thank you. We have different like generations here, so they might not know what
you
cheesing
smile in a camera, you say cheese.
We used to call cocaine cheese at one point. There's a name for it.
Well, in South Park, that episode, it was
Grating the
like
cheese,
cat
cutting
pee was like cheesing and like you got high off of it.
Well,
But no,
going.
we're talking
So
about
this
the
is
real cheese. We're talking about real cheese, not drug
Okay,
cheese.
give it to me.
So for the rest of your life, guys, everything you eat will have cheese on it, or you will never have cheese ever again.
Yeah, I'm all in on cheese, and let me explain this to you.
You were waiting for this.
I was in need of cheese.
Yesterday alone, my wife made a lasagna, and it was spurned off of me having a pizza on Saturday night at one of my favorite places in the world, Pizzeria in Windsor, California. And they put ricotta on the pepperoni and sausage, and it was just, the ricotta cheese was to die for.
Okay.
To die for. There's something about a good charcuterie board where there's a ton of cheese. I can just whack off little, chunks of the
Nice
cheese.
little brie on there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll do any kind of cheese. I'll have a slice. This was one of my favorite things in the world to do is I call it the Tony Soprano, where I'll take a roll of either salami or turkey. I'll roll it up and put provolone or salami or cheddar, and the cheddar will break or whatever. And I'll roll it up, and I'll just eat it like that. Just cheese and meat. Like, boom. I'm all in on cheese.
You know what I used to do real quick, Sammy? You know what I used to do off that?
I got to have my cheese.
I got so I got like the Columbus salami, right?
Yeah.
The solid.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go. You get the red wine with the garlic one. I love that one.
Okay.
And then you get, I like a little pepper jack. Doesn't matter. It can be whatever.
Oh, I love pepper jack.
A little pepper
Yeah,
jack.
I'm all in on
get a
pepper
little
jack.
spice there. And then I'd make like a little, like you fold it. I'd put some goldfish in the middle of there, and I'd roll it up, and it has a little crunch with there.
What?
I know. Well, that's the
I
dad in me.
never thought of
I got
that.
the goldfish because the kids love the goldfish,
Oh my
right?
God.
It's easy.
I love goldfish no matter what.
Right? It's a great snack.
Smack,
there you
smile,
go.
pack.
What did you want to add to that?
Well, no,
Sammy?
again, it's just you like your provolone with your salami, but then for dessert, and I know you like ice cream a lot. Are you putting provolone now onto your ice cream?
No, I'll go cheesecake.
Okay. Yeah, he got you there.
Well, you got to put cheese on that cheesecake. Is there cheese in cheesecake?
What?
Is there actually
There's
cheese and
cream cheese?
Cream cheese, they substitute.
Hello?
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what? You found a nice little loophole there.
That's
All right, respect
duh.
it. Well, okay, so you're just never gonna have ice cream for the rest of your life. Just go to cheesecake.
No, you could have a scoop of ice cream alongside the cheesecake.
Like
Yeah, but
most,
no, okay.
but Sam, you got to think about this because cheese is a dairy product.
Yeah.
Almost all baked goods, if they're not vegan, it has like dairy.
Yeah.
So you're good.
All in on cheese, bro.
All in. So that's this or that.
All in.
All right, you found a good little loophole there.
Dude, cheese is delicious.
888-957-9570.
Throw on my
It's
eggs.
this or that. Going forward, you either have to have cheese with every single meal or no cheese at all the rest of your life. Which one are you taking? 888-957-9570. Speaking of cheesing, Oreo cookie.
What's up, Oreo?
Wants to talk about it. Oreo.
Are you in or out? I'm about that cheese life.
This or that, baby.
Cheese on Oreos.
What up, fellas? Hey, gotta go all in on the cheese, man. I'm thinking long term, it might do a little bit of damage later on, but we're not thinking later on. Who cares about that, right? And like the great Mac Dre said, may he rest in peace. You know, he's gonna come through your hood all Chuck E. Cheesed out, and he likes his nachos cheesy, baby.
Oh, that connection was cheese in there, Oreo cookie, but he's all in on it. I appreciate that.
Look, there's
Chuck E.
Parmesan cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese, by the way, sneaky. You know what? It might be back, people. Chuck
Really?
E. Cheese might be. The action might be back at Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay,
They've
okay.
leaned into a lot of new things. I've been a couple times in the past calendar year. There's action at Chuck E. Cheese. Continue.
I mean, there's crumbled blue cheese. There's fondue.
What's your favorite cheese of all time?
Ooh, I mean, that depends what kind of setting I'm in.
No, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
I mean, it
you're
depends.
going. I'm giving
know
you the
what?
question.
This is gonna be controversial. I'm gonna go back to the old school. I love an American craft single.
It's versatile. It melts very quickly.
Foldable.
You taste the processed in it.
Oh, dude, you have to peel the plastic off of it. There's something about it. Dude,
I would just
grew up
house
on
those
mayonnaise
things like
cheese sandwiches.
I would just house those things when I was a kid.
Me
Just peel
too.
them out and just eat them. And in hindsight, it's like, oh, that was
and
gross.
they
but
melt perfectly
they're
in the
great.
microwave.
It does. American cheese, by the way, is I like to look this up first. It's a processed cheese product. It's made by blending cheddar, Colby, and others, and then adding other ingredients like milk fats, whey protein, emulsifiers, and sometimes color.
If I had to choose one, though, I would say that the mozzarella category probably is the most versatile because you can do mozzarella loaves, right? Where it's basically provolone. It's a smoked mozzarella. Or you could do mozzarella balls, the matzo balls, all that kind of stuff. So it's probably the most versatile of them all.
I mean, you got to go Parmesan, right? Parmigiano Reggiano, like it's just the crumbliness. You just mix it with everything. If you're making a baked ziti, right? If you're making some meatballs, if you're just sprinkling some on top of your pasta, you want more parm? Yes, I want more chicken parm.
So you're in with me. You're all in on cheese.
I love cheese.
Me
My
too.
last name is Spadoni.
I know.
Like I gotta eat cheese.
I know.
Like the one, like least Italian thing about me is me not liking mushrooms. Dude, your boy likes cheese. Okay, it might not like me back depending on the day of night. And I might be a little gassy, but that's okay. It happens. All
I
right.
don't want to hear about that.
What?
What are we doing?
It's
so
what?
Okay.
We're adults here. It's okay.
The best part about cheese, it's great cold. It's great warm. It's great like when it's boiling. It's great all the time. Last night, Michelle made a lasagna. It was delicious. It was like a 8-layer lasagna.
Trying to get on Michelle's good side. Right
No,
now.
it was
Gassing her up.
delicious. And I'm telling you, the ricotta. There's something about ricotta.
Is there a cheese
Gotta
you
have
don't-
ricotta.
is there a cheese you don't like?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not
Head
a huge
cheese, which isn't really cheese.
That's
It's
not,
actually
no,
meat.
that's from like a head of like an ant. Yeah,
well,
the
it's the
fat,
snout,
right?
it's
It's all the good, the gross stuff.
Yeah, so,
Well,
but
quote,
that's
unquote, gross
technically
stuff.
not a cheese.
It's not. I'm not a huge Gouda guy.
Gouda's okay.
It's very like
gotta be smoked.
Yeah, exactly. It's not.
Yeah.
I don't like it on sandwiches or like anything like that. Not for me. I do love me some blue cheese though.
You know what we do in the
Crumble.
Shasky house?
Yeah.
The Unhinged. We just take full bites out of our string cheese.
I do that too.
Okay, so
actually.
I'm not alone.
No,
on
no,
that.
no. I do that.
People say that's psycho behavior.
No, I grew up. I don't.
Okay.
I don't need to pull it apart. I just
Well,
eat the cheese.
I'll peel it for LJ, and then I'll go in and just take a big bite of it. Oh, we're at the bottom of the cheese. He's not going to finish it. I guess it's Dad's.
888-957-9570. It's this or that. Are you taking cheese with every single meal
Oh, my
the
goodness.
rest of your life, or you get no cheese at all? So think about this. So breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right? So breakfast, go cheese omelet, right? If we have to have cheese, I could eat a cheese omelet every day.
Sharp cheddar for breakfast is probably the go-to.
Yes.
Colby would be in the category as well.
Or what I like to do is you get the Mexican blend, which has Colby cheddar and the Monterey Jack.
That's the go-to cheese. You gotta go with those.
You sprinkle it on top, right? There you go. Easy for the kids. And also it's very versatile because I can make a quesadilla at lunchtime with it.
Dude,
add whatever I want.
are off the hook.
They hit every
They
single
are,
time.
dude. They
It's
are.
so
Get a little
easy.
meat in there too.
There you go.
I don't even need the meat, dude.
Sometimes you don't.
It enhances it though.
Little hot sauce and sour cream, and I'll just make it work.
There you go.
Dude, you got to do it. When we were growing up, Sam, we didn't have all these amenities like protein, okay?
No.
We didn't have all this chicken and stuff. We had what was ever left in the cupboard. We were poor.
There you go.
All right, we made the most at least. Throw a little Cholula in there, little Crystal
Cholula?
Hot. Oh, yeah.
Cholula.
Whatever the hell it is. Little Crystal Hot sauce.
Gonna mark that one.
You know, we got a little bit of sour cream left over. Throw a little sour cream on there.
Always.
Like, dude, we were MacGyver cookers back in the day.
I've learned that.
You know what I'm talking about.
And I've also
with the
learned,
paperclip and a string.
I've learned the difference between crema and sour cream. The consistencies are a lot different. Sour cream, us Americans like a little bit more. When you think of super burritos, you got to have the sour cream and guacamole in there every single time, right? Sour cream, a little thicker, a little more tangy. The crema, it's a little bit more liquidy, and it's not as tangy, but it's very versatile.
What are the little ones with the wax wheels around them that you get them in a
Baby Bells?
The Baby Bells.
Baby Bells. Oh,
Yeah.
those Michelle gets these Baby Bells, and they're good. They are good. They are good. But to me, like, we're wasting a lot of wax on these bad boys. No, we really are.
It is wax anyways. They're wasting
it's
from
just
the candle.
ridiculous. I mean, I have to like open the dang thing up, and then when the little piece falls on the floor, Leo the dog, it just eats it up every time.
Yeah,
I'm
you
like,
can
oh
eat,
god.
you can eat wax.
What are you
That's not-
supposed to put it in? If not wax.
Foil?
I don't know.
Some of them have the foil where you like peel it and then it's like you can
I'm
have
like
that
ripping
cheese.
apart the netting, like I'm in like one of these like strength competitions, like to try to open up the Baby Bells.
So
They're called Baby Bells. That's
All
what they're
right.
called.
So I'm going cheese
I call them the
omelet.
little wax wheels.
Yeah, cheese omelet. I'll go quesadilla for lunch. We're enhancing the cheese here. Snacks in between. Are you just having more cheese on top of it, or are you going to try to like spread that out a little bit?
And there's just cheese on everything you eat. Has to have cheese on it.
Time out. The
But
most
I can have
underrated
it-
cheese. What's the most underrated? Underrated. Because I know what it is for me.
Underrated cheese. Tell me yours first.
Havarti. No one ever
that's
wants to go to the Havarti line. It's creamy. It melts really well. It's delicious cold. It crumbles and falls apart. I think Havarti is one of the more underrated. If you go to a good deli, they always have a good Havarti. I'm telling you, Havarti is very underrated.
I don't think this is underrated because it's in most like sandwiches that are Italian, but I do love me some provolone. I do like that.
It's
That
gotta be
taste.
smoked.
It's got to be smoked, but I do like it. It's a little more pungent, not quite as pungent. And I do like this. I like funky cheeses. I do. Like when like the aromas are a little more funky. It's a little more like, ooh, that hurt my nostrils. Like France, they got a lot of different kinds, right?
Yeah.
It's like creamy and like you just get in there.
We don't have Swiss in France. We have Gruyere.
Gruyere.
It's like, get out of here. It's
Gruyere,
Swiss.
yeah.
I do love a good Swiss.
Goat cheese, ricotta, you've said, burrata, right?
Burrata's delicious.
Yeah.
Actually, burrata's oh my God.
We
burrata's-
mentioned Monterey Jack, Pepper Jack. I don't think outside of Gouda really. There's
all
not
the Jacks. A lot of Jacks.
Thank you. Underrated though. Yeah, I'll go provolone. But I don't think that's underrated. There's not really an underrated cheese because we like talk about cheese so much as a society.
Well, I would say that provolone cannot be underrated. If it's a part of most American delis, Swiss, American, cheddar, provolone, like those are your standards.
Right.
Would you agree?
Yes, I would say that. Like, okay, so I search top underrated cheeses and it goes to names I can't even like pronounce. I don't even know. Campo de Montalban.
Yeah, that's too deep.
What?
No, it's
what?
too deep.
This is like we're going to like
too deep.
Barcelona or something.
I'm the
like
guy that goes to the grocery store at Molly Stone's up on top of what is it, Portola up there, and if they have like little dices of cheese with the toothpick in it, I go in, I get one bite, and then I circle around through the chip aisle and then come back around like I'm a new guy and a different person, even though I know that they know it's me and I just had a piece of cheese and I get a second one.
Do you like cottage cheese? Let me
No,
ask
my
that.
wife loves it.
Yeah, I've been with
I'm out on cottage cheese.
A lot of females I've dated or have been with, they have said they love cottage cheese, and I get it. It's low fat, right? It's healthy, quote unquote. It's like a curdled milk, which grosses me out. So like that in and of itself doesn't have the stank of like you've left your whole milk gallon in there way too long. You pour it out and it's gross in the sink and it's smelly. That's kind of what I associate with cottage cheese. But hey, to each their own. 888-957-9570 is this or that. You can only have cheese with every meal for the rest of your life, or you get no cheese at all. So what is the go-to for you of a cheese meal, Joe? What do you say?
There's two stories I have to tell. Some of my buddies are just insane when it comes to cheese. First one is
The
young
Shasky
Guido.
sale?
We went to Oregon one night for a big, this is back in like we might have been teenagers. Maybe we were in our 20s. We went to Oregon. And McDonald's, he got a McDonald's burger and the cheese wasn't melted at all. And he gave it back to the McDonald's worker. And Guido was like,
respect.
Hey, bro, can you melt the cheese?
It's like me asking for garlic on the garlic fries.
And then another one, this is how picky some of my boys are when it comes to the food. I was like, Guido, you really gave it back to the McDonald's? He's like, yeah, bro, it wasn't melted. The other one.
There's really,
gotta have it melted, dude.
No, hold on. I'm not doing that at McDonald's, bro. I'm doing that at a fine dining restaurant.
My Mickey D's timed out, bro.
Yeah, no.
I had my naps timed out, bro.
I had my slices timed out, bro.
One time, my boy Sully bought sandwiches for everybody, and he bought my boy Rocco a pastrami sandwich, and he put American cheese on it. And my boy Rocco was like, I mean, pastrami and American cheese, you couldn't put the Swiss on there?
Well, that's a good thing.
But that's what I'm talking about. The combos matter.
Well, like, that's the same thing. What is prototypical Philly cheesesteak, right? Cheese and steak.
Or whiz.
But that's the Cheese Whiz product. Are we counting that in this? The Cheese Whiz.
Oh, gotta have a little whiz.
Is that even cheese? I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's in a can.
Exactly. I don't even know what that is.
So, okay, when you get nachos at a stadium,
not cheese.
That's coming out of a bag or coming out of a can.
Or a tin. Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's one or the other. You know,
it's okay. I love me some nacho cheese.
I do too.
It's got to have that like the spicy nacho cheese too, with a little jalapeno tang to it. Oh, so good. I don't want like the real, like if I'm getting nachos, I kind of don't want the real cheese. I want like the canned cheese on it. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
It's kind of like,
but you can't microwave the whole thing, because if you microwave, then the chips get soggy.
No. You have the chips.
This turned into a total food episode.
No. You boil it, or you put it in the pot. You get the pan. It boils a little bit, gets hot and juicy. Then you sprinkle it on top there. Get the sour cream. You get more cheese sprinkled on top of it. Then you get the jalapenos. You get the salsa, and then you're chilling. And then you get Fast Five, Sammy. That's what you also get. All right. I'm so hungry right now.
So here's my final thought. I want to go around the room. Is what young Guido did acceptable or not to hand back the McDonald's?
I'm backing young Guido on this. If you want your burger, with melted cheese, and it doesn't come with melted cheese, you absolutely have the right to go back to the counter and say, "Hey, this burger's supposed to have melted cheese. It does not. I need you to rectify this problem right now."
I love the double arches, and they love me back. I got 2 double cheeseburgers last week. They were very melted and very delicious.
But if they weren't melted, though, what would you have done?
Still eating it.
Am I a fat boy to say that, and I admit this? I think we all do this, but I'm going to admit it. There's times I'll eat the cheese off the wrapper when it's super melted to it.
I'll do that.
Yeah, it's because you're a person.
Well, well, in and out, that happens all the time. All the time.
And I love to eat the cheese off the wrapper without obviously eating the wrapper. It's just, I know that like sounds disgusting to say it out loud, but yet I love doing
It's
that.
like the fries at the bottom of the bag. It's like an extra little treat for you.
Just don't be cutting the cheese off. That's what we don't want, right?
Unless you're in Shasky's truck.
Yeah, what's your final thought, Joey?
My truck doesn't exist anymore. It's been totaled.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone there.
My final thought is this has been a fun week of Giants baseball, and I'm really excited. They're at home all week, correct, Sammy?
No, they go on the road, don't they?
On Friday, going to face the White Sox.
Yeah.
I'd rather be the White Sox.
So they got Kapler Revenge Series this week, Marlins.
So they got the Marlins this week at home. So
I would rather be the White Sox.
I think just Giants fans, go out to a game. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it really is. And right now, like the team's humming, the vibe around the city's been great, and I'm just as a native San Franciscan, I'm really proud that the city's slowly coming back.
You got Sammy. What's your final thought today?
Yeah, my final thought is I got another PSA for people. If you're that person who's driving on the freeway and you see someone putting their signal on that they're going to merge into the next lane, and your reaction is, "Oh, well, I'm going to drive faster and not let this person in." Just know that you are the worst person driving on the road. And yes, I am talking to you, guy in the white construction pickup truck from this morning.
Damn, Sam putting them on blast. There's an
Did it to two
unusual-
people. It's like, what are you doing, bro? It's 4 a.m. Drive like a normal person.
I was going to say that right there.
My brakes timed out, bro.
I got my like I'm using the blinker, which is
I had
better
my
than
naps
most
timed
people.
out, bro.
And this guy's like, oh, if he wants to get in, well, I'm just going to speed on up and then shoot his high beams in the back of his car. It's
Real
like,
quick.
dude, you suck. I hate you.
Piggybacking off of that, please use your turn signals.
I totally agree.
It's really easy, people. I can't predict what you're doing on a day in and night out basis when it comes to driving. Use your damn turn signals. All right, you're not too cool to use them. I'm just letting you know that you're not too cool to not wear a seatbelt. Just do the little things. All right.
What's worse, not using your signal or the people who ignore the signal and try and speed up and not let you in?
Just not using the signal
You're
at all.
emotional.
It's all right.
I got me irritated this morning. I
Pick
don't like
one
it.
cheese.
Colby Jack.
What about you? Pick one.
Okay. Pepper Jack, all time. I love me some
Whoever
Pepper
else
Jack.
behind the glass,
Zach,
can't even see.
What's your final
You got
thought?
Zach,
What's your
is that
cheese?
Steven?
Yeah, Zach. Oh, your mic's not up. We can't hear you. Hold on.
Rookie.
It's all right. That's
on me. That's on me.
It's all right.
Rookie.
What do we got, Zach Attack?
Got the Logan Porter.
I'm going with Tommy Fleetwood here. He has never won a PGA Tour event. It looked like an absolute lock yesterday. And on the 18th hole, he had a putt for the playoff. And if you watch it closely, something alters the ball, and it just barely goes right. There was something on the ground. It must have been, I don't know, it's golf, but he might be one of the best PGA Tour players to never win it. He's come so close in the 2023 Canadian Classic. If you remember, Nick Taylor had this like 70-foot putt to win it, but he's my final thought today. Tommy Fleetwood.
Tommy Fleetwood, who's made...
Looks like golf Jesus.
He does. I always thought he looked like British version of Madison Bumgarner.
Oh, that's a good one.
$38 million in his career for
Yeah,
Tommy
he's doing
Fleetwood.
just fine.
That's what I'm going to say. He's chilling right there.
Ryder
But
Cup legend.
Let's just call it what it is. He choked yesterday. That was a big fat choke job from one Tommy Fleetwood, and it happens in golf. You could say it in individual sports, okay? When it's just all on them, you see it, and he choked, and it sucks. My final thought is I'm hungry, and I'm going to go get some Mexican food. And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. Get the fastest internet to all your devices. The show known as Steiny Guru is up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. I'm scared all of a sudden, Joe.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Hope your Monday's going well. Actually, you know what? I don't really care.
Now, why would you say that right off the bat?
You know, I'm hoping you are, but I can't do anything about it, Evan.
Well, it's a Monday. It's some people's favorite day of the week, apparently. I don't know how or why, but look, man, I'm assuming you had a good weekend, a nice relaxing weekend. You're looking fresh. You got your baby blue Tulane shirt on, so you must be feeling some type of way today.
Yeah, I'm feeling, how am I feeling? Yeah, I feel like I didn't want to put a collared shirt on.
Yeah, exactly. Take a load off.
Hey, we got a new NBA champion, ladies and gentlemen. The Oklahoma City Thunder. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a underwhelming game, I guess. A disappointing game. They were the best team all season long, and they ended up winning it. But tainted a touch by the Halliburton injury. Evan Giddings, your thoughts?
Yeah, your tone is probably how I felt about that game.
All right.
Which was, like how you just came out. I don't really care. I don't really care. Like, that's how it kind of felt watching the remainder of that game. The moment that Halliburton got hurt, there was less weight behind the game. And this is actually why I think it's really interesting, because, like, injuries have dictated so many pieces of this postseason that waking up this morning thinking about what happened to Halliburton and how Oklahoma City was able to, I don't know, just kind of survive and win Game 7 and win the championship. You know what really hit me this morning?
What?
I'm glad Steph Curry didn't come back. I'm glad that the Warriors, in a way, lost instead of putting Steph Curry's hamstring in jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to look at it. It feels like they're, and we're going to get into this, it feels like these things are happening more and more, but apparently, according to the data, there's nothing unusual here, but I'm just, I'm already looking at next year, and, we're going to be without Tatum, we're going to be without Halliburton, we're going to be without Lillard, probably going to be without Kyrie Irving for a while, and Steph gets hurt in the postseason. Butler got hurt in the postseason. I don't really know what the answer is, because they're not going to reduce the number of games. I don't know what the answer is, but the one thing you and I have a lot of fun with is talking about basketball 20, 30 years ago versus today, and you talk about how these guys are better athletically, they're stronger, they're faster, they're quicker. If that's the case, maybe we're going to see more and more of this, because these guys are pushing their bodies to a point that maybe players in the past didn't. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It sure feels like guys are getting hurt more now than they were in the past.
I think that's sports-wide, though. Like, do you think it's just basketball? I mean, every single year we talk about in baseball, well, guys' elbows are getting blown out at a ridiculous rate. In football, guys are tearing Achilles, ACLs, but it's more just built into the sport because of how physical it is. In basketball, this year might have been a bit of an outlier, but it definitely, I think, ruined the viewing experience for a lot of people. Oklahoma City was the best team. They were also the most healthy team. That's kind of the way it feels like things are trending in basketball. And I think in trending in sports, like the team that is the healthiest at the end of the season is going to win. And I kind of think that's always been the case, but because the season-ending injuries have hit so many high-profile stars, specifically in the NBA this year, now everyone wants to do something about it. And it's like, last year, weren't really any of these injuries in the NBA. 2 years ago in 2023, were there a bunch of Achilles and ACL tears? I do think that there is something to how much work and kind of load is being put on the body, but I was sad yesterday when Halliburton got hurt, but I wasn't thinking that we have to completely restructure the way things are done.
No, boy, there's so much to get into here. And one is, all right, I'm just thinking about, like I always think, is it a chicken or the egg? Should the healthiest team win it all, or do all the injuries to other teams essentially determine, who wins it all? And I mean, this year, I don't know that you could argue that. The Oklahoma City Thunder won 68 games, and I haven't looked at all their minutes played, Evan, but they may have set the record for point differential during the regular season. If not, they were right there. So that tells me that they probably got a good amount of rest over the course of the season for their starters. And maybe that was one of the reasons why they got through the postseason relatively unscathed, because they were in control of the regular season the whole year. And I'm sure Gilgeous-Alexander sat out a lot of fourth quarters like Steph Curry did the year of their first championship, or was it their second? It might have been the one they didn't win it, but the where he sat out about 18 of the fourth quarters. Maybe Gilgeous-Alexander, because of the margin of error they had this year, they were able to keep everybody fresh.
Well, that's what made this so unique, is that no one, I don't think anybody's sitting up here today saying the Thunder shouldn't have won the title. But it felt like everyone who watched that game was robbed of the opportunity to see the Pacers win it. And you don't know if Indiana's going to get back to that stage again. I mean, it's kind of like a great movie that has a sad ending. I'm serious. Like, the Pacers were the team that everyone, I think they built the most good, I don't know, like they built the most for themselves over the course of this playoff run. But the Thunder were clearly the best team. And that's why it felt like we were cheated a little bit yesterday. At least that's the way that I felt. And I was left kind of watching the game sort of empty, because like the Pacers were up 1 at half, and OKC just kind of turned it on when they needed to. And the Pacers, because of an injury, were robbed of the opportunity to prove that they could weather it. Like, they lost their best player 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game.
And I almost felt like it affected the Thunder more at the in the immediate aftermath of the injury than the Pacers, because like you said, the Pacers are up 1 at halftime, and then in the third quarter, the Thunder pretty much just steamrolled them and put that game away. And part of it obviously was Halliburton, but when's the last time there was a 7-game series? It couldn't have been the game
2016,
the Warriors game.
Yeah.
See, that's why, that game at least was 93-89. Yeah, 93-89, and there was a big shot in that game. And, man, the last minute was nail-biting time. But last night, obviously, it was the Oklahoma City Thunder just trying to hold on with a 15-point lead, which they were able to do pretty easily. I don't know what you do about guys getting hurt. I really don't. They spread out the finals. I don't know if you want to spread it out more. Do you want to take the season into July? I don't know. Do you want to start it earlier? Give guys more time off in the regular season? I don't know. I don't really have any answers, except that, I'm to the point now where attrition is a big part of who's going to win the NBA title. And if that's the way it's going to be, and it's going to be a marathon, and it's going to be hard for guys to end up playing 100 to 110 games, then that's just going to be part of it. But I think, I don't think that does any favors to the home team here right now with where the Warriors are at in terms of their big three and the age of their team. I think you need I think you need a lot of young players, and you need some depth. And the Warriors need both those right now.
Well, you also need talent. That's why there was a big trade before the game even went off, because the team felt like they didn't have enough talent. I actually look at it the other way. The Pacers got within 1 game of the NBA Finals because things broke their way. That's sports. Like, injuries determine the outcome in sports. It might be happening more than it ever has. I'm not really sure. It feels like it. But that also means that I wouldn't count the Warriors out. Steiny, there's been a different champion every single year so far in this decade. And whether that's because of the CBA or because of injuries and because of the way sports are nowadays, like, you might be looking at the Warriors as they're too old. But the Warriors are going to be in a position next year where if they do manage the attrition you're talking about, I actually don't feel like they're just going to be done. Like, on paper, the Pacers should have never been in the NBA Finals. Boston was better. Cleveland was better. Even the Knicks had a better regular season.
Right.
But they still got there. And they got within a game of beating arguably one of the best statistically made teams in NBA history.
Yeah.
And they might have been able to win it if Halliburton hadn't got hurt. That's the other thing, too. It's like, if you watched that game and didn't think that the Pacers could have won it, I just don't know what game you watched.
No, I mean, I think if Halliburton plays, obviously, that game might become a toss-up. But again, I guess what I'm wondering is, if you're an NBA fan, I mean, how did you feel about the whole playoffs? Did it feel like, we got robbed a little bit? I mean, I felt like we kind of did in the Minnesota Warriors series. Obviously, the Celtics took a hit when Tatum went out, and now we got an NBA Finals, the first Game 7 since 2016, and what we see is a guy get hurt, and it might not have changed the outcome, but it certainly made the outcome more of a fait accompli. But Kevin Durant also, he got traded. He's going to the Houston Rockets, and Evan and I had a quick little exchange before the show that we'll get into on the other side. But 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. I guess you could look at that and feel like the league's more wide open than maybe it had been before that. I don't know how open the door is for the Warriors, but we can talk about that. We can also talk about the Kevin Durant trade. Kevin Durant traded from Phoenix to the Houston Rockets. The Rockets get Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green and the number 10 pick this year and about 5 second-rounders next year. And you and I talked about it a little bit, and you love the move for the Houston Rockets. You like the Durant trade for the Rockets?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they didn't have to give up a whole lot, and I think that they got something that they didn't have. A guy who could put the ball in the hole. Like, do you not like the trade for the Rockets?
Well, I don't dislike it, but to me it's one of those things where, and I think we have a tendency to always do this, the Rockets got better. Well, on paper they may have. On paper they may have gotten better. Dylan Brooks to me was kind of the heart and soul of that team, and Jalen Green was a very, very young player who I got to believe is going to get a lot better. Phoenix had to make moves. I guess what you're saying, yeah. I mean, I guess this year, had they had Durant, maybe they do get by the Golden State Warriors.
Well, not if Buddy Hield has the 30-point game 7, but I think that everyone looked at Houston and said, "What are they missing?" They're missing an isolation score. They're missing a veteran presence. They're missing a one. And I think Kevin Durant is past his prime, but he's still a pretty damn good player. And the one thing he can do is score. So you added that to a 52-win team. I mean, they made the same choice that the Warriors did, Steiny, only they're in maybe a better place in terms of, having younger players, which was they chose talent over culture. The Warriors had a lot of culture this year on a team that wasn't very good. And I feel like the Houston Rockets were in a similar place, just more ahead of schedule because of how talented their younger players are.
Yeah, it's to me it's
like they got rid of Brooks, who's probably more of a culture guy than Durant is.
No, I'm with you. The basketball side of it, we watched that series against the Warriors. They had a lot of trouble scoring. That's a team that goes through a lot of dry spells. Obviously on the offensive end, so he should help there. I guess there's just something about Durant right now that I'm not crazy about, and I know he's still, most of the player that he's always been. I know he's not quite the same player he was 8 years ago. There's just something about Durant right now that I can't put my finger on that just leads me to believe that he might not be as big of a difference maker anymore. And obviously that, he's not the Oklahoma City or the Warriors, Kevin Durant. I just worry about putting a guy like that on that young a team, knowing that you're just asking for a year or two of Kevin Durant, and then we'll see what happens after that. I guess I don't view Durant as any guarantee anymore that the team he's on is going to be a big factor. They might be.
No, but the team already was kind of a factor. So it's not like he's joining a 7 seed or a 9 seed. Like, he's joining a 2 seed. The team won 52 games without him last year.
What if I told you in a crazy kind of way, I don't necessarily think he makes them that much better in the regular season?
Yeah, but that wasn't the point. I mean, I don't think, do you think they got him for the regular season?
I mean, obviously he has to play the regular season, but no, I think they want to incorporate him in the regular season, and then by the playoffs, he's probably their number one guy, and he's established. I don't know. I mean, there's just something about Durant, Evan. I don't.
So you're kind of like Guru. Like you sat up here and killed Goo for saying that.
No, I didn't kill him.
Kevin Durant's getting a pass and he's skating, and you're like, well, he's just not. He's not on a great team. Well, now he is on a good team, and you still feel the same way. So it feels like you were kind of coming down Goo's road for reasons that were completely fair.
No, I came down Goo's road because it felt like he wanted to blame Durant for everything that went on in Phoenix. And I think it was a lot of different things. I can't quite put it into words, but Durant, to me, he just doesn't scare me like he did 3 or 4 years ago. And I don't know what kind of player he's going to have to be to take the Rockets to the next level. And here's the other thing. I'm not sure I know what the Rockets' next level is. They were a 2 seed, but they got beat. And so we talked about what kind of a 2 seed they were. I don't want to take anything away from what they did in the regular season. If you make a list right now of Western Conference teams, do you put the Rockets second before the Durant trade?
Before the Durant trade?
Yeah.
No, to me they're a top 4 team.
Okay.
They're a top 4 seed without Durant, with Durant. But again, the reason why they got him is because they didn't feel like they would be more of a first round team or better than a first round team. Like I really don't think he was acquired to help them win 55 games. I think he was acquired to help them win the game 7 that they could not against Golden State.
I don't doubt that.
But it seems like you have doubts that he can be that player. And I'm curious as to why. Because ever since he's left Golden State, it does feel like there's been meat that's left on the bone with him. And not all of it's his fault. Some of it is due to injury. Him, Kyrie, and Harden never really got to play together. I don't know if they ever even played together in a postseason series, all 3 of them at the same time. He's a shoe length away from knocking off Milwaukee, who went on to win the championship that year. And then he gets to Phoenix, and nothing really materializes. This season, I think they were 33-29 when he played. So they were about a 45-win team. And that team was not very good. But that team was about a 45-win pace when he was playing. And it still just feels like, yeah, he's a good player, but he's not a game changer. Like, it feels like the legacy of Durant is going to be remembered more by after he left Golden State than Golden State and what happened in Oklahoma City, when he was,
I think you're right about
objectively one of the best players in the league.
Unless he wins a title in Houston, then I think people will forget the Brooklyn and the Phoenix. And look, I'll be honest with you, and maybe I didn't think enough about it and write down 15 things. Steiny, why are you so confused? They were a solid defensive team with not a good offense, and they just got a very good offensive player. What's so confusing? I don't take chemistry lightly. I don't take their defense lightly. Dylan Brooks was either their best defensive player, their second best defensive player. They lost a ton of athleticism in the backcourt with Jalen Green. I guess the other thing I feel like with Durant is, and maybe this isn't fair, he's crossed over into officially a rental now. And I sometimes just don't like the idea of getting a guy in for a year or two to push you over the top. I just think you got to build longer term than that. That's just me. I don't.
Well, that's if the player is supposed to be your best player. I mean, I think that Houston's trajectory is going to be more determined by Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün. But yeah, like the days of me believing that Kevin Durant can lead you to a championship are gone.
All right.
But if he can be not the best player, but one of their best players, like if Amin Thompson is really a superstar, if Alperen Şengün is really a superstar, well, then he absolutely can help them win a round or two or make more hay than they did this year. Like they gave up their quote unquote superstar perimeter player because they didn't believe that Jalen Green was ever going to get there.
Well, how about Kevin Durant is probably going to be Houston's leading scorer, I would think.
Yes.
Okay. Because has he ever not been the leading scorer on one of the teams that he's played for? I think he was the leading scorer for the Warriors all 3 years here, but that doesn't. So you're saying he can be the number one scorer. That doesn't necessarily mean he's the best player on the team.
Well, he's gonna be their best offensive player, but there might be some nights when their defense leads them. I mean, they're looking for a closer. Like they didn't have anybody who could really, you could just give the ball to and you could go get a basket. That's what Kevin Durant is. That's what he's always been.
And this, you know what? And this may be kind of at the heart of it. From the YouTube chat, Stephen Candelaria. This is what I believe. Houston was a 2 seed last year. They'll be worse with KD. I agree. During the regular season, I don't think they're going to be a 2 seed. They probably have a better shot in the postseason, even if they're a 4 or 5 seed with Durant, than they would have had last year against the Warriors. But keep in mind, if they don't make the Durant trade, Houston comes back essentially with the same team, and now they have more experience. You could almost, compare them a little bit to Oklahoma City. But yeah, I mean, Durant is a big name. He's the first guy off the board in terms of, acquisitions and guys who were thought to be moving in the offseason. And sure enough, he's in Houston. Let's go to Brian. Brian in Palo Alto wants to jump in here. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Yeah, I think Durant is a culture killer now, right? And I think in a place like Houston where you don't have, the reason it worked in Golden State is because Steph was the culture, right? And Durant was secondary to that. He may be the leading scorer, and obviously Durant ended up miserable, right? Because Durant thinks he's the show, and he thinks he's the culture, and that's what we've seen over the last, 5 years, was Durant building around Durant's sort of vision of himself as a leader and a culture builder. And he's not that. He's terrible for culture. And sending him to a young team like the Rockets, where a lot of these young guys will defer to him, probably doesn't end well. And I think the guy that changed the culture for the Rockets, like him, love him or hate him, is Dylan Brooks. That's the guy that sort of turned up their identity as this like super physical, defensive, in-your-face team. So you ship 2 good defenders that average collectively between them, 37 points a game, in Green and Brooks, for a horrific defender, 38-year-old defender, who doesn't play defense or rebound and scored 26 points a game. So great move by Phoenix, in my opinion, and I think Phoenix will be better. And I think Durant will sink this clubhouse just like he's sunk, anywhere where he's been the main guy for a while. So that's my take. He's just not. The guy has no leadership ability, and he's, it's just who he is. Anyway, thanks, guys.
I got you. I don't know. Does he have to be a leader on the Houston Rockets? I don't know where their leadership comes from.
I think that what people feel about Kevin Durant is so. I don't know if the word is even interesting, Steiny, because it seems to be getting more extreme every year. Like, again, no one's gonna think about Kevin Durant as being a top 15 player of all time by the end of his career. And I'm not saying a lot of the things that BPA said were wrong. I don't disagree with some of it, but he's a culture killer?
Yeah, that I thought was strong.
Seriously.
I don't think he's got a strong enough personality to ruin a culture. I really don't. I don't think he's a problem. I just think he's Kevin Durant, and he comes with everything that Kevin Durant brings. But no, I think culture killer's a little too strong. I don't think he ruined the Warriors culture when he came here.
Well, because his point is that Curry's the glue to it all.
And I'm not convinced he ruined Phoenix's culture. I don't know what their culture was with Devin Booker and Nurkic before he got there. When Nurkic was there,
I would argue the person that has created the culture in Houston is the head coach.
I agree with you there.
I think Brooks is someone that fits the kind of personality that Udoka has, but Udoka also, he coached a pretty good Boston team that wasn't always full of killers, as we've come to define Tatum. I don't think that Durant is not going to be able to fit in Houston. In fact, I'm actually excited to see what Udoka is able to do with him, because he's finally got a consistent sort of talent. Jalen Green has the ability to be whatever he wants, but I have my doubts he'll ever accomplish it because he's just too damn inconsistent.
Now, this from the text line, and people, if you want to jump in here, now's the time at 888-957-9570. Just a couple of these texts. I agree with this one from the 408. Culture killer's strong, but he doesn't strengthen a culture or the leadership as a veteran. This is the one that you'll take exception to. And I think it's strong too, but it's kind of going up the alley. Have you guys seen the last 6 years? KD makes any team worse now. That's not accurate, but I just wonder if he's got the oomph he had. I just think there's a difference between a guy who gets 25 a game, a guy like Durant now who gets 25 a game versus 28 a game 4 or 5 years ago. I just think he's, maybe he's getting them without, is he still getting all the focus of the defense that he got, 8 years ago, let's say. I don't know. I don't want to sit here and say he's a bad player. He's not. He's a hell of a player. I just don't know how much a guy like him moves the needle in terms of balance of power in the West anymore. That's where I'm at on this one. I want to see him play, and I want to see how they fit together. And they do have a pretty young team. So he'll have to fit in with a bunch of guys who are 23, 24 years old.
Well, that's why I'm a little surprised he didn't just want to go to Miami. I think Kevin Durant's still good enough to move the needle in a very uncertain Eastern Conference. You got Halliburton, who's going to be out for all of next year. Lillard, to some extent, if you like the Bucks, is going to be out for all of next year. And obviously Tatum in Boston. The team that's probably favored again is going to be Cleveland, just by virtue of they have players that are going to be on the court. I don't know what the East is going to be like, but you're right in the West. I think it helps Houston come postseason time, but it doesn't make them a 60-win team. I think it helps them close the gap in a 7-game series. But in an 82-game season, acquiring a 37 or 38-year-old is not going to help you. I don't think that's what it was done for. And Durant I think he's a great player, but I don't see him anymore as changing any landscape. When he went to Brooklyn, it was a big deal.
Right.
When he went to Phoenix even, it was a big deal. I think the haul that the Suns got, while yes, they got a potential star in Green, again, I have my doubts. You got a starting caliber player in Dillon Brooks in the 10th overall pick. That's a sign to me that Durant isn't the player anymore, because otherwise you would have been able to get a haul like the Phoenix Suns had to give up to acquire him.
Yeah, I wonder what the league thinks of Jalen Green, because I look at him as I look at him as a guy who could be a heck of a player in 5 years. But if you don't think, not you, but if people don't think he's going to be more of a guy who can elevate his teammates, then maybe he just is a volume scorer who doesn't make guys better. Brooks was a big part of their culture. I think he was very important for the young guys. I think he could be missed a little more than we think. But I wonder what, the Golden State Warriors, say what you want, they eliminated the Houston Rockets this past year. You look at the Rockets now, do the Rockets, in essence, eliminate the Warriors next year? Are the Rockets, I know people say, well, they won 52 games and the Warriors didn't, so they're better. But the Warriors beat the Rockets in the regular season, 3 out of 5? Are the Rockets now officially better than the Warriors in your mind? Or they're just a team that was above the Warriors and they'll probably stay above the Warriors? See, it's hard to judge Houston because they were a 2 seed, but they lost in the first round to a 7.
Yeah, but that's also, maybe they didn't think that last season was replicable. Maybe it was very Sacramento Kings-ish of a couple of years ago, where the Kings were a 3 seed, got beat in the first round, and never got back to that point. They decided to get something that they felt like was consistent. Does it make them better than the Warriors? I think it makes them closer to the Warriors. I don't know if it makes them better. I didn't think that Houston was going to beat them, and the Warriors had a chance to win it in 6.
True. It's true.
I mean, I think it makes them a little bit better, but I don't think it makes them, the reason why the Warriors had relatively less trouble with Houston than the other Western Conference teams because they were just a better matchup for them. The Rockets could not score. They couldn't score in the half court when they needed to. And that's why the Warriors are a team that also has somewhat of an inconsistent offense at times, was able, I think, to rely on its defense against a team like Houston. But now, you have to respect their offense. I don't know. To me, it closes the gap between them and Golden State, but I wouldn't say that the Rockets are better than them going into next year.
Well, somebody on the text line is writing, regulator saying the Warriors weren't a true 7 seed either. You could say maybe with Butler, they were if they have Butler the whole year, they're a 4 or 5 seed. I don't know. I feel like if you told me right now who's going to win more games in the regular season, the Rockets or the Warriors, I got to say the Rockets, even though I'm not sure that this team will elevate them in the postseason, or Durant will elevate them into the postseason. But I'm also trying to figure out where the Warriors fit in on all this, because it's tricky to figure out, because the Warriors played great down the stretch. They went into the postseason. They beat a 2 seed. Houston had a great year, inexperienced, a lot of young guys, and the Warriors closed them out. So I think there's room for I think there's wiggle room for Houston in terms of regular season and postseason. They may win fewer games, but be more dangerous in the postseason. I'll give you that. But I'm interested to see how they'll navigate the regular season with Durant.
Yeah, but the biggest difference between Houston and, say, Golden State is that Houston doesn't have all of its chips and older players. They got one guy.
It's true.
But Thompson, ideally, you'd think is going to get better.
Yes.
Şengün is 22 years old. He's probably going to get better. So if I'm looking at, and maybe this is what you didn't like about the trade, Steiny, is that you traded a 22-year-old in Green who could get better. So you eliminated the opportunity for this team to progress naturally. They're skipping a step by swapping Brooks and Green for a Durant. But I'm not writing off the rest of the guys that were also young on that team that we saw in the postseason go, well, right now they're not ready yet. But in a year or maybe 2, that team's going to be really scary. And I just feel like they saw a window now. I guess my biggest question off this trade is why is the window now when you just saw Oklahoma City win a championship last night? Oklahoma City's going nowhere. They're going to have the same team. Their team is still going to be really young. They also can get better. Why does Houston feel like the window is now? I understand why Golden State does, because they got no choice.
I think I'll try to answer that on the other side.
Okay.
888-957-9570 is the number. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket, which means he's now on the team that the Warriors eliminated this past season. Where do the Warriors fit into the West as movement begins to happen? And I think there's going to be more movement on Wednesday in the NBA draft. But 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Are you traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at San Francisco International Airport. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, live performances, and tasty food, why settle for less? Fly from SFO, where your best journey begins. Visit flysfo.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Maybe I'm overthinking it. It's possible.
Overthinking what?
Durant to the Rockets.
Well, all right. What are you thinking about?
Okay, here's what I'm thinking. If I had to make a bet right now, just right now, on next year's NBA regular season, I would say the Rockets are going to win less than 52 games, but the Suns will win more than 36. So when people say, great trade for Houston, and they didn't give up much, all those kind of things, I'm just solely as it relates to win total in the regular season, I'm not sure it makes the Rockets a 55-win team, and I'm not sure the Suns are going to win 30. Let's just put it that way.
But I give the Rockets a better chance to win a playoff series than if they just ran the same roster back for next year.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. I don't think that Jalen Green is like, they didn't have a perimeter guy that could get a shot and take over a game. Like, Fred VanVleet was their best perimeter player in the series against the Warriors. And the Warriors' defense, as much as it is a number one net rating, we've heard a lot, I don't think it's of the same caliber as some of the other great defenses, like certainly not like Houston's, OKC's, and they just made Houston look inept at times on that end of the floor.
They did.
And you saw what Minnesota did to them.
Yeah. This convinces me, too, that Houston liked Jalen Green, but they didn't love Jalen Green. Because, what is he, 22 years old, and he's already averaging 21 a game. That tells me that tells me that maybe they think all he can do is score. And that maybe is all he's going to be able to do. And if that's the case, that makes it a lot easier to take the trade if I'm a Houston Rockets fan. Because maybe they just didn't see Jalen Green as a good fit with all their young players. Maybe, and that might be it too. Maybe they just wanted to get a little less young and get more stability or get more consistency in there with KD. But I don't know. It's going to be clearly a fascinating offseason, and it started yesterday. Let's go to Caleb. Caleb's in Livermore. What's up, Caleb? How you doing?
What's up, fellas? How you guys been?
Hey, pretty good, man.
Yo.
Hey. Good. Yeah, I want to give my little chip in on this KD trade, man.
All right.
Yeah, so I think it's a great trade for both teams. I think Houston, especially, I think they looked at that first-round series against the Warriors, and they realized that they needed a guy who they can count on to get buckets consistently. And, Jalen Green, I think, is an extremely talented player, and I think you're right, Steiny, in a few years' time, I think he can develop into an all-star in this league. And he might be one next year, who knows. And getting Dylan Brooks, too, I think is key for Phoenix because they were not great defensively this year. They need guys who can stop people, and Dylan Brooks is one of those guys. But for Houston, they just needed a guy who they can count on when things break down, when the game's close, that can get them buckets. And it's hard to say now, like, how good Houston is going to be next year as far as what their standing is going to be.
Right.
But I think, come down to the playoffs, KD is going to be obviously an important thing for them. And I think the reason why, too, they did kind of move off of Brooks is, and Ime Udoka talked about it, I believe, in a press conference, is that when a reporter asked him, are we going to see Cam Whitmore more next season? I think that's one of the reasons why, too. I think they want to get Cam Whitmore more burn. And they got some really good players, man, with Tari and Jabari, obviously Amen Thompson and Şengün. So they got a lot of talented young players around KD. But clearly they just feel that they just needed a guy who they can count on and get them points consistently.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm kind of forgetting about, and thanks for the call, Caleb. I'm kind of forgetting about some of Houston's role players, to be honest with you. They were a fairly deep team with young players. So yeah, I guess if the young players there continue to improve and Durant can give them something, over the course of the next year or two. Do you see him as a championship type team?
Houston?
Yeah.
No, but I also didn't see Indiana as a championship type team, and they were potentially an injury away from winning it all. The one thing that Houston didn't have is what KD provides, and that's someone who can consistently score the basketball. Are they better than Oklahoma City? I don't think so. I don't think the Warriors are better than Oklahoma City, but I do think that there is something interesting about a team identifying a void in their roster and just going for it or going to get it. And the reason why I don't think they gave up a ton is because I'm comparing it to what they had to give up to get Durant. They gave up Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, 4 unprotected first-round picks. That's a haul. Now you're giving up a player that you clearly like, but you don't love in Green. Dylan Brooks plays the same position, so he's got to go. And you didn't even give up a future first. You gave up one in this draft, which you're probably not going to be able to use anyways. Steiny, their 3rd overall pick from last year didn't even play in the playoff series. Reed Shepherd didn't play at all. So do you really need this year's pick? 5 second-round picks is not nothing, but to me, that's worth it. What I wonder now is if you're a Warriors fan, you just saw the Houston Rockets identify a need. What does that leave you feeling like about Golden State? What are the Warriors' needs, and can they address them? Because I think that if Houston, say they wanted to go out and still make a move, money might be hard now with Durant, but they still could do something.
They could.
I am wondering whether the Warriors are going to be able to do anything this summer. They're a little more strapped than certainly Houston was.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, what they're going to do is dependent on Jonathan Kuminga, most likely, whether they're going to re-sign him. And if they do re-sign him, they're probably going to constrain themselves more in terms of off-season moves. If they choose to use Kuminga to try to get a different player in here with a different skill set, could they get better that way? Maybe. But, I do look at, and here's the other thing I was thinking, as it relates to the Oklahoma City Thunder and how wide open it is. Of course, if you look at the Thunder right now, you think, oh my gosh, who's going to beat them? But the one thing that's going to happen to the Thunder is they ain't winning 68 games next year. They're a young team. They'll probably come out and not be great the first half of the season because that's been the pattern for the last 7 years, is the team that just wins it has trouble motivating for the entire season because it's perceived as such a grind. So I do think it's wide open from that sense. Oklahoma City is going to go into next year as the favorite, but they're as beatable as any former champion. You know what I mean?
Dude, but they won 68 games and Chet Holmgren missed 50 of them.
And I just feel like...
Or 40.
I just feel like in this day and age, I think there's something psychological about the Oklahoma City Thunder have just won the title and they've played almost into July. It's going to take them a while to get going next season, is what I think. Now,
well, that I agree with, but there was a 15-game gap between them and the second seed.
Yeah. So
Oklahoma City could take a step back. What does that look like? 59 wins? 58 wins? They have a large margin for error, or certainly the biggest one of the Western Conference teams.
Well, yes.
Is there a team next year, Steiny, you think that's capable of winning 60 games not named Oklahoma City?
In the West?
Yeah. There's a ton of 50-win teams like this year, but a team that can realistically jump OKC. Last year, the Celtics took a step back, but Cleveland was already in a position to challenge, and Boston still, they were comfortably a 2 seed. I think what you're asking is there someone good enough to step in to replace them atop the West? I don't see that.
Probably going to be pretty hard. It's probably going to be pretty hard. I do think, like, how much do you think the regular season, like, okay, here's what I think is going to happen to Houston. I don't think they're going to win. They're not going to finish as a 2 seed. They're going to finish as a 4 or worse. And then I think that makes it a lot harder. And I know that what was Indiana? 5?
Indiana was a 4.
A 4. And Minnesota got to the Western Conference Finals and they were a 6. I just don't think that's the way to do it. I can't. It's hard to imagine going through the regular season. Like, okay, the Warriors, they were a 7.
Yep.
Like, it's still hard it's impossible for me to imagine them running the table this past year. Like, maybe they could have gotten by the Timberwolves with Curry, but I don't think they were beating the Oklahoma City Thunder. And so, in the end, I think the regular season was kind of what got the Warriors, is they had to play too hard late in the season. Then they got a brutal matchup in the first round with a young team, and then eventually it caught up with them in the second round. So, to me, the regular season, even though players are putting less weight on the regular season, I still think the regular season goes very far toward determining who realistically can make a run or not. Because if the matchups fall your way, it's possible, but if they don't, it's a long, long road to get to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, look, OKC they basically got the 2 or 3 week break that Draymond Green and LeBron James were talking about, because they didn't have to play hard at the end of the regular season.
It's true.
And then they swept the Grizzlies. Like, I forget how long the break was between Game 4 of the first round and then Game 1 when they played the Nuggets, because the Nuggets went 7 games. Like, they had almost, it felt like a week, if not more, like 10 days between the first and the second round. But that's because they were good enough to get it done. Like, that's part of the game. When the Warriors have won championships, or even when they've just made deep postseason runs, it's been because they've taken care of business against those early round teams and they built in rest for themselves. They had a chance to do that this year against Houston, but they couldn't.
Right.
And unlike others, I believe it's less about the Warriors and it's more of a respect. Like, I think the Rockets were probably better than we gave them credit for. They pushed the Warriors to 7 as opposed to the Warriors, like, limping into 7 games.
Right.
But, I mean, that would be my biggest worry. It's not that the Warriors can't, I don't know, be a top 4 seed or, maybe find a good matchup here and there. It's that the rest of the West is so good that in the first 2 rounds, assuming you get out of the first, like, that team is probably going to push you. And they're going to force you to have to play a lot, where then, you're going to lose a war of attrition.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco, and this may be true, 415. Steiny, you're grossly underestimating Durant's impact in Houston. They'll play its easiest basketball in years.
On the offensive end.
I know that's conventional wisdom. I just need to see if Kevin Durant can still make an impact on winning and losing. I know he can score. And I know on paper it looks like a great pickup for the Rockets. But it was a team that won 52 games last year. So what does it do to their regular season, and then what does it do to their postseason chances?
Well, I think it's slightly different, but, okay, take a look at the Warriors.
All right.
Curry clearly had a lot left in the tank, but he needed someone else to help him. I mean, Durant had Booker, and if you want to say Beal, you can, but maybe the change in situation brings out the best in him. Like, it wasn't as if Curry was cooked. It wasn't that some people were maybe saying that Curry couldn't get it done or help a winning team, but that obviously wasn't the case, because the moment that Jimmy got here, Curry's numbers return to where they usually are. So Durant was already putting up great individual stats, but maybe he is still able to help a winning team. He just wasn't allowed that opportunity in Phoenix.
I mean, if you put it that way, then I gotta say maybe you're onto something, and that is, before Jimmy Butler came to the Warriors, Steph Curry was playing for a 500 team. Steph Curry was the best player on a 500 team without a lot of help. And maybe Kevin Durant was the best player on a team that only won 36 games because he didn't have a lot of help. I think on paper, Booker would be better than any number 2 the Warriors had before Butler. But yeah, Butler changed the course of the season for the Warriors at the halfway point, and I guess now the question is, can Durant essentially do the same for the Houston Rockets? You put it that way, I can buy it a little bit. I still think they gave up more than what the Warriors gave up for Butler, but they probably had more to give up.
Yeah, some people, they wanted to get Durant.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing, too. Like, if the Warriors had their way, he would be on their team.
That's pretty unbelievable.
That's crazy.
It is. Jimmy's in Dublin. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Jim?
I want to address the Warriors' off-season needs. Before I do that, so Steiny, so you're telling me right now that if Durant came to the Warriors, he wouldn't impact them, and they would instantly be championship contenders?
Well,
based on what you just said.
Well, here's what I think. When the Warriors got Butler, they were a 500 team, and Butler elevated them to a better team. The team that Durant's going to right now is a 52-win team. So I just think it's going to be harder for him to elevate a 52-win team. I agree on paper. It looks great. There's just something about Durant where I need to see him really get back to impacting winning, and maybe this is the team to do it.
Got you. Okay, and then also I want to say the Warriors need a big man. And when I say a big man, I'm not talking about Quentin Pop. I'm talking about a legit big man that's going to be in the key and can protect the rim and get key rebounds in big moments. Box out. Not let guys come jump over your back and then not be an over-the-back call because you're not boxing out. Stuff like that. They need another. I think they need another long. They need a long wing as well. Because I mean, who's your big man? Like who's your shot blocker? I mean, what, Draymond? I mean, that's a joke, man. I mean, if you look at all these other teams, I mean, even if you look at OKC, Hairstein is in there, boxing out, getting rebounds. They got Chet in there, even though he's a twig, but he's still rebounding. Mitchell Robinson, he's blocking shots, getting 80 rebounds a game. I mean, Jokic is a force in there inside. So I mean, if the Warriors aren't going to be able to do that, they're only going to be able to compete to a certain, degree. They're not going to. This championship run is going to be over. I mean, it's already over, but there's not going to be any shot of getting back to the promised land if they don't upgrade. And that's what anything in life. If you don't upgrade, unless you're already at the pinnacle, you're not going to go up. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate the call. I have firmly come around on the big man. For 2 or 3 years when people would say they need a big man, I'd be like, well, it's got to be the right kind of big man. Otherwise, they won't play him. It's got to be a big man who can do certain things, and they all can't do certain things. But I completely and utterly am on board with what Jimmy said. Post Looney and Trace Jackson Davis, no. They can't come back with those three guys and not get some kind of athletic big who can defend and who can get some rebounds. They can't continue to play like this. Or I shouldn't say play like this because the style's not going to change. They cannot continue to run out the players at center that they've been running out.
That's kind of the issue is they don't run those guys out because they're not very good. Like, Post has started. He doesn't play very much. Trace Jackson Davis started at the beginning of this season. He was out of the rotation by the new year. Kevon Looney has had great days in the past, but he's not that guy. Like, to me, Steiny, it's as much about getting a big man as it is ensuring that Draymond Green is not your biggest man.
Yeah.
Like, that can't work. I don't know. Like, maybe you could find another guy who's similar, who takes a little bit of pressure off him. But Draymond Green cannot be your biggest man. And that's, again, why when I see Houston identifying a void in their roster and going out and getting it, I can't kill him for that. Like, I didn't look at that trade and say that's a bad deal.
No, I didn't either.
They filled a hole in their roster, even if they had to give up some things. The Warriors, I think their most glaring hole right now might be the center position. And what are they going to do about it? Because I don't think there's a Kevin Durant out there that they can just go pluck and bring in to be their center of the present and future. More so the present.
Right.
I think it's probably going to be like a Daniel Gafford or someone along those lines. But that's something that they have to try to figure out. You know, the Rockets needed a score. I'm with you. The Warriors absolutely need a big man.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Kevin Durant going to Houston, how that impacts the West. Of course, Houston was the team the Warriors eliminated in the first round of the playoffs this year. What does that mean for the pecking order of the West? When you look at the Houston Rockets and you're a Golden State Warrior fan heading into next year, I don't know, before the Durant trade, are you thinking we're better than the Rockets and we proved it in the playoffs? And now do you think, the Rockets might be better than us? As for the big men that the Warriors right now are employing, I'm totally with they cannot go into the season with those three guys and not add to it. And I'm talking about Post, Looney, and Trace Jackson Davis. They're not, although I saw a stat, they're just not good enough right now. How about this stat? And I have to double check it. I'm pretty sure Quentin Post played more minutes in the postseason than any other rookie in the league in the postseason.
Well, I'm trying to think of ones off the top of my head that would. And I can't think of very many.
Yeah.
That actually, well, it's shocking, but it's also not because rookies don't play in the postseason.
Yeah, I know.
The last one I think that actually made a big impact was probably Christian Brown, like on a title team. But even though OKC's young, none of those guys are rookies.
No, they're not. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's the other question. You know, Kevin Durant just went to Houston. Are they a title contender? And had Durant come to the Warriors, would they have been more of a title contender than had Jimmy Butler come here? They wanted him first, the Warriors did. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the NBA season ended yesterday, but the offseason began. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket. Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks go to the Phoenix Suns. And a lot of NBA experts, Evan, think that things are really going to get rolling on Wednesday, which is when the NBA draft takes place. That's Wednesday, right? Not Thursday? I think I'm right on Wednesday. I should double check that.
I think it's Wednesday, too.
Okay. And so even though the Warriors just have one pick, a second-round pick on Wednesday, who knows? Maybe they'll be interested. If I ask Warrior fans right now after watching the entire playoffs, you watched your team beat Houston, you saw yourselves get beat without Steph Curry, you watched Oklahoma City get a little scare a couple times but go all the way. Boston didn't get there. Tatum's injury. What do the Golden State Warriors need? What do they need to acquire this offseason for them to elevate in the Western Conference? And the last, the last couple years, the last 3 years, Evan, they've been a mid 40 win team. I think 44, 46, and 48 the last 3 years.
Yep.
And what do the Golden State Warriors need to get, let's say, to become a 50 win team? Is that possible this offseason? 888-957-9570.
They need health. No, that's another thing that just, I feel like you're watching the playoffs and you're thinking, God, if this team could stay healthy, or if that player didn't go down, the what if, like last night after Game 7, really just from the 4:55 mark on to the first quarter, which is when Halliburton, and it's been official, per Shams Charania, he's torn his right Achilles tendon. I think it's completely fair to look back at that game, maybe not the series, but that game, and say, what if? That might be the biggest what if in the history of the Indiana Pacers franchise. They haven't been there in 25 years. So if I'm looking at the Warriors, yes, they absolutely need a big man. I think they could use a shooting guard. I think they could use more depth. I mean, just shooting in general is something they also don't have a ton of. But what they need is for their 3 older players to stay healthy next year. And that's the one thing you can't guarantee me no matter what they do to their roster.
No, I know. As for, I think the Golden State Warriors need 3 things. They need a backup point guard, as far as I'm concerned, but somebody who's good enough to start 20 games when Steph doesn't start. I think they absolutely have to have a wing. But here's the caveat is Kuminga can be that guy, but he can't be that guy if he can't play. In other words, if the Warriors re-sign Kuminga just because they don't want to let go of an asset, he comes back next year and he's constrained like he's been, over the past year or so, they need Kuminga to be good enough to leapfrog, maybe not leapfrog, but to get Draymond Green off the court more and Jimmy Butler off the court more. And if he can do that, if he can improve, then he could be that guy. And then lastly, Looney's a free agent. I'd absolutely let him go. And then you got to get more athletic on the front line. Let me throw a couple names at you. The big name right now is Miles Turner, but that comes with some complications. He's a free agent. He's unrestricted, and kind of he's the flavor of the month right now, and there's talk that the Pacers may have a little trouble signing him because they'll go over that first apron, and do they want to go over the apron or aprons in a year where they don't have Halliburton? I don't know, but Miles Turner to me would be, he'd be great for the Warriors.
He would be, but I also thought he'd be a little bit better in these finals. He's been really good in the postseason, but that's kind of, I guess, one of the things that has me feeling tense heading into the next season is it's not really just one thing. You need, Turner would be awesome, but then you also kind of need, you're right, a backup guard or another wing or other things. The Warriors are not a Kevin Durant away from feeling like they have action. Or you know what I mean? That Houston might think that Kevin Durant could be the difference between them being a first-round exit and contending, winning a championship. Is Miles Turner that player for the Warriors for you?
No. But I don't know what player is at this point. To me, to get the Warriors back in title contention, it might take a Giannis or somebody like that. But short of that, you've got to shore up some areas of this team so that making a run becomes more possible in the postseason. I get it. They lost Curry, but they weren't going to win a title that small, that unathletic, and with that little shooting. I think they would have gotten eliminated the series after. if they hadn't gotten by Minnesota, or if they had gotten by Minnesota, but I'm not sure they would have gotten by Minnesota even with Steph Curry. Maybe not.
Yeah, I would love Miles Turner, but Miles Turner is expensive, and Miles Turner is probably a $30 to $40 million player at this point. That's what it's been reported that he could command on the open market.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if the Warriors have that ability.
Let's go out to Duck Sauce. Duck Sauce is in San Jose. What's up, Duck? How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Steiny.
Hey. How you doing, man?
Ev, get the drop ready. Oh. My team won our division, downtown San Jose. Hoop it up this past weekend. Shout out my guys, Cherry Park.
There you go, Duck.
Nice. Duck, what do you?
Anyway,
Duck, what do you?
Yeah.
How tall are you, man? Are you 6'3"?
Yeah, I'm 6'3".
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, man.
See, they had a big man on their team. I guarantee you, they had a guy bigger than Duck, right?
Yeah, my boy's 6'5".
Exactly.
He's a load.
You gotta have a big man.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, go ahead,
We
Duck.
were switchable on defense. On defense. It was half court. They couldn't hide from us. We were too physical. So, anyway, man, we could have used you, Steiny, for a few knockdowns in the corner.
Yeah.
Stand in the corner, knock a few down for it.
Doesn't sound like you needed me.
Anyway, man, hey, real quick on the Durant thing, I'll concede that they probably got a little worse defensively, but, one of your callers earlier calling him a horrendous defender, that's just a bad take. He's not a horrendous defender. He's nowhere near a horrendous defender. And the reason he always is going to work to me is he's one of the few guys in the league that can play either on the ball or off the ball. So you can plug him in anywhere. And then on top of that, he's going to do it efficiently, which something Jalen Green, he's not efficient. That's his whole problem.
Yeah.
And he doesn't make his teammates better, So to me, to Evan's point, the regular season, you might not see it, but I think they're way more lethal in the playoff series now with Durant. My last take is just this, everything unfolding in these playoffs, what the Warriors need is I admit I can't throw names out at the top of my head of who I think they could pull off a magic trick with to get, but to me, we need a ton more talent, man, just in general, everywhere. I'm looking at these teams, Moody and Pods, for all purposes, they were starters for us. They would not sniff a millisecond on either of those teams that I just watched in the finals. And if they did, that coach should be fired. I mean, there was guys on Oklahoma City's roster that weren't even playing anymore that I'd take over them, like Isaiah Joe. I'd take him over Moody and Pods right now. So to me, that's what they need, man. They need most multifaceted players we need talent. And if you don't believe in Kuminga, that means we need talent even more.
Yeah.
Even more the case. So that's all I got, guys. Have a good Monday. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it, Duck. See, this is where I'm glad Goo's not here.
Easy.
Because if Goo were here, see, I agree completely with Duck Sauce. If Moody and Pods are your starters, come on, Evan. Come on.
What about him?
We got to upgrade.
Yeah, you can't. All right, I'm going to be you for a second. You can't, Steiny. You can't just upgrade him. You can't just go get Jalen Williams and Caruso and Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins and all these guys that you supposedly you can't. You have to figure out what you can do to help supplement the lack of talent on the team. And that's why I understand completely why Houston did what they did. And you and a lot of people I think it's fair. You're feeling like, well, did you really get that much better? They had culture. What they didn't have was a singular, consistent talent on the perimeter. They didn't. They have a solid big man. They brought back Adams. They have a veteran point guard. But they didn't have a perimeter guy who could just create for himself or potentially even for others. So they got that. The Warriors have, I think, multiple voids, but let's say the biggest one is at the center position. They have to get a big man. The best one might be Miles Turner. And if they swung for that, I would totally understand, but they need a lot more help than the Houston Rockets right now. I think in regards to their roster, like Houston has a bunch of players that there is no room for them. They weren't ready yet, or they were too young. Like the Warriors are an extremely top-heavy team, but they also lack a lot of depth.
Exactly, and that's the conundrum I think they're in. Is their older guys are very high paid, so there's not a lot of money for the role players, but the older guys, they got to keep playing for this thing to work, and there's no guarantee at that. You want this is the part that I'm thinking about. All right, Miles Turner.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you here's what could you go get Miles Turner? If you could go get Miles Turner, you know what? Sure, I'll take Miles Turner. I think he's pretty good. But you know what? You know what I don't want? The Golden State Warriors have reached an agreement with Brook Lopez. I don't want that. The Golden State Warriors.
But what if that's the best you can do?
Have acquired Clint Capella. God, I just don't want that.
What if that's the best you can do?
Give me some good news, damn it.
I don't know if that's good news, but Steiny, the good news would be you don't go into next year with the three guys you don't want, which is Looney, Post, and TJD. I seriously think that's why someone like Brook Lopez is in conversations to become a Warrior. It's not because, you look at him, he's 38, but he might be the best that you can get, and you got to get something.
You want Al Horford?
I wouldn't mind having Al Horford.
So he's got one more year left in his deal, and there's all kinds of talk around Boston that they're going to maybe do something, and he could be a guy who could be had. He's 39.
He was still playing in a playoff series this year.
Too old.
He is. But again, it's like, well, I hate to break it to you, but you went out and got a 36-year-old. That's who you traded for last year. So apparently getting older is not an issue this team has.
When will they?
That is a great question.
Well, I know the answer to it. It's when 30 retires. Rafi in Berkeley. What's going on, Rafi? How you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. I got a quick one, I think, on a way to maybe frame a conversation around at least how you can talk about a contender.
Yeah.
I think you got to imagine your team, any team, without their number one guy. And that team needs to be a playoff team. So think about, if you think about OKC's making the playoffs without Shea, for sure, right? They're solid up and down. They're super athletic. They can score. They're probably not going to win, but they'll make the playoffs. Let's compare that with the Warriors. And if you can't I just think you can't frame yourself as a contender, any team. It's like the Celtics would have made the playoffs without Jason Tatum. They weren't going to contend, obviously, without Jason Tatum. And I think when you start thinking about the Warriors and how to build a team, I think you need to think about them without Steph Curry. And how do you build the model of a team that's a playoff team actually without Steph Curry? And then you add Steph Curry and you become a contender. And the Warriors are not a playoff team, sadly, without our guy. And that's kind of my take. Thanks, guys.
I actually kind of like that. You get what he was getting at?
Take away the best player and see how good you are?
No, if you take away, let's say you take away Jimmy, well, it's Curry, but let's say, just for hypothetical sake, it was Butler. So you took Butler off the Warriors and they were a 500 team.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is they weren't really a playoff team at that point because they were like a 9 or 10 seed. So the Warriors without Butler or without Curry would need to be a playoff team. So what he's saying is the Boston Celtics will make the playoffs next year without Jason Tatum.
Probably, yeah.
So he's saying then they're a title contender when you put that best player back on their team. I kind of get what he's saying. I kind of get what he's saying. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but those are also like, no, I agree.
Okay, let me ask you this. How many going into next year, just using what we have now, and it'll probably change. Who are title contenders next year based on just what happened up until the start of the show today?
OKC.
All right.
Cleveland.
Okay.
I would say the Knicks. And in the West, you're looking at, I would say Denver.
All right.
I would say Houston.
Okay. Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Clippers?
That really depends on the health of Kawhi Leonard.
What about the Warriors?
Are they contenders?
Title contenders.
Well,
I guess that's where if I had, I don't think they are right now.
Right now, no.
Right. Well,
now, no.
Right. If they get Giannis for nothing, then that obviously changes. But but you would now put the Rockets in that category.
I think I would, because I don't know. I thought that they were going to be better if they did nothing this summer. I think they would get better. But again, I just feel like they identified the biggest need on their roster. And the only reason that people aren't putting them in a contending category is because they don't think Durant is that player anymore. That's what it feels like I'm hearing a lot of today. And I get it, but I think he is going to help them more than people are giving him credit for.
Yeah, and just again, like, hey, Sonny, Rockets got Durant. Yeah, okay. Like, I don't jump immediately to they are a title contender, but I'm not saying, that's a terrible move. It's more like, all right, we'll see if that works with Durant there. It could. Might be good. Sounds good on paper.
Well, the reason why it's like, okay, are the Warriors a contender? Yeah, Denver, Clippers, Warriors, Rockets. Is anybody going to pick them to beat OKC next year?
Not right now.
No, like anybody in the West. Anybody.
Well, I mean,
I don't mean the Warriors. I don't mean Houston. I don't mean, like, the reason why they're contenders is because
right now I would say no. Like the Oklahoma City Thunder are the favorite, right?
Yeah, they should be.
Right. But like, let's say theoretically, Giannis could go somewhere, and if he goes in the West, it could change the balance of power. If he, can the Lakers get Giannis without moving any, Luka or LeBron? I don't know.
But all right, let's say you put Giannis, Luka, and LeBron in the same team together.
Yep.
I'm assuming that team has nothing else.
Probably not.
You don't have Reeves. You're going to have to give up Hachimura, whatever you want to give up. Like, I wouldn't pick that team to beat the Thunder.
Probably not.
So that's the gap that we're talking about here. That's why watching last night, I felt so bad for the Pacers because nobody gave them a chance. And they were up by 1 at the half with their best player getting hurt. That's like, it just makes me feel awful for them because I don't know if they're ever going to get back. And I don't know if a team in the West is ever going to be able to beat, or in the near future will beat, OKC. Because they look like they're set up to, I don't know if become a dynasty is the way to put it, but certainly be the favorite in the West for the foreseeable future.
You would think they're going to contend for a while, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Los Altos. Hey, Rich, how you doing, man?
Doing great. How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of thinking outside the box a little bit. I mean, I think we have 2-3 years left of Steph realistically, right?
Yep.
We have an aging roster. Once Steph is gone, we're gonna be terrible. Everybody knows that. Let's just sell out the farm for Giannis. Or I was thinking, since Draymond and Steph are so close to LeBron, what about LeBron and Bronny trying to get them? make a trade, and just anybody but Jimmy Butler and Steph and Draymond is open for discussion.
Yeah, let me get to Giannis for a sec, because and thanks for the call, Rich. Appreciate it. Okay, so I just said if somehow the Lakers could get Giannis, would they be the favorite or could they win it? And you said, well, they wouldn't be favored, and I agree. So, but that doesn't mean you would not do it if you're LA, right?
What's the trade?
Well, the trade is Giannis to the Lakers for everything other than LeBron. And
oh, yeah. If you can do it, I think yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can acquire Giannis, you probably give up whatever you need to.
Is there any...
I think that's the same case for the Warriors.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. If you don't think the Lakers would be a title contender if you dropped Giannis on their team, would the Warriors be a contender if you dropped Giannis on their team, knowing that you're probably not going to have Green, Kuminga, I don't know, Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis?
Well, you already said Pods can't start for a playoff team, so it's irrelevant there.
I mean, technically,
you've already.
But
I know, but you've already said Trace Jackson Davis can't be one of the 3 centers on this roster next year and hope to compete.
No. Maybe I didn't say it right. You can't come back with that 3-headed center. I'm not saying they all need to be off the roster.
Well, you may not, because Looney's a free agent.
Exactly. That's just what I mean. I mean, you can't come back with Post under contract, Trace under contract, and Looney under contract.
No, if Giannis is available, you have to trade for him. Like if the Bucks present a package to the Warriors that involves, let's say Draymond, Kuminga, all your first, don't you have to do it? And it's because of the state of their franchise. Like they're not. I don't think that the Warriors have really operated, Steiny, like they're playing for the future. Now, they might have an eye on it, but they're 90% on next season. They're not all in, but I would say they're mostly in on next year. And so how do you give yourself the best chance? I think everybody who's called in has been spot on. Like, you need talent. And Giannis is quite literally the largest talent out there.
And you brought this up, and I want to ask Warrior fans this. Taking into account the whole postseason, Warriors beat Houston, they lose to Minnesota. Oklahoma City gets to the finals. Minnesota gets to the Western Conference Finals. The Indiana Pacers sneak into the finals and almost win it. If you're a Warrior fan and you've watched this postseason, do you feel more encouraged that the Golden State Warriors could actually win it next year because it's so wide open? Or do you look at the Warriors now and say, they can't win it? How come? There's just too many other good young teams out there. Because I'm not sure what the answer is. 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, do you feel more enthusiastic about next season knowing that the Indiana Pacers almost won it and they were a 4 seed and they weren't on a lot of people's radar? Or do you look at the league and say, you know what? Probably not going to happen anymore for the Warriors. 888-957-9570. That segment sponsored by Safeway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I know what this song is. The question is, why are you playing it?
Because I can.
I know you can, but let me tell you something. We should have been talking about Caitlin Clark. And then you come back with Uptown Girl. But we were just basically talking about the NBA. And so I just don't understand the connection. The connection.
Well, it's because he likes the song.
Nobody likes this song. It's one of the worst Billy Joel songs going. What a little scenes from an Italian restaurant.
Well, he's trying to set the mood, Steiny. We're trying to stay uplifted. You know, I think after last night, a lot of people are feeling down about the world. Now, you don't have to placate to him. You don't have to just set him up with one of his favorites, because every time that this song comes on or anything written by Robert Zimmerman, Steiny loses his freaking mind and has to go on a diatribe about how great of a songwriter he is.
You know, I haven't done this in a while. And
since Friday.
I'm looking forward to it. The 510 on the text line. I would no longer be a Warrior fan if we bring in the circus of LeBron James and Bronny. Shut up. Shut up. Yes, you would.
I actually am kind of with the 510.
You would double down.
That's not true.
No, what you're saying is not true. If the Golden State Warriors got LeBron James, they would not lose one fan.
I actually think they would. You do not give enough credence to the disdain Warriors fans have for individuals. You also overinflate this idea of someone supporting solely a team. Like, there's a lot of fans out there, maybe not diehards, because I think a diehard fan, they're going to like the team no matter who's on it. But I do think that there are some people who wouldn't like the Warriors if LeBron James played for them.
They're the same people who said they weren't going to like the 49ers when they acquired Richard Sherman. And you know what? They still were fans of the Niners. They didn't lose one fan over Richard Sherman, even though he ate a turkey leg at the 50. I mean, LeBron never ate a turkey leg at Levi Stadium on Thanksgiving night.
Let LeBron go full Devondre Campbell one night, and I think they'd lose a few fans.
Possibly.
Dixon's in San Francisco. What's up, Dixon? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Good.
I'm calling about UNS. I think the Warriors need to greatly improve their team before they have a shot into the playoffs, even, if much less the finals. I think we have to get bigger. I think we have to get faster. I think we have to get younger. I think we should trade a package with Draymond and Kuminga and get some kind of stud that can play center for the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, you got to find a team out there that wants an old guy in Draymond and a young guy in Kuminga. And then you got to find a center you like. And who's pretty good if you're going to give away those two guys. So
we've got some first-round picks, too.
Well, that's true. That's true, and that's the danger. That's the danger.
Well, I don't think the way we are constructed right now is going to bring us to the promised land.
Dixon, I'm with you there. Thanks for the call. What was I going to say about Draymond Green? Was it Kuminga? Oh, I forget.
This is the path the Warriors have chosen. This is their team. Seriously, everyone wants this massive shakeup like last summer. They didn't really do a whole lot, and then they eventually made a trade, and that helped them. And now it's like you got a ton of money wrapped up in three guys, really just two guys. And I think this team is set up to kind of just run it back. Like, that's how they pigeonholed themselves. And you're going to sit here and rip them all year, but I don't see an alternative.
Well, you might be right, because they've started down this road now. And now they're halfway down it, and turning around would be maybe fruitless, but staying down this road, I guess, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Because this one's the one that I really wonder what people think. We had a caller that said, look, we need to get somebody in here right now, da-da-da-da-da, and we have draft picks. And he said, let's face it, we're going to stink when Steph leaves. We're just not going to be very good when Steph leaves. Okay, well, you keep going down this road, to me, that ensures you're not going to be any good without Steph. But I still think there's a way to not be terrible without Steph, and it would have been not putting every single egg in the now basket. Like, I really think the Warriors could have almost baited and switched. And that is made moves that help a little bit down the line, or maybe not the move that is a move that, oh my gosh, we're back in it, but you incrementally get better without jeopardizing your future. And you just try to keep getting better with Steph. Like what if
Isn't that what they're doing?
No, they're trying. They're. It's all about a home run. It feels like.
I don't see them trying to swing for the fences whatsoever.
You don't?
No, the year after they won the championship, they won 44 games. Then they won 46 games. Last year, they won 48 games. They still have 4 first-round picks to trade. They haven't traded them. They only have guys under contract for 2 more years. Their head coach they could get off of at the end of this season. Like, I don't think they're as all in as you're making them out to be.
Well, I'm just saying, over the last year, they've tried to. Here's what I think. They've tried to sell the fan base, and maybe that's too harsh. They've tried to sell the fan base that they were one player away. Whether it was Paul George, Markkanen, LeBron last year, Durant this year, it ended up being Butler. Okay, so the nice thing about Butler, as far as I'm concerned, is they didn't mortgage the future. So they got a player who's made them a little bit better. But I don't think they're a title contender. But I don't know that a player out there can make them a title contender. But yet, we're still saying that's the ultimate goal. So I'm just wondering if they even have a stomach to do it incrementally, if you know what I mean.
But they are doing it incrementally. They've gotten incrementally better the last few seasons.
Okay, let me play guru.
Sure.
You made the playoffs, then you missed the playoffs, then you made the playoffs.
And you won a round.
Right.
So you've made the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years, and you've won 2 playoff series. Is that bad? It's not what people want because it's not a championship. But if you're talking, like, seriously, if you're talking about incrementally getting better, I actually think that's why people are so mad, is because they've taken the long route, like, to get right here. They haven't made trades in the past that could have, I don't know, in people's eyes, transformed the roster. You know, they didn't go for Siakam a couple of years ago. They didn't make the Gafford and PJ Washington type move a couple seasons ago that everybody wanted. They saved some of their chips for Jimmy Butler. And now they have some to work with, but it doesn't appear as if they're going to push them in to the center of the pot. I think they're working more incrementally than you think they are.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Steiny, what do you want them to do? Well, how about that?
It's too late. You're right, and that's kind of the conclusion I've come to. It's too late. You're right. They're already down this road, and it's a road I'm not sure I would have gone down, but they've gone down it, and now you've got 2 years. You've got 2 years. Let me ask you this. You've got 2 years to do what?
To try and be as competitive as possible.
Okay. I'll take that. But that's not what they're selling.
What are they selling?
They're still selling that they are a title team. And that it's all about, like, I just think when you say it's all about Steph's 5th ring, then that leads you down a certain avenue. And if there's anything else out there that doesn't accomplish that, you won't do it. And maybe that limits everything, that limits some of the things you can do because you don't want to take a step back to take 2 steps forward in 2 years. I guess that's what it would be. Well, it would be there. What if there's a good young player out there? Somebody's going to say Kuminga, but what if there's a good young player out there, but he's going to take 2 or 3 years? You just give up on a guy like that? Or you just wouldn't acquire a guy like that?
Well, I would like to know who that player is. Like, I think what the decision you're asking them to make is between, like last night, I thought Brian Windhorst said something pretty poignant about the Thunder, which was they started working towards this championship the moment they ended their window for their last one, which was they traded Paul George and acquired Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a bevy of first-round picks, one of which they turned into Jalen Williams.
All right. Yeah, I would do that.
No bleep.
I'm just saying.
No bleep,
but they're not even trying. They're not. That's not where they're going.
Because that trade isn't out there.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know what's out there for Jimmy Butler or...
Why would a team give up a future potential star and 4 first-round picks for Jimmy Butler? Kevin Durant didn't even he got you 1 first-round pick.
This is what I'm saying.
Well, but that's why they're moving towards this road, in my opinion, is because the ship to get however much you could back for whether it's Curry or maybe like that ship is sailed. That's not available to you. Honestly, Steiny, seriously, if there was an equivalent deal to the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander trade, which is the one that everybody wants,
okay,
I think the Warriors would do it.
For Steph?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't think they would, though.
But that's the deal that you want them to make.
That's right.
And I don't think that deal's available.
It might not be, and it certainly isn't if it fits into no part of your strategy. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, and this isn't about would you trade Steph. It's not about that. It's about will you explore every single avenue to try to continue to get better? And I feel like there's some things that could present themselves where if it doesn't fit into their timetable, that they'll miss an opportunity. 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let me ask you this. How many games do the Warriors win?
48.
Okay. Right now, do you think they're going to win more than 48 or less?
About the same.
Okay. I think they're going to win less right now. Okay. Unless they make some moves. So that's why
you don't see it.
I hate where they are. I just hate it.
I know you've hated it for the last 3 years.
Exactly. Because they missed opportunity after opportunity. And then now, this is the thing. We're just going to stink after Steph? Is that what we're conceding? Well, listen.
I actually don't think they're conceding that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any first-round picks. They would have traded them.
Well, that's my point. Is if fans are willing to scrap the future, well, then go trade 5. Go trade 5 first-round picks and get the best possible player you can get in here, and mortgage it all for 2 years. like that's like, and that's I guess what I'm saying is I do kind of feel like they're selling something that they know is unrealistic. That's all.
Well, you can't just come out and say, "Oh yeah, actually, you know, we got a bunch of older guys and they're on really inflated contracts, and you know, we're going to try and win around this year." I mean, I would argue the person who's been selling it the most realistically is the guy who's the franchise. It's Curry. What he's selling is meaningful basketball, which sounds like he doesn't have to win a 5th championship because he realizes that's going to be really, really difficult to do given the stage of his career and just the roster in comparison to everyone else in the league. But he's not selling championship. He's selling being competitive for the next couple seasons. You know what, Steiny, and it might only be one more year. Like, one more year of this, and then they could try and blow it up. I don't know. I think you're assuming that they're just going to ride this out for as long as humanly possible, that there isn't an end to this.
Well, I feel like, and that's one thing that I vehemently disagree with when people say 1 year. Why 1 year? All their old guys are under contract for 2 years. So, yeah, if it falls apart next season, well, what do you getting off those guys probably won't get you much. So you'll have two choices at that point: to be even older than you were after a bad year, or you trade these guys, but I don't know what you can get for them on the last year of their deals.
Well, I don't think it'd be a whole lot more than trading him this summer.
I think,
like, what's
again,
the difference?
I don't want to go down this road, but I think if you put, I don't want to go on this road, but if you put Curry on the open market right now, you could get a haul for him. And with one more year that goes by, you probably get less of a haul. That's all I'm saying.
Well, then why didn't you just trade him last year or trade him 2 years? You know, like, that's, to me, that's just off the table.
But again, I'm not saying they should trade Steph Curry. I'm saying it's like politicians say everything's on the table, even if it's not. But just say it. I think the way they've described the last 2 or 3 years has constrained them. If that truly is their strategy.
What? Oh yeah, good take call.
Rick in Pacifica. What's up, Rick? How you doing?
Well, hello, fellas. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
It's always Steiny, always the contrarian. I'm listening to Evan, and he seems to be talking the same language as I would say the majority of the Warriors fans. Let me just ask you real quick, both of you. What are the positives with the Warriors roster as constructed this last season here?
The positives?
Yes. Give me. I mean, I could tell you a number right out the gate, but go ahead.
They have 2-star level talents.
Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess Butler.
He basically turned the season around, so you'd have to say Butler. Anybody else?
Not really.
No. Draymond made first team all defensive player.
Okay.
Podziemski made big strides in being a solid leader of the bench. By the way, the bench was in the top 3 in scoring and defense amongst the league. So are they a scrap heap team? Or are they kind of muddling in the middle? Where they won 48 games? And Evan made a very interesting comment about being healthy. That's huge. I think the Warriors are two players away from being much better team. They need a goon in the middle. They need a Steven Adams type guy right in the middle to just be a rim protector, maybe knocking bodies out of the way. And they're out there. Those guys are out there. Some of them are just, familiar names, but not necessarily top tier. And then they need to spend their dimes on a scorer. And outside of that, everything I think will fall into place. It'll give Steph and Draymond a little more time not to be on the court all the time, and maybe they won't get injured as much or at all. I mean, that's just my 2 cents.
I appreciate it, Rick. Thank you. I mean, like, Evan is making sense, and I hate where they are. And you're right, they got to make the best out of this situation. And I know, I get it. A lot of people think they're in a better spot than I think they are. And I'm not saying I'm right.
Well, I don't think that a lot of people do feel that they're in a great position. I think a lot of people are frustrated because they're realizing that the Warriors are stuck. They made their bed with Jimmy Butler. It doesn't look like they have any intention of moving one of their top 3 highest paid players. And really all they can do is choose to sign and trade or keep Kuminga. But that's the reality of their summer. The Kevin Durant move that happened yesterday, I don't see happening for the Warriors, or the equivalent of a big name or a big swing or a big trade. But it also doesn't mean that you should just give up on next season. They were within, some people felt like they're an injury away from being in the Western Conference Finals. They also were a Buddy Hield Game 7 away from being knocked out of the first round. That's the reality of where they are. So, but I can't fault the Warriors for trying. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. But you said, I think most people agree the Warriors are stuck.
Yeah, that's why we're hearing frustration today, because they're they're neither a championship team like we saw last night with OKC winning their first, and they're also not horrible.
No, you're right. And I'd have to go back over the last 3 years, but they could have been making moves that would have allowed them to be less stuck right now. And I don't necessarily think that would concede them being a team just as good as they've been. Let's go to Austin real quick in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. Great conversation. Listen, where do we go first? The first thing I would just agree, you guys kind of went down a path just now around what didn't happen before, Steiny. And I agree. We talk about the present, but it really is about what they've not done over the last couple of years. I mean, look at Moody and forget Paz. Look at Moody and J.K.
Yeah.
These guys have been in the system for almost 5 years. I mean, we can keep talking about they're incrementally getting better. The guy just said, they're going to be better next year. The problem is they haven't developed the guys that they should have developed. So you had to go out and get a Jimmy Butler, and now everybody's proclaiming Jimmy Butler. And I'll be honest, I'm not as big of a Jimmy fan as I think a lot of the Warrior fans. I'm not a big – I think he came in, he helped the team, but I'm not sold on Jimmy going into the future really as the cure-all. I think the real Jimmy will come back. We'll see. But I just think that it's really about what they haven't done in totality, guys. And the question is, do we still believe that the roster that we're all saying the roster isn't good enough? So now they're trying to sell us on this roster being better than it is. The young guys are really going to be good. When we look at other teams, young guys, and Steiny, I've been saying this for a long time. I think we overvalue the young guys that we have versus the rest of the team, rest of the league. And now it's starting to play out. So none of this is surprising. I think we're going to ride it out for another year. Dunleavy's pretty much said that. This is one more year. And then after next year, all hell could break loose, guys. I don't see this running out more than another 2 years unless they do something crazy in the playoffs. That's it, guys.
Appreciate it, Austin. Thanks for the call. After watching this postseason, your impressions of the Warriors changed, or are they still the way they were when they got knocked off by Minnesota? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Evan, I'm looking at this text from the YouTube chat from somebody named Little Miss Trouble. Curry, it says, we all love Steph, but it's time. Time for what? Little Miss Trouble, time for what? Time for what, Little Miss Trouble?
I don't know. Time to get off him? Like, and this is, I understand that he's in a particular stage of his career, but he was just named second team. He proved that when he's playing meaningful basketball, he can still conjure up a pretty damn high level of play. You know, can he do it enough at this stage in his career to help you win a championship? That might be too much, but I think he didn't do anything this year that made me feel as if, yeah, now's the time. Like now's the time for Steph to go.
No, but there's something that's been troubling me for a few years now as it relates to Curry and less Draymond Green. And that is, the problem is, to my way of looking at it, is Steph, Draymond, and I'll put Butler in there too, just for the sake of it. But they're still really good players. They are. But they still have to be the main ingredients on this team. And so when I look at guys around the league who are getting older, and it's a blessing and a curse that Steph can play at this level for this long, but he's not the player he was. And so you have him making 60 plus, you have Butler making almost 60, and you're stuck with one of two things. One is they're playing too much and they're losing effectiveness and they don't have enough support because they're making too much. Or ideally, they'd be making what they're making, but they'd have lesser roles because there'd be somebody who could supplant them. But nobody can supplant them. So they remain the highest paid players on the team, the most important players on the team, and they're still hanging in there, playing at a nice level, but it's nothing like their championship years. And so that's where I see them just kind of in a hole that's going to be really difficult to climb out of. Like, I'm not saying Steph's a problem, but when guys are making that much money and they're getting less effective, then you gotta have somebody to pick up the slack. And the reality is they still rely on those three guys too much. And if you want to say they haven't developed anybody or they haven't gotten them enough help, that's fair. But I think this team's in big trouble unless and until Draymond, Butler, and Curry, because the team's good enough, can take lesser roles. And that might not happen in the next 2 years.
Well, I'm going to be honest. If that was the case, Jimmy Butler wouldn't be here. Like, they went out and traded for Jimmy Butler because they haven't developed anyone or been able to acquire anyone that could take the workload away from Curry, Green, or both. I mean, seriously, that's why. They found themselves in a talent-deficient state midway through the season where they're a 500 team. That's why they traded for him.
Right.
If they felt like there was going to be the next guy, for example, if they thought Kuminga was going to be that guy, I don't think that they make that trade.
You know what? That's a great question.
If they thought Pods was going to be that guy, and I don't care how much you talk about him, and he's a future all-star and he's untradeable. Like, if they really thought that they had a young player who was next up, who was ready to be the dude, the face of the franchise, the heir apparent, I don't think you make the Jimmy Butler trade.
I wonder. Let's just say Kuminga was somebody who was still a couple years away, but the verdict wasn't out on him. Like, give me a young. Let's say he was
Jalen Green.
I was going to say Amin Thompson.
Okay. Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is, if Kuminga were Amin Thompson, would they have moved him to get better immediately? Or would they say, this guy's going to be, and like, if I told you right now, I'm telling you, Kuminga's going to be great in 4 years, do you trade him? Or what if I say there's another team that thinks Kuminga's going to be great in 4 years, and they're willing to make a move that we love, the Warriors?
So I wouldn't trade him. I wouldn't trade that player. Like, if you're telling me I thought that, and I don't, but if I thought Kuminga was going to be a top 5 to 10 player in the next 3 seasons, no, I don't trade that player. But if I don't, then I absolutely get rid of him. I mean, Steiny,
I guess what I'm saying is, if Kuminga were more of a sure thing, would they have gotten Butler? Or would they have been okay with, it might take him a couple more years, but we can't get rid of this guy?
Well, that's a little different because they didn't have to give him up. Like, they clearly didn't want to trade him for Jimmy Butler. Otherwise, he'd be gone.
True.
But
why would they? But they would have for Durant.
Because it sounds like that's what it would have, I don't know, that's what it would have taken to get it done. And
well, that's true.
I just, they also don't really have anything else to trade. My thing is, the Warriors have not done a good enough job in creating the next big thing. And as much as I hear people saying Jordan Poole was that player, I don't think he's good enough to carry a franchise. He's a solid player. Obviously, he was a big part of a champion. I don't think he was that guy. They haven't found him. Although, again, to me, the Rockets didn't think that Jalen Green, to me, was going to develop into that kind of player. If they did, I don't think they trade him for Durant. It's also why I think, and it's revisionist history or hindsight's 2020, but if the Clippers thought that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was going to be a player that was the MVP of the league, the scoring champion, Western Conference Finals MVP, NBA Finals MVP, you don't trade that player. I don't think the Clippers thought he could be that. Otherwise, why would you have gotten rid of him?
Yeah. Or they thought, there's a small chance, but it's worth taking. But here's the problem with Jordan Poole and trading Jordan Poole is I never watched Jordan Poole and thought, this guy's the next. Because first of all, the next what? Well, he's not the next Curry. Are you talking about the next number one on a good team? I don't think he's that either. The problem with moving Jordan Poole was that he did something that you needed in a big way a fair amount of time because of other shortcomings, and he was able to be a very important player on your team because he was able to provide scoring during those times you really needed it, whether Curry was on the floor or not. And to me, he was a difference-making type of player for the Warriors. Not a one, not a guy who you could build around. And I'm not even sure, a top 2 guy on a team or 3. But when they traded Jordan Poole, they lost something offensively that they've never gotten back. And it's a guy who can score without anybody else's help if and when Steph's not doing it and other guys aren't doing it. And I get his defense wasn't great and sounds to me like he was a little bit of a head case, but they they gave away essentially a player who had already proven, and to me, that's the other part of this that's huge. He had already proven he could play here, be effective here, and score here, and be a part of a winning team. And we talk a lot about the guys who, for some reason, can't fit into the system. So, I don't know why I'm relitigating Jordan Poole, but I do think that people get caught up in whether, he's never going to be the best player on a great team. I get that, but that doesn't mean we're better off without him, because we're not.
Well, I think it's ironic that that's now the kind of player they're looking for. It's, we're sitting here today not talking about how the Warriors can go and get Giannis or some big fish. I don't think it's realistic. Maybe you do. I don't. But we're talking about the players that can help them. A big, maybe not the big, but a big. We're talking about a backup point guard. Maybe not the point guard, but someone who can help and step in. We're talking about a wing. Maybe not the wing, because you got Butler and you got Draymond, but someone who can back those guys up or kind of supplement how many games they're going to miss. Like, we're not talking about the player. I don't think the Warriors are looking at this summer as we're remaking this team. They're in a position where they're trying to add and be as competitive as possible. And it is ironic that the player they're kind of missing would be a Jordan Poole type.
Yeah, and the more I think about it, the more I'm really confused about that move. I can only assume Draymond had so much power, he made the decision, or they were all down on Jordan Poole. But, if you think about how unbelievable it is that they drafted Jordan Poole in the 20s, he came into the league and we were thinking, this guy cannot play. He goes down to the G League, comes back, he's a totally different player. He's now a contributor, and you traded him you got a homegrown guy, and you traded him for whatever the most opposite of a homegrown guy could be in Chris Paul. I don't know why I'm harping on Poole right now.
It's less
because, ideally they'd be sitting with Poole and Kuminga would be further along, but that's not the way it is.
Yeah, that's not reality. They traded him to save money. That's what they did. And now they're trying to figure out how they can spend their money. And they picked the guy who they spent the money on. He's Jimmy Butler. But again, I think that the reason why the Warriors had to trade for him, or felt like they had to trade for him, is because there's nobody on the team under the age of 25 that they believe, if you put a gun to their head and ask them, that they believe can carry the mantle. There's nobody. In fact, I don't even know if there's anybody close. All their young players, who would be the closest to being that guy? Seriously, it's probably Pods.
Oh, now?
Yeah. And that's why they're in the situation they are.
But okay.
That's why they have to lean on these older players so much.
But when so when we say the next, if Jordan Poole were here now, he might not be, he still wouldn't be their number one option, but you could look at this team and say, okay, in a couple years, when Steph's gone, Jordan Poole's going to be 26, Kuminga's going to be 26, and this is what drives me crazy. I'm not saying those are your first and second best players. All I'm saying is you'd have something after Steph was gone, and then you start saying things like, well, now if you get a star in here and Poole's your second, or Kuminga's your second best player and Poole's your third best, you may have something. But they have nothing after these guys right now. And I guess that's why I'm thinking about Poole more now than they had over the course of the past season.
Well, he also didn't play very well in the playoffs that followed the championship run. He also was a pretty inconsistent player after arguably he got punched. But to me, thinking about Poole, it's like, I guess it just doesn't, like, where does that get us?
I know, I hear you.
You know, the fact remains, again, and it's just hit me watching the Thunder and the Pacers yesterday. Those guys know who is going to be leading their team or teams for the next 5 seasons. You know, unfortunately, the Halliburton injury kind of puts a big wrinkle in the Pacers. And in fact, that might be the only reason we could talk about a Miles Turner being available. It's because the Pacers are like, well, what are we really paying for next year? Because we're going to have to wait 2 years anyways. It's going to be an 18th-month injury and all the rest. But I'm looking at OKC. They got all these young, good players. But they know who their guys are 5 seasons from now. Even Indiana, maybe you think it was a lucky run, it was a flukish run. Maybe you think they got staying power, I don't know. But they know Halliburton, maybe Siakam, he's a little older, but Nembhard, Nesmith, like all of these guys are their dudes for the foreseeable future. And the Warriors, that's really what they're missing. And I think, honestly, that's the reason why, in a long-winded way, based on what we've discussed today, I think that people are so down on them. It's because they don't see a future. And the present isn't really that sparkling either. Like the present is not good enough for a lot of fans to outweigh the lack of a future. You know, and it's not like they've really cashed their chips in on the present either, because they still got all their picks and stuff like that.
I mean, I think it's interesting because, you know, it's too bad Halliburton got hurt, obviously. But it's so funny, and I'm not picking on you here, but like you're like, you know, was it a fluke for Indiana?
Well,
and no. But what I'm saying is, in any other place, like why wouldn't forget? Like if Halliburton didn't get hurt, why wouldn't we just say Indiana's getting better? Like Indiana went to the Eastern Conference Finals, then they went to the NBA Finals. They're a championship contender next year with Halliburton, but they're not right now. Let's go to Mark in San Francisco real quick. Get some. Get some.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Get some.
Yeah, hey, thank you. I go by the radio name of Dark Mark. Yeah, I call every now and then.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And hey, I just wanted to say this. You know, we need to trade Kuminga for Kawhi Leonard, because we can talk about Poole in the past all we want. We're not going back to that. If we had Leonard, who I still think is a superstar, you know, is a superstar, God, he can shoot when Curry sits down. Ooh, he can play defense. He can shoot when Curry is up. Man, you know, Curry is only human. He gets cold sometimes. If we could, and we can talk about Antetokounmpo and all these others, but you know, we'd have to give up the ranch for that. If we could get Kawhi Leonard, we would be in the finals next year. I'm Dark Mark, not Doc Mark. Dark Mark.
Oh, Dark Mark. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Dark Mark. Appreciate it, man.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
It's Dark Mark, not Doc Mark.
Yeah, I mean, if they could do that, I would love that, Steiny. I would love that. You know, but that's kind of what we're resigned to at this point, is praying Kuminga turns into Kawhi. How do you feel, Steiny? Talk to me, man.
You can't get Kawhi Leonard. I mean, goodness gracious. You guys really want to get older. Can't get older.
Oh, they can.
I guess.
Big Mountain, or what's his name? Splash Mountain? Brooke Lopez?
Yeah.
He might be coming to the Warriors.
Let's go to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee's in Fairfield. Hey, Mr. Lee, how you doing?
Steiny.
Hey.
A lot of times, man, I will agree with Guru, but you hit it on the head, man. I'm thinking back about Poole
would be the kind of guy that you start to make some transition and changes with. And looking back, I'm kind of sad, too, about that. But I think they made a mistake. Internally, the Warriors didn't handle it. That could have handled that better. I think had they handled it differently, you probably could have kept the two players, and I think they would have been able to coexist. But when you don't even suspend the guy and you make him feel like, speaking of Draymond, and you make Draymond feel like he's above the law, then it just dampens everything, man. And the Dark Mark guy just called. We gotta get younger, man. I'm done with these old players. I love hoop, and watching them young boys play yesterday, to include Indiana, you might start thinking, what deals can we make? Those two teams got good young players on those teams. Those are the kind of guys that, giving us another opportunity, those are the kind of guys are ready to play. Just throw the ball out there. That's my take, man. Love the show. Later.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You know, somebody's like, let me ask you this.
Yep.
Let's say the Warriors had kept Poole and let Draymond walk.
Yeah.
How much different would the last 3 years have looked? They averaged 46 wins over the last 3 years. Made the playoffs twice, won 2 series.
I think they probably won. I think they would have won a little less, but their future right now would look brighter. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Absolutely. My point would be, I don't think they'd look significantly worse, because I don't believe that had you gotten rid of Draymond Green, all of a sudden you're in the tank. I just, they still have Steph Curry.
Well, they were in the tank. They were a game below 500 this year.
Right. I'm saying, had they not traded Jordan Poole, I don't think they would have been a 28-win team the last 3 years.
No, but they probably wouldn't have won 48. If he's on the team, I don't think they why would you trade for Jimmy Butler?
If who's on the team? Jordan Poole?
Poole over Draymond. I think it's because they clearly had a vision of aligning 3 older guys. And the text line's totally correct. What stands out last night watching the finals? Young guys, young players. Warriors don't have any good ones, or not enough, or players that are young are not further enough along. So they decided to get older, and now they got to lay in it, at least for another year.
Yeah. Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Evan. I got a few things. One, people are worrying for nothing really, but other than barring injury, and you saw what happened in Indiana, if the Warriors stay healthy and have Jimmy Butler for the whole year, they are going to be better if they stay healthy. They do need a big goon in the middle. I'd get rid of Looney and whoever else. We can just get someone like a Steven Adams if we can. And the biggest thing, though, to me is the 2 Ks, double K. Her and Kuminga need to get their act together. Curtis has played the kid for 35 minutes. Look, the kid has a lot of potential. You have superstars around him that can teach him. You can get 25 points out of that kid in his sleep in 35 minutes. And Kuminga, though, has to also engage. Start hustling. Play defense. Rebound, Kuminga. That's all you got to do. Big contract in your future, and the Warriors will be fine.
Good stuff, Mark. Appreciate the call. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I see callers. I'll get to you all on the other side. We're fixing the Warriors. Somebody's got to do it. They're in a shambles, and we'll see if we can get their offseason off to a great start. 888-957-9570. Planning a road trip? Tahoe, Napa, or down the coast in your plans? Make your first stop Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, done in 15 minutes. Your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. And if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that mental switch, time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka. That's N-U-E. It's American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled. New is smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar. You're getting real quality with new. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka that doesn't make your wallet hurt. No velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes, and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. They are game changers. Remember the name, New Vodka. That's N-U-E, not just my pick, can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab New Vodka, N-U-E. It's in stores now, or head to newvodka.com to find it near you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And NBA Finals concluded last night. Oklahoma City is your new NBA champion. And Giants win 2 out of 3 against the Red Sox, and they made a move today. Tyler Fitzgerald has been optioned, their second baseman, and Justin Verlander is now off the paternity list. And what that means, Casey Schmidt's probably going to play some second base. I don't know if it's going to be right away, but right? Once Chapman comes back?
It means they were getting nothing from that position. Or not enough.
From what, second base?
Yeah, from the guy they just sent to Sacramento.
One thing he was really good was catching pop flies in left field.
He's also great at laying down sacrifice bunts.
2 this weekend.
Yeah, those were huge.
We'll get into the Giants after we wrap up some Warriors talk. Let's go to Gary in Daly City. Hey, Gary, how you doing?
Doing good, guys. Basically, who's going to help the Warriors? I mean, in the long run. I've been a fan since the 60s. I mean, they want to step on them right now after rubbing in their faces for so long. But Lacob owes it to Kerr and Curry to go for it. They have a 2-year window before they both ride off into the sunset or will do whatever they do. So he owes it to them. But who in the league is going to just say, here, because they have an expiring contract in Butler. I mean, somebody has to pick it up and fit him into their salary cap, which will be really hard to do. And then after that, who wants Draymond? The young guys. I see Bajenski sitting there at the Valkyries game. That's kind of you sit next to the owner. That kind of would rub people the wrong way if you're a player, sitting right next to the owner. I mean, that's a minor thing, but who really wants to help them? I mean, Kuminga, if you're going to trade Kuminga, the other team's got to sign him to a big contract, so that's also got to fit into the salary cap. They're kind of in a rock and a hard place, and nobody's just going. And this is the West time to step on them. But one thing about Looney, real quick, they should not trade that guy. His body's been broken down. He's given everything he can to this franchise and more. He deserves a statue outside. He's the Warrior representation is a guy like Looney. Period. Anyway, you guys, I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't think anybody in the West is all of a sudden going to say, "Here, Warriors, we're going to help you."
Thanks, Gary. I actually agree with that. I don't think anybody wants to help the Warriors. I don't think Looney's going to get a statue unless he has a big year. You'd have to have a big year.
No Pods? No. Valkyrie's 4-1 in the last 5, by the way. Playing some ball.
Anybody see Pods at the Valkyries game last night? Oh, Risotto, you did? Were you there?
He was there. He was a little subdued, which I don't know if that was an order, but he was still standing up quite a bit, but he was not as energetic as he was against Kalen Clark.
Bajemski closer to being a bigger face of the Warriors or the Valkyries?
Means Pods only comes out for the big games. Oh, he'll be revved up this week. Ionescu comes in, right?
Yep. I think it's Wednesday. They play Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah.
Wednesday.
It is.
He toned it down. I think he probably saw himself on the internet a little bit too much.
I think he probably read the room. Good for him. Young, smart kid like him. Good for him. All right. Let's talk a little Giants, Evan. I was thinking about it this way. Giants win 2 out of 3 against Boston. Devers hits his first homer Saturday. Okay. He's been here a week. Devers has been here a week.
Yep.
Played 6 games. Giants fans, how are we feeling about Rafael Devers after a week? Do you like the impact he's had on the team? Do you feel like he's had an impact on the team? I don't want to go to, he's hitting .217 with the Giants. Just, 1 home run, but it's less about the start that he's had than what the Giants look like with him in their lineup. Evan, you like what you're seeing from the Giants with a more complete lineup, even though they still haven't gotten Chapman back?
I think that they are more legitimate with Devers. It looks a lot different with him hitting second, and I don't think it changes their team like that much, though, until Chapman really returns. You got a glimpse of it yesterday with how many runs they could put up. I think even Friday night, I know they lost, but to me, what he does is he gives you more of those kinds of games this weekend where, just because someone on the other team hits a home run doesn't mean that you're done. If someone hits a 3-run home run in the 4th inning and you go down 4-1, the game's not necessarily over. But the Giants are still going to be, I think, mostly dependent on how well they pitch, how well their bullpen does, and how often they can come through with timely hits, which is pretty much what they did to win both those games on Saturday and Sunday.
Their relief pitching has been pretty unbelievable. And even when it stumbled just a hair, it doesn't seem to cost them. I know Duvall wasn't great yesterday, but Birdsong didn't go 5 on Friday. Roop was very good. We're talking about the starting pitchers here. And Robbie Ray was okay, right? He was okay. Robbie Ray was okay.
Oh, I know you're waiting on him. You're just waiting on him to give up a 6th spot so you can, I don't know, remind people of what you feel about him.
Robbie Ray?
Yeah.
I just, him being a number 2 in the context of the entire staff worries me. You got Webb, who's proven. Ray, when he's healthy, is a very good pitcher, but after that, I see 2.5 question marks. No, I see 2 question marks. Verlander's 1, and Birdsong's a half, and Roop's still a half. And they're always going to be a half the rest of this year because they're in territory they've never been through before. So I think here's what I think is going to happen with the Giants. Their pitching's going to falter. Like they're not going to pitch as well in the second half. But they'll probably hit more. And I think it'll end up being a wash. I think their pitching's still going to be a strength of the team, but they cannot continue to pitch at the pace they did in the first half. But I do think the bats will be better in the second half, so it'll essentially be a wash.
So you don't think that Devers changes anything?
No, he makes them a better hitting team. See, they're pitching, what are they, 10 over again?
Yeah.
10 over. The biggest reason they've been 10 over, to me, the biggest reason, there's been others, is their pitching. Well, I don't think their pitching is going to be as good in the second half. But their hitting will be better. So it'll be a wash, and they're an 85 to 90 win team, is the way I'm looking at it.
But I think that was, like, you don't think they were going to hit better if they didn't get Devers? Like, Adames is probably going to hit better.
No, they
Ramos is a force at the plate.
No, I'm saying they're going to get better. They're going to hit more.
Yeah, but I'm asking if it's because of Devers.
He's a big part of it. Because
well, you didn't sound that excited about his first week as a Giant.
No, I wasn't that excited about his first week, numbers-wise. But when you look at their lineup and when you get Chapman in there, you look at those first 5 or 6 hitters, and you're like, you know what? They're going to be better in the second half of the season offensively than they were in the first half.
So lock them into the postseason. Lock them in.
Evan.
Wild card.
Evan, it's their wild card to lose. I'll put it that way.
Okay. And why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't they make the postseason?
Yeah.
Because they're pitching, because they're going to be in a heap of trouble with their starting pitching in about a month.
See, I'm not really worried about.
Now you're pressing me here.
Their pitching at all.
You're pressing me here, which I appreciate. But yeah, I'm allowing for the fact that their pitching is going to slide a little bit.
That's fair. They're starting pitching.
Yes. And I know less about the relievers. You probably know all about them. But yes, their starting pitching to me worries me a lot more than their relievers.
But what struck me about Devers being on this team is that, like, there's no doubt when he comes to the plate, you know Devers is coming up. Their lineup does look on paper different. But honestly, what's hit me is that this team hasn't really changed a whole lot. Like, their first week together, they've played in a lot of close games. And they went, 500? They won 3-3. But, like, they had a bunch of timely hits. They took advantage of the Red Sox mistakes over the weekend. Devers had his first home run. And if they finally hit some homers at Oracle, but what struck me about the Devers thing, it's like they don't really seem like they're that different of a team. I'm going to be honest. Now, that doesn't mean that they're bad. I actually think it means it's like there was some legitimacy to what they were doing before. And Devers should help them. But I'm watching them play, and I'm just sitting there like, this is the same Giants team. They're still going to be reliant on how well they throw, on them not killing themselves defensively, which they appeared to want to do for parts of the weekend. And they're going to have to make some some big plays late in the game.
How do you measure if the offense, okay, this weekend, what'd they do? They got, how many runs this weekend? 17? 17 runs this weekend? Like, how do you figure out Devers' impact on 8 guys? Or is that ridiculous? Like,
well, I think Adames looks better.
He does. Could that have anything to do with Devers?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think it also has to do with Willie just being a better version of himself. Like, he was never going to hit that poorly the entire year. You know, what actually hit me yesterday is that I feel like Devers, in a way, it's kind of about Ramos. Like, they're putting Ramos behind Devers. So he's the quote-unquote protection. And it means that, like, if you pitch around Devers or he gets on, like in the past, there would just be nobody behind him to make him hurt. Like, Ramos is now allowed to make you pay. And they haven't had enough of that in their lineup, to me. So in a way, it is about Devers, but like individually, I haven't seen it yet. And he's going to hit better, and I get it. But to me, it's about all the guys around him. Like, the damage that Schmidt does now matters more. The damage that Ramos does, it's more impactful. Same for Adames. But like Devers himself, I guess, Steiny, he's going to hit better, but I don't know. Like, they have more opportunities to clean up in those spots that they didn't previously.
They need to hit better in the spots they didn't previously.
No. Like, okay. Like before, all right, let's say like Ramos was their 3-hitter. He's been probably their best bat this year. Okay, before, he's coming up with maybe a guy on, he really has to make it count. Like, Devers just, it kind of beefs up everybody else around him. It's not so much about him. I'm not explaining it very well, and I apologize, but when I'm looking at their lineup, it's more about the other guys. Like, those are the ones that won the game yesterday.
Well, okay, the other guys, yes, and I think we're not talking about the same other guys. Here's the way I look at Devers. When you looked at the Giants lineup without Devers, it did not look good, because whoever their second best hitter is now, essentially, was their first best hitter. If it's Ramos, it's Ramos. But I actually now look at the Giants and say, okay, let's look around this team. Who do we have? Okay, Chapman, he's legit. Adames, he's legitimate. Devers, he's a good player. Ramos looks like the real deal. So I'm looking at it that way, thinking, now we got 4 or 5 quality hitters in our lineup. And, like, I think it's exponential, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like, let's say a lineup has 1 good hitter. Well, that guy's in trouble. You know what I mean? He's in trouble. You got 2 good hitters. Takes a little more pressure off the one guy, the number 1. But when you have, and I get it, the Dodgers and some great teams have 7 or 8. But when you have 4 or 5 legitimate guys who you feel are professional hitters, that's where Devers comes in. He's making more than just a one-player impact, because he does move everybody down in the pecking order in terms of, their best hitters. Devers is now their best hitter, and he's got to be dealt with, which means a guy like Ramos, maybe, and I'm not talking about where they're batting now, but Ramos now is somebody who won't get focused on as much because they have Devers.
No, he'll still get focused on, but the thing is, it's like he's allowed to do more damage, whereas before there's not as many guys on base. He's coming up to the plate perhaps more with 2 outs and nobody on, or 2 outs in a run and scoring position where he has to come through. Like yesterday, he did come through with 2 outs. Like, I'm watching them, the way that the Red Sox pitched to Devers this weekend, whether it's their starter, their relievers, and they're still kind of pitching around him. And, maybe he's doing a bit too much, and that's why he hasn't had a lot of success for 6 games, small sample size. But I'm sitting there, like when the Red Sox had, I think it was in the 5th, there was 2 on and a runner on first base. And common sense tells you, well, we can pitch around Devers because we got a base open. Well, no, you can't. Like, you kind of have to pitch to him because if you load the bases, Ramos is going to hurt you. Or Flores could potentially hurt you. There are people behind Devers. Actually, I think that's why putting him in the 2-hole is huge because you get him more at-bats and you allow the people behind him to clean up. Like, Ramos is a legitimately good hitter, but he had to be the Devers before. Right. Ramos had to be Rafael Devers, and I don't think that he's that caliber of player. So Devers' numbers might suffer, but it's because he's the focal point, and it's almost like he's their offensive sacrificial lamb right now for everybody else to succeed. That's what kind of hit me watching them over the last 3 games. It's like they're still going to pitch around Devers, and he's going to do some day. He's going to hit a home run. He's going to play well. But he's not going to. I don't think he's going to put up these ridiculous numbers. But everyone else around him should hit better. Like, that's the ripple effect.
And you haven't seen that yet.
No. I have. I just think it's interesting. Like, the way that they've been winning games, it looks kind of like the games look a little bit similar. You still got to pitch really well. You're still going to have to make some plays on defense. But offensively, all those other guys, like Schmidt, he's not going to hit .415 for the remainder of this season like he is the last 13 games, but he's huge yesterday. Fitzgerald got option, but like there's not as much pressure on some of those ancillary guys now because Devers is in the middle.
No, I got you there. That I agree with. Like, Devers,
you can also give a day off to a Jung-Hoo Lee because you don't need him in the lineup. He clearly needs a day off.
I mean, Devers, to me, no, he didn't come here and hit 4 homers the first week, and the Giants, went 5-1. But there does look to be an intangible with this team, and there's something that looks more right about this team with a guy like that in the lineup. Like, he's not, like, one player's not going to take your offense from anemic to incredible, but you might be able to take it from anemic to not bad. That's not bad. And, like, to me, that's what he might be able to do without having 38 homers. Just being a constant presence in that lineup. It's an extra out that's going to be a lot tougher to get than whoever would have been in the lineup in his place, ideally if it's not Flores, but you get what I'm saying.
He legitimizes every hitter around him. That's what he does. He makes it easier for Adames because Adames hits in front of him. He gives Ramos more opportunities to hit with runners in scoring position. And Ramos has been killing the ball all season. But Devers makes it hurt a little bit more. And Rafi hasn't had great at-bats, but I also think something, too, it's like he makes it more difficult to go through their lineup. Like before,
right,
you had an extra out in the order, and it's usually going to be at the bottom, but it's so much more difficult when the top of the lineup. Also, you don't allow a pitcher to get comfortable, I think, early in the game when Devers is just sitting there, and you're looking at him like, oh, well, all right, you turn the order over, and he's at the top, and so is Adames and Ramos. They look so much more daunting. Also, too, the Giants now have an opportunity, I think, to make the bottom of the order set up bigger innings. Like, they're not always going to come through, but if the 8 and 9 guys get on base, well, now you're looking at a chance to score multiple runs in that inning. Whereas before, you're just trying to get one across. And the Giants haven't really had a bunch of explosive, like a 4-run, was it 7th inning yesterday?
Yep.
Where they come from behind. Like, there haven't been as many of those opportunities. And I do think that Devers is, he impacts that.
This from Flash on the YouTube chat. If Devers keeps hitting a bomb every 5 games, he'll finish with 33. Well, that's a great stat, Flash, and I'm really appreciative of it. But now figure it out if he hits a bomb in every 6 games, because he's played 6 games with the Giants. 6. I bet you it puts him below 30.
Well, he should probably clean up over the next 13 games.
Come on, Flash. Figure it out. Oh, what do you mean?
Did you see who they play?
I know Arizona's in there.
Yeah, they haven't been great this year.
500. Plus, Zach Allen's getting it together. Well, they'll miss him.
No, he's
probably.
not. He stinks.
He does.
No, you get the Marlins, the White Sox, the Diamondbacks, and the West Sacramento Athletics. Like the Giants.
Well, you can throw that out. It's a rivalry series.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
Yeah, throw the records out for the A's, and so the way I look at it is,
they beat them when they were here.
Right, but you can still throw the records out.
Okay.
You got to throw them out, Evan.
Yeah.
No, it's Miami, Chicago, Arizona, and the aforementioned, what was the other team?
The
Athletics. 3 of those 4 on the road after they have Miami here.
Well, it's not much of a home field advantage up north. In Sac.
Well, we'll see. That can change it. I mean,
no, it can't.
Evan, don't rob the A's, as Guru would say. There's a chance that the Giants go up to Sacramento, and the A's have won 8 in a row at home, and they're beginning to establish that home field identity. Let's go to Filmo Mike. Filmo, what are you doing, man?
Oh, man. I'm chilling.
Yeah.
I'm kind of rolling. I'm breaking down some tree. But anyway, you didn't do the legal, did you?
Yes, I did.
You are now listening to KMGZ Radio San Francisco, home of the Odyssey app.
There you
home
go.
of the Valkyries and Golden State Warriors.
Thanks, buddy.
Anyway, there you go. Nah, man, I can't wait till Chapman get back, because then you'll have another solidified back. Y'all kind of saying the same thing and going in circles, but it's a good circle that y'all going in, because it's almost like, okay, it's almost like the Jimmy Butler effect, in which you get a player and then everybody else role can kind of get bumped down, and that helps. But I think Devers is going to do well. I think he going to do well and actually put up some nice stats in Pasco Park. I don't know why it's such a hard a park to hit, but I believe like a player of Devers' caliber can spread the ball around the park. Now, with that being said, I don't know why the Giants, they trying to trick off games by committing errors, but Evan, you said that they're winning the same. We have to win that way. We have to play defense, and we have to have timely hitting, and we have to have great pitching. So and that goes for any team. That goes for any team in baseball. So if we can get that, I think we could be a solid team. And these teams, they're starting to remind me of some of them teams that had Andres Galarraga on our squad. We had a lot of Reggie Sanders. We had a lot of solid, good hitters. And that's what, if Posey can create that and also get some speed, because I really want to see double leadoffs. I would love to see put Jungle Lee 9 and get a real leadoff hitter. But nah, y'all have a great show.
Thanks, Filmo. Appreciate the call.
He's right there.
Webb, Ray.
Well, and I guess that's, to Filmo's point, that's kind of how I felt watching them. Like, there's no doubt that Devers, I think there's a ripple effect that helps the offense, but he doesn't fundamentally change how they're going to be successful, which is still making plays defensively, which they did not do at the beginning of the game on Sunday, and they've missed a couple of balls over the last week that makes you say, wow, they really need Chapman back. But they're still going to be led by their pitching, their dominant bullpen, and timely hitting. Like, I guess that's what I was left kind of watching this weekend is they're not that different. And it means that they're still good.
Well, I want to talk about that because I'm not sure who expected what, but we're a week in, so let's follow up with the expectations there. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Life Source Water Systems.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and Guru will be back Thursday. Shut up.
Hey.
He will be.
You were the one who just laughed.
I know.
Come on. And then you're out Friday.
Yeah. Not that funny, buddy. So, I hope you don't get mad at me, but I'm going to drop a little dime on Evan right now.
All right.
So,
This makes me not want to tell you things, by the way.
You didn't. It's nothing you told me.
Okay.
We got off last segment, 112. We usually have a 5 or 6 minute break, and I walk out, and Evan walks out, and I walk in one direction, and Evan walks in the other. And as he's walking away, I hear him go, "Ugh." What's the matter?
No, I just don't feel like I've been as good as I can today. That frustrates me. It's not like I don't really care about the topic matter, discussions, questions. We have great listeners in the audience. Have been awesome today. But if I'm not at my best, Steiny, that frustrates me. Can you understand that?
I can. Now, let me shift it to me for a second. You know what's funny is I feel like I've been terrible today too. Now, and this is, I want to teach some of our listeners about sports using a work analogy. So I came in today. I felt I was prepared. I was focused. I had good content. I didn't execute well today. I didn't hammer points home like I wanted. I felt I talked in circles too frequently without saying enough. And I don't feel like I've been on my game today. But the bigger point is this, and I want you to take this into sports. I don't feel that way because, again, had nothing to do with focus. Had nothing to do with me not being hungry enough. I just didn't play well. Sometimes it happens. So when a team loses, quit thinking that they weren't ready to play, or that they didn't take it seriously enough, or that the other team wanted it more. Sometimes you just miss some shots you normally make. It happens. Now get off us.
You know what I was also thinking at the beginning of yesterday's Giants game?
Tell me.
They might have gone out Saturday night. I'm serious. Because it's one of the rare back-to-back day games. So Saturday, you get done at like 4 o'clock. You got an opportunity to hit the town on a Saturday night. And the first inning, now the Giants came back and won. I thought they played great after the first inning. That first inning defensively might have been their worst of the season. Bailey can't throw the ball back to Ray and allows Roman Anthony to get to third. And then Jaron Duran hits a lazy fly ball to left that Ramos snow cones and drops.
That's a tough play.
Got to make that catch. So 2 errors lead to a run. And they go back and they get it. And actually, they took advantage of a Red Sox error as well. But I'm just thinking that first inning, I'm like, Pasta was catching some heat because he said something like, they didn't come ready to play.
Oh, no, you didn't use that, did you?
Yeah. But I just look at it differently. I'm going to be honest. I just thought they looked a little hungover. And then they got it together by about the fourth inning.
Now, I got to ask you, because
I'm serious.
Now, this seems like a little theme. Because I want to take you back to last Thursday, Evan.
Okay.
The Cleveland Guardians were in town, and they had just taken 2 games. And we were thinking, are they really going to sweep? And you said, no, Guardians aren't going to sweep. They went out tonight. They went out Wednesday night.
Oh, well.
I mean, these guys, they don't just go to the bar like us after games.
No, they don't. They get out. Although, so it's not really it's not something I always believe. Not everybody goes after. Some guys do. Don't get me wrong. There's someone in every clubhouse. I feel pretty confident in saying, from talking to some people and having worked for a few teams, there's always a few people that get after it. Usually like relievers, they're not going to throw the next day. But some guys still do. But I remember there was a manager who I was working with who told me one time, he's currently the third base coach of the Pirates. He said, every day game, you got to figure out how good your team is hungover. And I'll say this.
Why? I don't get why you would do that. Why? If you got a night game Monday, night game Tuesday, day game Wednesday.
It's a getaway day, that's why.
Why would you go out on Tuesday?
Because you can. Because you can. I don't know.
Go out Monday after the game. What time? Okay, what time?
Well, the other part is, too, a lot of the day games, guys don't take batting practice. It's a little more show and go-y. So I think that the Giants, I'm not saying they're playing hungover, but my point is they have been a very good day team this year. Like, they've actually been, I think, one of the best in baseball in terms of winning percentage. That means they play better in less of a routine than other teams. So they have so far this year.
All right, so in the NBA, if you got a 7 o'clock game, I'm pretty sure the players got to be there by 5:15.
For a 7 o'clock game?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they get there much earlier than that.
Not all of them.
Well, not all of them.
The first they have to be there 90 minutes before, because that's when media availability is. But a lot of them.
Starting pitcher doesn't. Starting pitcher gets there whenever he wants.
Okay, and then if you're Ramos and you have a 6:45 first pitch, what time's Ramos getting to the ballpark?
Ramos? I don't know, probably like 2 o'clock.
Yeah. 2:30, 3 o'clock.
2:33.
There's been times where I've walked in and I've seen
you beat him, don't you?
walk.
And that's another problem with this team. They're not working hard enough. Risotto, but no. Why wouldn't you have a couple when you don't have to get up till noon the next day? Here's the other thing. I'm not sure these guys go out as much as you think. If I said that.
That's fair.
So you finish a baseball game downtown. Here's the problem. Let's take tomorrow night. Miami's in town, 6:45 pitch. Giants will win that game tomorrow, 5-2. They will. It'll be relatively quick. So the game will be over 7:45. Game's over about 9:15. 9:20. They go into the locker room 9:30. Media 9:45, 9:50. Shower 10:05, 10:15. Lollygag. You get out of there about 10:30. You get out of Oracle Park at 10:30. It's a Tuesday night. There's nothing going on in the city on a Tuesday at 11 p.m.
I do think it applies a little more to road teams.
Okay.
Like the Red Sox might have gone out on Saturday, because when else are they going to do it? Or the Giants might have gone out last night because they have an off day today.
Well, that makes sense.
Actually, one of the few off days this season, I believe, where they've been at home.
They always were traveling somewhere else?
Well, sometimes you have an off day and you're using it to travel, or you get an off day in another city. But the Giants have had not a ton. I don't even know if they've had one this year, maybe one, like an off day while they've been in the middle of a homestand, because they got 3 more games against the Marlins and then they hit the road. But I do think that yesterday's win, it is significant. Number one, you would have been, 2-4 your first 6 games of the homestand. Also, I think it is important for the Giants. It was important for them to hand a series loss to Rafi Devers' old team.
Yeah, I don't know if the old team is a huge factor, but
I think it was bigger not for Devers. I think it was bigger for his teammates.
I think they just need to win series, and they needed to win one because they'd lost their previous 2. And, Devers is starting to settle in here. But as Eric Musselman would say, irregardless. Hey, a couple things Giant related. Hold on a sec. 415, Steiny. There's stuff going on in the city at 11 o'clock. You're just too old to know about it. Yeah, prove it. Prove it. What do you say, 415? I'll stay up till 11 o'clock tomorrow night on a school night.
You won't.
I'll stay up till 11 o'clock tomorrow on a school night if you show me a good time. How about that?
You like that? You like
Well, how about this? You know what, actually? Let's go through the exact exercise. You and I go to the Giants-Marlins game tomorrow. We go to post-game, we go to the locker room, and then we go out and see how we're feeling on Wednesday.
The other thing is when we say going out, now they might just go to dinner and like have a glass of wine. It doesn't have to be, 78 vodka Red Bulls.
No, we're not tearing up the marina on a Tuesday night.
Why not?
Yeah, you want to?
Is there action there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you
You can find action anywhere. You just got to look.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, you're over in the hills, so it's maybe a little tougher. You got to come down from the ivory tower.
Let me tell you what the most troubling aspect of the Devers acquisition has been.
Troubling?
Yes. There's been one, not a silver lining. No, one bad ripple effect. Wilmer Flores, two for his last 12 since Devers got here. Just doesn't have the at-bats. This is what I was talking about. It's baseball, people. Devers isn't replacing a guy who didn't exist. You don't get Devers production starting at ground zero. No. Devers is taking some at-bats from Flores. And that means the best hitters are not in your lineup. So I'm a little worried about Wilmer Flores.
Well, it's as much that he's not in the lineup as he's not allowed to. Doesn't have a routine. I think he knows when he's going to play. Like he'll play first base against all lefties. Those games he's in. And then like yesterday, he'll get an opportunity, and I think he's got to start hitting against more righties if you actually want to find the production with him. But, that's, again, like they have a little bit of a logjam. My bigger concern is that until Chapman comes back, they're not a great defensive team. They're not. I think their infield is fine. The outfield is fine, but like Lee's not playing yesterday, so you lose a quality center fielder. I don't know, Steiny. I just feel like the Giants, they still have some holes. But it's a good problem to have because you're 10 games above 500, and I think there's still time to address them. Like, one of the reasons why, I'm going to be honest, I'm not worried about the pitching as much as you are.
Right.
I think they're going to go trade for an arm. I think they're going to have to trade for an arm at some point because they got a couple of young dudes who are going to hit their innings limit or are going to be less effective later into the year.
Who's their sixth guy right now?
Tristan Beck.
Didn't he just go down?
Yeah. The point is it's nobody you know.
Well.
Or Mason Black.
I've heard of him. What about Wisenhunt?
Well, he hasn't pitched to the majors yet. So he wouldn't be the... No, I'm not saying that to be an ass. I apologize. It's just my tone.
In theory, he could end up being the sixth guy.
He could, but I also think that that's like, let's say the Giants are in the middle of a playoff hunt.
All right.
Wisenhunt is already up against like 100 innings in the minors, a little less. Are you really going to bring him up and push him in the middle of the most competitive games of the season?
Fair point.
That's a lot to ask. Same for Eldridge. In a way, unless Wisenhunt is dominant in AAA, and unless Eldridge just starts tearing the cover off the ball, I actually think the more competitive they are, the less of a chance we see them.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. Because the more competitive they are, probably the better they're playing, you would think. By the way, I got a little bone to pick with the Giants. I wonder if anybody else noticed this. So I've been watching the games lately.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're pushing all-stars. Yeah, that's all-star.
4 of them. 4 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, who are they? They're four hitters. Devers, Adames, Ramos, and Chapman.
Well, to be fair, the hitters are the only ones you could vote on.
Oh, maybe that's why. Never mind.
Well, I think Ramos has a good shot.
I'm just talking about they're not getting 4 all-star pitchers.
No, you're not. But the reason the pitchers are not
get it.
on
I
the
was
promos.
wrong. Yeah, I was wrong. Okay, I didn't. Of course they don't.
Well, that just might be a bet that you're going to have to pay up.
No. What do you mean? Oh,
I think the Giants are trending towards having 3 all-stars.
Yeah, if you include the hitters.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that big a deal.
Well, it's a whole hell of a lot more than they've had.
They had one last year.
Yeah, they had one because every team has to have one.
Randy Rodriguez is not going to make the all-star team.
Probably not, but I bet they have one reliever represent.
I would agree with that.
And I got to say, like,
Webb and Ray?
Yeah, both of those guys are all-stars.
Yeah, but Ray's going to have 4 starts before the all-star break.
Isn't he tied for the league lead in wins? He's got like a 2.84 right now.
You know, and this is why. Hey,
been pretty good.
Hey, Evan, this is why. This is the part of you that nobody sees because everybody thinks you're a nice guy.
No, they don't.
And now, of course, I forgot what I was going to say. What did you just say?
Something about Robbie Ray.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now Evan wants Robbie Ray to be an all-star, so now all of a sudden wins count. Oh, wins are now important. I thought wins didn't matter anymore.
Well, they matter when you're leading the league in them.
Oh. Okay.
Now, it's not as...
When we talk about a pitcher, just let me know if the wins matter for a certain pitcher.
Well, it's not as big of a deal as how many runs you prevent, which he's also done a pretty good job in. There's something about you and Ray that I can't figure out, and I don't know
Ray
why.
Who?
Robbie Ray. Is it the tight pants? You don't like the...
I hate the grunting.
The muscles that pop?
What's his... Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
What's his ERA right now?
After yesterday, it is 2.83. So I was off by...
His ERA will end up higher than 3.5.
I'd take that bet.
Would you?
Yeah.
Risotto?
We can put a pop on it.
Yeah, let's do
I
it.
would also take that.
Okay, 3-4. 3-3. No, I'll stick with 3-5.
I think it ends up around 3-3 or 3-2, which by the way, is still really good. Like,
no, it is.
You're right. I don't think he's going to be a pitcher that pitches. He's not going to have a 2.5 ERA the whole year. But
here you go again, Evan.
What?
You just last week you were waxing poetic about ERAs at Oracle Park.
Yeah.
Right. So take off a run because they pitch half the
you can't do that.
I mean, the bottom line is if Robbie Ray ends up with an ERA of 3.55, that's like 4.10 if he pitches in any other park. And now we're getting into, average territory. Well, I don't know why I don't like Robbie Ray. I don't dislike him.
No, I know you don't dislike him.
The bottom line is, I've taken the Giants starting 5, looked at all their numbers, and if Verlander's in trouble and they're relying on Birdsong and Roop, who've never pitched this far into a season, this many innings at this level, and then Ray, I just think Ray, when he's healthy, is pretty good. But I'm not convinced this is who he's going to be the whole year. That's all.
Well, he didn't have his best stuff yesterday. He still got through 5 and gave up 3 earned. That's not a bad start. No, it's not like an ace-type start, and he's not. But he kept the Giants in the game so that their offense could get him over the hill. He put them in a position to win, and to me, that's really what you need from your starters. And I think Robbie Ray's a guy that when he's been healthy, which he has been this year, like he's a workhorse type pitcher. He's led the league in innings before. He has led the league in strikeouts before.
Just once. Yeah, one great year.
He's thrown 200 innings, though.
Never.
180?
Never.
He's thrown 180.
He's thrown, how about this? Risotto, were you here the other day when I'm like, numbers just stick in my head? I got to say that Robbie Ray's career high in innings pitched was 193. 193.
Okay, so that's more than 180.
Less than 2.
Right.
I got nothing up either.
By one start. So, like, that's still good.
No, he's good. He's good. 2.57 ERA at Oracle.
Yeah, that's
it's
about
all right.
That's pretty good.
Of course it is. It's very good. It's very.
I mean,
good.
Look. It also,
although is it good when the Giants only score 2 runs a game?
Well, not if the wind's blown out like yesterday.
Nope.
Dude,
They have 6 homers yesterday?
It was a derby yesterday.
6 homers.
Oracle Park, Hitters Park.
Yeah. I'm still smarting, as they say.
Smarting.
I was short-sighted, and I paid the price. I'm pissed about those pitchers. Of course, pitchers don't get voted in by the fans. I knew that. But let me tell you what age does to you kids. Sometimes there's just those synapses don't quite click.
Fire?
I've been a baseball fan since the 70s. Of course pitchers don't get voted on. Damn it.
Yeah, some people don't like the grunting either, and that's okay. It's kind of like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of another sport where anybody grunts.
Well, Monica Seles was the original grunter.
That's tennis?
Yeah. I keep hearing, let me just ask you this. I keep hearing, Giants can make some hay. Giants can make some hay versus Miami, at White Sox, at Arizona, at Sacramento. That's 13 games.
Yep.
And I'm reading Andy Baggerly, and he said, hey, make some hay. Ideally, when they get off those 4 road trips, they'll be 15 games over.
Yep.
They'd have to go 9-4.
Yes.
I don't think you can assume that. And I'm not saying he's assuming it, but I don't like to play that game.
Well, what it means is you'd win all 4 of those series. One of them is a 4-game series against Arizona, so you would go 3-1, and then 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. I actually don't think that's that crazy.
No, I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy.
Like the Marlins and the White Sox are awful. The Diamondbacks aren't terrible, but they're not a great team. They're an average team. They've been so far. And the A's have been far below average, especially at home. It does speak to the kind of expectation. Did you not know who Monica
Seles was?
I said tennis. Is she not a tennis player?
No, she is, but it sounded like a guess. You've heard of Monica Seles?
Yes.
Okay. Jim Mole, our number 1 fan, said you acted like you did. Misunderstanding.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Hey, it's time for the crossover. Which one of those guys isn't going to be here? Or both? We got both guys? Here. Oh, really? Hey! Late June, and they're both here. Woo! From the ballpark to wine country, summers get better when your car's ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Thanks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Risotto, do you not know I don't like heavy metal? Did somebody not tell you?
You like Metallica.
I'm telling you now.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm playing it.
Okay. Noted. All right, it's crossover time. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Hey, guys. What's going down?
Hi, Steiny.
Hey.
What's up, fellas?
All right, Risotto.
Maybe the music is for the listeners, not for you.
Wow.
Yeah. I think most of us are operating under the assumption that you can't hear anyway, especially during the crossover.
Wow.
Usually tune out. Now you're listening.
Oh, I thought
today?
that was an age thing.
I did too.
Yeah. It was, and then I saw your face and that you didn't like that.
You know what?
So I decided to switch it up a little.
And you know what? Since you went that way, hey, what'd you think of that Game 7, Mark?
It sucked.
Game 7 of the final. Oh, what do you mean?
It sucked.
OKC took advantage of injury. Got to tip your cap.
Good for them. Yeah, tip your cap. They're the best team all year. That doesn't resonate with me. What resonates with me is that it seems like half the league's legs are blowing up. And I find it actually bothersome because I'm very, very much of the opinion that it is these are all overuse injuries, but I don't blame the overuse we keep blaming it on the playoff schedule, which has been the same for years. I don't think it's not the playoff schedule. It's the fact that these guys don't take breaks in the offseason. They don't get away from the sport. And I don't know why I haven't been thinking about it like this more until now. I find it pretty bothersome that they will take more breaks during the season than players ever did before, but they won't take breaks in the offseason. And that's what's leading to this. So they're kicking their own butt twice. Actually, they're kicking their own butt and they're kicking our butt at the same time.
Yeah.
The fans get hosed and their bodies get hosed, and it's stupid. It's unproductive.
Evan?
I mean, it's tough because the guys who went down outside of Dame are all pretty young. Tatum's not very old.
Right.
Halliburton's 25. It just left me with such an empty feeling watching the remainder of that game.
Yep.
Once me and my brother saw the highlight, we just got up and cracked a cold one and took a lap. It just wasn't, even if the Pacers had come back to win, I was just imagining how they're doing the finals MVP. Is it Halliburton? Is it not? He's on the stage. There's just something so anticlimactic about that ending. And for a player who's probably built more, I don't know, positive coverage for himself over the course of this postseason than anybody, to get to the pinnacle of his profession and have it be the worst and best day of his life at the same time, I don't know, it just hit me. I felt like I was kind of cheated out of something.
All of us.
As a viewer.
I was at my brother-in-law's house, and, he had the outdoor pizza oven going. We're doing pizzas and salad, and my daughter, who's almost 3, is running around, and, she's having fun, and we're watching the game. Yeah, thank you. Inside, and all of a sudden it happens, and he goes down. It's like, oh, man. And Mike, who actually works for the NBA, you can go ahead and drop it again. He comes in, and he's like, oh, boy. And we both sat there together, and we watched it. It was like, oh, my God. Like shivers, because you could see it on the replay.
Totally. Who works for the NBA?
My brother-in-law.
Oh, brother-in-law.
Yeah. My brother-in-law. Yes, my wife's sister's husband.
Okay.
What's he do?
I can't reveal it.
Oh,
but,
wow.
Well, he does
He's
special
projects.
Like the CIA of the NBA. That's a lot of letters.
He does he's kind of a freelancer. He does special projects.
Okay.
He does freelance video stuff. It's actually incredible.
Does he know any of the refs?
No, but Scott Foster did not get the assignment. Which
he didn't. Well, that's because he's the extender, and you can't extend that series.
Right.
It's
and
literally
I don't know
impossible.
You probably didn't see this because you don't actually, look at positive coverage of officials. But
is there such a thing?
Rick Carlisle was like, Scott Foster is awesome.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
He was defending them because everybody was getting all hot and bothered about one particular game. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, okay.
No, I remember
Good.
that.
Yeah.
No, I actually not even mad at the refs. What I'm mad at is, I guess you've seen this. You can't set a screen anymore in the NBA because when you do, people just fly across the floor and fall, and the refs fall for it every time. And I want to know why why we can't get them like looking at that a little bit differently.
Well, I mean,
humongous men don't fall when you run into a screen.
Right, but
that
at the same time,
happen that way.
Like the majority of the screens, if you take an NBA game and there are probably 200 screens set, I would argue that 180 of them are illegal.
Oh, and if you're moving, that's fine. What I'm bothered by is the guy that goes sprawling 5 feet in the other direction as if somebody just catapulted him across the floor. And when you see that out of your corner of your eye, you call a foul. Lou Dort did this in the backcourt last night.
I hated that play.
It was an absurd call. And the only explanation is that the ref saw it out of the corner of his eye. So he called it. And it's like, I would love for the default to be, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, so I can't call it. So therefore, if somebody gets away with an illegal screen, fine. But if you fall, I feel like 92% of the time, the whistle blows and we're going the other way. And it's like, that's not what happened. That's all. I'm not mad at the refs. It's not their fault.
You know who else did that?
Who?
Earlier in the postseason? Pods.
Oh, Pods was horrible with
Constantly.
it. Constant.
With that hair flies, and it's like...
So a guy's running down the court.
Yeah.
And you just step in front of him.
Yep.
That, to me, is...
Does it make you feel
that should be a technical foul?
I agree with you. I agree with you. Does it make you feel better that Pods gets as mad at the refs as a fan as he does as a player? I don't know if you watched the Valkyries game.
I heard he was more subdued.
Not much.
Oh!
His palms were up constantly in the second half of that basketball game, even though things were going very well.
Yeah, they're up by 20 the whole game.
Right.
He's still getting in their face. At least he's not doing it to the other players now. It's just the refs.
Well,
mind if I do
Chase Caitlin once.
That's true.
Real quick non sequitur. Dibs, of your siblings, who's the most likely and least likely to listen to your show?
Most likely Gail.
Okay.
Without a doubt. Least
Gail.
likely Doug.
Okay. Where does Mike fit in?
Clearly in the middle.
Yeah. Mike is in the middle. Where's
only
he
one
at?
more left.
In the middle.
Yeah.
Mikey 2.0 is, he's out and about. He's doing his thing, but, I don't even know if he would come across it unless I texted him.
Now,
why are you asking?
I'm asking.
Doug, no chance.
I'm asking, and
we
I
used
don't
to
know.
call him the Unibrother, but go ahead.
I like
That's
that.
an amazing nickname. I don't even know if I get it, but I love it anyway.
No, you remember the Unabomber.
Yeah.
No, I get that part.
right.
I don't know what he did to earn the Unibrother.
Doug would
lived in a
diabolical.
shack.
live in the Bay Area, and he would be 17 years in the garage. You would never hear from him ever.
Okay.
The Unibrother,
I like
Hurricane
that.
Gale, Unibrother, Mikey 2.0.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I golfed with Mikey 2.0 yesterday.
of course.
He was in the foursome.
Was he with you?
He was in our foursome.
And he was delightful.
Was he?
He was gregarious.
Wait a minute.
He was.
But were you there?
No, God, no.
So how do you know this?
Because we have a thread on our golf tournament, which is coming up in 3 weeks. And part of the thread is, hey, Sunday, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
We need 8. And people are like, I'm in. And my brother, First Dibs, he calls himself, which, whatever. He was never Dibs until I was Dibs. So that's neither here nor there.
All right.
But he is, if you don't know him, gregarious, delightful, fun, friendly, outgoing, all the rest of it.
It's like golfing with an animated Jim Nance.
Hello, friends!
I made the mistake once. So
That's amazing.
I hit a drive, and I'm like, I didn't see it. He sees everything. Okay, you're off to the left. You see that path, that brown spot. You're right below that brown spot between those two shrubs. See the green shrub and then the red shrub. You just duck hooked it a little bit. Not a terrible shot, but I think you can get to the green from there. You sure you know where it is? Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
That's amazing.
It's
Mike,
amazing.
Sounds like you had a really fun round.
He is helpful. He's very helpful. I've only met him once, and he was all the things that you just said.
You met him once. Yeah.
I met him once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's also a pretty good golfer.
Well, I mean, not to get too much into his golf game, but normally when you play golf, Evan, you set up and you put the club behind the ball, and
Sure.
the club is like, okay, the club is flat behind the ball. This man will close it. He's a lefty. He will close the club to where you look at it, it's like, there's no way you can hit it like that. And he does.
It's like he's got a 100-pence swing with the golf club.
Golf is that sport. We all have at least 3 friends who do stuff where you watch them line up for the ball and you're like, there's absolutely no chance that this goes anywhere that you want it to go. And then sometimes it does. Golf is that sport. You can use completely bananas movements and somehow, some way, potentially make it work.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Right.
Don't try to do that.
Well, no, you seem to be hyping it up.
Yeah, that's the whole point, isn't it? A lot of times
Dibs. I've only played with him one other time, I think, and I can't really remember.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he introduced himself yesterday.
He'll do that.
Right.
I remember that.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I want to be fair and balanced and just say, I can't stand him.
Well, like you talk so much less on a course than him. Right. I just didn't expect it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Me on the course, you and me and like, your ball, I'll help you find it, you'll help me, whatever. It's like, we're playing golf. This man is a chatterbox. And I'm
great
good.
guy though.
Yeah, sure.
Kevin Durant to the Rockets. What do you think?
I think that the Rockets are suddenly in a pretty good spot, and I think the Phoenix Suns are this decade's cautionary tale. And Dibs will back me up on this. I told everybody in the world that they needed to trade him last offseason, and they didn't do it, even though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Instead, they doubled down, kissed his butt with a press conference, decided with new ownership that they were going to win, have 3 of the highest priced players in the game, and didn't even make the play-in tournament, which is beyond embarrassing, and now got completely fleeced on a deal for one of the best players in the NBA. I feel terrible for Devin Booker because he's awesome. He's not just an awesome player. He's an awesome dude. If you listen to the show with any regularity, you know my best friend in life is the voice of the Suns. Devin Booker is like he loves Devin Booker. John Bloom. You love
not Gambadoro?
Yeah, what's that?
What about Gambadoro?
What about Gambadoro?
I love Gambo, but I love John
Gambo's
Bloom.
a radio guy in Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought
not the voice of the Suns.
Oh,
yeah. Anyway, whatever.
John's down there.
I feel terrible.
Who are you
for Devin Booker? And I have no idea what the Suns are going to be bad now for a while.
Maybe you and I ought to make a bet, but first, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Not quite a guru bet, but I am going to need odds. So this is my bold...
unlikely, then.
This is my bold hot take.
Okay. Suns are winning it all next year.
No, how many games did the Rockets win last year?
52.
Yes. How many games did the Suns win?
38?
36.
36.
36.
All right.
Okay.
I got the Suns winning more than 36 next year.
Okay.
And the Rockets winning less than 52. That's a hot take.
It's not that hot.
Please.
First of all, the Rockets winning less than 52.
Then they didn't get fleeced.
Yeah, they did.
Well, then how could they have gotten fleeced and then gotten better?
Because what if they win 37 games and
They're
you're
better.
right and they still suck? They're still like, who cares?
Well, they're better.
No.
Yes.
No. Stop being so like life is not about X's and O's like that. That's like you can't do that.
That's my point. It's like I don't necessarily think Durant to the Rockets. Now they're going to win 58.
We all thought the Warriors were better 2 seasons ago than they were 1 season ago, but they won more games 1 season ago. And they missed the playoffs entirely. That's not a good marker.
It's a regular season bet.
The point is the Suns are in trouble for a long time. They have no direction now. This was done at the 5 second-round picks.
That's a lot of picks.
The Warriors know this. When you start doing a bucket of second-round picks, that means we don't know what else to do. They were involved in one of these, the James Wiseman deal.
Don't let the Suns pluck a star at number 10.
Okay.
Don't let them.
They won't.
Because if they do.
They might.
What's his name's fallen?
Cedric Coward. Oregon's own.
What's his name is falling?
No, this guy went to
that.
Willamette.
Yeah.
His first year.
Nice.
No, he's rising up the boards.
Whatever.
Top 10 guy.
No,
Houston and Phoenix
Did you
are
just whatever me?
Keep an eye out.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatevering Willamette.
How about
That's
this,
fine.
Dibs?
Willamette.
Sure. I'm starting to get a little something
Keep an
here.
eye out.
All right.
So I tell Willard,
Yeah.
the Rockets, I don't think are going to win 52. Suns are going to win more than 36. He's got a problem with the whole premise.
I don't want the bet. You were offering it as
that's
a bet.
fine. That's fine.
That's all. I don't want the bet.
That's fine.
Okay.
But you kind of denigrated the whole concept.
I don't think it means what you're saying it means. I don't live black and white like that means the Suns are better. No, it doesn't.
If the Phoenix Suns
Kevin Durant was hurt.
Win one more game next year than they do this year, and they win one more game the following year, they're going to be a 60-win team, Mark, in 2040. It doesn't happen overnight.
What?
Right.
Yeah. If you think that this was not the Suns putting their tail between their legs and leaving the party, I don't know what to tell you.
But so, Steiny, if the Rockets win 50 games in the regular season,
all right,
but they make it to the second round,
okay,
were they worse than last year?
During the regular season.
Good job, Evan.
Right.
I'm just saying, like that's why Durant
that's my guy
is
right
in
there.
Houston. That's why they wanted to bring him to Houston.
Okay.
I'm a little more with Willard. But.
Well, they better get further than the second round.
Well, they all they have to do is get further than the first round because that's where they got eliminated this season.
Right.
Well,
In order to get better. In order to get better. You know?
But they can't do it incrementally.
Why not?
Because they just acquired a 37-year-old guy. They got to skip a step with him now.
Well, they think they have action. That's why they went and got him. They also didn't have. They gave up a player that they clearly didn't believe in long term, and the 10th pick, which doesn't help them this season.
I told you I can't really.
Brooks is probably the biggest loss, honestly.
Culture
of that deal. Yeah, I think.
I mean, for Desmond Bane to go for 4 first-round picks and a pick swap, and Kevin Durant goes for 1 first-round pick, that tells you all you need to know about the position Phoenix was in. I get that Kevin's older, but give me a break. Phoenix was optionless. They were totally stuck. And ownership and poor executive maneuvers ran that thing into the floor. Hired the wrong coach, made the wrong moves, held on to the wrong people, totally got exposed, and they're in trouble for a long time.
Well, they had no choice, and we talked last year at this time, and you said there's no way they can keep all 3 of these guys, and I said, well, they can, and they did, and it didn't work out.
Now they're paying for it.
And now they're paying for it because now, KD is going to be 37 in September, and now you're in a spot where you have to do something, and you won't trade Booker, and you can't trade Beal because somehow he has a no-trade clause.
Incredible. You might trade Booker because Booker might call you tomorrow and say, get me the hell out of here.
Right.
There's not enough basketballs on the team. I got to go. Not enough.
I mean, now he's got the basketball, so.
Yeah.
I mean, Houston, did they get better? Yeah, they got better, but did they get better enough? We'll see. And, depends on how those pieces work around KD. And now you don't have Jalen Green, who I think is a little bit Kuminga-esque in terms of in 3 to 5 years, he's going to be better than he is now. But right now, Houston needs him to be their 1 or their 1B, and he's not that guy.
Do any of you guys remember what the Warriors would have had to give up for KD? I know Kuminga was a part of it.
Yep.
Do we? Wiggins, I think, had to go
of
too.
Of course. They had to match the money.
Okay.
Wiggins, Kuminga, and multiple firsts, I think. 2 or 3?
I try to find that. I mean,
because it might have been a 3-way trade too that convolutes it a little bit.
A lot more than they gave up for Jimmy. A lot more.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is, would you rather have Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks or Kuminga and Wiggins? I might rather take Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks.
Nah.
You're talking about looking at it from Phoenix's side of things.
Yeah, I don't think they got raked over the coals.
No, I think it's something that they, to Dibs' point, they had to trade him. I mean, he's going to be an expiring, had no interest in signing. From everything that people are reporting, he had all the power in where he decided to go. So it was between Houston, San Antonio, and Miami, and Houston pulled the trigger. I mean, I don't think it's nothing. Like, I wouldn't say they got fleeced, but compared to what they had to give up for him, which was 4 unprotecteds, Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, that's not exactly a great return.
Yeah. All right, lastly. Get this, Willard.
Lastly, at 2:07?
Yeah, we got one more thing to discuss.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Really, really long topic.
Sure.
Well,
anyway,
the conversation could just end by its own volition at 2:09.
It could.
It could stretch some
on purpose. On purpose.
Willard, what do you think of, we've had 6 days to absorb Rafi Devers. What do you think of that Giants lineup with him in it?
It's better.
Yeah, Evan says it's the same. Have fun, guys. He says same offense.
That's too short of a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, you guys continue.
It did not die.
No, you guys continue.
It didn't die on its own volition.
No, I'm not leaving. I'm just saying.
It starts
definitely
with your
flinched.
opinion.
No,
You absolutely
No, it's not my
flinched.
opinion. It's Evan.
No, you threw it out. What do you think?
Yeah, why
Matt?
don't you let Evan speak for himself, by the way? I don't trust you right now with the way you deliver.
So what's the question?
The question
You asked
is,
the question.
Is,
But I
is
didn't
Oracle Park a
care to
bandbox
answer.
is the question. That thing's a bandbox. They need to move the fences back. Your thoughts?
My thought is, the Giants.
Not yesterday.
You didn't watch it. It's okay.
I watched the whole. Hey, Dibs.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Dibs.
Hey, Matt.
Don't do this.
Then give me a take.
Who were the 3 Giants to homer yesterday? Let's hear
Schmidt.
it.
That
Who
ball got
always,
Schmidt on.
Who always does.
Yep.
Ramos.
Yep.
And Yaz.
Nope. Wrong. Thanks for watching the
Hold
game.
on.
Yeah.
Oh, Yaz homered the day before.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. You were right about Yaz. You were wrong about Ramos. He did not homer yesterday.
Must have been.
Big extra base hit yesterday.
Yeah,
Now, you
boy.
missed,
No, it was,
you missed the homer.
yeah, Willie.
No, you missed the Adamas homer late in the game.
that's
That's
right.
what you
A
missed.
nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, there's
That's
a
right.
clutch home run.
Made it go from 8 to 5 to 9 to 5. That's when the Sox knew they weren't coming back.
Well,
what that
cost
does-
Duvall a save.
That's right.
Way
That's
to
right.
go.
That's
Willie.
right. Not a safe situation
Yeah.
for Duvall.
He was pointing at Duvall when he rounded second base.
The lineup
It's
is
like, take
better
the day off.
Yeah.
when Chappie, as you like to call him, when Chappie comes back and Schmitty goes to second, then the lineup is better. So yes, for now, is the lineup better? I mean,
It's already
maybe.
better. It's
Yes,
already
but
better.
it'll
Yeah.
be much mo better coming up. Mo better, cheese and cheddar.
Especially if Casey Schmidt can get some consistency going and become their second baseman.
Well, there's a vacancy.
He's got the 3rd highest OPS on the team right now.
Yeah. I mean,
that's a problem.
smaller sample.
It's a problem.
But yeah, he's on one right now, which is great.
No, he's swinging to more pitches in the zone. Looks a lot more comfortable. It's just my point earlier was watching the first week with Devers, and granted it's been 6 games. They kind of look like the same team, which is a good team, but they're going to be dependent on how well they pitch, how well their bullpen plays, and how many late game knocks they can get. Devers gives you more chances to do that, but I guess I was hearing all last week about how it's going to be transformative and it's going to be this huge thing. And I understand he's a great hitter, but they didn't look markedly different to me.
I would argue, if you want to play small sample, a game like yesterday was the game that the Giants were incapable of winning for much of the season, where a little bit of a score fest kind of breaks out, and you're ahead, and then you fall behind, and then you're ahead, and then you fall behind, and that's the kind of game that they normally can't keep up. But they did, and I'm not going to give that all to Devers. He was involved in it. I get it. He had a walk and a hit. But, yes, no matter who your lineup is, you're going to be dependent on pitching well and having a good bullpen and all of those things. I just think that for the first time in a long time, it feels – it's not even so much about the results yet. It feels when you get to the middle of the order like there's actually a middle of the order.
I think he makes Ramos much more dangerous.
There you go.
Like watching, I forget which inning was I was telling Steiny. It's like when they got second and third, and Devers is coming up with less than 2 outs. Naturally, it's okay. We can pitch around and we can walk him, and I think they ended up walking.
They did,
but then it's not a nobody behind Devers. It's Ramos. You can't just walk Devers because Ramos is going to make you pay. Whereas before, it's like Ramos would have been in the Devers spot, and behind him is Yaz or Schmidt when he's not 4 for 4, or
sure.
Tyler Fitzgerald.
Sure.
So they are able to make other teams pay with the guys surrounding Devers as opposed to he himself like really doing everything.
All right.
Steiny?
I'm with you.
Yeah. You don't even know what he just said.
It's 11, 50, 51, 52.
Gosh.
Like, Mark, what you don't understand is...
You going to play with Mikey 2.0 right now or what?
Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm just
What'd you
saying,
shoot, by the way?
86. But...
Well, now you know why he's acting this way.
Okay.
How about Mikey?
He's, I don't know, 81, 80, something like that.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Now, Mark, now I will stay.
Doing the
for an
crossover with you is like going to dinner with a teenager who's on their phone the entire time.
Dad, I mean, can you hurry up and get the check?
It's
so we
like,
can go
dude,
home?
do you know that there are other people in the room talking to you right now? Do you even know? Like, we're here.
Dad, if I can't get dessert, can we just go home?
It's like we're sitting here talking, and the entire time you're packing up like you're leaving for vacation.
Let me know when you're done.
I'm never done.
Never.
You should know that
Trust
by now.
me.
Yeah, that's not a game you want to play.
I ain't never done.
Okay.
And another one.
The DJ Khaled of
And
this
another
station.
tape.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That
And
means
don't worry.
he goes on and on to the break of dawn on 95.7, The Game.
The Game.
You're welcome.
All right.
He was in our foursome.
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's get this thing started, okay? We're coming in hot today. NBA season's over. The draft is 48 hours away. Mike Dunleavy is already talking, and he's talking about Kuminga, and that's where all roads lead.
All roads.
And the Giants scored 9 runs yesterday. The sun's out. Sun's out, buns out. Here we go. Giants hit 3 home runs and won a score fest over at the Yard, and now they're back to 10 games over 500, and here come the Fish for a 3-gamer starting tomorrow night.
Yep.
Look, plenty going on. 888-957-9570 is the number. George Contos will join us later. We're also rebooting who's going to maybe come on, if anyone, to talk this out on an NBA circle with us because Ramona Shelburne is having mechanical issues in Oklahoma City.
Okay.
Yeah, you know how
with
that
her
is.
plane or with her...
I hope it's with her plane.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think she's out there just working on her car. But anyway,
That's a long drive to LA.
You know how that is. There's nothing worse. She's got kids. She's been up all night, writing, and then all of a sudden you get to the airport and they're like, yeah, this plane doesn't work. So anyway.
Real quick, 30 seconds on that before we get deeper into it. Like, the definition of a buzzkill was that Game 7. Because Game 7, we're all hyped up. And, Indiana, they do hard things. They win games on the road. And, okay. And Halliburton's on one. And
he was hot.
It's back and forth.
Yep.
It's tit for tat. And it's a great game. And then he plants his foot and he goes down. And it's like immediately you watch it and you're like, oh, my God. Not that they can't win without him, but they can't win without him.
They can't win without him.
So, Game 7, total buzzkill.
Total buzzkill.
Just a bummer.
And I don't know why this didn't occur to me before yesterday, because this is not a new issue. We've been talking about it, especially this year, because Steph Curry also, not as serious of one, but also had an overuse injury. Every doctor has said the same thing. We all ask the same question. Why, if everybody is more attuned to their health, why, if everybody is working out better and smarter and doing load management, why, if everybody is bigger, stronger, faster, why is this happening more often? What the hell is going on? And I don't have the data to suggest that there were 47 of these. I don't know. I just know that there are a lot more major soft tissue injuries, it seems, in the NBA, especially on the Achilles front. We had 3 Eastern Conference stars go down in these playoffs alone.
Yep.
And the playoffs do feel like now a war of attrition more than ever before. And so that question is why. And I don't even think we really need to ask the question because we know the answer. I feel like we know the answer. There are a lot of contributing factors, but for me, the number one factor, and I've told you this before, when I was doing the show with Clay's dad years ago, he used to make a big deal, and I'm talking this is a decade ago. And he used to be like, I'm telling you, in the NBA, these guys, they play too much basketball. And he's not talking about during the year. He's not talking about, oh, there's a 7-game series, and you have to play, and then you have to play again. He's talking about August.
Yep.
He's talking about July. And he used to say right then and there, he's like, I never played basketball in the summer. The way he would pass it along in his campy, quirky, dorky ways, like I'd take my basketball and I'd put it in the back of the closet and you'd never see it.
Yep.
For 3 months. And then I'd pull it back out in September and October and we'd go to camp. And I had a sum total of 0 major muscle injuries in my career.
And I do think that it starts now with these players when they were kids. Like, I don't even know about Halliburton's like childhood or Tatum or Lillard, but it seems like nowadays you play 12 months a year. You play in the summer, you play AAU, and then in the fall you play the same thing, and then you play your high school year if that's what you do until March, and then maybe you wait until April, and then you play more club basketball. You play year-round. It's the same thing with baseball pitchers and the Tommy John, right? Like, there's more Tommy John injuries now than ever before because...
They almost want them, it seems like.
Right.
Yeah.
They want them because it's going to happen because you pitch and you pitch and you pitch and you pitch year-round. And so, like, when you and I were kids, like, it was baseball season. It was basketball. Then it was whatever, soccer or flag football, whatever you did.
Sure.
Like, there was a season, and now it's year-round.
Have you ever worked out with a trainer in your life? Like, have you ever hired somebody to work out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't done a lot of that in my life, but
Me either.
sure. Like, you know, every now and again you get that bee in your bonnet. It's January 1st or whatever, and you're like, I'm going to do it.
This is the year.
We're going to do it. And then in February, you're like, you're fired. But anyway, you work out with a trainer, and they'll tell you, every one of them, because they've got all those little things. Like, they'll show you the little workouts, but then they've got those things that they tell you at the end of the workout. Okay, I want you to drink a lot of water today because you've worked out this, that, or the other. But you're on one because you've hired a trainer. And you're like, I'm going to be back tomorrow. And then let's do Wednesday also and Thursday. And that trainer will look at you and go, no, we're not doing every day because you need to let your body recover. This is as simple of an idea that exists in terms of body health. And I don't know why all of these injuries have been happening. You and I have had this conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe because it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals. This one hit me in a way that the other ones have not hit me before. This is the stupidest thing, and I've actually arrived at a point where I'm like, having the conversation, because Ephraim and I are on the air as this happened, and he's talking about he's a pro athlete, and he's like, I'm telling you, this is what it is. And he's like, I'm an AAU dad, and my kids are playing, and it's too much. It's too many games, and it's all year long. And he got me to a point where I got offended. I was offended. I'm like, you mean to tell me, NBA athletes, that people will spend hundreds of dollars on a ticket in January to come watch you play, but you sit in the name of rest and recovery. You sit in the name of health. You sit in the name of being ready for the playoffs. But you won't do that during your freaking time off in the offseason. I actually don't know why this didn't come into my brain when Steph limped off the court against Minnesota. I said to you then when he played in the Olympics.
Yeah, you didn't like it.
That I didn't want him playing in the Olympics.
Yeah.
And I can't draw a line A to B, but it didn't help. It didn't help because it was an overuse injury. And what did he do last summer? He played basketball every damn day.
And Halliburton and Tatum.
Yep.
They both played.
Exactly.
But at the same time, so did Jokic and so did SGA.
It's not going to hit 100%.
Right.
But it's definitely making it worse.
For me, it's more about like the youth basketball that you play. And, maybe this doesn't apply to Steph and older players, but I'm thinking about like Tatum, who's not yet 30, and Halliburton, who's not yet 30. And you look at younger players who grew up playing year-round basketball, and this is what is going to happen. And so for Steph, I think that was more of a short-term thing where, you played all year and then you get into a 7-game series and then, you had the hammy go, whatever. It's not the same thing as an Achilles, but more and more, I think you look at these players who play year-round as kids and, it's overuse, all the jumping and the running and the basketball and the cutting and the rest of it, and then you get to this spot, and it's going to happen.
Yep, and it's this specific injury, by the way, more than others.
The Achilles.
Yes,
yep.
Yes, there are more. Like, there are more Achilles tears, and it is the single worst basketball injury you can have. The one good thing, at least for Halliburton and Tatum, is that they're still in their 20s. And so there's a decent chance, but only a decent one. It's not a given that they're going to get back to themselves. Dame Lillard never will. I'm sorry to break that to him.
And he's, 33, 34?
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and again, I guess in theory, could he? But the data will suggest, and he's 34 years old. And by the way, he's turning 35 in 3 weeks.
Okay.
The data will suggest that Dame Lillard, I'm not saying his career is over, but playing at the level that he was at, he was already on the downside of his career, I'd argue.
Yep. Heading that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, he's not going to ever play basketball at the same level ever again. And so there it is. Halliburton and Tatum, maybe they will, maybe they won't, but this is the same injury, and it's happening at the same time of year, and it's happening to the same types of players. And the bottom line is you could point to a lot of things. I know people have talked about how now basketball players wear low-top shoes, and people have talked about what we're talking about in the offseason, and people have talked about during the season, and just the travel and all the, should we go back to 2-3-2 instead of 2-2-1-1-1? To me, it is simple. You're playing too much basketball year-round, and as a fan, I am ticked off that you're choosing to take the time off that you need in January and February and March, as opposed to doing it in July and August and September. And there's no way to police this, I guess. Obviously, guys are going to keep playing to a certain degree. They're going to work out. They're going to do what they do. And I love the Drew League, for example. It's an amazing story, and it's an amazing outlet. But by the same token, all of these things that these top players are doing in the offseason, they got to stop. You have to rest your body. And the worst thing that can happen to a league is to lose all of the availability of its stars. And we already know 3 major names. Add in Kyrie for a portion of it. Like, we already know a bunch of major names that are not just hurt. They are not playing next year. They're out for the whole year.
Yep.
That's brutal. The Eastern Conference was hit brutally in these playoffs by this injury bug.
It has been, and it's brutal, but at the same time, like the carrot that is out there, if you are a 14-year-old and you're a very good basketball player, and the carrot is, come play AAU, and we're going to give you the exposure, and you could be, a scholarship kid. We can get you to Duke, and you'll go to the NBA and all the rest of it. And so it's hard for the structure to change because the carrot out there is too big, it's too bright for a kid to say or a parent to say, you know what, just play 3 or 4 months a year and then we'll go play baseball and we'll play flag football, whatever. So it's almost an impossible thing to reverse.
No, you're not wrong. It's the same reason that in the minor league baseball, the PEDs were so rampant back in the day. Because guys were like, sure, I'll take the risk. Suspend me. I don't care. I'm trying to get a multi-million-dollar contract, and I'll take the chance. Same thing here, but they got to figure it out. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. We'd love to take your calls. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll take your calls on this injury run right now. Plus, Mike Dunleavy spoke earlier today. One of the first people he started talking about was Jonathan Kuminga. We'll have all of that for you today as things unfold. Glad you're with us. It's Willard and Dibs.
kicks it out. Toppin. Good contest from Thorpe. Halliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell. Of course, that strained calf. He's in pain, so emotional. It's the right calf right away. He knew he was in trouble. Oh, you get in a situation like this, you're just sick to your stomach for the young man.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did we really need the mic on the court turned all the way up so that we're hearing Halliburton moan after all of that?
Was that real?
Is that what that was? Was that Halliburton
That was in the
moaning?
highlight. I don't know who it was. That was from the highlight.
A little bit of Nancy Kerrigan in that.
Totally.
Why?
Dude, the whole thing.
Why?
So brutal. So brutal.
Brutal.
I mean, I also, I hate kind of where, as fans, and I get it, where our minds go when something like this happens. And again, like for me, it kind of goes where we started this conversation, which is, you know what, this is not working. I don't know if y'all noticed this, but this is not working. This is not a workable situation. And so what are we going to do about it? And the answer is probably nothing, because this comes down to individuals and what they choose to do with their time. So there's not a whole lot that can be done about it. But if I'm the NBA, I'm having at least some conversations behind the scenes to encourage guys to do things in a different way, because it would, by the way, I think, change the load management conversation. The other thing, though, that happens in our brains is we start thinking about the outcome. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we start thinking about the money that might have been on the line last night.
Yep.
But maybe our first thought should be, like, do you know how awful, and I don't know Tyrese Halliburton, and I'm obviously not a Pacers fan, but you're in Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and you have hit 3 3-pointers right out of the gate. And
you're in it.
You're in it. You might win a ring tonight.
On the road, which teams don't do.
And then you snap your fingers.
Gone.
And not only is that gone, but so is next year, and so is potentially your 100% ability on the basketball court.
Yeah, maybe. But
maybe.
Nowadays, like, the torn Achilles is no longer a death sentence to your career.
Death sentence, no.
And it used to be that the torn ACL meant that your career was over.
Yep.
Back in the 80s, like, oh, you tore up your knee and that was it. They didn't have what they have now, which is like, oh, stitch you up and you're back in, Adrian Peterson, 8 weeks.
Crazy.
Or whatever, baby knee. But now the Achilles, it's like Tommy John. Okay, 9 to 12 months, you'll be back. You'll be fine.
No, he'll be back. I don't know if he'll be fine, but like, I'm sure one of the things that must go through his head yesterday is that question. Like, he is probably in a hospital right now sitting there wondering, what does the future hold? And nobody has had a better playoff run than him. Nobody raised their level of name value and play and the finances of the future and his standing. Nobody had a better playoff than Tyrese Halliburton. And this is how it ends.
Yep.
And so, look, yeah, you're not wrong. There's in many ways, there's nothing to do. It's just, the further we get away from this, we'll all shrug our shoulders. Just another injury that, bummer. That's the way it went. But I'm not kidding. If I'm Adam Silver, I'm having conversations with players, with the league, with agents, all of it, to at least provide these players with the information that seems like it's readily out there. Every social media doctor I know is all saying the exact same thing.
Right.
You guys are working your bodies too hard, too long, year-round. And you have to stop, or else this is what's going to happen.
So what do you do? If you are a 15-year-old or 16-year-old prodigy and you want to get to where Tyrese is, NBA Finals Game 7, like, how do you go about telling those people what to do and how to get better? And, like, is it less games? Is it less basketball? Because that runs counter to what everyone's telling them at the youth level, which is come play for me, and we're going to go here, we'll go there, we'll go there, we'll go there. We're going to go to the ABCD camp. We're going to go to all these different camps and all these showcases. And, you're going to get a scholar. You're going to get D1, full ride, the whole thing. So for me, it's like what should happen runs counter to what actually will happen, because what does happen is these kids get put out there and, they play and they play and they play and all the rest of it.
You're absolutely right. And yes, take at least 1 month in the summer off. See your kids. Take them somewhere. Go to a beach. Pack some food and just relax. Gosh, my daughter has like 2 friends who took like 2 of her closest friends. And I was like, oh, do you want to invite them to a game or you want to do something over the next couple? Oh, no. They're going back east. Oh, good. What, are they going for a trip back east? No, they're going for lacrosse. Oh, how long will they be there? The whole summer.
Lacrosse camp.
What are you doing? Like, what, why? Why? I don't like that. Does that sound fun to you? That's the other thing that I wonder about. I honestly think a lot of people are driven through this process, and it's kind of a fear-based process. There's a FOMO going on.
Totally.
There is we cannot take July off because you're going to fall behind.
Yep.
Dude, if your kid is that talented, August will be there for him. Just relax. You do not need, this is very generational. And the parents that we are, we're to blame. We are absolutely to blame because we have got to have something for them every damn day. Every hour of the day, you got to be doing this, you got to be doing that. And I congratulate the parents, at least in my network, who sometimes look at their kids and they're like, don't get dressed today.
Right.
It's summer. Just relax if you want to. If you feel listen to your body. But that's not what we do because they've got to be in camp. And they did this, and they did that. And it's just on and on and on. And I'm telling you, it's not doing what we think it's doing. It's not helping them in the long run. And they're going to be fine if they take a month off. The colleges are not going to leave elite talent. So, I love this kid, but he took 2 weeks off in July.
Yeah, darn it.
Yeah,
can't sign him.
He doesn't have that dog in him, you know what I'm saying? Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. I mean, it is. It's very, very cultural to me.
Well, and it's become more than just basketball, AAU. It's baseball with the travel ball and all-stars.
Sure.
And like you're saying, lacrosse, you got to go to camp. And, soccer actually has been one of the first ones to do this where, I had kids back when I was coaching high school girls basketball and volleyball where, the soccer coach would say, oh, no, you can't. Thank you. You can't play volleyball because you have to play year-round soccer.
Year-round.
So if you want to play volleyball in the fall for 12 weeks, then you can't play for us on travel ball. And it's this is JV Frosh Soft girls volleyball. And you're saying they can't do that or else they're going to lose their spot on the soccer team.
It's too intense, man.
Right. And
too intense.
So these kids go out and they play soccer and you play year round and, come to find out you don't get a scholarship and you don't go pro. And what did you miss out on? You missed out on your actual childhood. So I'm not saying that that's Tyrese Halliburton, but the AAU basketball thing is very much that kind of culture where
no doubt
you have to do it and you have to play it. And it's 11 months or maybe 12 and you grind and, you get to a point where you're 25 and now your Achilles goes out in game 7 and he had a calf strain, and give him credit for playing through it because when you have a calf strain, that a calf strain,
it's a risk.
Yeah.
You do.
Likely or, possibly can lead to that. And he played through it. And I mean, if he could have made it another hour and a half, maybe it blows out when he's going up to get the trophy, right?
Oh, God.
He goes for 31-8, and they win it by 1 on a Halliburton game winner, and he goes up the little steps to get the Larry O'Brien, and it goes out then.
Wow.
Amazing. But instead, it goes out in that, second quarter, and it's it's over.
It's over. 888-957-957 is the number. George Sedano is going to join us in a few minutes. He was on the broadcast last night.
Love George.
Yeah, George is awesome. We'll talk it out with him. Let's go to Jake and Moraga. Hi, Jake. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, man.
Good. It's first time calling. I've been hearing it all day about, overworking each other and all these kids, going through rigorous schedules and whatever, and maybe that's the reason causing injuries. But, I think it's more than that. I think that we're not teaching enough about like physical therapy, or even as simple as like rolling your body out with a lacrosse ball or a roller, any of those good things. I'm not saying like Tyrese isn't rolling out, but I think rolling out in general is a great way to prevent these injuries from happening. I played Division I water polo. I had injuries in high school leading up to it. I went to a chiropractor, and he taught me simple rolling out techniques that I had never learned, playing youth sports growing up. And I was able to fix not only my issues that I had for months, but I never had those injuries again because I stayed on top of that physical therapy, rolling out, doing those little hard things after practices when you're tired. I think that's where we need to be teaching the kids. We need to be teaching that, and that's kind of not it's a lost thing, I think.
Yeah, Jake, you're probably onto something, and great to hear from you. Thank you for calling for the first time. Like, I think that's probably true at the youth level. Once we're talking about Tyrese Halliburton and Jason Tatum and Dame Lillard and everything, I mean, from what I know, just following the NBA the way we do, I don't think we've ever lived at an age where guys are more in touch with their bodies, their health, all the little things they can do, what they eat, what they do to keep their bodies ready to play, are at an all-time high. But what's crazy to me is what's also at an all-time high, in the name of all the things I just said, you also have guys sitting out games in the middle of the year. But not enough in the offseason. They won't take time off. Like, did Pascal Siakam work out today? Because if he did, I'd like to wring his neck. Sit down.
Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah.
Maybe he did. I don't know. But, like, dude, Al Pacino, sit down, Frank. Like, just stop. And obviously that's like a silly thing about one guy and one day and all of that. But in general, we see it all the time. We see so many of these players spend all of these summer months still playing ball. One of our texters sent it in. This is when Klay Thompson basically rerouted his career. There was already one.
Right.
You already had the ACL, and then you came back, and not only did you do the Achilles, but when did you do the Achilles?
In the summer.
You did it this week.
Yep.
You did it on the morning of the draft.
It was draft day. Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. And I get that he's working his way back from injury and everything. And I understand that everyone's going to be working out all the time. They're professional athletes. But by the same token, I just think that it's hard when you call it an overuse injury to know exactly when was the overuse. It's all of it. You just need
it's cumulative.
You need a new structure.
I don't know if this changes your opinion. That 2020 NBA draft when Klay tore his Achilles was in November because of COVID.
Whenever it was. Like, it was the offseason. It was it, right? Or was it actually during?
It was a very soon. That was a very short offseason.
It was but it was his offseason.
And it was a non-Warrior sanctioned practice.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, all these guys, look, it's all the same. It doesn't even, it's like, when did it happen is not necessarily even the issue. The issue is the fact that for 17 years running, you've essentially never taken 2 or 3 weeks off. And I'm not even saying don't work out. Go do something different.
Right.
Go hike.
Ride a bike.
Go play a different sport. Again, that's what his dad used to do. He said I would go play tennis for 2.5 months.
Right. And I do think about Steph Curry, and maybe we can get his trainer, Brendan Payne, on here sometime this month or, next week or whatever. But, Steph Curry in the offseason, he doesn't play a lot of basketball. He plays golf, and he does his training where it's like, cover one eye and here's a tennis ball and a racquetball and a golf ball and let's juggle and all the rest of it. It's like non-basketball related training where, you get your mind into a certain spot, you get your skills, your hand-eye, whatever. There's other ways to do it. And I know he's older now, so he can do that. But, you look at Tyrese Halliburton and, he's 25 and how many summers in his life has he not played basketball? Probably not many.
Yeah, probably not. Not since he was like 6.
Right. So, I mean, you come up and, you've got skills, and now you're going to play AAU, and you're going to play all the time in high school, and then summer league, and then spring ball, or whatever it is. And so you start to get into that spot. And I wonder about the human body and how many miles you have as a basketball player before your Achilles blows out.
888-957-9570. Marco in Napa is next up. Hi, Marco. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I just think recently a lot of coaches, they have certain expectations that they want these players to just hold up to, fighting through injury and just like wanting you to play through injury. I tore my ACL my senior year of high school playing football, and I had a hamstring injury and a calf injury, and my coaches just told me, oh, you play through it, and I ended up tearing my ACL. And I feel like that there's a certain expectation where you trust your coaches to tell you to do the right thing, and sometimes you just have to listen to yourself and sit out and rest to heal up.
I think that's a great point, Marco. In fact, I saw, Marco, thanks. I saw some former NBA players last night saying that this is on the Pacers. And I don't necessarily think that's fair, and I don't know the story of how the conversations went, but it's the same people, if that's their opinion, they think that the Kevin Durant thing was on the Warriors. Like, they're like, you have to know, like, of course these players are going to try to play. Of course they're going to try to win a championship. It's all they think about. But that training staff should know that they have to tell them no. You can't play. Let's welcome George Sedano on the River Islands guest line into the conversation. He was on the broadcast last night. George, how you doing? Thanks for coming on, man.
Great, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what's your reaction to not just Halliburton, but Tatum and Lillard and on and on and on? Like, what do you think needs to sort of be different with the way that athletes train and the way that they go about the season?
Oh, I think all this starts at the youth level. I think kids play way too many games, and because this is an old man injury historically, but when you talk about the kind of mileage kids are putting on themselves at a very early age, like I know Kobe Bryant, the late great Kobe Bryant, was really not a huge fan of the AAU circuit for a number of reasons, but this is a byproduct of that. Like, you can't have kids playing 4, 5, 6 games in a weekend. Like, it's just nuts, and that's what these kids are doing at a very young age.
And you look at last night, and I mean, the finals and the Game 7, the hype and all the excitement around it, and then that happens. How much did that take the air out of the balloon for you and for everyone when Halliburton got hurt?
Yeah, certainly it did. And, I think even the audience there in OKC, they didn't realize what had transpired initially because he fell down. They were running back the other way to get a layup. But then when he was still on the ground and banging the floor, you could tell it was serious, and even the crowd there, very respectfully, got very quiet for a moment, and then cheered him as they got him to his 1 foot, and they carried him off. But yeah, it stinks, man. Like, it's not what you want. I still think Indiana showed an incredible amount of resilience, which I'm not surprised by, but ultimately, I think we would have gotten the same result. I just think we would have gotten an epic game is what I think we would have gotten.
George Sedano with us on Willard and Dibs. George, let's zoom out a little bit on the NBA season, too. I get that the MVP ended up winning the NBA title also, but at the same time, there's something about these playoffs that felt like it was a little bit more team-oriented and less top-heavy star-oriented. What do you think we learned about roster construction in these playoffs?
Oh, you need depth. I don't think there's any question. I think the NBA is going to be a lot more like the NFL moving forward, and you're not going to be able to pay everyone. And, you need cost-controlled contracts. I think you need development, and, whether that's the draft, the G League, both probably, if I had to guess. Yeah, I think all that is going to be really important moving forward.
And you look at depth, and the Warriors have, Jimmy and Steph and Draymond and not much else. So if you look at the Warriors roster right now, are you looking at a team that maybe is not going to be able to be suited to compete next year?
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, I think those 3 guys are a great place to start, and then you've got an opportunity to kind of, find guys who fit what you want to do, whether that's in Santa Clara, or Santa Cruz, excuse me, or guys that you find via free agency, maybe some young guys that you trade for under cost-controlled contracts. Like, it's going to have to be very shrewd maneuverability now moving forward. I think Mike does a really good job, and I'm not saying that the Warriors won't be competitive by any stretch of the imagination for a championship. But, and certainly, again, I think that there's always outlier situations. But in previous iterations, what we saw from these two teams were the outlier, and I just think moving forward, that's going to be more the norm.
George Sedano with us. George, the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to be completely intact. How would you put into words the assignment for the rest of the Western Conference to dethrone them?
I think it's going to be a little tougher moving forward. Obviously, you can never predict injury, as we saw last night. I think that always plays a big part in it. It's a battle of attrition, professional sports in a lot of ways. And I think that OKC, is certainly positioned as well as anybody in the entire sport to be really good for a really long time. And I think because of that, they're going to be tough to catch. But you know what? The Spurs were in that scenario for many years in the early 2000s and whatnot. They didn't win back-to-back ever. They won 5 of them, but they never won back-to-back. So while I think OKC has positioned themselves to be at the top of the food chain, it doesn't mean that they can't be got.
7 different champs in 7 years. It's parity. Is parity good for the NBA, George?
I think so, for sure, long-term. I think you're dealing with short-term pain from a ratings perspective for long-term gain. I mentioned the NFL model a moment ago. I think that's the model you need. If Jacksonville and Atlanta were in the Super Bowl, they wouldn't have one less person watching. And I think that last night, even with the Halliburton injury, you had 16, 17 million people watching a Game 7, and it peaked at nearly 20. So imagine if Halliburton would have played, you would have had even more people watching. So I just think ultimately, long-term, you want everybody to feel like they're in it.
George, we keep hearing it's going to be a crazy, big-name offseason. We've already watched Durant get traded. What else do you think is around the corner here over the next couple of months?
Well, my colleague Shams Charania said that he thought it was going to be the wildest offseason ever. I still think there's going to be a lot of maneuverability because, again, it's just going to be – one of those deals where teams are not going to be able to figure out, or they're not going to be able to figure out how to pay everyone, right? Or owners are not going to want to pay everyone because you don't want to go over the second apron. The second apron, not to bore your audience, is in essence a hard cap now because in previous iterations of the collective bargaining agreement, all you had to do was pay, the luxury tax dollars. Well, that's not the case anymore. If you're over the second apron, you can't aggregate salaries in a trade. You can't sign buyout guys on March 1st. You can't use your mid-level exemption anymore. Like, it really prohibits you from constructing a proper roster in a lot of ways. You could probably deal with it for a year, maybe a second year if you have some sort of young generational type team. But I just don't think it makes a lot of sense for teams to be above it very long because it just doesn't. It's not going to be able to work out for you in regards to roster construction.
George, great to have you for a few minutes after the big night last night. Thank you so much.
You got it, guys. Have a great rest of your show. Thanks for having me.
Yep, you absolutely. George Sedano, ESPN, with us here on Willard and Dibs. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're also sponsored by Honda of Vallejo. We'll get back to your phone calls on the physicality, the injury situation in the NBA. 888-957-9570. He mentioned youth sports too, so we can keep going on that. Plus, Mike Dunleavy spoke earlier today, a couple days ahead of the NBA draft, and literally one of the first names he brought up was Jonathan Kuminga. We'll let you know why. We'll let you hear what he had to say. All of that around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this is a little bit off the map.
Oh, you think?
But did you look at your Shapiro emails today?
Did I look at my Jimmy Shapiro from betonline.ag? You know what? I saw them and they gone.
Gone. Okay.
They got deleted.
Good, because I'd actually potentially like to play a little game with you. I think there's some interesting stuff hidden in the Shapiro emails.
I would love to, because one of them was like, ooh, after the KD trade, the NBA odds have shifted.
That's the one.
And I looked at it and I was like, you know what, Jimmy, and I know you, Jimmy, and I love you. And actually, he's the one. He's the guy who actually got me Jim Brown. Rest in peace.
What do you mean he got him for you?
I was producing for another show on another station.
Yes.
And, as you remember from like Radio Row, you have these people who want to offer you guests. And a guy like Jimmy Shapiro, he'll offer you a guest like Jim Brown. And it's like, yeah, I'll take Jim Brown. And he's like, well, I need you to take Jim Frown, who is an accountant for blah, blah, blah.
Jim Frown.
And also Jim Chown.
Right.
And then, if you take Jim Frown and Jim Chown, I'll get you Jim Brown. It's like, okay. Yeah. So you take Chown, you take Frown, and in walks Jim Brown into the gigantic room, Radio Row. This was in Dallas during the snowstorm.
Okay.
And he walks in and everyone's like running at Jim Brown. And he walks right up to our table, and I stand up and I shake his hand, and his hand is like 7 of my hands.
Yep.
And he almost breaks my hand, and he's like, I'm Jim Brown. I'm here to join blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay.
Are you Dibs?
Yeah. I'm like, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. We're running late. We got Cars for Kids on right now. It's going to be about 4 minutes. And so I had to put him on ice. And, meanwhile, it's like, traffic and other nonsense. And then he comes on. But that's Jimmy Shapiro.
Jimmy Shapiro.
Anyway.
All right. Well,
more story than you wanted.
No, it was fine. I mean, come on. It's June. You take as long as you want. But no, Grandy, if you would, a little game show music, please, because I wonder where you would place the Golden State Warriors in the new NBA title odds for next year. So here's how we'll do it. First of all, I wonder, there are 4 teams. 4 teams.
How many?
With 4 single-digit odds to win the title next year. I want to know if you can name those 4. But then, beyond that, I'd like to know if you can name all of the teams that have better title odds than the Golden State Warriors. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them. 10 teams.
10?
10, says Vegas. 10 teams with better odds to win the title next year than the Golden State Warriors. Would you like to give it a whirl?
I would love to.
All right. Who do you think's the title favorite next year?
Probably the Thunder, because that's what we do, right?
Yeah. Who do you think is the clear-cut second favorite?
The clear-cut second favorite?
Well, I just say, like, they're not tied with anybody. They are the second favorite to win the title.
I would say Cleveland? New York?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
No?
Although you did just name 3 of the top 4. Thunder, Cavs, and Knicks both at 9-1. Someone else is at 8-1. Someone else is at 8-1.
Orlando?
Come on, man.
Oh, he's running cold.
Come on, you got to get the flavor of the moment. It's the Houston Rockets. Houston Rockets are now the second favorite to win this sucker.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's your top 4. Thunder, Rockets, Cavs, Knicks. There are 6 other teams with better title odds than the Warriors. Can you name them, and I'll give you 1 strike?
Oh, boy.
Right.
Well, Denver's got to be one of them. Minnesota's got to be one. I guess Boston, even without Tatum.
Very good.
Man.
That's 3. There are 3 more.
3 more?
3 more.
The Clippers?
Sorry. There's your strike.
I'm sorry.
There's your strike. The Clippers right behind the Warriors, actually.
Oh, boy.
Sitting there in the 12 hole. The Warriors are in the 11 hole. You got 3 more. but you cannot have any more strikes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's risky. It's so tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know where I would go. The Pacers, I suppose.
That is correct. That
even
is
without
correct. Yeah.
Tyrese Halliburton.
Well. You saw
what
that
happened?
email. Well, that email came in yesterday. I don't know what hour it came in.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it was pre or post Halliburton injury.
Looking at a different source, the Pacers are way down.
Yeah,
the
they're
list.
way down. Okay, but at this hour, the Pacers were still in there.
Man.
All right, there are two others, though, that are unaffected by last night.
I mean, Dallas, they're getting Cooper Flagg. He's pretty awesome.
I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry, the Dallas Mavericks are coming in at 33-1. We'd like to thank you for playing our game. We do have a copy of the home version.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I like that on my way out.
We have lovely parting gifts for you. Go over here and see either Mark or Lucas.
I used to get Rice-A-Roni as a parting gift.
Probably get a bobblehead or something there in the other room. Some book that somebody wrote.
I'll give you my trophy.
Yeah, Grandy will give you last year's
Can you
trophy.
take your picture out of here, please?
No, that's specifically to annoy Shasky, so I'm leaving it.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I'll allow it.
Yeah, if it's
Give
too
yourself a ding.
If it's too annoying one of the other shows, that's totally fine by us.
And it apparently bothers me less than it bothers him, so we'll keep it.
All right. One of the other two, the Los Angeles Lakers are much better odds right now.
What?
Than the Golden State Warriors.
The Lakers.
And then this one surprises me. And I can, again, these odds were post Kevin Durant trade. The only reason I can think of this team being ahead of the Warriors is because they were thinking that this team was going to get Kevin Durant, but this team did not get Kevin Durant. The San Antonio Spurs
ahead of the Warriors?
Ahead of the Warriors in title odds. Do they think they're getting Giannis or something? I mean,
Wemby and Fox, yeah.
Yeah, it's good
and
players.
Castle,
Yeah, got good players.
Good little team.
But, like, they're not ready to go win a ring. They're babies. They're wee little babies.
Right.
So, anyway.
Yeah.
But that's the current state of the title odds affairs with, yes, the Indiana Pacers now dropping out of that, which means that the Warriors are in the 10 position.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know what to think of that. That's not, it's not terribly optimistic.
No, but if you think about this year and where they wound up essentially in a tie for fifth, right? Because they were one of four teams to win a round and then lose. So they were in the final eight. So
tied for not in the final four, yes.
Right, so tied for fifth, T5. And essentially, so they were, T5 or they were eighth, whatever you want to put it. And so next year they're 10th, which would indicate that their odds are, less than they would be this year. And if you want to extrapolate that out, if you have the 10th best odds, that would mean that you would make the playoffs and lose in the first round. And if I gave you the same prop that I gave you before,
are we doing this?
No, we're not doing it officially, but I asked you at least 15 times over under Warriors playoff wins at 4.5, and you were under trade for Jimmy. It looks like it's working, and you went over, and they went over. They won 5 playoff games.
A half game.
Whatever.
Yeah.
They won 5.
Yep.
And if I was going to give you that same prop right now, and again, we don't know about the draft, and the Warriors are picking in the second round on Thursday, and we don't know about free agency and Kuminga and all the rest of it. But right now, your gut on the Warriors, if I gave you over under 4.5 wins in the playoffs next year, what would you say, Mark?
Under
4.5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. And that hurts me because you're an optimistic guy.
I know, but I went under all year last year until I changed and went over.
And you were wrong until you changed.
Yeah, and
that was wrong.
Well, and then but at least I changed, and then I got it right. But it was by a half game, and so it was close. And in the end, actually, it should be credit to you because you set the number right where it needed to be.
The number was amazing.
Yeah, it was
numbers
amazing.
are numbers, and that number was amazing.
And it would have been better, though, if Steph hadn't gotten hurt. I'm confident they would have at least won another game or two. I don't know if they would have moved on. My only answer to that, though, right now, we're sitting here in a moment where the Warriors, I don't know what they're going to do roster-wise. So that's number one. And number two is the Western Conference. I think I could argue with this Durant trade, even though he went from West to West, the West got better because one of their good teams got even better. So now that becomes yet another sort of top 4 candidate. And, we talk about their title odds. That's bringing Eastern Conference teams in as well. I think the East, boy, you want to talk about doldrums. You think the West is better than the East now. Wait till next year with no Tatum, no Halliburton, and no Lillard, potentially no Giannis. I don't know where he's going to end up, if he'll stay in the East, if he'll stay with the Bucks, whatever. I know that Desmond Bane went over there and people are digging Orlando. That's fine, but all of these teams in the West, from OKC to Houston to the Lakers to the Wolves to the Nuggets, and then the Clippers, and then the young up-and-coming teams like the Spurs.
And the Mavs, yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason I would say that in this moment. In this moment, like, you're praying for such health, and then even if you get it, it's still going to be really hard. So that's why I'd say that today.
Yep. Okay.
Reserve the right to change my mind.
Of course, and you can. I won't hold you to it. And
thank you.
The playoffs aren't for another, 10 months.
Yeah, they're ways away.
Yeah, we got time.
We got a whole Super Bowl champion to crown first.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Are you planning a road trip? I hope so for your summer. If it's Tahoe, Napa, down the coast, or wherever, make your first stop. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Drive in, stay in your car, and be done. In about 15 minutes, your ride will be ready before you even pack the snacks. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for coupons. Speaking of the Warriors offseason, wait till you hear what Mike Dunleavy had to say when he was asked about the Warriors' plans. He immediately jumped to the name that, of course, around everything revolves this name. So that's all coming up next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, there he is. Question is it about to be there he goes?
Oh, no, he's here. He's him. He's here. He's here.
He's here?
He'll be here, yes. Huh. I would put it at,
okay.
Honestly, if I look at it from...
put a percentage on it.
Like, for November 1st, Jonathan Kuminga, high.
Opening night in a Warrior uniform.
Yeah, I would say it's 93% yes. Okay. 7% no. And the 7% is some other team comes in and says, you know what, JK, we're going to give you kabam, kaboo.
Kaboo.
We're going to give you a kaboo deal. And the Warriors go, what?
Yeah, see, I don't...
You're going to give him what?
I see another possibility out there.
Talk to me.
I don't foresee the kaboo. I don't think that's coming. I agree with you that'd be one way.
Kaboo.
The kaboo coming means that the Warriors essentially would be forced into letting him walk for nothing. And I don't believe the Warriors will do that at all. And I know you could say, well, maybe it'll be out of their hands. Well, I don't think that the Warriors are going to leave it out of their hands. And in fact, tucked into the comment I'm about to play for you from Mike Dunleavy is that answer. Let's play this for you, and then let's get into it. 888-957-9570 is the number. So let's see. Couple of things to let you hear. First of all, the draft is Wednesday. Listen to what he says happens right after the draft.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways we can go. We've got some free agents that, are priorities. We got to handle that. But some of that stuff may lean into trades and other things. Obviously, we got wound up into a big deal last summer, multi-team trade. And so anytime you get into free agent stuff and you start looking at exceptions and cap space and all these things, it lends itself to it. We'll be opportunistic. I think with our cap and strategy group, those guys are really good. So we'll look at everything. And it's hard to say right now, though, honestly, as far as like what's out there, what could happen. But we'll definitely be in the mix. I think we've shown a history of doing that.
Okay, we're definitely going to be in the mix.
Yep.
We've got some free agents. That could lead down the road of being involved in trade talks. I can't help but think he's mainly referring to Jonathan. And I know everybody's stuck on this whole sign and trade thing. If you were to sign and trade Kuminga, you're only going to get 50% back on the dollar. That's all true. But my sense in reading the possibilities that are out there, if Kuminga is involved in the deal, this is going to be a big deal, meaning this is going to be like a bunch of teams and a lot of players and something that is fairly complex. So that to me is why I'm not going to say that the favorite isn't still him being here, but I do think there's a scenario outside of some team comes in with the kaboo. I think there's a scenario outside of that has the Warriors involving Jonathan Kuminga in some sort of a deal.
It's definitely possible, but for me, if you're going to make a move of any sort of like magnitude, you would have to involve Kuminga and another player, another salary, and picks, and a lot of other things if you want to bring back something that's really nice and shiny and sparkly. And I do think that if they made some deal, that's what that would be.
He was specifically asked about Jonathan as the Warriors head into the offseason. This is what he said about Jonathan's restricted free agency.
Yeah, so we can start with the finals ending last night. We can start pursuing that right now, leading up into free agency. And I think we're in a good spot with it, honestly. We have the ability to bring him back. He's restricted. I think there'll be good dialogue. And I'd like to figure something out sooner than later. That'd be great. But I also acknowledge with restricted free agency, these things can drag out a little bit and take some time. But I think we feel pretty comfortable with who JK is as a player and what he can do for our organization. And, we'll continue. It's a main priority going into free agency.
Okay. That is our main priority going into free agency.
Yep.
Jonathan Kuminga. And I think it was Bobby Marks who a few weeks back said, this is the linchpin to everything that the Warriors are going to do. If they bring him back, that's your free agency. There you go.
That's it.
There's your acquisition.
There you go.
Yeah. And if not, then things can go 1,000 different directions. But I hear a guy that wants to do this quickly, and I also hear a guy that's open to this going a bunch of different directions. I get there that at the end, he's like, yep, we know exactly who he is, what he can do for our organization. But I hear a voice there that's open to this going a lot of different ways.
Yes, open, but I do think that when you start to think about JK as an asset, and forget the player, because I do think that the player himself is an asset. He's 22, he is diverse, he's developing, he's good if not great. He's not a superstar, he's not even a star yet, but he's a good to great player. So the player himself as an asset is greater than what his salary is right now. So I think about like what you could do as a Warrior team with Jonathan Kuminga, and if you sign him and then trade him, if it's a sign and trade, well, you're only getting 50 cents on the dollar right now. Yep. So if you sign him and then trade him in February, for example, well, now I believe you can get a lot more for him at that point as opposed to what you can get for him right now in a sign and trade.
Maybe, but then again, never forget this. 50 cents on the dollar, these are mythical dollars. Right now, he only makes about $7 or $8 million.
Right.
If he's included in a deal and you're talking about $25 to $30 million, well, now you're getting back a player that's more in the $12 to $15 million range, which is twice what Kuminga's making now. All of this is about assessing who he is, what he's worth. I don't really know how to do that, especially in this particular market where it seems like teams are much, much more hesitant to roll out the big dollars. We'll see where that market goes. Dunleavy was asked, what are the benefits of getting things with Kuminga done early?
Just clarity, right? Roster clarity in terms of what else we need to add in free agency. Also, what we have to spend in terms of minimums, exceptions, those different types of things. So I think that's the sooner the better for everyone. His sake too, I would say, I would believe. But restricted free agency can be a little different. So we may have to be patient.
Okay, so obviously, I think he's twice referencing the idea that we'd like to get this done early, but Jonathan might not. Jonathan might like to go find out what other teams are going to do, what kind of space they have. Do they miss out on someone, and then it spins to Jonathan, and that means millions of dollars for him? It could play that way. Yeah. So I know the Warriors want to do this quickly. I don't know if Jonathan does.
Right. I mean, especially if you're Jonathan, think about his standpoint, which is you're restricted, which means you have to get an offer, and then the Warriors either match or they don't match. And if you're Jonathan, you're like, okay, let's see what the offers might be from the other 29. Because I know that this team, last year, I wanted a certain amount of money, and they said, no, thank you. And I played, and I kind of played, and then they DNP'd me. And, I mean, I didn't really get to play until Steph got hurt, and then I played, and I played well, and I played awesome. But, how do you feel about me, Warriors? Let's find out. Or, is there another team out there who wants to give me a big boatload of money to let me go out there and really cook?
I want to get into this a little bit further, but before we do that, I just want to play this for all the Giannis folks out there. Is everybody ready? If you're a Giannis person, I want you to lean closer to your speakers.
Are we getting Giannis?
If you're a Giannis person, I just ask the person next to you, shh. I'd like all the Giannis people to listen to Mike.
Only because just of our salary structure and the way it works with the amount of money you can use underneath the second apron, that probably restricts it more than anything for us in terms of pursuing the best roster we can. So I think we'll look at stuff. We'll look at players that we really like. It's just almost impossible for us to add players in the salary range of guys we were looking at last summer since we've added Jimmy. That would be the only limiter. But in terms of finding talent, improving this team, we're going to look under every rock to try and do that.
Okay. The quote was, it is almost impossible to add anybody who is making that kind of salary, and the reference he's making is $50 million. And Giannis makes more than $50 million.
Yep.
So the quote is almost impossible. I know the word almost is in there, so that's fun. And I know big-time sports franchises do things like this, which is under-promise and then try to maybe over-deliver, right? we foresee Jordan Poole being on this team long term.
Right.
And 3 days later, he was a Wizard. So I'm not saying that they tapped out of any conversation. I just think that's an important premise as we go into the offseason. I don't think the Warriors are going to be involved with players that are making that kind of money. None of them.
No, and no team really can do that. And, I made this list about 3 months ago of teams that have 3 players making $30 million or more per year going into next year, and the Warriors are not one of them. Boston's actually the only team that has 4 of them. Boston's got 4 players making $30+ million a year. On this list is Houston and Phoenix, and they only swapped players who are both making $30 million next year, Jalen Green and Kevin Durant, but all these teams that are making that much money, there are 10 of them. 10 teams have 3 guys making $30 million or more per year. The Warriors aren't one of them, and I don't know if you could be one of these teams and really go about your business long term. And for me, long term for the Warriors is 2 years. You got 2 more years of Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. Draymond's not making 30. You got Steph and Jimmy, who are both in the top 10 in salary next year. And so you can't add another guy without getting rid of either Jimmy or Draymond or more.
So here's my question for you and for everybody listening, 888-957-957.
Okay.
When you hear Mike Dunleavy say, quote, Jonathan Kuminga is the main priority for us going into free agency, I just want to know, and by the way, we're not going to hold anybody to this answer. It's not even necessarily your opinion. I just want to know where your brain goes. When he says that, Jonathan Kuminga is the main priority for us to get figured out before we get into free agency. Where does your brain go? Does your brain go to Jonathan Kuminga being on the bench and playing 25 to 30 minutes a night for the Warriors next year? Or does your brain go to Jonathan Kuminga plays for Utah this fall? Like, when you heard him say that, what did you think is going to happen with regard to this offseason? Jonathan Kuminga on the team or Jonathan Kuminga off the team? 888-957-957.
Yeah, Kuminga on the team. And I do think that when you look at the landscape of the league right now, as it pertains to salary cap room and the teams that are out there who could potentially pay more than the Warriors want to pay, I don't think that there's a lot of those teams that are out there. And so I hear Mike Dunleavy say that, and the priority is to, quote, figure out Jonathan Kuminga. For me, that means sit back and wait and see what the other offers will be. And I do believe that, Dunleavy and the other people in the front office are realizing the financial landscape. And they also think that, there probably won't be a ton of big time offers coming in for Kuminga. So if you're Dunleavy and the rest of the front office, you're going to sit back and wait. You're going to play the waiting game and see, if any other offers come in that you would have to match or not match. And if there are no offers that come in that you have to match or not match, well, now you're in the catbird seat.
You are.
And now you can kind of dictate what you want to do with Jonathan Kuminga. And I do think it's interesting where, like with Jordan Poole, like you gave Jordan Poole the big extension and you had a full year before it kicked in. And during that year, he and a teammate allegedly got into a little bit of a confrontation, and he may or may not have been punched. And then after that year, you traded him, but you traded him with that big number attached to him. So I can't help but think about that with Kuminga, where, you could sign him to, I don't know, let's just say 3 years and $100 million.
Okay.
For Kuminga. $33 million a year. Let's just pretend. That's more than you'll have to pay him. But if you do attach that big of a number to him, then when you trade him, you get that much money back in player at the deadline.
I want you to play that out in your head, though. Like, if you stick a number on Jonathan and then your hope, or at least your openness, is to deal him at the deadline, you got to do something there with him in the first half of the season that makes him attractive to people.
Like play him?
You cannot pay him $33 million and then have Steve Kerr come on Willard and Dibs every week and just, I can't play him.
Yep.
Can't win with him. I don't know what to do, guys.
Let me tell you something. This guy is a ball player.
Can't do it. He wasn't talking about JK when he had that quote, just so you know. So, like, I don't know. I get what you're saying in theory, but in execution, that's challenging. All I can do, I'll go ahead, just for giggles, I'm going to go ahead and take the other side. And I'm going to say that right now.
For Schmitz and giggles?
For Schmitz and giggles.
Okay.
He's on one.
Yeah,
So sure, it works.
He's on
If
one.
you had done that to me 6 days ago, I'd have been like, get off my team. But now,
I mean, you
he's
got a
on
lot of
one.
people off your team.
Well,
Gerard and Koss and
oh yeah, it was Christian Koss
over the weekend. Get off my
well,
team.
Christian Koss has got to. He's got to be the platoon second baseman until Matt Chapman gets back, and then Christian Koss probably will get off of the team.
Yep.
Oh, the double plays with the bases loaded.
Right.
Twice.
2 of them. Yep.
And then we're out here kicking ground balls out there. What are we? What are we doing? This is after This is when we went to the plate in Detroit, and we're like, oh, we got a big at bat. Okay, let's bunt. I just, yeah, organizational depth, just not quite there yet.
Nope,
not quite there yet. Anyway, I digress. I think, and this is the way I will say it, I think that there is a very fair chance that Jonathan Kuminga is on the team next year, but I don't think that's the Warriors' option A. And I mean this from their perspective. I think that they think, because remember, I'm so stuck on what Bobby Marks said to us. If you sign Jonathan Kuminga, that's your offseason. That's it.
Yep.
And I know there's a lot of JK fans in town, but I also challenge any Warrior fan out there to just, that's it. They re-signed Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, let's play again. And now everybody, you're happy with the offseason? You think that makes you feel like you're going to go beat Houston and OKC and Minnesota. What'd they do to get better? Well, they brought everybody back. That's it. That's what they did. They brought back the guy that they're having a hard time finding a role for. I don't think that's what the Warriors want to do. They might do what you're suggesting because they have to.
Right.
But I think that there are complicated and layered deals that the Warriors would like to explore so that it's not a 1-for-1 and they've got to do the 50 cents on a dollar thing, but that there is a complex multi-team deal that gets Jonathan to a place where he can really grow as the potential guy or one of the potential guys, and the Warriors can do something that really makes them feel like they are following their mantra, maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career. I don't like, I can't imagine that they are comfortable with Jonathan representing their entire offseason. I can't even imagine how they'd be comfortable with that based on the way it's gone.
I agree with you, but I do think about it in terms of their ability to do something else, where their ability to do something else at the deadline is greater than their ability to do something now. Because if you take Kuminga in a sign and trade, and even if you package him with Moody, who's making 11.5, or Butters, my name's Buddy, who's making 9. You don't have a lot of.
My name is Buddy.
Sorry about that. I apologize, Butters, but if you take those salaries and
I'm Batman.
Yeah, if you want to package Kuminga in a sign and trade with something, you're still winding up with a middle of the road, middling player.
You don't know that.
Well,
I mean, it depends on what guys are making in that moment, and they might be at a certain moment in their, in their arc and in their contract and all of those things. You know what I mean? It gets weird sometimes. I don't want to keep fixating on this guy because Grandy and I have gone way too far with him. But
you guys did a whole show on him.
Yeah, Cam Johnson is somebody who is better than his salary. He's better than his salary. I don't know how many of those guys are out there, but he's better than his salary. And so, is that someone that you can grab? Or let's talk about the Utah Jazz. they've got a bunch of young players, and therefore nobody's, other than marketing, nobody's maxed out at major dollar figures, but there are some guys there who can be helpful just because of the style that they play. I mean, if there was ever a Steve Kerr move to be made, it would be someone who is maybe not even quite as good as Jonathan, but he fits.
Right.
Like, that's the kind of move I could see the Warriors making, where they concede. Yeah, like, okay, pay Jonathan 25, and we'll throw in something else. And sure, we'll take back $20 million in salary. And maybe it's only a $20 million player, and Jonathan's a $25 million player. But that $20 million player does what the Warriors need. Like maybe he's tall or something like that. Could you be tall? Right? That's what I really think has got to be their option A. Because if that's not their option A, if option A is just re-signing the guy, I don't know after the experience they've been through how A, they're not going to feel like they're overpaying him. B, he's not going to be nervous about the role that he's about to have. And C, they've got to get to work. Steve promised us they've got to get to work figuring out something they weren't able to figure out, which is how to inject that guy into Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry and not have everybody drive everybody crazy. Not easy to do.
Nope.
That's not what I would want to do in training camp if I were the Warriors.
Yeah, but at the same time, you also want to have, your asset be able to command back in a trade what they're worth. And right now, you won't get that. Even if, if you think Kuminga is a $25 million a year guy, and that's probably about where it'll land, 20, 25, whatever. So if you sign him for 25 and you trade him and you get $12.5 million back, that's going to feel like a loss almost no matter what you get back, even if it is, like you're saying, a player who's not as good as Kuminga, but somebody who maybe fits better in that role. Because right now, Kuminga, if you bring back this entire team next year, Kuminga is your sixth man, your seventh man, whatever. He won't start. It'll be, Pods and Steph. It'll be Draymond and Jimmy and, fill in the blank center, whether it's TJD or Looney or whatever, if Looney comes back. And so your second unit will be JK. So could you find somebody who makes half as much and fits better for a year or two? Yeah, but if you trade Kuminga for that, for a short-term fix, I don't know if that's going to be something that you want to do.
I don't think it will feel great, and it absolutely has the potential to really blow up in your face. But we're maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career.
We are, but so
that's
far,
what they say they want to do.
So far, the deals you've done with your two timelines, your second timeline, Jordan Poole not blowing up in your face, and Wiseman not blowing up in your face. I hope he's able to come back and play basketball this year. So, like all your other two timeline guys, no one's blowing up in your face so far. This one might.
It could.
It could.
And I don't think that would make the Warriors hesitate at all. I don't think that would make them hesitate at all. When Steve Kerr said a few weeks ago, like, man, when your stars are in their mid to late 30s, you don't trade all of your first-round picks and pick swaps. And, that'd be crazy with guys at that age. You know what he didn't say? He did not say, and you don't trade anybody who's 22 or 23. You don't do that. No, he didn't say that.
No.
He did not say that. All right. Bobby Marks was on with us 3 weeks ago today and specifically talked about Jonathan Kuminga's effect on the entire offseason. We'll let you hear that next. I would like to update the Ramona Shelburne planes, trains, and automobiles situation. And it appears that we are, ladies and gentlemen, back on track.
Let's go, Momo.
And I think that we are going to have Ramona in a half hour. Instead of live from Phoenix, she will be live from Denver. Planes, trains, and automobiles. Yes, live from Denver.
All right.
Southwest, layover, on her way back to Los Angeles. We're back in a half hour. Probably. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, here for your calls. When you hear Mike Dunleavy say, Jonathan Kuminga is the main priority before we go into free agency, In your brain, did you think Jonathan's on the team? Or did you think Jonathan's off the team? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Here, before we ponder that question, let's take a few moments to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. You know it's my bank, and it has been for 6 years, ever since I got into my
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Oh, just determined to get me aggregated, huh?
Yep. Yep.
You know what my Twitter feed will look like if I answer your questions?
On 95.7 The Game.
Momo. Yeah.
That's Ramona Shelburne.
Yeah, it is.
And I think she's going to be on with us at 4:15. She's texting us from the airplane.
From the airplane?
From the plane.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do that on certain flights.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired of these texts on a plane. That was a movie, right? Samuel L. Jackson?
Yes, it was. I mean, of all the movie scripts that come in front of you, like when you see just the title, like I don't even need to open up the first page. I'd have been like, really, dog? They're like, yeah, read this script. It's called Snakes on a Plane.
Awesome. I mean, yeah. Like,
how much did he make for that?
Well,
I want to know that.
And think about, like, In a World. Like, the movie phone guy. But you think about, like, plane flights. People are afraid of flying.
Yes.
And I get that. I'm married to somebody who is afraid of flying, even though, like, if you want to talk about, like, what's more dangerous, I don't know, driving your car or flying in a plane, it's driving your car by a million times. And then you add in a fear of flying with snakes on a plane. And I guess people are afraid of snakes. I'm not really afraid of snakes. My daughter, who's almost 3, she's afraid of spiders for no reason.
A lot of people don't like spiders.
I get it.
A lot of adults don't like spiders.
If you think about spiders, like they're out here helping you. They're eating like micro bugs and they're out here doing things to help you.
I heard someone say this one time and it really, it's unsettling to people. So just little alert.
Okay.
This is unsettling to people.
No, I love this.
No, someone said you are like never, ever more than 6 inches from a spider at any time in your life ever.
Correct.
Never. If you think about it, they're in the floors. They're in the floors. They're in the walls.
Yeah. To the windows.
To the walls.
To the spiders. Yeah.
They might be under your couch, under your furniture. You are never more, and it really freaks people out when you talk about like, yeah, what about when I'm in bed? Yes.
Right.
When you're in bed. Like you're never, ever more than 6 inches from a spider at any time.
Exactly. So, it's you and your partner and you're not alone in the bed. Like, I'm not trying to make this like creepy, but it's an overpopulation sensation when you're in the bed. So whatever. For the most part, spiders are more afraid of you than you are of them. But yeah, snakes on a plane, genius. And that's where like you get into movies like Sharknado. Like, okay, we've got a tornado full of sharks. I'm in. Like, yes. Yes, I'm here for it.
Stupid.
It's all so stupid, but it works.
Well, to that end, I think I've told you this before. Funniest thing in my life is when I ask someone, they go to a movie, and I say, "How was it?" And they're just like, "It wasn't very good. It just wasn't realistic
That's
enough
right.
for me."
This is one of my favorite takes of yours.
Just like I just couldn't buy it. I'm like, oh, really? But you liked Spider-Man last week, right? You know the part where a human being puts on a costume and goes building to building by firing webs out of his wrist? That one didn't get you on the whole realistic front, right?
Right.
But you didn't believe the character in this family drama that you watched last night. Okay. If that's how you want to play it, do you.
Exactly. Like,
anyway.
Anyhow, if you take like 1,000 movies, 999 of them are like unbelievable. And the one that isn't, it's called The English Patient, and you fell asleep.
That's true too.
Like the one movie that's not like to be disbelieved, it's a snoozer.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, no, it's true. Okay, so Ramona probably in about 25 minutes or so. Bobby Marks 3 weeks ago today said this to us.
It all depends on Kuminga. It really comes down to he basically controls free agency in Golden State, because if they sign him to a contract and bring him back, then that's really it as far as what they can do in the offseason.
There you have it.
Yep.
if they sign him back this offseason, that's it. That's it. And it's funny because I would bet, this is just me guessing, I bet there are a lot of Warrior fans that really want Jonathan Kuminga to stay, but also would feel very unfulfilled if that was the offseason. That's it.
Right.
What'd you guys do? We brought him back. The guy that you didn't play in the playoffs? Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's what we did. Do you like it?
It's funny you say that because...
What do you think of the cake we made?
Right. You made a cake with whatever was in the fridge. Mm-hmm. And, you found some flour and some eggs and whatever. But the cake you made is the cake you've already had. And you were hoping for like a triple-decker wedding cake with, frosting and some fruit and whatever. But it's funny you said that, Mark, because honestly, hearing Bobby Marks say that, if that is all you do, bring back Kuminga, and that's your offseason, like fans, even the fans who love Kuminga would be unsatisfied.
I think so.
Or, the other thing is, okay, you sign and trade Kuminga and you bring in whatever 15 or 20 million worth of other player, and the people who love Kuminga would also be unsatisfied.
Totally.
So, what are we talking about here?
I think what you mentioned as the likelihood to me is actually sort of the fallback option. When Dunleavy says, look, we know who Jonathan is, and we feel comfortable with what he can do for the organization, to me, they're setting up for the possibility that they do sign and keep, but sign and keep still keeps on the table the possibility of a trade later down the road. And so what they would have to do, if they can't find something that works this offseason, you have to find a deal that both makes you comfortable right now in terms of the money, but also you think is going to be attractive on the market in trade talks down the road. And then you can sort of serve both masters if you want, in a way, where it's like, okay, we've got him and he's a trade asset, and now we go to work with him and let's see if we can get this to all fit a little bit better. And we'll force that for the beginning of the season. And maybe that'll also allow him to put up some numbers, and numbers are numbers. And then once you put up those numbers, then maybe another team is going to be kind of wooed by him, or maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll work great. And then you don't want to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga. So you do, in theory, buy a little bit of time. But that's my thought. When I hear Mike Dunleavy say we're going to be aggressive, we're going to be in the mix, and we want to figure this Jonathan thing out fast. What I hear him saying, and it's just my ear and my brain, what I hear him saying is option number, we need to find out kind of what he thinks he's worth and what we think he's worth, and then we need to dive immediately into, let's find out what the league thinks. Are there any opportunities for us to get better by including Jonathan and a salary in a deal? And if there are, that's option one.
Yep.
If not, then we'll grit our teeth and we'll do this and then figure it out kind of down the road, but work with him. Maybe he blossoms more. Maybe he fits better. Maybe not. And maybe we trade him later. But I think that's option two. Option three is, screw it. He can score, so we're going to keep him long term. And then option four is letting him go for nothing.
Right.
To me, that's just a no. That's not possible.
It's not possible, I think, right now. And this is where, if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're kind of shaking your head, because this year you've got one team with money, really real money to spend. And next year, when he won't be a free agent, that's where, salary cap wise, it looks like there'll be at least 10 teams with money to spend. So JK kind of got caught where, this is the year where there aren't a lot of teams that can spend, and these teams are still trying to figure out the second apron, and, teams that are above it are trying to get below it. And you look at what Phoenix did, getting rid of KD, and they brought in, Jalen Green, a younger player with a lesser salary and all the rest of it. So for Kuminga, he's kind of caught in the wrong place, wrong time thing. And if you're the Warriors, you're like, okay, sit back and wait. Sit back and wait and see if anybody's going to throw more money at Kuminga than you want to spend. And I do think that the Warriors have a number in mind where they're probably thinking, I don't even know what the number would be for them, but if I'm the Warriors, I'm thinking if it's, 4 years and $100 million, then, $25 million a year, I got to think about that. But if it's less than that, we can match that, and then we can trade him when we want.
Yeah, it's a fascinating play based on also understanding what the rest of the league is offering for him, because I think there's a strong possibility that if he's not involved in a trade and you're just negotiating with Jonathan, you're negotiating against yourself, which leaves the Warriors almost like you can pay him whatever they want. But then Jonathan doesn't need to say yes to that. And so I could see it getting real tricky, but that's why people are over there doing what they're doing. They're good at it, and that's their job. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, by the way. We got in another little trip to Laughing Monk over the weekend.
You did?
Nailed it again. We went steak this time.
Okay.
And the peach salad.
You went to the Monk?
And an old-fashioned.
Look at you.
And it was strong. It was a very, very strong performance, again, by Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale.
Man,
really, really good.
I got some Laughing Monk FOMO, fear of missing out, because you went without me?
Well, we were going to a show in San Jose.
Ah, gotcha.
And so Laughing Monk was in the neighborhood. And so we decided to do it again and order something else. And all of that was good, too.
So you chose your life partner over your radio partner?
I did.
And I'm not mad at that.
I did.
And I love your life partner.
And then we went, she's wonderful.
She's awesome.
And then so was the show. We went and saw, are you familiar with a comedian named Pete Holmes?
No, but you talked about it on Friday. And so
Pete Holmes.
Okay.
San Jose Improv on Saturday night.
Funny guy?
He was a very funny guy. Yes. And then the guy that came before him was, funny-ish.
Right.
An opener.
Well, sure. Yeah.
He's like Shohei Ohtani. He's an opener.
Or like Zach Littell, right?
Yeah. Just just throw a couple fastballs.
Sure.
Get out of the way.
You do your one inning and get off the stage.
Right. All right. We're going to go to the phones. If you're just joining us, this is what Mike Dunleavy said that kind of has us talking. He met the media. The draft is 48 hours away. And this is essentially what he said about Jonathan Kuminga's restricted free agency.
Yeah, so we can start with the finals ending last night. We can start pursuing that right now, leading up into free agency. And I think we're in a good spot with it, honestly. We have the ability to bring him back. He's restricted. I think there'll be good dialogue. And I'd like to figure something out sooner than later. That'd be great. But I also acknowledge with restricted free agency, these things can drag out a little bit and take some time. But I think we feel pretty comfortable with who JK is as a player and what he can do for our organization. And, we'll continue. It's a main priority going into free agency.
I mean, there's so much there. He wants to get it done quickly, but he acknowledges it could drag on. He says it's the main priority going into free agency. And then there's actually, the second time I heard that, there's a sentence where I almost went, ooh, what does he mean by that? And maybe nothing, probably nothing, but he says, I think we're comfortable. We know exactly who JK is and what he can do for our organization. Do you? Do you?
Yes.
And if you do, if you know who JK is, I'd argue that's not a good thing for JK. I would argue that everybody who loves JK is actually basing that on who he may become, not who he is. Like who he is right now, you decided not even to play.
Well, that's not him. I mean, that was the coach who decided not to play him.
And these decisions are not made by themselves.
Right. And I do think that they know who he is. And right now, who he is does not jibe with who they are. Now, in 3 years, when Steph is gone and Jimmy's gone and Draymond's gone, sure, if that's the way that goes, who he is, who he will be then, that becomes a more important piece, I think, for the then, because the then, after Steph and Jimmy and Draymond are gone, you're likely going to be a team that's going to be rebuilding no matter what.
That's fair, but at the same time, see, that's why I think he may be gone this offseason. Because what you keep saying and what I keep hearing from people is the real value of Jonathan, the real importance of Jonathan comes 3 years from now. And I just don't think that that's where the Warriors' heads are. I don't think they go into this offseason thinking we're going to use all of our open space on someone who will help us when Steph retires. It's literally the antithesis of everything that they're saying they want to do. It's the opposite. To say, let's use all of the open space we've got this offseason to spend it on someone who won't help us right now. But, boy, we'd love to have him in 2028. I just can't see them doing that. It's not who they are fundamentally.
I agree, but the other piece of it is then what are you going to do about it, tough guy?
Yeah, well, that's the question.
Right. So what you're going to do about it is either sign and trade and you take 50 cents on the dollar, or you sign and wait and trade, and then you get 100% on the dollar in February when you trade him at the deadline, or you sign and continue to hope that he can be the player that he has been at times. And, Steve Kerr said to us, we will spend the whole offseason and training camp figuring out how to make it work. And I take him at his word, even though he's a Dodger fan at Oracle Park yesterday, which love to see him out at the Giants game, which was kind of fun. But I do think that, they would try to make it work and integrate him and all that. Yes. And I think that you could do that up to a certain point. I don't know if he actually in the next 2 years could integrate and work. But for me, if I'm the Warriors, I'm looking at a way to sign and trade, not until February, though, when you can actually get something.
I mean, I hear you. At the same time, I'm like, who knows what the world's going to look like in February? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of the scary part for me there is if you start planning now for February, I have no idea where we sit in the standings. I have no idea what Jonathan's stats are. I have no idea if Jonathan's healthy. I have no idea about anything. I don't know if that's what I'm going to want to do in February. Who wants to commit right now to something in February? Like, wow, I got no idea what the hell we're doing in February.
Right.
And I think there's power in that. Like, if you've decided that Jonathan Kuminga does not represent maximizing Steph Curry's remaining career, if that's what you've decided, then I would argue you do it now. Do it right now. Because 1,000 things could happen between now and then that lower his value, change your situation. Like, wow. And then you're handing power out to someone else. But right now, he's healthy. He's coming off these playoff games, which were intriguing to people. Again, if that's what the Warriors have decided, then I think there's a whole lot of strength in doing it now.
There's also strength in doing it then where his value could go up.
It could go up.
Right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, you could play him and he can fit and he can, be a force and all the rest of it. And
you probably wouldn't want to deal him at all.
Well, depends.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it depends on what you could get for him then. And again, if you sign him to a deal worth, let's just say $23 million a year, right now you only get $11.5 million back in exchange in the offseason, or you sign him to $23 million for, 3 years and whatever, that would be 72. And, you get to the deadline and it's like, yeah, he's playing great and he isn't really the perfect player for you. And you could trade him then and get something more at that point.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont. Hi, Rich. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, man.
It's funny because I've been listening to the talk around the Golden State Warriors in the offseason, what they can and can't do or what they should do. And I honestly believe they really should resign Kuminga because you got to think about the talk that was going on about this kid, about development and how, he wasn't being played. He was being played. When he was on the floor, he was producing. When they sat him out, they tried to throw him in there on an emergency situation. That didn't work. The kid has been there now 4 seasons. He's going into his 5th. They've already invested time with this kid. I just don't think it's a good move for them to move off him. I think they should re-sign him. And I tell you something else. I think the other thing, if I'm Mike Dunleavy, I would definitely go after Brook Lopez. I mean, come on. He's a big, which is what they've been talking about getting and what they need. He's 7 foot. He can shoot the 3. He can grab your rebounds, and he can protect the rim. And you're going to get him for the veteran minimum. To me, it's a no-brainer. You bring him in, you re-sign Kuminga, and you have the support of the other guys as well, Butler and Draymond. So that's the way I would approach the offseason. What do you guys think?
Well, Rich, I before you go, I'd love to ask you a question. If they did that, if they came back next year and their two moves were to re-sign Jonathan Kuminga and bring in Brook Lopez, does that represent a great offseason to you?
To me, I'm sorry, repeat the question once more. I only hold part of it.
If what they do is exactly what you suggest, they re-sign Kuminga and their big addition is Brook Lopez, does that feel like a good offseason to you that positions the Warriors well?
I believe it does, because you have to consider what they have already. It's not just those two moves. It's the fact that they have a competitive team right now. Yep. The fact that they were able to get to the second round means they're competitive. When you add, Brook Lopez, and you already have Butler, and you re-sign Kuminga, in my opinion, it gives you a very large missing piece. Why? Because you didn't have a big who could help you defend and can shoot the three and can grab rebounds, and now you do, and it didn't cost you much to get him. So to me, yeah, that is the right move to make.
Yeah, Rich, thanks. Appreciate it. The premise was that Brook Lopez would take the veteran minimum. I don't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Brook Lopez is coming off of a year where he just made $23 million.
He's not taking the vet min.
I don't know if he's taking the vet min.
Right. And what did the big Kiwi just sign for? Steven Adams. He signed for $3 and $39, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Brook Lopez is taking the vet min. So, I mean, if you're looking for a big to, take a contract like that, you're probably not going to get Brook Lopez.
Yes, 3 years, $39 million for Steven Adams.
Right.
Those of you who went into the weekend, yes, good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted the Warriors to explore Steven Adams. I don't know if y'all heard, off the table.
Right. And if you are looking at, the Warriors and making some signings, it is more sensible to me that they sign their own guys. They have bird rights on GP2 and Kevon Looney. And you may not love them as upgrades because they're not upgrades. They're literally the same people that they've had. But for me, it's more likely that happens as opposed to, Brook Lopez, vet min.
I hear you. And even though I was right out in the front of, dude, the Warriors after Jimmy Butler were one of the best teams in the NBA. I can also say, if you just bring the band back, that doesn't feel good right now in terms of the Warriors' chances of winning next year. Doesn't feel good.
Right.
That's all. 888-957-9570. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, we think, is going to join us next. Later on after Ramona, there's some weird Brandon Ayuk stuff going on that we need to explore.
Okay.
There's some weird social media stuff going on with Brandon.
Well, it's the summer, so that makes sense,
Everybody's
right?
bored. Yeah, here we go. Yep. From the ballpark to wine country, summer's better when your car is ready to roll. Valvoline Instant Oil Change gets you in and out in about 15 minutes. No appointment needed. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. And it's Willard for new vodka. Everybody, you got to check this out, okay?
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
What's wrong? Something you ate?
Nothing's wrong.
Okay.
Brandon Ayuk is just odd. It was odd.
Like, what do you mean? Like, last summer,
Yeah.
I get it. He was looking for a contract, and so a lot of the things he did was odd, but it made sense.
Well, it made sense in terms of, like, I get why you're doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that what he did was okay, and he came out and even said that. Said he handled it poorly, and he did. The Niners weren't great with it either, but they were, like, those were business decisions. Brandon acted like a child. Brandon was all over social media, I thought, being just completely immature and lacking patience and all of the things. Now, you can give him the win if you want, like he got his money.
Yep.
He also totally fell in the eyes of many 49er fans. More importantly, I think he totally fell in the eyes of the 49ers, who signed this deal and almost immediately counted to 3 and regretted it. And then he got hurt, and now we've got yet another social media appearance. By the way, Ramona Shelburne just landed, and she's going to join us in, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, however long it takes to get off a plane, and I think she's in the back row.
Yep.
Okay? So you got to wait for all the overhead, all of that.
Well, at least she's not in the middle and some, jackhole is going to charge up from the 27th row to, like, barge up to row 14 because I have to get off before all the rest of you.
It's true.
It's
true.
Anyway. And
sounds like you speak from experience.
Of all the times that I wish that I could just have a taser and just, don't tase me, bro.
Man.
That person needs to get tased, but go ahead.
All right. So 2 weeks ago, part of this, like, I'm going to admit, we're going to read some of this and you're going to be like, huh? Or you're going to be like, oh, it doesn't mean what you think it means. To me, collect it all together and it's just not good. Like, if I'm Brandon Ayuk right now, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, yo, I got paid a whole lot of money. And then unfortunately, I suffered an awful injury. I'm fully focused on getting back. But at the same time, like, my team did me right. Even though it may have been annoying to get there, my team did me right. And now I need to go do some good things for them and for the fans. That's where I would be thinking. But Brandon tweeted, I need my chicken before I even think about walking through. Walking through where? I don't know. Does he mean the door? Didn't he already get his chicken? He got a signing bonus.
Lot of chicken.
Not that big of a deal. Not a tweet. He's posting on YouTube. Which is apparently something you can do.
Yes.
An actual, like, post of words,
just
not
comments.
a video.
Yeah. Right.
Actual words?
Words on YouTube.
Okay.
If you had something to write, wouldn't you go to YouTube?
Right.
Anyway, the next comment under that was, they want to play cool now. Nah, bleep, no, I want that smoke still. My big question on that one, who's they?
Right.
Fans? The Niners? Just people? I don't know. The brand spanking new post on YouTube 8 hours ago.
Okay.
This morning.
Fresh Ayuk.
They was talking about trading me while I was off Percocets and muscle relaxers and peeing in a cup by my bed. Couldn't walk for 10 weeks. Ain't nobody trading for me. I mean, I could fall back to, that's probably true.
Right. And 10 weeks?
Yeah.
That seems like a long time. I've had multiple surgeries, and I've had the same surgeries that he's had. Thank you. And 10 weeks? Like, that seems a little bit dramatic. But go ahead. I'm not trying to split hairs here.
I mean, the only commentary that we have from the Niners came from John Lynch earlier this month in June. Quote, Brandon's doing a tremendous job coming back. These guys are incredibly skilled athletes. They tend to heal a lot faster. It's kind of incredible how well he's healing, and he's putting in the work. We're proud of Brandon, and we're looking forward to him being a part of this team moving forward. That's John Lynch's quote on Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
So, like, I don't think this is a moment to overreact. I really don't. But I the only way that I can say this right now, and I would bet this Brandon would not care, I don't understand Brandon. I don't understand. I don't understand in this moment what you're mad at. Like, you got the money and you got hurt.
Right.
Like, you're not on the wrong side of the deal right now. The 49ers are on the wrong side of the deal. The 49ers are the one paying millions of dollars for no gain. The 49ers are the one who are going to be putting another $30 million player on the PUP list to start the year. That's the Niners. You, on the other hand, I get that you're frustrated that you're hurt. I get that it sucks that people say things about you while you're powerless to go out there and change the narrative. But that's professional sports. That's celebrity. That's life. You want a big contract. You want to play football. That's the deal. I just don't understand. I don't understand what he's mad at. I don't like it. 3 weeks before training camp opens, I don't like you on YouTube talking about trade rumors. Like, this whole team is sitting here talking about how we got immaculate vibes.
Vibes, yeah.
And we're 6-11 and we need to fix this. And you're over here on YouTube being like, remember Percocets? And they tried, like, dude, it feels to me like somebody who said he learned a lesson that didn't learn a lesson. That's what it feels like to me.
You're allowed to express yourself in any possible way that you want. And, here we are in June. And right now, if you are the 49ers as an organization, right now you're looking for, I would imagine, your players, your staff, and all the rest of it to take a playoff, to use an old expression from Lorenzo Neal, take a playoff. It's okay to take the month. And, the news we got about a week ago were promotions and, staff hirings, and shout out Corey Rush, who's somebody we've all gotten to know, and he got elevated to executive vice president of communications, which I saw that email. I was like, oh, cool. Good for you, Corey. End of 49ers discussion. It's June. You're all gone. You're on vacation. And like you said, in 3 weeks, come on back, and we're going to ramp it up with camp, and then we can talk about the preseason games, and we can talk about joint practices, and we can look at the schedule and all the rest of it. But right now, for this to be a thing, for Brandon Ayuk to, do this, and I don't even know what this is.
Right. I just, again.
He's putting out words on YouTube, which I didn't even know that you could do that.
I don't even know why. I don't know why. Right. That's what I mean. I don't understand.
What's the message?
I don't even get it. I don't
either.
I don't understand Brandon Ayuk. I don't understand waking up today and being like, you know what we need to do? We need to go to YouTube so that I can write something about those trade rumors that happened last year. I don't understand. And again, is it a problem? Is it something that the 49er offices are calling a meeting about? Probably not. I just don't get it. I don't understand Brandon Ayuk. I haven't for a year. I'm not what? Why? Why shorts? Why the wrong shorts?
Right.
Why? People need to start asking Brandon Ayuk why. Why are you doing all of this? Why is this the right move? And it bothers me. It's kind of like, we're in this age now where it's like, I get the word and I love it. The word for athletes for a decade now in the age of LeBron James has been empowerment. And I love that. Yeah, you don't have to go on a radio show, Draymond. You can just do your own. Just buy a microphone, turn your laptop on, and do your own show. Control your message. That's what so many athletes want to do. Great. You're right. People would absolutely love to hear directly from you. So do that. But at the same time, I think that we've got to look at all this and start asking, why? Why now? Why this message? Why are you still even talking about this? The 49ers are desperately at this hour trying to turn the page off of last year. And we have one player who's still talking about last year. in a negative light, it seems. And so this is a thing. Whether it sounds like really bad words or not or whatever, this is something that teams very much worry about. Like, I'll give you another example. Did y'all hear over the weekend the stories with Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Do you know that he got caught driving 101? And in the process of them finding out that he was driving 101, we found out that 3 weeks ago he got caught going 91 and then skipped the arraignment. This is somebody out of the 5th round who's trying to win the job as face of franchise.
Right.
And I know some people who think he got cut from the team yesterday. Like, he didn't, but that's what you're going to do before camp even begins?
Right. Right.
What you do out in public as a representative of these companies matters. And if you can't even play, dude, I got to wonder if Brandon's wearing him out, because I already know that he was. He already wore him out last year.
For sure. And, for his part of it, and I get this, where, he tears up his knee, he has surgery, and, you're coming up to that April 1st deadline where his bonus kicks in, and so the Niners reportedly, were trying to trade him. That way they could get out from underneath the $23 million bonus that they would have to pay him if he was on the team, the roster bonus in April. So I get that, but that honestly is just a part of the NFL. It's a part of the business. And, Ayuk knows that, I'm sure, by now, because he's in the league. And so you go about your business however you want to. And if you want to go out and have this passive aggressive YouTube words that you put out there about the team, and it's now 2.5 months after the trade was reportedly, maybe going to happen. They were shopping him and they were trying to get a team, mainly Pittsburgh, who wanted him before. And so this is just, it's pro sports. It's the way it goes. And so if you want to comport yourself this way, you're allowed to. I don't hold it against him, but it definitely makes it so as a team, you're probably a little frustrated that your player is continuing to go about it in this way.
Well, and I also let's talk about the fan perspective. I hate feeling like this about any player who plays for any of my favorite teams. And here's what I mean by that. Look, if the guy gets healthy and he gets happy and he balls out, I get what every fan's going to do. We're all going to forget about all of this. And that's fine and move on. But what about the opposite? What if he does come back and I would say likely, in fact, he'll struggle a little bit. He's been through a major injury. And prior to the injury last year, he came off of those contract talks and he struggled. He did not look great. And so I'm not going to use the phrase that I'm rooting against Brandon. Here's how I will say it. I'm having a hard time rooting for Brandon. Right?
Yeah.
And I don't I think we've talked a lot about this. I want when Brock Purdy rolls back, when he releases the ball, I don't care which Niner catches it. Normally, it's kind of like when we went back to the Trey Lance and Jimmy and Brock thing. I don't care who wins the job. Whoever's going to do good, you'll win the job.
Right.
You go play good football. I'm actively sitting here right now hoping that Ricky Pearsall steps forward as the first-round draft pick that he is, hoping that Juwan Jennings has some sort of an encore for what he did last year. Because not only do I think that those guys are healthy and capable right now, I enjoy rooting for them more than I do Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
He's just, I don't know, dude. I don't get it. I don't understand what you wake up and think is the right thing to do with your day on your computer.
And I just wonder, what hurts? What hurts about the things that have gone on for Brandon Ayuk? Because it's clear that he feels some type of way about maybe the fact that they tried to trade him, and they tried to trade him before, and then last offseason they didn't sign him, and then they eventually did. And so I just wonder about Brandon and, what hurts? What upsets you about the things that have gone on, because you wanted to get paid and you got paid and you got more money than probably the Niners wanted to pay you, or more money than, what other receivers have gotten. So you got your chicken, and then you went out and you got hurt, and then the season went on, and the team didn't do well, and you were out for the year, and you're out for a while now, maybe until week 4 or 5, who knows? But between then and now, yeah, the team maybe tried to trade you, but that's part of the business, right?
Yeah, that's
pro football.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
I just don't know. I wonder what about all this really affects him like this. Like, what hurt you? Who hurt you, Brandon? Is it John Lynch? Is it Kyle? Is it the organization? What is it that has you so upset? That, to me, is the part that I just don't, I don't understand.
Well, let's compare it to something else that just popped into mind while you were sitting there talking. Like, what do we see normally when somebody signs a very big contract and then underperforms? Willie Adames has dealt with this all year.
Yep.
So what's the number one word we keep hearing people? Oh, Willie he's pressing.
Yep.
Why is Willie pressing? Well, because Willie was given $180 million or whatever the hell it was, and I think he feels some type of way about that. In other words, he feels an obligation. He feels like he needs to live up to that. He wants to provide that level of service for the Giants and their fans because they have done him right, so he would like to then respond by doing them right. Somehow, and I understand that it was very uncomfortable in getting to the end, but they did arrive at the end. And somehow, this contract for Brandon Ayuk and the fact that it has not paid dividends yet. I get that it was because of an injury. But so far, Brandon has not given the 49ers and their fans ROI. And instead of feeling an obligation to that, it feels to me like Brandon feels everybody out there is awful for being upset about this deal, even though it looks like a totally awful deal. I don't understand. Where is that feeling of I need to go out there and produce because they did me right?
Yeah.
They broke me off a massive number.
Exactly.
A massive number. And my first thought when I wake up is to start going to YouTube and put chicken emojis. Like I said,
yeah,
I'm not mad. I just don't understand.
No, I'm not mad either. And I would love for him to go out this year and, play whatever it'll be, 12 games or 13 games if he can, and still get to 1,000 yards and, 8 touchdowns, and the Niners go on to the playoffs and Brandon Ayuk gets back to being wide receiver 1. That's what we all want. And I think he wants that too, but I just get the sense that there's something about this relationship, him and the team, or I don't know if it's the fact that, maybe they shopped him to trade him, or, why he wore the wrong shorts to practice. And it just seems like there's something about this relationship that is a little bit disconnected. And even the other relationships, like even Trent Williams and, George Kittle and Fred Warner and all the rest of it, it seems like they might have their discrepancies about contract or whatever, but when it comes time to be like, okay, you're signed, you're a Niner, there's not this. And so I just wonder what it is about Brandon that has him to be so upset with the situation.
Like if he's mad because of the injury, I'm sure that's dude.
Brutal.
How frustrating.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Like all of us shed at least some sort of a mental tear, if that's even a thing, for Halliburton last night.
Yep.
All of us. Like when that happens, when you're you're on the doorstep of something awesome and then everything just turns and goes the other way, and what you get instead of a Super Bowl ring, you get 14 months of rehab and no limelight.
Dre Greenlaw is a great example.
Dre Greenlaw is a wonderful example. Right? On a year where he was going into a year where he needed to prove himself for free agency. And so I get it. When life just suddenly turns around and heads the other direction in an instant, it can be wildly frustrating. But that's nobody's fault. Nobody did that to him. And so, again, All we know about a person is what he puts out there. It's great that John Lynch and others with the Niners have said Brandon's around, Brandon's been positive, Brandon's doing the work. That's all great. But then again, social media in 2025 is speaking for you. And so this is the message he's putting out. And the message it feels like he's putting out is that he's just constantly pissed.
Which, I mean...
Okay.
Right. I mean...
all right.
I mean, be mad, but be mad on the field and be mad like the way you play football. I don't get like being mad in the summer. Like, what's to be mad about? It's business. They tried to trade you or they thought about trading you. Yeah, they've done that with probably every single player on the roster. It's pro sports. And I don't know, you have a contract that you wanted and you got paid and now you should be good. Not that money's everything, but I don't know.
You know who he's starting to remind me of? I never thought about this until just now. Something you said there just jogged this in my brain. You know who Brandon is starting to remind me of?
Who?
Gilbert Arenas.
Oh, wow.
He's starting to remind me of Gilbert Arenas, which is like he's very, very talented. But you got some wacko stuff going on in there too. And remember, and here's what I mean by that. Gilbert, once upon a time, is the second-round draft pick of the Golden State Warriors. And then really overplayed his draft position and became a very, very good player in the NBA. And at one point he was asked sort of like, are you carrying a grudge based on what happened in the draft? And he said, absolutely. I am holding it against every team that passed on me as I go out and play. And then he said, including the one I play for. Because they passed on me too.
Right.
They picked me in the second round when they could have picked me in the first. And that was the moment where I went, oh, God, you're just mad. You're just mad. And he did. And he carried that with him. And then you bounce around to different teams. And sure, he was a good player. He had a nice career. But I don't know if that's someone you want to build around. Brandon Ayuk can, if you want to carry with you for the rest of your life that you don't like the way last summer transpired, great. I bet the Niners agree with you. They don't like the way last summer transpired. But if they're going to pay you $30 million a year, you better get not mad at them pretty soon. I don't want to see Brandon Ayuk play 4 more years for the Niners while mad at them the whole time, trying to show them something. Dude, they paid you. That's it.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah, if he's mad or not mad, it doesn't matter to me. If you go out there and you play and you perform and you are the receiver that they spent first-round draft capital on, then fine. You can put on YouTube or Instagram or whatever other vehicle you want. As long as it doesn't affect your team and the way that they play or the way that you play, that's fine. But right now, it's a second summer in a row of like head-scratching Brandon Ayuk content. And last year, I get it. Like, you want a contract, and that's part of the dance, and you scrub this, and you do that, and you say, oh, they say they don't want me. Mm-hmm. And, you know, you drive to the facility, whatever you do, you got your contract, fine. Well, now you're under the contract, and you got your chicken. So what's wrong now? I don't get that.
I don't know. I do not know. But I do know that at long last, Ramona Shelburne is ready to join.
Let's go, Momo.
Okay? Ramona Shelburne of ESPN, who is probably our favorite NBA insider, so tapped in, and she has worked her butt off in order to join this radio show today, and she will do that coming up next. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Oh, by the way, this is going to be a River Island segment is what this is going to be.
Yeah?
Yeah. One segment, 2 guests. Ramona, 2 guests inside this segment.
Whoa.
Ramona Shelburne next, and then George Contos after that. And then more of our show. And then we'll go home. That's the plan here on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is going to be a whole lot of fun. This is going to be this is when it really gets loose for multiple reasons.
Okay.
First of all, we are uninterrupted from now for almost a full hour on this radio show.
Okay.
We are going to have multiple major voices come on the show.
Other than you and I?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Way bigger voices.
No chance.
Yeah. Like Ramona Shelburne, and then former Giant and current analyst George Contos will be after that.
Okay.
But it's not just that Ramona, for example, is coming on the River Islands guest line. It is that Ramona has had no sleep and is completely been put through the ringer by multiple airports in the United States of America today. So I don't know what we're going to get.
I love this.
I don't know.
I love Ramona in general, but I like a sleep-deprived, where the heck am I, Ramona, even more.
I've never heard you cuss on the radio, but I'm thinking it's possible right now. Are you going to do it?
I mean, I cussed on the radio with you once. You remember when I talked about staying up late, and if you want to shoot the...
Oh, that's right.
Your girl.
That's right. I had forgotten. Well, if you ever want to do it again, today's the day.
Today's the day.
Do you know what I'm about to do right now? I'm about to take my shoes off in public. I'm sitting in the Denver. I'm sitting in the Denver airport, and I just walked like a mile to get to some gate where I could almost get. I was trying to go stand by on this flight that was going back to Burbank. And it was not even going to be an option, but we got in a little early from Oklahoma City thinking, the airline gods have cut me a break. And I just humped it all the way over here. And I'm watching, as I'm talking to you, that plane pull away from the gate without me because they closed the gate on me 5 minutes before I got here. It's very sad.
I'm
waiting here for another 3 hours to take off. So instead of getting home at 7 today, I'm getting home at 10.
You know,
crack off those shoes and peel off the socks. Let the dogs out.
No, I think I'll keep the socks on. That feels like the only decent thing to do.
Oh, put your feet up. Get yourself
my feet. Yeah, my feet are on. I'm going to take a picture. You can see it.
Yeah, send me a picture. Get yourself a Cinnabon and relax.
No doubt,
it's going to be fine. But I get it. We've all been there. And literally, you were up all night writing? And
yes.
Were you writing about the Thunder and their championship or Tyrese Halliburton and his Achilles?
I was writing about the Thunder and their championship. I write this sort of every year it's kind of this thing I do of whoever wins the title, I collect for a big, long 3,000 word story. Feels like 300,000 words. But it's sort of the Oklahoma City Thunder, this is your life, right? And this is kind of how the championship was won. And so I've been collecting for it for a while, but then last night was such a bummer with Tyrese getting hurt that it took a minute for everyone to kind of digest that and feel like it was honestly, even the fans there were sad. The whole first half, I feel like nobody knew what to do. Are we allowed to cheer? Or can we be happy? It was very somber in that arena last night. And then halftime came and everybody kind of reset. And the Pacers, you could just see their soul was sucked out of them. It was really sad. But good for the Thunder. They had a great year and a great series. It's going to be one of those what if games now for most of sports history, especially if you're a Pacers fan. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, heartbreaking. I mean, first time back in 25 years and so close, and you felt up until the injury that they had a real chance to do it. But just your more broad takeaway from the series, because OKC, 68 wins, best point differential in NBA history. Were you sensing that this would be one of the bigger collapses if they didn't get it done?
You know what? I wouldn't have called it a collapse. I think Indiana was really good. There was a poll we put up onto their social media where it was everybody was who do you got, right? And 70% of the people picked the Pacers after that game 6. And the more I watched the series, the more I was they have two really legitimate scoring threats in Tyrese and Pascal Siakam. And then I think their bench players were just better and more seasoned than the Thunder, and little TJ McConnell out there. Oh my God, that guy was great. And you just kind of felt like, they just kind of felt like this team of destiny. And then Halliburton came out with his hair on fire. He hit like 3 threes. He was amazing. And he was, I felt like it was going to be their night. Like Oklahoma City was like really tight. Felt like the last couple of games, the pressure had really started to affect them, and all that, the youth and the Pacers defense, and the way that the Pacers were just playing with how they were playing with house money for several rounds. Like nobody expected them to beat Cleveland, and then the Knicks, and then they were, and at some point you start to believe in them, but they really didn't have any pressure on them, and they played like it.
Hey, Ramona, off the top of the show, and it is a bummer because Oklahoma City wins a championship, and I think outside of that area, most people are talking about Halliburton the next day. But we got into a conversation about all of these Achilles injuries and the fact that players, right, you're bigger, stronger, faster, you're taking better care of yourself, but there are more injuries. And for me, these are overuse injuries, and I've arrived at a point where I'm kind of bothered that they'll do load management during the year, but they won't take time off in the off season. And so what do we do about this? All the way down to AAU level, what do we do about players who keep playing for 12 months and now we have this come June?
I don't know if it's load management. I think there's something, I kind of want to get into this too, because this is terrible. Like, this is terrible for basketball. It's terrible for the game. Jason Tatum's out all of next year, and Dame is out all of next year. Tyrese is out all of. That's brutal. That's not just like. You and I were in LA when Kobe was out for a whole year. That was terrible.
Brutal.
Terrible.
Yeah.
This is terrible for the game of basketball. Like, if I'm in the Eastern Conference, I'm like, who am I picking? Whoever doesn't have a torn Achilles. This is, and I think like something. My friend, he runs this company, the Hyper Ice. It's like the official recovery tools of the NBA, and they have this new boot coming out. It's like this Nike. So I don't know. It looks like it's kind of like a boot that looks like a Cybertruck would look to a truck, right? It looks really funky and everything. But he says that they've been studying those kind of injuries, and there's totally different ways that people need to be warming up and strengthening their feet and their calves and their ankles and everything. And hopefully that's going to help. If you look it up, just look it up, Hyper Ice boot. It was something with Nike too. And I think all the guys are going to be using it next year. It's like a new product that's coming out. But I think, that this is part of a larger thing where I just think there's too many games. We've all been talking about it, right? There's a reason why they load manage is because there's too many games. I know they need the home days for the revenue, and I know everything's always been on the 82-game schedule. But JJ Redick had this. We were asking him about what does that mean? Why? Back in his day, or back in you and I both host with Michael Thompson in LA. We would always tell stories about how many games they'd play, and they'd play commercial, and they'd play back-to-backs for 3 in a row and all that stuff. And I was like, so how can they do it and not have all these horrible injuries and not have to sit out games? Whereas these guys who fly private, have the top-of-the-line trainers, have the best everything in terms of performance, how can they not do it, right? And I think the answer is really just that the game is so different. It's so much more active now. Guys are running so much. They're putting so much torque and pressure on their body with sprinting all over the court. Just look at Steph Curry. Look how he plays. He's running the entire game. He's cutting. He's running. He's just, that's so different than the old traditional half-court offense. It used to be, the bigs would run down. They'd post up. Maybe there'd be a guy or two running around the perimeter. There'd be a guy who'd drive in it. But there's no such thing as this motion offense that we all see now. And I think that is contributing a lot to the wear and tear on these athletes that's leading to these kind of injuries.
That's a good point. And just the nature of any game, everything is explosive, right? Offense and defense, everything is a hard plant, and it's a cut, and it's just, active, and everything is so much more explosive. And I can't help but think about what we've had, Ramona, over the course of the last 7 years. 7 different champs in 7 years, but here we have an OKC team that's young, and they're going to come out and try to defend next year. Do you think that they have a chance to be the next, and I don't want to say dynasty because you have to do it more than just once, but how much is this OKC team going to be a viable threat, not only next year, but for years to come?
Well, if you want to call them a threat, I will say yes. If you want to say, are they going to win multiple titles? I'm going to say I don't know yet, because I'm the girl who's like, you could find clips of me being like, the Denver Nuggets are positioned to win for years to come, right? Like, I mean, there's always like, everybody who wins, like we all feel like the Boston Celtics are positioned to win for years to come, and then life happens, right? And I think the way the modern NBA is, it is such a grueling regular season. It's hard to get to the end healthy. It's hard to take everything so seriously. That's why like, our heyday of covering the Cavs and the Warriors, that's just, I don't think we're going to see that again, where you have these two rivals that emerge and play each other 4 years in a row. That was really incredible that they pulled that off, that those two teams did that, right? And I think as we look at this going forward, Tyrese, had them in a position where I would have said the Pacers were. I would like the Pacers next year. I mean, they were really good. This wasn't just a fluky run. They were a really good, deep team. And I think it's sort of instructive on how teams are going to have to be built now going forward. Like, this era of 2 and 3 stars who are making max money, I don't know if that can work anymore with the new salary cap rules. Like, you've got to have young guys. You've got to have people on cost-controlled contracts. You got to develop your own players. Most of the Pacers are sort of this island of misfit toys, right? Like, they had all these guys that other teams gave up on, but they were still really talented guys. Like Aaron Nesmith, he's a first-round pick, and Mathurin, he was a lottery pick. I mean, they had Siakam, that's a guy who was traded, from the Raptors. Halliburton traded. How often do you see a team that makes the finals where like all these players on the team were traded? I mean, that almost never happens, and you saw that with the 2 leading stars in these finals. And so I think, now when I look at those, those Warriors, the hallmark of those Warriors was that they grew their young stars. They all grew together. There was consistency. They had a vision, and they executed that. And then they just sort of recast the supporting characters every year or every few years. It's going to be hard to do that now. Like, even look at for Indiana, Miles Turner's due for a big raise, Nesmith's due for a big raise, Mathurin's due for a big raise. Like, I don't know if they can keep that team together. Like, they're just going to have to keep finding these new guys, and it's, that's going to be the modern NBA. So teams like the Warriors, I think, are actually decently positioned because Draymond's on a decent deal. Jimmy Butler and Steph are the 2 top-heavy guys, but they do have their picks. They do have young guys. They do have developmental players that they're bringing along, and so I think they're probably better off than an older team like the Lakers or maybe the Dallas Mavericks or some of those other teams that we've seen have success lately.
Talking with Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors. And Valkyrie's always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Speaking of those Warriors, Ramona, what do you think they're going to do this offseason?
Well, I think we'll know a lot more when we see what happens with Kuminga. Does he really have a market outside of – I know there's a couple of teams that are interested in him, but those would be sign-in trades. They don't have the cap space to get it done. And so do the Warriors want to even participate in those sign-in trades? If they do, what's the number? There's probably 3 or 4 teams I've heard of that have some level of interest, but what is that level of interest, right? And do the Warriors want to keep him? And if so, what is the number? Is he gonna, if they make him an offer, that's less than the max, or maybe even less than what he was offered last year, which I think is far more likely. Does he scoff at that and then take a really long time to make a decision and then tie up their cap space? And that presents other problems. So I think that's the biggest thing that you have to look for, but I know that they're working on a few things. I don't expect anything massive like we've seen. I mean, Jimmy Butler was really that move, right? But the Kuminga question is going to hang over everything because it has the potential to get messy.
Yeah, and it could get messy, and like you said, it could drag out. And if it drags out, then the Warriors kind of don't get to be players in the general marketplace anyway. But outside of Kuminga, is there anything that the Warriors can do that can upgrade their roster, or is it really just going to be a case of waiting for Kuminga and then trying to fill in around that?
There's a couple of teams that I think you should watch closely, right? Memphis is this interesting team right now. That Desmond Bane trade, it's got everybody kind of wondering what they're up to. You know, they have Ja Morant on that team. They have Jaren Jackson Jr. He's due for a giant extension. I believe that they're going to pay him, but until they do it, I'm going to watch that one really close. And so is everyone else in the league, right? But I also think that there's just a lot of guys out there that could help them. They're going to have to be creative on how to get. But I think they obviously want to upgrade the interior defense, right? They want to add a really good center for defensive and offensive reasons. You know, like last year they were after Nick Vucevic, right? In Chicago, he's not a great defensive center, but he gives them a stretch threat. So I could see them revisiting something like that. But there's a lot of teams that are looking for a decent center, right? The Lakers are doing the same thing. You know, just saw Dallas tied up Daniel Gafford. So that's, you know, it would seem like there's a lot of centers out there that are available, but there's not that many really good ones. And that's where I would look for the Warriors.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Hey, real quick, what'd you think of the KD trade?
Oh my gosh, Houston is scary now.
Right?
I thought that was great for Houston. I mean, I my guy John Gambadoro in Phoenix keeps saying Bradley Beal won't be back on that team. Like, they're going to buy him out. They're going to trade him. We'll see. I believe him. He's really dialed in there in Phoenix. So to me, that really does affect how I view this trade with the Rockets, because if Bradley Beal is still on the team, why do they need Jalen Green? I mean, he's sort of redundant with Booker anyway, and now you have another perimeter player who's not a great defender and kind of needs the ball in his hand, but not a true point guard. I mean, it's just another awkward fit. So I don't know why they prioritize that. I don't quite understand why they didn't get their picks back, or like insist on Jabari Smith, or even get an extra piece like Cam Whitmore. Like there was just extra things they could have gotten. I like that they got Dylan Brooks. That's good for them. They needed a defender, but I mean, for Houston, they get off Jalen Green's contract. That's a win, and they get KD.
Right.
I mean,
right.
Whoa. And they get to keep all their good young pieces, and they got to keep their draft picks some of which are Phoenix's draft picks. Like, that was a hell of an upgrade for Houston without having to give up much. And I thought the whole thing was really interesting to watch the leverage game, right? Because, you know, Phoenix, they messed up. They tried to trade KD without working with him at the deadline. He nixed the idea of going back to Golden State. And now all of a sudden it's you know, they offended him. And so, you know, he wasn't going to stay there. So you lose the leverage of, like, just keeping him on the team, right? Like, you lose that leverage, and he has this ability to, he has 1 year left and could sign a 2-year extension. So he doesn't, like, if you trade him to a place he doesn't want to go, they're not going to give up that much for a guy that doesn't want to go there. And I think there were a couple of teams that were really thinking about it. Like, do we just roll the dice and hope he stays? You know, like Toronto's thinking about it. I thought it was Shams reported that Cleveland thought about it. That's interesting. Minnesota was the big one for me. Like, if he's not interested in Minnesota, does it, you know, how do they just take a swing anyway? I mean, they did that with Mike Conley, and that worked out really well. So I thought that those were the really interesting what ifs to that trade, because that would have really changed those teams. And then of course Miami. I mean, I think that would have been a great fit in Miami, especially now with the Eastern Conference. It's just decimated by injuries.
Ramona, thank you for the picture. And is
that a great picture?
It's a great shot.
So great?
Yeah, it looks like partly cloudy skies, but a nice day in Denver.
the plane that was pulling away from the gate, that was the one that they closed the door on me.
Oh, that's the one that was the one that got away, huh?
Isn't that sad? The one that got away.
That is. But now you have some extra time to yourself, and if you want to call in again at 5:45, you can. We'll still be here.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, for me, my voice is a little scratchy, my energy's a little low, but I made sense for the most part, right?
No, you totally
you did awesome.
did. Yeah, you didn't.
I mean, there was a few parts where I was like talking, and I was like, "What was the question again?" There was a few spots.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
All
like,
right.
you can say whatever you say, and it doesn't matter at a certain point what we
came
ask.
out. I was like, I don't know what he first asked me, but we're just gonna keep going with this.
I thought, coherent is a word that could describe
Coherent.
what just happened. Absolutely.
That is not a high bar to clear, and yet I'm proud of it.
But you did it. You did it anyway. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, take a load off and get home safe, Ramona.
I'm putting my shoes back on.
All right.
I'm afraid someone's going to recognize me.
If you must. All right. All right.
guys.
Thanks, Ramona. Okay, there she is. Ramona Shelburne at ESPN in a classic. She didn't have to, but she did anyway.
Yeah.
I think I told her 3 hours ago. I go, there's Tuesday. We could do tomorrow.
Sure.
But
when you're in an
she hung in
airport
there.
and you've got a 3-hour layover, like I'm sure she's like calling all kinds of radio stations now, like, "Hey, Denver, I'm here. You guys want to have me on? Hey, Topeka, you guys have a show on? I'm here. I'm doing nothing."
You're going to sound like your who's your politician?
Howard Dean.
You're going to be.
And I'm going to go on Topeka. And I'm going to go on to Kansas City.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoeless Mo Jackson, we'll call her. Shoeless Mo Jackson.
That was strong.
Yeah.
That's very strong.
I should have brought that to her, and she would have gotten it.
She would have loved it.
Yeah. Well, maybe when she calls back at 5:45.
She would have given us one of them smoky laughs.
Yeah. Down to 2 hours and 50 minutes.
That's a good one, Dave, or whatever your name is.
Totally right. It's,
no, I was hoping she'd call at 5:45 because she's going to sound like Bruce Bochy by then. I mean, honestly, Houston got over on one.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, this is Boach.
Hey, Boach.
And she says she's in the Denver airport, but we're actually closer to Denver than she is in the Denver airport. For those of you who've never been to the Denver airport, that thing is in flippin' Nebraska. It's a good hour east,
like
minimum.
Just so everyone gets it, it's the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, exactly.
San Francisco.
Pretty much the same thing, right?
49ers.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So when you're in the Denver airport, you might as well be in Santa Clara.
Yeah. Okay. I think that the big takeaway there, she started it by saying what we already know. It's the same thing that Mike Dunleavy said, Bobby Marks said. This whole thing hinges on Kuminga. But she's the first one to say, this could get messy. This could get very messy.
Right.
3 or 4 teams known to have interest in Kuminga, none of them at the level of like, we're going to come in and just break you off a big check. They would be sign and trade possibilities. Do the Warriors want to do that? Do they want him on the team? These are questions that at this point don't have obvious answers even to those tapped in. Do they even want him on the team?
Well, and the messy part for me is the timeline, because when free agency begins and, other teams are able to make an offer to him that they could either match or not match, if that doesn't happen, well, then if you're Kuminga, you're going to get into a spot where you want to negotiate. And if the Warriors are saying, we'll give you 4 years and $60 million, and he's like, no, that's going to be a no from me, dog.
Yeah.
Then if it's an ongoing back and forth, then the Warriors are going to watch all this other stuff happen, right? Like trades and free agency and deals and signings. And meanwhile, you're kind of sitting there waiting for a Kuminga resolution. So that to me is where it might get messy, is if, you get to July 7th, 9th, 11th, 12th, July 16th, and everything else is done and dusted, and now you're sitting here waiting for Kuminga.
Well, and you have competing interests. You have 2 people who right now are on the same side, but they have competing interests. Jonathan Kuminga wants what? He wants money and playing time.
Yep.
It's 2 things that the Warriors are probably going to be hesitant to offer. However, they're in charge. because of that R word, restricted.
Yep.
So, yeah, it could absolutely get messy. All right, George Contos is going to join us, but we'll push him a few minutes so that we can bat this around a little bit and hear from you. 888-957-9570. Chris in the city. Hi, Chris. What's up?
Hey, fellas. Long-time listener. Glad to be on you guys' show. You guys do a great job.
Thank you, Chris.
I called in earlier this morning, actually, on my way to work, and spoke to Butcher Boy regarding one question regarding like what's going on with the athletes getting injured in the NBA.
Yep.
And one of the questions that Joe had mentioned was that, and I would love to get you guys' take on it, is the young athletes these days are being pushed too hard at a young age, and that the NBA should try and skew or come up with a system where they change up and adjust to them based on how hard they're working at a young age and how much they play compared to back in the 90s and the early 2000s when kids played. And I played back in the early 90s. I played with some of the guys that were in the NBA with like Deshaun Stevenson and the Lopez boys. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I played in like the motion offense where we're constantly running, constantly moving a lot. And, I saw a lot of these kids play hard. And a lot of them went to the NBA and didn't really have these type of injuries. So I guess I wanted to get you guys to take, is it more the fact that they're playing too hard, or is it more that we need to change it, or is it just a physical thing where maybe the fitness or the strength and conditioning may play a part? I'd love to to hear you guys' comments there.
Chris, thanks. I mean, I think you bring up some very, very fair kind of arenas, if you will, where we can talk about this. And you mentioned are the kids at a young age being pushed too hard, playing too many games. I believe yes. But there are a lot of opinions out there. Some people talk about how the game itself is pushing a little bit harder. A lot of people talk about the footwear. Does it grab too much? What about the fact that you're not wearing high tops anymore? Ramona brought up one thing that we always hear about, which is the schedule is too long. I personally have a hard time with that one because the schedule has kind of always been the schedule. So what's happening now with athletes in better shape, bigger, stronger, faster, paying attention to what they eat more, all of the health aspects, yet they're getting hurt more. To me, this all boils down to one word, and then you get to pick where you want to attack the word. But the word is overuse. So you can attack that where you want. Is 82 games too many? Is 4 rounds in the playoffs too many? Is the overuse happening when they're 11 years old? Is the overuse happening in the offseason where there's either an Olympics or a FIBA or a WBC or a who knows what seemingly going on every season? You can pick wherever you want. For me, I pick the offseason because that's what it's called, the offseason. I don't even know why that word exists anymore because the first 3 letters of offseason are inaccurate. Nobody turns it off. It's the on season. It's just a different version of it. That's where I would attack it, but that means you're going to individuals and the AAU world and trying to get different behavior, which is not realistic, quite frankly. But I don't think I'm going to suddenly shorten the schedule. It's not realistic anyway. The owners won't do it.
No, never. And you're not going to limit the playoffs. In fact, they've actually expanded it to where now we have the play-in tournament.
Exactly.
Because we want more teams and we want this one-and-done phenomenon to get a team to actually get into the playoffs. And so there are not only more games, there's more playoff games. And for me, it comes down to the root cause for me is youth basketball, and it's what we have now with, AAU and the rest of it, because the off season is not always like it was last summer for Steph and, Halliburton, and you had Tatum, who also was, I guess, allegedly on the Olympic team, but like Nikola Jokic, he didn't get hurt. SGA, he didn't get hurt. And so these are guys who also went through the Olympic cycle and, all the rest of them. And you had, I think Dylan Brooks was a Canadian athlete, and Wembanyama was on the French team, and so it's not an automatic thing where...
No, not automatic.
Right, and I do think that was a little bit of a different year where, it was the Olympic cycle and all the rest of it, but for me, it's what Ramona was talking about, and it's also the AAU factor. I do look at, for example, Wilt Chamberlain, and we've talked about this a lot, where the 1 year that he averaged 50 a game, he actually averaged more than 48 minutes a game because they had a couple of overtimes, and so he almost played every minute of every single game.
Right.
And like Ramona said, back in the day when we were younger watching basketball and you were a big man, you'd kind of lope down the court, you'd get to the key, you put your hand up, and you'd get the ball, and you'd make your move, and you'd shoot, and you'd rebound or whatever, and then you boom, boom, boom the other way. And now you watch any basketball game, any team, any player, and offense or defense, it's a lot of movement, a lot of jabs, a lot of jumps and landings and cuts and the rest of it. So I do think that the human body for an NBA player goes through a lot more now than even 10 years ago. And so that, combined with playing year-round since you were 9 or 10 years old, it adds up to be where it's, going to be a catastrophic situation no matter what.
We'll let you hear again, if you're just joining us, what Ramona Shelburne said about Jonathan Kuminga and that situation here in just a moment, but do want to go to Dave in San Jose also. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Yeah, this is Dave. I had a comment about the Durant trade.
Yeah,
that I haven't heard anywhere else. He's got Olympic rings and he's medals and he's got NBA championships and he's got MVP rings. The one thing he will never have is his jersey with his name and his number lifted on any arena's rafters for all eternity. So it just seems like all the superstars, they get to pick and choose where they want to go, but they're chasing the money. And the younger guys, the ones who are not superstars, they go where they're traded to or told to go. They don't really have a choice. So I just want to get your comment about that. He's not chasing his legacy; he's just chasing the money.
Well, okay, Dave. Thanks very much. I don't agree with that because at least that last part, Kevin Durant's money is solidified already. Like, he's under contract and. It's the NBA, so it's guaranteed, and it travels wherever he goes. I do think that it's a little bit odd to have a player who's that good who's going to get to the end of his career, and he will have worn at least 5 different jerseys. That's a little surprising.
Actually, 6 now if you count the Sonics and the Thunder as 2 different ones.
Which okay, and not really, but that's a fair point.
Yep.
But the Sonics / OKC. Then you go Warriors, then you go Brooklyn, then you go Phoenix, and now you're going to go Houston, and I don't know what's still ahead or what's going to happen next. That's a little bit odd, a little bit of a mercenary feel. Does it mean his jersey will never be retired? I don't know. I actually don't know what the Warriors will do with Kevin Durant because he was a part of championships. But look, I more look at it as like that's the way it goes. I don't think that Kevin Durant is actually out there making decisions solely based on money. I think that he's reached a point in his career where he is chasing rings, but Kevin is also a little different. It feels sometimes like Kevin is chasing respect, and that, in the end, I understand, but also makes me a little sad because Kevin is one of those guys that I feel like is respected more than he realizes. But whether it was the basketball reasons that had him leave OKC, and then he arrives here, and whether there were Draymond things, Steve Kerr things, or fan base things, he suddenly wanted to leave. And the moment that he decided he wanted to leave the Warriors, it kind of feels like he spent the majority of the rest of his career wanting to leave wherever he is. The pairing with Kyrie doesn't work. Phoenix ends up being a joke. And now you go to Houston next, and maybe they'll make beautiful music together. Maybe they won't. And he's probably not got more than 2 or 3 seasons left anyway. So I think that's what he's chasing, and that's a little bit unfortunate, quite honest with you.
It is, but if you're Kevin Durant right now, you're probably looking at, having that one last run to win a championship. And if he wins one in Houston over the next, and I know he only has 1 year on his deal left, so he would have to sign an extension and stay. But if he goes to Houston and wins a title with that group, then that becomes much more of a Kevin Durant title than the previous two would that he won here in Golden State. You know, he came here, they had already won, and he won with the Warriors, but it was more like a ring-chasing championship. Going to Houston with that group of the pups, Şengün and Amin Thompson and the rest of the guys who are still there, if he's able to get it done there, that for me would feel much more like a Kevin Durant title than the two that he won here.
Well, and yeah, because A, he's putting him over the top, and B, that's not a roster that's just going to overwhelm the league like the one that he did with the Warriors. All right, want everybody to hear this if you're just joining us. Ramona Shelburne, who's had a day, y'all. She's had a day, but she's still found her way to Willard and Dibs. And listen to what she said with regard to the Warrior offseason and specifically the Jonathan Kuminga setup right now. Listen closely. This is an important comment.
Does he really have a market? I know there's a couple of teams that are interested in him, but those would be sign-in trades. They don't have the cap space to get it done. And so do the Warriors want to even participate in those sign-in trades? If they do, what's the number? You know, it's probably 3 or 4 teams I've heard of that have some level of interest, but what is that level of interest, right? And do the Warriors want to keep him? And if so, what is the number? Is he, you know, if they make him an offer, that's less than the max or maybe even less than what he was offered last year, which I think is far more likely. Does he scoff at that and then take a really long time to make a decision and then tie up their cap space? And that presents other problems. So that's the biggest thing that you have to look for, you know, but I know that they're working on a few things. I don't expect anything massive like we've seen. I mean, Jimmy Butler was really that move, right? But the Kuminga question is going to hang over everything because it has the potential to get messy.
Ooh, now this is, wow, there's a lot there. There is a lot there. And I want to go back. There's a few things, but the first thing I want to highlight that Ramona said, which I don't think a lot of us have talked about yet. So everybody who's like, yeah, they'll probably keep him. You got to keep the asset. She pointed out it is highly likely that if they make Jonathan Kuminga a financial offer this offseason, it will be for less than what they offered him last offseason. And that is very unlikely to play well to Jonathan, especially because, and no matter what side you're on this, if you're Jonathan, yes, you got hurt, but you also, I would think, clearly believe one of the reasons I'm quote-unquote worth less now than I was before last season is because you didn't play me. Your fault.
Right.
Not my fault. Your fault. And so I don't know that it's going to have that kind of acrimony or whatnot or dissent, but that's why she says potential. It really does have, this is a minefield that the two sides need to navigate.
Well, it could be messy if it happens that way where, you know, no other team gives them an offer that is, you know, worthy of the Warriors matching, and maybe no team will make him any offer at all. And so you go through that process, and then the Warriors are sitting there saying, okay, you're restricted and nobody made an offer for you, so now we're in the catbird seat because you're restricted, so we're going to go ahead and give you this, which is less than what we offered you before. It's less than what you want, but here's our offer. Take it or leave it, and he has the option to just leave it, and or he can wait and they can go back and forth. And if he waits, then the Warriors are kind of stuck too because, you know, if they're going to lowball him and he's going to, you know, not come back right away and the clock ticks and free agency's going on, and now the Warriors are kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place because they can't go out there and extend an offer to anyone else while they're waiting for Kuminga. So that's how it could get messy.
I think you just pointed to the second big thing, and it's the word wait. Like that, we've talked so much about, oh, Jonathan's got no leverage here, and he doesn't have much. But that would be one play to create some. That would be, now I don't know that would work out very well, but he can wait. Like, oh, that's the offer? Okay, I need to think about it.
Right.
For how long? I don't know, 6 weeks.
Exactly.
Oh, God. No, we can't do that. Well, then you would need to up your offer. If not, I need some time. I need some time, Mike, to myself maybe go on a little trip, backpacking trip, and think about things. And that obviously will not sit well with the Warriors, and then they could act accordingly if that's the play. But again, this is what I'm getting at. I would predict that Jonathan is headed elsewhere solely because I don't see all of these ideas meshing right now. I don't think the Warriors want to pay big dollars to Jonathan. I don't even think they want to pay him what they offered him last year. I don't think Jonathan's going to like that. And then in the end, if you do just serve up to your fan base, hey, we re-signed Jonathan Kuminga. What's your offseason? Well, that's it. We got Jonathan back. It feels so unsatisfying. Just the dramatic fan side of us. It's so unsatisfying that I gotta feel like they are knocking on other doors at least to start.
Right. And I mean, you can knock on those doors, but until you resolve the Kuminga part of it, and that's what Bobby Marks said to us earlier a couple weeks ago, where, you know, everything kind of spins off of the Kuminga decision. Either it's a sign and trade or a sign and keep. And until you have that box checked, you really can't go forward and do much of anything. And, you know, Ramona kind of echoed that today when she said it's really about Kuminga. And I mean, that's kind of your off season there. Either, you know, you sign him, you make a decision. And I think for the Warriors, the most convenient thing to do would be to have somebody really want him and you sign and trade him and you get something for him and then that's done. Or you can sign him for whatever amount you feel comfortable with and he would, you know, check that box and then you can move forward. The worst thing for the Warriors would be for this thing to drag out to where it becomes untenable.
Yeah,
and
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
I think that they would push it in a different direction if it goes that way.
Right. And I don't know what direction that would be other than, you know, here's our offer and either you take it or you don't. And then, you know,
if you've got 3 or 4 other interested teams, that's somewhere to start. You get on the phone and figure it out. And if that leads to having more money to spend on other things, then it does. Big Smooth in Oakland. Hi, Big Smooth. What are you doing?
Man, I am driving on the Bay Bridge back to Oakland. But listen, man, considering what Houston has just done, they've got KD who can still, he's got to go at least, he's going to average at least 24. Didn't give up hardly anything. They gave up a bag of now and later. An Abba Zaba. Honestly, Kuminga doesn't even move the needle anymore. If we don't do something big, like Giannis, if we don't do something big, it's not going to matter because Houston is loaded. OKC has, I think, 20. They're going to be good for stack for 4 or 5 years. It doesn't matter what Kuminga wants to do. It's irrelevant. If we don't do something big, dynasty's over. I'm sorry. It has to be like a big move or we can't compete with what's coming in the West. So Kuminga's Kuminga. Doesn't matter. A 6'7" guy who dunks every now and then, we need way more than that. So trade him. Move him now. I don't even care anymore because we have to do something to match what Houston or counter what they've done. And Kuminga's whether he stays or goes is not going to be. It's not going to matter anyway. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Well, Big Smooth, here's what I would say at least, and thank you for the call. I think that you're a little hot under the collar about this, more so than is realistic. Like when you say a big move, I don't think they have that in them. I don't think their numbers match up. I don't think the availability of others is out there. Now, I don't know what you would define as a big move. I think there could be a move, a significant one, but not one that amounts to a blockbuster trade. Every time somebody says that, I'm going to keep reminding them, and Ramona said this too, the Warriors made their blockbuster trade already. They already did it. You don't get to just keep doing them every 6 months. They made it. They got Jimmy Butler. Are there other moves to be made? Yes. But the other thing I want to caution off of what you just said, Big Smooth, was he's basically like, well, Houston did X, so now we need to do Y. I would really caution the Warriors, and I don't think they will, over being reactive off of that. That's going to go the way it's going to go. Houston was already good. Now they're going to be good, probably better, but we'll see. I love one thing in particular that Dunleavy said today, which is that we will run our own race. We are not racing against any other team. We will run our own race the way we want to run it. I think it's important to play it that way.
And you have no choice but to play it that way, honestly. Like, if you want to be OKC, a team that is young and deep and vibrant and athletic, okay, you can do that. Well, you've got Jimmy and Steph and Draymond making a combined 135 or 140 million next year. Okay, so that would mean Draymond and Jimmy, they both get traded for young, athletic, cheaper wings and whatnot. You are pot committed into running your own race. And running your own race is you've got old, and old. You got 3 old guys making a ton of money, and you have to surround them with whatever you can surround them with. And right now that's Buddy Hield and, TJD and Quentin Post and, this is Guy Santos and Pods and the rest of it. You can't be OKC. You can't be Houston. You have to be who you are, which is pot committed on 3 old guys and do your best around them. So Mike Dunleavy's right. You have to run your own race, and the race that you're running is this.
We have a very special caller.
Oh, really?
Very, very special caller.
Is it Friday already?
No.
Okay. Oh, so no. Yeah.
No. In fact, I will go out on a limb and say that this caller, when brought on the air, will not yell.
Okay.
Or make funny noises or any of that stuff.
I can't see the call screener board, but
I know.
You have me thinking
Are
about
you intrigued?
one certain caller.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's not what
Friday.
No.
And it's usually this time of, hey, guys, I'm at the dog park.
No, it's not that either.
Good dog. My gene in Oakland is elite, by the way.
It is very good. I will, in fact, let this caller know that there has been both text conversations and verbal conversations about having him on today as a possibility because of all of the injuries. And as fate would have it, he just decided, I would like to talk about this situation with Willie and Dibby. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say hello to Doc Pandia, live on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Doc, what's up?
How you guys doing? I'm always listening to you, and I figured, I leave work and you're talking about the injuries. I'd say, let me call in. I'm Doc P from Oakland calling in.
Okay,
I love it, Doc P.
in Oakland. Yeah, we're very appreciative. So what are your thoughts on half the league seemingly going out with Achilles tears?
Yeah, if you look at, over the past 20, 25 years, there have been about 45 Achilles tears over a 25-year period. If you look at this.
Well, I thought it would be a more. Oh, there you are. Sorry, Doc. Reboot. We lost you there for about 6 seconds.
No problem. No, I was saying that, over the past 20, 25 years, there's only been about 45 Achilles tears in the league. And now suddenly this past season you see 8 and then 3 in the playoffs. So clearly there's something going on. And I totally agree with you guys. I think the number one factor is AAU basketball. These players are coming in the league, so much more wear and tear. You're seeing the average age of injury dropping down. So absolutely, I think it's AAU basketball. And then load management hurt them in this other ways where suddenly during the season, these players are not playing a lot of minutes. Then they go into the playoffs. Their minutes increase tremendously, which has been shown to increase injury risk. And then they're playing these games every other night. So that leads to number 2, their injury risk. And the third is the game is just more explosive. I know everyone always brings up the point of, look at back in the 80s and 90s, these players weren't getting hurt. The game's different. They're stressing their bodies more, and they're coming in with so much more mileage. So I think all these factors really have to make the league look at what are they going to do to decrease his injuries, maybe changing the schedule, giving more time in the playoffs. But most importantly, they have to go down to the youth level and make sure the players that are coming into the league aren't as worn down so 20 and 25-year-olds aren't tearing their Achilles. It's a big problem.
So what is the solution, Doc? Because they're not going to play fewer games, and the playoffs have only gotten expanded with the play-in tournament and youth basketball, and you know this being a parent yourself, like the pressure on these youth programs to develop these stars. So how do we go about offsetting some of these things?
So I think, what the NBA can do is I think, they're never going to decrease the season, but I think if they extend out the period of time between games in the playoffs, I think that will help to decrease some of that minute injury risk. I think more and more youth coaches are starting to understand because they're seeing the kids who are young, 10, 11, and 12, get those severe injuries. So they're like, wait, I want to win, but the way that I'm going to win is keep my kids healthy. And I think when they start realizing it's not just impacting these 2 to 3% who go on to play in the league, but the kids that they're coaching right now, and it's going to make them better and more successful, I'm starting to see that trickle down. But I think this current crop of players have already gone through that program of playing year-round starting at age 8. So I think that's where we can start making the change over the next 10 to 15 years.
Doc, not fair at all for me to bring this up, but I want to ask you, because I was not in favor of it at the time, but with all of these injuries, and if we all agree that overuse is a big part of them, can we look at the Steph Curry injury that took place, and what is your perspective on the fact that he played in the Olympics year prior and what effect that may have had?
Yeah, I think that absolutely had an impact. I think we talked about it when he was in the playoffs, and one of the things when he was in the Olympics last year, and I was concerned that, you don't have that normal offseason. You need to rest your body no matter what sport you're playing. So even though that in and of itself may not have led to his hamstring kind of breaking down, it was more load on the body. So absolutely, that, as you mentioned, the offseason needs to be an offseason. Players in the 80s and 90s did nothing in the offseason. Yeah, maybe they were running a little bit of things like that, but now players are training so intensely. And when you see these players get these non-contact injuries, it's because their body's breaking down. So absolutely, I think the Olympics did play a role for an older player like Curry, unlike some of those other players, in terms of his body breaking down.
Doc, it's always great to have you on, man. Thank you so much for breaking us off a phone call.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime, guys. Take care.
Okay, there it is. Doc P. in Oakland.
Yes.
Joining us here on Willard and Dibs.
Fantastic. And, it's a great breakdown, and I just can't help but think about what a conundrum it is for basketball, because if you're a young player who has a lot of upside, you're going to want to play and play and play and play year round and AAU and all the rest of it. And then you get to a spot where, you've played so much that bad things could potentially happen.
All right, more people want to weigh in. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're sponsored by Safeway, and this is Willard and Dibs.
You know what I'm about to do right now? I'm about to take my shoes off in public. Whoa.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Like, I'm sure we've done a lot of interviews with people before who didn't have shoes on, but I don't know if anyone's ever told us that.
Whoa. And then followed up with a picture.
Yeah, no, that was a first.
Yep.
That was a first.
I'm about to take my shoes off in public.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I was going to ask you about, like, how do you feel about either flip-flops or Birkenstocks, open-toed footwear on an airplane? Like, forget.
How do I feel about open-toed footwear on an airplane?
Like, if you're,
I'll allow it.
You're going to catch a flight, and it's going to be a 4-hour flight, and you walk on with flip-flops or Birkenstocks. Grandy, you're shaking your head no.
Well, I feel if you're wearing flip-flops or like Birkenstocks throughout the day, that's fine. I would prefer that over wearing like tennis shoes or whatever with socks and then taking those tennis shoes off. If your shoes or your toes have just been out all day, that's fine.
Interesting.
But if your toes have been covered up by socks and shoes and then you take those shoes off, no, please, no.
Oh, I'm with him on that. Yes. Yeah, because those smell.
So
if you take a shower and put on your as they would call them in Hawaii, your slipa.
Sure.
If you just
Your
do that.
slipa.
Yeah, if you just put on your slipas.
Right.
You're fine. It's
So
like fresh out of the
I'm
shower.
sitting
Like
in 11A, and you're in the middle in 11B, and I get on the plane with shoes and socks on, and, we take off, and I take my shoes off, and I take my socks off, and now I'm rocking the bare feet.
Oof.
That's a problem.
Probably.
Now, if I come on...
Major problem.
And you're in 11C, Granny,
Yeah.
I apologize,
Yeah.
and you two hate me.
I ain't going to be in 11B for very long.
So if I get into 11A and I walk in with Birkenstocks, on the plane, I walk in with my Birks and my feet are already out and about, then that's okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Or if you're a weirdo who can wear shoes and socks on a travel day and work your way through that mess and somehow do it without your feet stinking, well, then do whatever you want.
Right.
But most people don't operate that way.
Yeah.
But if your feet are out of the shower and then have been in the open air all day with open-toed shoes, you're probably fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't care what you do as long as it doesn't infiltrate my nose.
Agreed. And I happen to have, I don't want to get too personal about my feet, but my feet are incredibly fragrant. They don't stink at all. Like, under no circumstance do my feet stink.
I'll take your word for that.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
but we're not going to find out.
I'm just telling you.
I'm going to believe you only because I will never have the evidence to not believe you.
As a foot aficionado, and for those of you longtime listeners, you know that I actually had to give a foot massage to Lorenzo Neal live on the air, a 10-minute foot massage, and I can tell you that my feet are in much better shape than Lorenzo Neal's feet.
Okay. Like, I'll be the first to tell you right now that if I do a whole day with shoes and socks on and then I take them off and I stick them near your face, you ain't going to like that.
No.
You are not going to like that at all.
As my daughter would say, when we have to put a diaper in her diaper pail, it's stinky in my nose. Okay. That's her go-to.
Abe, who's now 18, one of his famous quotes from when he was probably about Mila's age.
Yep.
Driving out on Highway 5 and rolled right by Harris Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
And he just started, you could kind of see it, like he's looking around. He was confused. And he started, like, looking down. He looked at, and then he touched his nose with his right hand. Touched his nose. Dad, what's in my nose? Yeah, nothing's in your nose, buddy.
Yep.
Those are cows.
Yeah.
And they stink.
No doubt.
Yeah. So
I just was asking about the flight because I was going somewhere, San Diego, with my wife. And my go-to always when I fly is to wear sandals or Birkenstocks. That way when you go through, you don't have to worry about untying your shoes and taking them off.
That's true. That's true.
And she said, oh, no, we don't do that. We wear shoes in this family. And I said, huh? And,
we don't do that.
No, we don't do that.
I don't like it when people use that sentence.
Well,
we don't do that. You don't do that.
Thus, I don't do that
you
either.
Speak for me?
Well,
who's we? Who are we doing? What is this we thing? What are you, a nun? Like, what do you mean? Like, we don't do that here.
Right, the royal we.
Yeah, like, maybe you don't.
Apparently, we dress up for flights. We.
Oh, you know what?
Like, for me, I was always like, I would go
That's
like...
a weird thing to me. Christy, like...
It's old school.
It is. And she would never enforce it, but I know she kind of digs it.
Right.
But I don't even understand it.
Dressing up for flights.
Why the hell would I get fancy to go do what I would argue is the least fancy thing on planet Earth?
Sit in a chair for hours and don't move.
Folded up with no space.
Yep.
Like, I mean, no. No, I can't think of anything that calls for more casual behavior than an airplane. I can't think of anything.
Bro, I'm with you.
We're going to go to Europe. I'm going to be snoring and drooling on you here shortly.
In a suit.
I mean, what on earth are we talking about here?
I'm with you.
Yeah, man. T-shirts and shorts. That's
just
what. Yeah.
One more quick aside
Fire away.
as we continue on.
Who gives a crap?
I was thinking earlier about height.
Whoa.
Like, and the perfect height, because you're 6'2", right?
Yeah.
I was thinking about being 6'2" and how that is probably the most perfect height you can be. Because when you're 6'2", and granted I'm 5'8", so I will never know what being 6'2" is like, but when you're 6'2", you're tall enough to be athletic enough in many, many ways, but not so tall that things like the airplane or a smaller car. Both of my kids are 6'2", and I had one of them, Keon, in my car yesterday. I have a Honda Fit, and I'm looking at him in my Honda Fit, which is a smaller car, and the seat's all the way back, and he's got it partly reclined, and I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking, if you're 6'3", you don't fit in this car, but at 6'2", that's about going to be it for me and you in this car. And so I was thinking about that today. 6'2" is probably the ideal height in many, many ways.
I've never been any other height except for when I was on my way to 6'2", right? But I do enjoy it. Like, it's I'm tall enough to do things like reach the stuff on the shelves and that kind of stuff. But yeah, like,
and as an athlete, like being 6'2", you could be, you could play the wing, you could play the low post, depending on the level and whatnot. If you're good enough, you could be a point guard.
Yeah, but like very, very rarely do I have to, like, I don't know, do that kind of the tall guy bend in order to get under doorways or things like that. My buddy Scott, who has a home in Tahoe, has like a chandelier that's a little too low. I have walked into that at times.
Yeah.
But it's not bad. You get over it. You move on in life. Other than that, I'm with you. I like my height.
Well, and I'm thinking about the great Carter Chickering, who is one of our great staff members here. And Grandy, is Carter, he's got to be 6'8", right? Carter Chickering.
I think 6'7".
Okay.
Yeah, around there.
Whatever he is, like, it's great because I'm sure he was a wonderful basketball player and he can do a lot of things as a taller athlete, but you got to spend your whole day at 6'7", and that means a lot of the things that are created in our world, they're not built for him. And at the same time, like being like 5'3" or 5'4", which I was for the majority of my high school years, that's kind of a bummer when you're too short and if you're too tall. So 6'2" for me. I thought about this earlier.
Right,
I'm like,
all right.
6'2" is probably the sweet spot.
I'll talk to my people here in 6'2"ville and see if we can get you there. Well,
yeah, it's a little late. Because, Grandy, you're just about that, right?
Yeah, 6'2", not quite 6'3".
Yeah.
When I was growing up, I remember my dad asking me, how tall would you want to be ideally? And I settled on 6'2".
Yeah.
And that's where I finished.
Ideal free throw shooting height. 6'2".
Among other things, too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, that's just, that's what you think about when you're 5'8". You think about not like, to dream about it in your 50s. Like, it's not going to happen. There's no pill for that. But
now with that.